This is Audible.
Living with the Dead, the Famous Trilogy, Book 3, written by Annie Walls, narrated by Elizabeth DeVault, and distributed by Beacon Audiobooks, copyright 2019. Chapter 1. In the apocalypse, life proves weary. It's hard to keep a hold on what's important, like the food in your stomach, especially when trudging through a pit of dead bodies. Someone pukes about 50 yards behind me as if to punctuate my point. The pit emits a low hum through my sixth sense, telling me we need to be careful of famished that might be alive. The stench torments my nostrils, but almost 10 years after the end of the world as we knew it, I'm used to it. My foot slips, and I catch myself with my left hand, saving myself from a faceplant on top of a disgusting one. It takes a minute for my brain to comprehend what my eyes see. The zombie's insides protrude from its mouth. The side of its head is caved in. The rest of its body is entangled in other bodies. I grit my teeth as my stomach turns. Maybe this one is more revolting because I've never seen one in such a state. Its mouth moves, startling me as it chews its own guts. Raunchy fluid sputters as it chokes. After killing it with one of my double-edged boot blades, I fling sludge from my hand and wipe as much excess gore as I can below the knee of my jeans, because I don't have an inch of thigh space to spare. Oh, this is fucking nasty. Why don't they burn 'em? Glinda hisses from somewhere behind me, breaking the silence of our stealth. I glance at her look of utter disgust. Several silhouettes of our team follow behind her, making their way through the decaying mess. Most of them consist of survivors from revolutionist compounds we've recruited to our cause. The wire cutters in her hands flash as she stabs into another live zombie. Reese's deep chuckle inevitably follows, but it ends with a gag. I snort to myself, knowing he tastes it from inhaling through his nose. The only way to keep the foul odor manageable is a deep inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nose, the opposite of what comes naturally to the human body. They don't want to draw attention. I scan the dark surroundings. That can be the only reason. Good news. We might find something important here. My fingers twitch in anticipation as I try to keep hope from blooming in my chest. Disappointment is easy to come by these days. Soon we're on the other side of the pit and make our way up the dirt hill to the gigantic barbed wire fence. Dust clings to the gunk on my boots and anything else with moisture. I feel the grit between my fingers. Our mission is an old chemical manufacturing plant. We scan the valley where the discrete building sits. The pit surrounds the place like a moat, making the one-story structure seem smaller than I thought. Old wooden pallets and barrels line the back wall. A rusted forklift remains forgotten and overturned with tumbleweeds formed to it. Time? Reese whispers. I light my watch by a button on the side. 4 minutes. All is quiet except cricket chirps and zombie rasps through the pit. The facility lacks any kind of lighting, but my focus is the only door on this side. 2 minutes tick by as the team lines along the fence. 2 minutes. I hold out my hand. Glinda gives me the bloodied wire cutters. I snip the fence from the bottom through a scant thicket. Other members of our team do the same. Reese signals for everyone to duck, so we do. Waiting. It's a minute over from their regular schedule, but sure enough, 8 people appear through the door. They're all dressed similarly casual in thick coats and beanies, which is odd. It's winter here, yes, but we're in Texas, near the border of Mexico. The heat is mild, in between hot and cold, but not cold enough for coats. A few of them converse before climbing into 2 separate vehicles. I exhale as my blood pumps faster and slip through the fence opening. This is the first mission in a year from a good lead. For the past 5 years, we've been stuck in the middle of Sierra Vista's Council and the United States Coalition, working for both while pulling out on our own. We'll tread carefully about what we find here. I release another anxious breath. I've studied the floor plans sent to me by the general. We've been trudging through this pit of zombies for weeks to stake out the place. so I'm almost certain no one occupies the building. Maybe 1 or 2 people remain, hence my tactical combat gear. Why bring a bow if I won't need it? Everyone remember the plan? Reese motions again, and our team slips through and spreads out before lying flat on the ground. I'm going in alone. Reese looks at the massive team we've equipped ourselves with, and then back to me. He knows I do nothing without a reason. Why do I want to go in alone? Because if anyone fucks up, it will be me. Fine. It's the only thing that changes, though. The rest of us will wait for the signal, or 10 minutes. I shoot him a look at the change of time. The original plan was 20, but I'll give it to him. Compromise and all that. 10 minutes after I open the door. Reese signals the team to hold position. Without a backward glance, I move forward. After I spray the hinges with homemade WD-40, it takes no time at all to unlock the door, giving me a stab of dissatisfaction. If no one felt the need to lock the place tight, then nothing could be here at all. But we might find something useful. Might being the key word. Silence looms in the darkness as the door swings open. After starting my stopwatch, I place an ultrasonic sound wave emitter on the floor. A flick of the small switch, and it hums to life. If any famished or loose, they'll show soon, but I don't feel any near. Since pulling out on our own, unbeknownst to Sierra Vista's counsel and General Stevenson, we've cultivated small technologies to make our lives simpler. Although, the General covertly supplies me with awesome gear and equipment, pretty much anything I ask for within reason. My breath fogs in the chill as I enter. I've suspected this, and explains why the men are bundled as they come and go. Now my hope blossoms from me, and I smile. Only one reason to keep it so cold: zombie preservation. Nothing pops from the darkness, so I breathe in deep, relax my posture, and raise my favorite firearm, the hammerless S&W revolver chambered in .38 Special, the gun Reese gave me when he lackadaisically taught me to shoot. A smile touches my lips at the memory. The gun used to be my backup, but 2 years ago, it went missing for a while and then reappeared on my bedside table, intricately engraved with the very familiar sunshine and arrow. The sentimental value isn't why I favor it, though. I know the practicality of using an automatic or semi-automatic in these situations, but the revolver's never let me down. Not once is it jammed, snagged, or misfired since it's been in my possession. Old, reliable. I handle it much faster as well, so win-win. Doesn't mean I don't carry my pistols, though. I focus my gaze, and my footsteps are silent but quick. By the end of a corridor, I spot a light in another hall. I search for any security equipment such as cameras or silent alarms, but nothing of the sort. I clear several rooms, noting the computers, standard lab setups, and storage containers. I eventually pass a steel door. I think it's a door anyway. No handle. No window. No security box to unlock it. It's not on the floor plan printout, and judging from the frame, it hasn't been installed long. It's a large room inside that I know of, so it's a vault of some sort. I wait, pressing a hand to the door. No sound or movement. My inner zombie radar, thanks to Mago, doesn't go off either. I move on, knowing I'll come back to it. After I skim through the biggest part of the building, I realize this facility isn't to produce any new chemicals. Bummer for Reese. He's always on the hunt for some chemical or other. The General supplies us with C4, but in small quantities at a time and only for demolition purposes. We still make our own to have on hand, and I trust Reese to know what he's doing, especially since the time I saw him demolish a 5-story building with 2 little packages of organic peroxides he transferred to the practice site in buckets of sand. I created a monster when I introduced him to bathtub explosives, and nothing has stopped his fascination for chemistry ever since. I slide my way through the huge boiler barrels with pipes and tubes snaking out of them. 9 minutes and 3 seconds down. Perfect timing. I suppose the cold isn't for zombie preservation. Maybe for the lab? I sigh. The static from an earpiece in my ear screeches when I turn on the backpack radio on the side of my pack. I flinch from the abrupt sound. a reason only one of us always keeps it on. Do you read? Not really. Too ADD. Reese chuckles at his own joke, but it cuts off as an affirmative. I roll my eyes. All clear except for a steel door. Over. Copy that, Reese replies. We're going in. You opening it? Over. I return to the interesting-looking door a minute later and smirk. Yep. Over. I use a dissolving agent, courtesy of Reese. It's a double bottle, and when the liquids come together, they form a foam. Making a giant square from the floor, I step away to watch it sizzle. A gunshot goes off in the mysterious room, and I crouch away. Shit! I scramble to hit my radio button, keeping an eye on the fizzing steam. 911! 911! More destructive sounds come from the other side of the door and echo down the hall. The door bursts open from the inside. It hides me, but my heart kicks up a notch as I realize someone will make an appearance soon. The air goes unnaturally quiet as the chemical foam sputters out. Some of it lands on the arm of my jacket, but I don't move as a tennis shoe squeaks on the floor inside the doorway. Pain sears my arm as the foam hits my skin. I breathe deeply, trying to ignore it. Their breathing bursts out jaggedly, and I can tell the person is a man. I relax. This guy sounds like he'll shit his pants any minute. I know someone is there, and I have a gun. I hear him pivot into the hallway, but I'm still behind the door. My team has abandoned all furtiveness. Their steps bounce on the wall, becoming clearer by the second. The guy panics, turning his gun to where I can see it past the edge of the open steel door. I stuff my revolver in its holster and grab his firearm with speed. He gasps as I jerk it from him. I'd laugh at the surprised look on his face, but I'm baffled at the uncocked pistol. I sweep his feet. Air gushes from his lungs as he hits the floor. I take a minute to make sure he's alone, peeking inside the room. He struggles to breathe, holding up shaking hands. After checking the chamber on his pistol, which is empty as suspected, I pointed at him. If he thinks it'll shoot, the better for me, but I doubt he's that dumb, since he used it less than 2 minutes ago. Someone huffs around the corner, followed by more footsteps. I sniff, not removing the gun from the man on the floor. When I know someone is close, I finally speak to him. Don't move, or we'll shoot you. I gesture for someone to keep an eye on him as I step through the doorway. It's not a room, but a hallway full of typical zombie holding cells. I'm familiar with the setup, but we've never come across any being used. To the right, a small bed and a mini kitchen completes a whole cell. Along the other 2 cells are computers, but they're smashed in pieces. The cells on the other side are all empty except for the last one. A zombie lies on the floor with a fresh hole in the head, leaking thick fluid. The gunshot. I stare at the zombie, and a sense of foreboding chills my bones. As goosebumps prickle my skin, I jerk out my earpiece and slam it against the concrete. Damn. Reese examines the mess. 8 people come, 8 people go. Someone's always here. Spinning, I stomp and rack the slide of the guy's Glock, efficiently chambering a bullet. Bending to him, I yank him by his thick sweater, rip off his knit hat, and push the barrel to his temple. My finger on the trigger itches to pull back. I already have blood in my hands. Some of that blood keeps me up at night. So what's one more? I'm just the night shift, he stutters. His bottom lip trembles. He squeezes his eyes tight as my breath puffs against his face. I press the gun harder, my body and mind wound tight. No one makes a sound, the tension palpable. A hand falls on my shoulder, light and unsure. Sugar. I jolt my shoulder to fling her off. Did you release a distress call? His eyes widen. Pack everything you can in 2 minutes. We might not have much time, I tell the team. They burst into action. What's with the zombie? It's obviously important, or he wouldn't have bothered destroying it. I would have felt it, even if I couldn't control it. I would have known it was there. At my question, his demeanor cools. You might as well shoot me. I smirk and gesture to an original member of my team and my sparring partner. Sam? Sam's boots step into my peripheral vision. My eyes don't move from the piece of shit in front of me. Sam laughs. I guess someone gets a birthday present. Something's got to give. I shove the asshole to the floor, stretching my neck. I'm fucking fed up. After 5 years of doing the General's bidding, I'm tired. I'm bitter. Downright fucking resentful. I'm about to snap. Tie him up with a bow. I'm giving him to Bruno. Smoke from the facility billows over some building tops as the ground shakes with the consecutive blasts from our explosives, arranged to demolish the plant. My signature love note to the revolutionists. We've pulled into the rear parking lot of an old department store. Looting is a ridiculous notion nowadays. I forget what city we're in. Kingsville, maybe? The warmer temps always have scarce looting. I try to appear calm and collected when all I want to do is rant, rage, and kill things. It doesn't fool Reese in the slightest. What do you think we should keep? I snort. Nothing. No security. I doubt we'll find anything new, so might as well not waste the time. The zombie? I grit my teeth. Our biggest find in the past 5 years, I'm sure, but also sure a dead zombie is a useless zombie. The virus needs a live host. The council can have it, but we'll take some samples for comparison. He scratches his head full of salt and pepper hair, standing up all over. He's also lost a lot of weight and has a full beard. The biker vest is gone in favor of tactical clothing during missions. He went from burly tattooed biker to a burly hobo. Sometimes I miss his baldness full of tattoos and his beaded goatee, but I'm glad he's changed his look. His bald head and round gut would remind me of times I took for granted, times I wasted keeping my heart from having what it wanted. He looks good. I'm sure Glinda takes full advantage of it, too. We? I don't think so. We need to go to Arizona for a while. You know that, Can. I feel my face pinch as the team cleans up from walking through the zombie pit. And Reese is right, but since we've gotten our own super-secret bat cave in the mountains of Colorado, fully functioning and fully livable, it's getting harder and harder to maintain appearances. Being in Sierra Vista depresses me. I like keeping busy. Keeping busy means productivity, and being at our clandestine treehouse community allows me to do that with no one watching over my shoulder. The place permits me to interact with our team who live there. 2 weeks, I say, wanting to get to the treetops as quickly as possible to hover over our pathology tech Fran while she processes the samples. 2 months. After I shoot him an incredulous look, he shrugs. We might get a mission. We won't. We barely got this one. 2 weeks. Take it or leave it. 1 month. I look to Glinda for help. She busies herself with her dark purple nails, her winter color. She looks like a badass dressed in all black. Her nylon thigh holsters sport dangerous blades and guns, much like my own. A blonde bun bulges from the back of a black cap. I sigh in resignation. Tell Sander to transport Mr. Night Shift and lock him underground. I'll send Bruno when we get to Arizona. Dude will not like Bruno. At all. I met the man at the community in Tennessee. Lenny and Bruno grew produce and price gouged the fuck out of it. Now they upkeep a greenhouse in Sierra Vista and take run of the grocery store. Bruno's large and scary. Although I've taken a liking to Lenny, I'm still not sure if I like him. But I trust him, and that's all that matters. And tell him I want daily updates. You tell him yourself. Sure, you guys go ahead. I'll catch a ride with Sam. Reese groans. Never mind. He stalks the other way, grumbling about how he knows I won't go to Sierra Vista if left to my own devices. Glinda and I are alone. Our silence extends for a few moments. She clears her throat, testing the waters. She fumbles before she meets my gaze. Think about Dex, sugar. I'm sure that old Groucho pussy misses you. I nod, almost feeling a smile. A tug of my lips encourages her because she keeps going. And maybe you can take him to Colo... She stumbles at the sour look on my face. Rado. She finishes in a soft manner. I stand straight from my lean on the Jeep, open the back door, and unsnap the numerous holsters on my body. I'm not taking Dex anywhere until we're there permanently. It'd be hard for Dex to adapt, again, if I'm not there all the time. The cat is a doorway to the soft spots in my heart. After removing my fitted jacket, I dump water on the burn from the chemical foam. The wound throbs, and I wonder how bad it is. I go about the process of properly cleaning myself before performing any first aid. After several minutes, I hear footsteps around the Jeep. Can? Reese interrupts the dead air, looking from Glinda to me rapidly before finally stopping on Glinda. Their silent exchange is significant. Sander isn't going anywhere without me, Chingona. Sander runs a hand through his black, shiny hair and flashes a smile. We recruited Sander from Sierra Vista after he showed beneficial during our fated trip to Montana to save Mago's daughter, Maya, from the revolutionists. General Stevenson thinks highly of him as well, because he's on the General's special squad with Rudy. Since then, he proves a pain in my ass. I stare him down. Someone from our original team needs to be there. You're the only other one besides me who doesn't have anyone waiting for them in Sierra Vista. I spare a glance at Reese. I'll happily go. Reese clucks his tongue. Major Lane can handle it. Major Lane was part of a unit stationed in Birmingham and had been friends with Mac. We found him when he was covertly contacting Sierra Vista. When I could communicate with him, he had no qualms about joining with us. I don't know his real name because he went MIA and is paranoid. Every time I'm near him, I can sense exactly why Mac got along with him. It took me a long time to trust him. I'm not too sure of Lame's story, but I know something happened to him because he stays drunk. At least he's a functioning drunk. He's whipped my ass on several occasions and made me better at combat, so he knows his stuff. Keeping the team in Colorado fit and ready is his only job. I'd feel better if one of us goes to Colorado, Reese. He narrows his eyes. Bunyan. His solution grates on my nerves. John, who we refer to as Bunyan, dates Mac's mother, so I'll have to deal with her if he goes. But Gwen understands. After giving them all a seething look, I climb into the back seat of the Jeep. I pull my hood over my head as if I'll sleep, but we all know I won't. Chapter 2. I stare out the window and snap from my daze when we pass a familiar mobile home park on Highway 90 a few days later. It's dilapidated with cracked roads and overgrowth through the rocks that used to be lawn in the old life. The trailer sits undisturbed, mostly rusted with broken windows and flappy awnings which hang by a screw or two. Unlike the residences, shops, and miscellaneous buildings in Sierra Vista that are gutted and boarded for future use, this lot reeks of relinquishment, abandoned, and forgotten forever. A hand rising from a grave showcases on a passing vandalized billboard that reads, Puppet nor slave, free in the grave. Sierra Vista has its own street art rebel. The welcome wagon committee waits for us. Some of the team arrived earlier today to alert them. I immediately recognize Nastas, standing tall, proud, and quiet above the rest. He represents the Sierra Vista Council and helped us when we needed it the most, when we traveled to Montana for Maya and survivors who were unknowingly nothing but walking test subjects for the revolutionists. Nastas's compassion is what I liked most about him, but it's also his weakness. We've destroyed dozens of labs and have saved thousands of people. We bust our butts to help those survivors. But what good does it do if nothing prevents it? Nastas's teenage daughter, Hannah, jumps in excitement beside him. I wave at her. She mouths, "See you soon," as we drive by. We park at the Welcome Center. It used to be a medical center. Still is, but it's a quarantine of dorms and a small clinic. A better way than sitting and sleeping in a tent in the middle of the desert while they process you. As always, everyone's checked and double-checked for injuries before they're cleared for admission. Most times, we try to bring in some survivors to keep the council happy. The general switched my focus, and by proxy, the team's focus, when the labs at the compounds no longer held anything of importance, their research on vaccinations and the virus. I'd say the revolutionists caught on, but the general insists as a precaution to keep their secrets intact. The change brought some relief. Bringing in hundreds of survivors at a time proved trying. I'm waiting on the nurse in a gown with my extra-large braid hanging over my shoulder. I rub the painful wound I received from the chemical foam. Under the lights, it's angry red and oozing. Shit. When did that happen? Kansas. The blonde nurse smiles when she enters the sterile room. I've never had this nurse before. How are you feeling? She immediately listens to my heart and lungs, all the while scanning my skin with a sharp gaze. I have a chemical burn, but other than that, I feel fine. She zeroes in on it and nods before gently feeling the edges. 2nd degree. We can treat it. No problem. She writes in my chart. and I recognize her as a survivor we brought in. Maybe from Seattle, since there were so many that round, but maybe New York. Her lack of regional dialect leaves me clueless. Any bug bites? I shake my head. Come in contact with any bodily fluids? Famished blood. Her expression turns serious. On your wound? My lips tighten. It's a precautionary question, but it still insults my intelligence. No. Good. No drinking after anyone? I shake my head again. Sexual intercourse? Sadly, no, and not from lack of wanting either. I grumble. She laughs and looks to my chart. You're healthy, and you're on birth control. I'm sure you can find someone here. She falters at what? I'm not sure. Either it's old habit of living at a revolutionist compound, or she might assume she's making a faux pas. With her sympathetic demeanor, I know it's the latter. She's thinking of Rudy. Everyone knows Rudy, even if they came after our Montana mission, and have never had the pleasure of meeting my gold-hearted brute. Mainly because he and I, and the rest of the team, gained notoriety for wreaking havoc with the revolutionists and setting events in motion to right the wrongs. We're history in the making, as Glinda says it, and everyone thinks he's dead. Besides a select few, that is. I didn't mean... It's okay. I know what you meant. I twirl an end of a dreadlock on my finger, feeling one of the 4 homemade wooden beads I keep in my hair. The smooth surface brings a small amount of comfort. She gives me a nervous giggle. So, you're not sexually active, just to be clear. Sometimes, but I give her my standard response so I don't raise suspicion. I get the birth control administered in case I get raped. I shrug. She nods, writing in her chart again. I can work with that. Are we done? Almost. She continues the list of questions before clearing me for admission into the community. I'm wiped by the time I open the door to my house. I drop my heavy pack by the door and do a weapon check in all my hiding places. My mail is stacked on the kitchen table. Next to it is a sheet of paper with a green check mark, indicating Sander made a sweep of my house and it was clean of bugs. A red check mark would have meant there were bugs, but clean now. I rub my neck. I always feel so wound tight here, unable to relax. It's been a while since we found a bug, and whether or not it was the council, I don't know for sure. But I know it wasn't the general. I did my own sweeps for a while, untrusting of Sander, but he's proved himself time and time again. Homemade cat nibbles are scattered around Dex's bowl on the floor, but the rest of the house is clean. Between Gwen and Julie, they take care of Dex and my house while I'm on missions. I tisk for Dex, but he doesn't appear from anywhere. I check where he likes to lounge on the porch and windowsills, but nothing. He's at Julie's, or he's doing his part to keep cats from going extinct. The team used to gather here right after missions. We'd eat, drink, and celebrate, and then we'd wake and gather for a big breakfast. It stopped long ago when everyone tired of trying to cheer me up, when they tired of my constant silence. I'd rather be alone than spread my misery anyway. I want them to be happy. Some days their well-being is what gets me out of bed. Okay, most days. My time here brings on bitter feelings and resentment, which in turn makes me depressed, no matter how healthy I eat or how much physical activity I endure. So I can't bring myself to blame them for not wanting my company. I'm worn out, tired of making decisions, tired of gaining hope, and then having it all dashed in the blink of an eye. I feel like a hamster on a wheel. I'm going and going, but going nowhere. Yeah, we've saved people. Brought them to a normalcy close to what they had before so they can live, have families, and be a part of a working society. But the more compounds we destroy, 5 more pop up. More pregnant women. More babies being born less than healthy. The number of stillborns is outrageous. The longer time passes, the worse things get. More virus. More injections. More famished. No real vaccine. The zombie from the chemical plant. Since Mago bestowed this ability on me, I've learned how they all feel. Rogues have a slight, not a hum, but a buzz. I need to dig deep into that damn zombie, and I will, but I'm too tired to care. Plus, I need to update the general. In the spare bedroom sits some computer equipment. I'm careful not to keep anything on it I don't want the council knowing about, so it's mostly for appearances. Sitting at my desk, I dial General Stevenson via satellite. Most days, I loathe the man, but I understand the pressure he possesses while rebuilding the country to take back control. He'll do what he needs to in order for that to happen. I want it to happen. According to my partner in crime, the General is making headway. There are a few times when I end a call without my middle finger stuck to the phone receiver. The sound is fuzzy as the phone flashes a red light, indicating it tries to connect. It never does, or the General doesn't pick up. I sit back with a huff. Odd. Even though he's not waiting on this call, he normally answers. After another failed attempt, I decide to try again tomorrow evening. I strip, walking into my bedroom to grab clean clothes from the dresser. The surrounding walls are a 360-degree mural of the Great Smoky Mountains, each wall of a different season, each one beautiful in its own way, all hand-painted with homemade paints, another thoughtful gift. Sighing, I undo the braid that hangs level with my butt and massage my scalp. The Arizona sun has streaked my dark locks and tanned my skin in a way I would have loved in the old life. Even though I showered at the Welcome Center, I savor a longer, hotter shower, something I don't take for granted, and breathe in the stress-reducing steam. After drying my scalded skin, I drop into bed, feeling alone with the weight of the world on my shoulders, and it adds more weight on because I also feel useless. I flip open a notebook and read some of my favorite parts. The tiny, messy scrawl unbefitting the writer, but lightens my mood. The most horrific thing happened today. Worse than the smell of burning putrids. I walked in on Blake jerking off. In retrospect, I should have knocked. I snorted, imagining the looks on their faces. The next entry is the very next morning. Yeah, should have knocked. I think I need PB to make some special brain bleach. Then the next entry, though we try to keep our words close to journal entries, sometimes we can't help it, which is why I always keep our current notebook close. Other notebooks are under lock and key in Colorado. Today was a hard one. I miss waking to you curled into a ball from me bed-hogging. I swear I won't hog the bed anymore. I miss paper, rock, scissors. I miss fucking you. Well, you know, I fucking miss you. My eyes burn as I laugh and rub against the indentions of the words in the paper. It smudges the ink more, as if to make him feel better, as if to make me feel better. These notebooks keep our relationship open and honest. I don't know what we'd do without them. Flipping to a blank page, I fill him in on my own thoughts, even though he won't read it for months to come. A familiar warmth and purr wake me. Sunlight peeks through the dirty blinds. The dust on them more prominent with a big frowny face drawn through it. Gwen. She loves drawing and making notes in my dust. I smile and rub Dex's head. He blinks at me. The black around his eyes have long ago faded and whitened. The old man is gray. He rolled his fat ass over before hopping off the bed. He must remember he's mad at me for being gone because that is a straight snub. I missed you too, Furball. He doesn't look back as he saunters out of my bedroom. A pan clatters on the stove in the kitchen, and I hear little feet run down the hall before a gorgeous little blonde peers inside my room. She smiles wide at seeing me awake and moves her hands like crazy. Mommy's making chocolate muffins. She is? Yummy, I say, and sign to Ariella. I always speak aloud for her because we think she reads lips and expressions better than sign language. According to a doctor here, anyway. We didn't figure out she was deaf until she was 18 months old. She never developed any words, but communicated by pointing and moving her lips as if she were trying to talk. But the amazing thing was, she seemed to understand us as long as she was looking at our face. We're not sure if the pseudo-vaccine had anything to do with her being deaf, but we know it doesn't run in her genes. Ariella is not the only pseudo-vaccine baby to be born less than 100% either. Another reminder that what I do, even though it's slow going, is important. She climbs onto the bed, and I open my arms for her. Snuggling in, she wraps the soft yarn-like strands of my hair around her wrists and pretends she has on bracelets. She smiles at the wooden beads on the ends. She doesn't know the context of the beads, but I've told her I get a new bead every time she turns a year older. Going on 5 years. I'll never tell her I got drunk and had to crawl upstairs to my bed on the day she was born. Coffee aroma permeates to the bedroom. My stomach rumbles, and not hearing the sound but feeling it, Ariella releases a muted giggle. I missed you, I sign. She rewards me with a glorious smile. The happiest kid ever. Mommy let Dex sleep with me. I laugh. I'm sure he loved it. Can? Julie calls from the kitchen. I'm up. I groan. Ella, feeling the vibrations of it, giggles. When we walk into the kitchen, Julie pulls a pan from the oven and sweeps platinum curls from her eyes. I knew you didn't have any food, and Jonathan is at the hospital, so I thought I'd make breakfast here. I grab a coffee mug and fill it, black and strong. Thank you. I sit at the table, and Ella makes herself at home in my lap, getting to work in a coloring book. They have pushed all my mail to the side. Lounging today? Julie asks. I shake my head, drawing Ella a simple pink sunshine. I have to write a mission report, meet with a council, and I made plans to spar with Sam. I also need to meet with Bruno, but she need not know that. Her shoulders slump. Gwen will be here in a few. I thought maybe we could watch a movie? I try not to flinch at Gwen's name. She'll be upset John went to the treehouse instead of coming home. Ella brightens at the word movie. The Little Mermaid. I wink at Ella. Sounds perfect. Julie smiles with relief and places the muffins on the table. Ariella and I spare each other a glance at how flat and lumpy they appear. Although, the lumps are normal these days when the grains aren't ground into a fine powder. Good. You can spar anytime. Actually, I can't since we can... Julie stops me with her mom look. Glenn warned me you were being a pain in the ass. She glances at Ella. But... As opposed to when? I split a muffin with Ella, and she takes a huge bite of her half. Julie slams the spatula in the skillet. I miss Rudy too, Can. We all miss him. I know, but it doesn't have everything to do with my mood. Julie knows he's alive. She's one of the first people I told the truth to. I figure she deserved to know, and because of that, he has a heart-melting uncle-niece relationship with Ariella. I keep her from everything else for her and her family's protection, so I don't explain how the mission was a bust. Ella signs with renewed excitement. Her eyes shine with adolescent simplicity. Rudy, he came to our house. My face grows hot, my eyes burn. Julie gasps at Ella, mainly because she's not supposed to talk about Rudy with anyone, but kids are blatant and honest. Julie focuses on the eggs. Surely they're cooked by now. I spot brown bits as she scrapes them around the cast iron. I missed a visit from him? I asked with my hands because the words would feel like glass shards coming from my throat. Ella nods. He let me paint his toenails. I crack a smile, moving my hands. Bright pink, I hope. She nods again, proud of herself. Maddie helped. The hollow hole in my chest grows bigger at the picture painted in my head. I cut a look at Julie. Ever since the Montana mission, Julie and Maddie are best buddies. She found out about Rudy by being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'd have much rather have kept her ignorant of him. She helped pick the color, Julie clarifies. I squirm and pick apart the muffin, so maybe it won't look so flat. When's he coming back? My tone is soft. She shrugs, dumping the rubbery, burnt eggs into a bowl. It'll be a while. He left for a new mission. So months. The shortest we've gone without seeing each other has been 4 months. The longest? 13 months. The first time the general extorted Rudy into being on his squad, Rudy visited me in the dead of night. The fateful night we foolishly decided to keep things as is while we build a strong base on our own. Rudy's usually good about sending a message if he can drop in for a night or two. The other times I get to see him, and the only times General Stevenson knows about, are when Stevenson gives us a mission. His missions usually include a Special Operations Force unit coming in for something Stevenson wants to keep classified. Those times with Rudy are fleeting, so I don't count those. How long ago? She clears her throat. A night or two after you left for Texas. She stays facing the stove. I look at my uneaten half-muffin. If it's any consolation, he was bummed he didn't get to see you. And worried, I think. Ella wiggles from my lap as Gwen bursts through the door. Can! I suck in a breath at her fresh haircut. She'd grown it out, but now it's as short as the day I first met her. She doesn't wait for me to stand before wrapping me in a hug. Your hair looks great. The rough fabric of her clothing muffles my voice. She scoffs, smirking. I know. She turns serious. Glad everything went okay. Gwen unwaveringly supports the council, so we keep her out of everything we can. Plus, she's used to living in the dark and doesn't seem to mind it. Ignorance is bliss and all that. Her eyes land on the muffins. Good Lord, what on earth did you do to these poor muffins, Jules? She gasps and sends a horrific expression toward the bowl of mutilation. And the eggs? Julie flushes bright red. A reason I said nothing and say nothing about her cooking. I didn't see anyone else making anything. She gets defensive and slathers on the guilt for making you feel unappreciative. Gwen knows this also, but Mac received his tactless nature honestly. They're good, Mommy. Ella signs before grabbing another muffin. Julie kisses her head. I grab my mug and the stack of mail, standing. It might be tomorrow before I can do a movie. I need to get the more pressing stuff done, and leave the cleanup to me. I gesture to the now messy kitchen. Gwen places her hands on her hips. Don't think you're getting out of telling me why John didn't make it back. I wave away her statement and strut from the kitchen, feeling my dread swish behind me. We all know Bunyan belongs on a mountain in the forest, not the desert. By the time I'm dressed and ready for the day, Julie, Gwen, and Ariella are gone. First order of business, the mail. The mail does not work as it did in the old life. Mail distribution happens once a week unless something pressing needs announcing, which is why it's required to check it every day. The delivery normally involves a newspaper for Sierra Vista, the SV Weekly. There are exactly 4 in my stack. I should get another soon. I toss them in the paper bin. After skimming a summons to talk at the school for education purposes, I also toss in the paper bin. The whole team's taken turns lecturing, and they say it's nothing huge and mostly fun, but I feel as though the council parades us around. No thanks. The last envelope has my heart galloping. It's blank. I rip into it, thinking it might be from Rudy, but my stomach sinks in disappointment when I read. Be sure to come by to work out any kinks. Besides, you owe me a bow. C. Oh. Yeah, I forgot. His bow was shit anyway. The council really needs to equip better weapons if they want people to learn. But I feel horrible for forgetting. I mentally add, get Craig, the fitness instructor, a bow, because it snapped in half while I was using it, and I want him to shut the fuck up about it. To my to-do list. I crumble the note in my hand. I can work out my own damn kinks. Craig thinks I'm single. He thinks I'm playing hard to get. Living under certain pretenses has its irritating downfalls. I toss the ball of paper across the desk. Forcing myself to move on to the report, it takes a while, but I figure out what to tell the council. This one being harder to explain because of the zombie with the bullet hole in his head. I rarely let a zombie get the drop on me since I can sense them near, that is. When I start the detailed report, I lie and go with Glinda shooting the zombie because, let's be honest, it's the most believable. I leave out Mr. Night Shift and how cold it was. For now. I include times and all supplies used, resources of the councils we used. I fold the 3 pages of yellow paper and stuff them in an envelope. I unlock a trunk in my bedroom, grabbing a bow I never use, and is in this trunk to help with our facade. Like the notebooks, everything I hold dear that isn't on my person is in Colorado. After dumping dirty laundry from it, I grab my pack and trek across the street. Reese and Glinda's place is used as a halfway house for children who don't have a guardian. These situations rarely happen, but are necessary. A kid named Robbie sits at the kitchen table when I walk in. Robbie is 12 and takes anything and everything apart, but he rarely puts the junk back together. It drives Glinda insane, but she really likes him, because he's the only one she's allowed to stick around after counseling sessions with Reese. She's taken him under her wing. "Hey, Can," he greets, tinkering with Glinda's vanity mirror. He blushes in that awkward way kids his age do. "You know, for being so smart, I don't think you're being very bright right now." He stays focused on his project with his brown hair in his face. "The light won't work. I need to fix it for her." His expression turns serious. She'll be happy. The garage door opens, and Glinda stumbles in with both arms gripping laundry baskets. She's got her laid-back look happening with Daisy Duke cutoffs and a thin, long-sleeved t-shirt. Like me, she enjoys the mild temperatures Sierra Vista gets in the winter. A blonde, messy bun plays up her flushed cheekbones. "Hey, sugar, we got some vegetables for you to take home." She places the folded clothes against the wall, glances to the counter stacked with the nutritious goods, and back to me with a hopeful look. I smile tightly, feeling like a jerk, and can't think of a word to say to one of my dearest friends. She sighs, but gives Robbie an amused look. "Take that mess to the garage, Chicken Wing. I need to talk to Kansas. I flinch as more of her gutter accent bleeds through, and the use of my name isn't a great sign either. Robbie, the chicken wang, swings hair from his eyes and scrambles out before she can notice what he's taking apart. The garage door slams. You know that's your vanity mirror, right? She smirks, still amused. I found that old thing while we were doing the honky-tonkin' in Texas and stashed it so he'd find it. My chest swells with love for this woman. I place some vegetables in the sink, running water over them. Want some vegetable soup? Her face brightens, and she immediately grabs some cutting boards, if I get some corn cakes to go with it. We get to work side by side, chopping, dicing, and prepping a pot. I bite my lips together, still feeling like a bitch. For a lot of things, but mostly for closing myself off. I've told her over and over I don't want to bring anyone else down, and I need them to keep going, live their lives as good as they can, to stop worrying about me. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing. You feel how you feel, and I'm the first person to understand. Her knife quickens and chops harder. She's right, I suppose. I haven't given up on you. None of us have, and Rudy doll has neither. I know it seems like we haven't put a dent in shit, but we have. I believe that with all my heart and soul. The way she puts her words together breaks my heart. She's not angry or sad. She sounds disappointed, as if she knows her words won't even go in one ear and out the other, but never hit my ears at all. I didn't feel that zombie, I whisper. She stops and looks at me. When I meet her gaze, her blue eyes are wide. You're sure this time? During another mission, I thought I came across a famish I couldn't sense, but I thought it impossible since I could sense the others and dismissed it. I nod and give her the details and what our story to the council should be. I'm hoping we can come across more of them, eventually. Maybe this is a sign we're getting somewhere? That's a good way of looking at it. I dump everything in a stock pot of boiling broth. You make a great mother, Glenn. I touch her ring finger, where Reese tattooed their wedding rings. And a great partner. Tears fill her eyes. Think so? I nod. I know so. And then I grin. Even though you're a liability. She wipes leaking tears carefully. Oh, you're messing up my makeup. In a flash, she's got my neck in a chokehold. Scents of vanilla and laundry detergent hit my nose. I hug her back, willing my own tears to stay put. Stop shutting me out, damn it. She punctuates her statement by stomping a foot. Burly arms wrap around us both. Aw, group hug, Reese coos. We burst into laughter. I pull away and get to work on cornbread batter. They whisper to each other, mainly about Robbie from what I gather. Glenda tells him to be back in about 45 minutes for lunch. I focus on the measuring cups in my hand. I don't really need them, but they give me something to do besides analyzing the ugly feeling stirring inside of me. A long silence ensues. I dump cornmeal into the bowl, hating they feel the need to walk on eggshells. He finally leaves through the garage. I spin and point to the door. You want me to be open with you? Then why do you guys do that? Her lips purse. What you getting on about now, sugar? Control your affection. I know you guys. He wouldn't have left this kitchen without kissing you if I weren't standing here. She stirs the pot of soup. I guess we damned if we do, damned if we don't. I sigh, knowing she's right. Chapter 3. After lunch, I grab my dirt bike from Reese's garage. Clutching the levers, I stomp the pedal. The bike skids, and a huge smile stretches across my face. I wave, see you later, to Reese, who's eating my dust, and I fly toward town. I mean, town is the small area maintained for all city business. My sprawling neighborhood harbors a lot of vacancies. They've renovated houses and need more people to live in all of them. In the past 2 years, population growth has slowed with the lack of compound survivors. Sierra Vista is big. Bigger than they need, but plenty of room for growth as needed. My bike swerves and winds its way down the curvy roads. It's during the day, or there'd be a few kids playing in the streets, riding bikes or playing basketball, but people ride about town with bicycles, golf carts, four-wheelers, and a ton of electric-powered utility vehicles. All very normal stuff. It's a beautiful area with gorgeous views of surrounding desert mountains. The sunsets are a staple, and watching the sky change over a canyon, there's nothing like it. The lack of famished makes it much more inviting. But I miss grass, hills, and fields full of soft wheat. The smell of evergreen after fresh rain, bushels of honeysuckle scenting the breeze, the new life and rainbows of spring, the sweltering humid heat, the buzz of cicadas, and the blinking glow of fireflies of summer, the vibrant colors of autumn, the bitter cold in the winter. I miss home. I tilt my face towards the sun, as if its warmth can wash away the nostalgia. There are things I can't change. When I get to downtown, I hop the curb and park the bike by a window of the stucco Southwest building. Sierra Vistians mill about, getting their errands done or doing their part to keep the community running smooth. When I turn to peer in the window, I jerk in surprise. Lenny stares from the other side. Her chest moves as if she scoffs, but waves me in. A bell dings when I swing the door open. The grocery store holds rows of brightly colored fruits and vegetables in stacked crates on a cracked linoleum floor. Dirt cakes the creases and corners of the baseboards. People bring in homemade goods as a consignment of sorts. Breads, sweets, dried fruit, clothing, soaps and scrubs, etc. An area of looted supplies people might want, like batteries, tampons, writing utensils, and other miscellaneous items fill a corner. Along the wall to the left are refrigerators, housing discounted dairy and meat products from the butcher, the reason this building is one of the few with backup generators. Lenny has a few shelves of her own canned goods, complete with ribbon bows. Fancy. "What you want, girl? Ain't got time for any dead-end shenanigans." Her words end on an uncontrollable hack, and I hurry forward to rub her back. Her spine is prominent under my touch. I'm good. She wheezes from under her bony arms. Skin sags from her bones more than ever. "I need to speak with Bruno." She squints her watery eyes behind thick glasses and clears her scratchy throat. "Bruno?" More coughing. Her face mirrors a skull, pale and gaunt. An overwhelming sadness strikes at her obvious declining health. I know she survived cancer in the old life, so who knows what's going on with her. We aren't equipped to deal with such things here or anywhere. We have necessities to cure basic and common health issues. "Lenny, have you been to—" She grunts loud and glares. "Just go upstairs." She spins in a whirl of flowy material and wobbles down the aisle toward the back. I watch her before taking the steps up a tight passage, and when I arrive, I realize it's a small apartment. The living room floor bows in, and a crack runs the length of the drywall. Speaking of floor, it shakes with movement as Bruno appears in a doorway, in nothing but boxers. "Oh, sorry." He shrugs, eyeing and waiting for me to get to the point already. This guy isn't much on words, and suddenly, I wonder if he ever fought in Guido's old betting ring at the community in Tennessee. The floor creaks some as I fret on my feet and pretend I'm somewhere else for a second. I can still change my mind. "I need you in Colorado. We have a captive and need some information," I blurt before I do. I think he smiles, but it's sort of grisly and scary. I flinch. He sits on the high-backed couch and pats the cushion beside him. I sit with no more prompting. "Limits?" I swallow and shake my head. "Bunyan is there. He'll brief you with details." He nods, looking away as something strange flickers through his eyes. "I'll get on by morning." I wipe my hands on the couch because my barely there shorts won't do the trick with how much sweat gathers in my palms. "All right. Lovely chatting with you as always." As I stand, he grabs my wrist. My gaze shoots to where he's holding me. I glare, wanting him to remove himself from my body. "Look out on Lenny." His gruff voice has a serious note of concern. When I meet his dark gaze, a shocking worry flashes there. I always thought their relationship was a Norman Bates situation, or maybe brother and sister, but now I'm not so sure. I place my hand on his. "Of course." He drops my wrist with a nod. As I leave, I realize I'm doing a favor for a very horrific man whose heart lies solely with an ill woman. Fucking hell. I want some cacti in a bottle and the day isn't half over. Trepidation never fails to overtake me as I walk in a city hall. Paranoia. The bad feelings from meeting with Bruno still linger in the innermost nooks and crannies of my mind, the dark corners spreading and sticking to the walls of my skull like mold. I feel like it'll take over and nothing good will remain. The ginger at the desk nods a greeting. He doesn't like me much. "What's up, Andy the secretary?" I smirk as his feathers bristle. And no, I didn't used to poke the bear, but I stopped giving a shit when someone dislikes me for no reason. It didn't take me long to figure he's got a chip on his shoulder about something he probably considers a woman's job. Me, a woman, being proactive to make the world better, unintentionally being labeled a hero in the process, while he's stuck here filing paperwork. What he doesn't realize, however, is his job is important too. I know he organizes supply trips and supply inventory. He also keeps track of the housing units and renovation or any maintenance they might need. He assigns certain people for tasks. To me, his job is way more significant. It might be a behind the scenes, a thankless occupation, but it's necessary in order for us to do our missions. Missions we've been slacking at lately. His mouth pinches. Office/project manager, you're welcome very much. Smartass. I've tried thanking him for what he does on numerous occasions, but it pisses him off. He takes it as condescending. He's much happier with me giving him reason to hate me. I shrug. Tomato, tomato. Unamused, he shuffles some papers to look busy. Nostos is the only one here, but he'd like to speak with you. I perk a smidgen. Nostos proves easier to deal with when he's alone. I smile. Fantastic. When I try to move down the hall, he clears his throat meaningfully. I sigh and go about their procedure. Palming the .22 pocket pistol from the waistband on my backside, I remove the 8-round mag and rack the slide to show him the empty chamber. The gun's strictly for a just-in-case scenario. I used to scoff at the tiny firearm. I mean, I've seen rat turds bigger than the ammo, but a bullet is a bullet. A well-placed shot to the head and you're dead, as Glinda says. It's her favorite to carry, and no wonder, because when I have one on me, I can easily forget it's there from the compact size. Anything else? I pause, considering. Fuck it. I remove my boot blade with a huff and bang it on the desk. He nods, dismissing me, but instead I loom over him. His eyes widen, either in surprise, fear, or both. I don't know. I'd switch places with you in a heartbeat, you know. With that, I leave him leering after me. Knocking once, I open the door to the conference room the council uses as their office. Computers sit on top of the table, filing cabinets line the far wall, manila envelopes overflow in wire baskets. I know what lies within those envelopes. I haven't left a sheet of paper or hard drive unturned in this damn place, but, much like me, they hide all the good stuff. Can! Hannah springs to her feet from beside her dad. She's 17 and grown into her own. Her black hair flows down her back and emphasizes her new womanly curves. He pins her a dangerous look, and she immediately sits. What are you doing out of school? I ask. She doesn't answer, but looks at Nastas for permission. He answers for her. She's been dismissed for the day for smarting off, so now she'll learn the consequence. Go to the break room. Give us 10 minutes. She grumbles and peeks at me, red-faced. I give her a half smile in sympathy, remembering those days all too well. The door shuts behind her, and Nastas sighs. Please sit. I'm going through a list of names who could help fix the irrigation system. There's no running water on the north side of town. I plop in the spinning chair. Oh man, they must think the world's ending. He leans back and studies me for a long minute. Where's John? My insides freeze, but I shrug. At home? Nastas's hair gleams from the sun shining through the window as he shakes his head. They never admitted him into the city, last night or this morning. I'm not sure who he rode with, but I'll ask. Maybe wait a while longer, see if he shows. He can't be far behind. It's normal for the team to arrive in separate spurts. We plan it that way for this purpose. You do that. He leans forward, placing his elbows on the table. You didn't find any survivors. I shake my head, sliding the folded envelope to him with my fingertip. The details. Instead of looking at the report, he moves it to the side. The others are doing labs on the zombie. I'll keep you posted on any new findings. He sounds about as confident as I feel on the matter. The virus has never been a real interest for him anyway. His benevolence blinds him to the bigger picture. They're helping, but they'd be doing the ultimate task by prioritizing research more. When I meet his gaze, he stares at me in a probing way. Suspicious? Or am I paranoid? His eyes tighten. Barely, but I catch it. I force myself not to fidget under the scrutiny. I'm sure I can bite some skin on my finger, or a piece of loose denim I could pick from my shorts. What? I ask, narrowing my own eyes. I think we need to look at some compounds. The rest of the council agrees. We have a place in mind. Why does it seem like he's trying to distract me? I don't like it. At all. I slacken my face a bit, going into neutral mode. Where? Bring your team in tomorrow after you talk at the school at 10 tomorrow morning. An excited squeal comes from the hallway. I expect Gnostus's lips to thin as he shakes his head at his eavesdropping daughter, but he sends me a tiny smirk, his eyes gleaming like polished cherry wood. Damn it. He knew Hannah was listening in, and now I can't back out. Fine. It's a little early, but I go to the fitness center, which is right outside of my neighborhood. I grab my pack, removing the bow and heading inside the open double doors. Craig has the blinds shuttered as to keep the sun out. It gets hot in here. He spots me from his office through the little window and grins. Hey, he greets. I stop at the doorway, handing over the bow. His smile turns mischievous. Now I don't have any excuse to hound you. Right, I snip, and head further down the hallway toward the locker room. I think I'll get in a swim before Sam gets here. You sparring? He follows me. I nod. I'll spar with you until he shows. I won't go easy on you. He smiles. Good. I've been practicing. I drop my pack, heading to the mat without a backward glance. He shoves me forward and I fall to my knees. That was... He jumps on top of me, not giving me a chance to complain about his dirty tactics. I elbow him in the gut. He grunts, trying to grab my hands, but I grab for his neck and shoulder, flipping him over me. His back hits the mat. I move to stand, but he wraps his arms around my waist. He pulls me on top of him, and before I know it, he kisses me. I freeze for a second before I push off and sucker punch him in the nose. Shit! He holds his nose. His eyes widen as he sneezes snot and blood. Fuck! No, fuck you, Craig. As soon as I get to the hallway, a hand wraps around my arm. Wait a minute. I stare at his offending hand with a scowl, and then remove it with a jerk of my elbow. What? He's holding his balled-up shirt to his nose, and he tosses it away. Blood smears his face, and a little more trickles out. He rubs the back of his neck. Did I do something wrong? I guess I forgot what happened to you in Tennessee. I didn't mean to trigger your, I glare, crossing my arms and going with this. If he thinks I'm scared of sex, if he thinks he won't get any, then maybe he'll go elsewhere. I've got issues stacked higher than the 7 summits put together. So, maybe you die from lack of oxygen? It is what it is, so now you can focus your efforts on someone else. He shakes his head. God, you're so cold. He palms the wall, tilting his head for a second before meeting my gaze again. Don't you think I would if I could? I don't want anyone else can. I shake my head. I didn't do anything to lead you on. He barks a laugh. You've got to be joking. I'm not. Now, if you'll please leave me alone. You kissed me back. Again. He moves closer, and I turn my head the other way, freezing when I see Sam standing at the end of the hallway. Craig leans near my ear, not knowing about our audience. I think you're scared. She asked you to leave her alone. Sam speaks, stalking our way. His devil's lock is in a little bun on the top of his head, ready to spar. Craig backs away, not taking his eyes off me. Sam's eyes blaze at him, but he doesn't care. Craig shoots an unconcerned look at Sam and leaves. Sam pushes me into the locker room. What did you do? Nothing. I sit on the concrete bench and slouch against a locker. Bull. You kissed him, apparently. I think the again part means more than once. No judgment laces his tone, but contemplation as he sits across from me. I shake my head. Did you not see the bloody nose? You think I did that for fun? He goes silent for a long moment. You know, it might be a good idea. I give him the side eye. I'm afraid to ask what you mean. He kicks his feet out in front of him. crossing at the ankles. Having a boyfriend side piece. That's a terrible idea. It might get the council. I know why you have the idea. It's bad. Okay, I get it. I sigh. Craig's annoyingly persistent. I've done nothing with Craig I don't do with Sam or Reese. Do you? Because he's delusional and mistook my sarcastic joking as flirting. When I figured it out, I stopped, but by then he'd already set his sights on me. A night of tequila and lost inhibitions. A night the notebooks weren't working. I've been missing him so bad. Tears start trailing my cheeks for more than the situation, but for everything. And the doubt. It creeps in with absence, especially when we don't communicate in that absence. In the past 5 years, I've gotten to know Rudy, not only from what he tells me, but from what others tell me. I'm not perfect, but Rudy isn't either. Gwen's tried her best to keep my mind at ease, sharing her experiences with Mac's father and giving me strength. But comparing our situations is like comparing a fish and a dolphin. A little the same, but not really. In the end, Rudy and I might have chosen this, but we were manipulated and backed into a corner. We now live on stolen moments. A few nights at a time. Months apart without talking. I have too much shit to worry about already, and I hate piling these emotions on top of that. That's why you've stopped drinking, he states out of nowhere. I nod, covering my face with my hands. I need to keep my wits about me, yes. And my mother always drowned herself in alcohol, but I keep those thoughts to myself. I don't think you did anything wrong, he says, still thinking I feel bad for whatever happened between Craig and me. I mean, I wasn't there, but shit happens. Your situation sucks. You're decently attractive in a hippie, helter-skelter sort of way, I guess. Everyone thinks you're single. You spend a lot of time here. I peek through my hand, and he's gazing into space, ticking his fingertips. You're funny. A smartass. Talented. Can you blame the guy for making a move? I scowl, and he grins. And you can kick some serious ass. That's hot. I mean, you've given me a stiff. His smile widens at my glare, and he throws his hands up. Just kidding. He sing-songs, winking a squinty eye at me. And besides, if the incident made you stop drinking, maybe it was meant to happen. He grabs the handle of the door. Hurry so we can spar. Thanks, Sam, I say, wanting him out of here. No, thank you. For what? For not crying anymore. You're an ugly crier, and I never want to see it again. With that, he's gone into a swoosh of the door, leaving me with my guilt. Not over Craig. I have done nothing wrong, but because I feel ashamed for being so weak. Weak over a man hundreds, possibly thousands of miles away. He's my weakness. The guilt for feeling ashamed of my weakness, of my humanity, crushes me. A weakness used against me. When I get home later, I'm enervated from sparring and swimming myself into exhaustion. But I try for the general again. If we have any chance of going to another compound, I need him in my corner, but I don't get an answer again. Tapping my finger against my lip, I wonder about the possibility of a silence 2 nights in a row. It's strange, and it gives me an uneasy feeling. If I knew for sure Rudy wasn't there, I'd give it another day. Yes, he's supposedly on another mission, but I don't truly know where he is. I never do until I see him, and he tells me himself. I hop to my feet and go across the street, but instead of Reese's house, I go through his backyard to the next street over. The houses here are smaller with flat roofs. They always look weird to me. I bang on the side door, not caring if I'm interrupting anything. All the lights are off inside. I give it another whack right before it opens, and the porch light flares to life. Sam doesn't look happy as he crosses his huge arms. His hair casts a shadow over his face and neck. You're not here to cry anymore, are you? He asks, searching for any signs of my female tears. He's nearly naked and grunts a sound of disapproval as I slide past him and slam the door closed. We're drenched in darkness, but a voice comes from the end of the hall. What's wrong, Can? Light bathes Maya when she turns it on, illuminating her creamy coffee skin. She tightens her hold on the sheet covering her body at the look on my face. Heard from your father lately? It reeks of sex in here. Mago would not approve, and at the beginning of their relationship, We all worried for Sam. You know she can put spirits inside rotting corpses, right? I'd asked him a few years ago when she came to live here. He shrugged. Someone needs to keep an eye on her. I get laid. Win-win. Maya abandons all modesty and walks into the living room. No, should I have? When's the last time you talked to him? I don't know. I talked to my brother a few weeks ago. Dad was in Louisiana. Why? The floor feels like it falls from underneath me, and my body stays upright by floating. Taking a deep breath, I share a loaded glance with Sam. He shifts on his bare feet. Try to call him, please. If it doesn't work, try to get in touch with anyone. Sitting at the kitchen table, I wait with bated breath as she goes to the back of the house to where she has her own satellite phone. My hands clench into fists as they bounce with my knees. Sam brings me some water in a homemade pottery mug with strawberries painted on it. I place it on the table. He leans against the counter, playing with the strip of hair he had in a hair tie earlier today. Now it hangs in his face, gelled to a point in a devil's lock style. Very misfits of him. I notice the strawberry statue as the table centerpiece, along with strawberry salt and pepper shakers. Huh? I peek around. I've been in here a few times to get Sam for meetings. Even then, I only saw the living room. Bright pinks and reds decorate everything. The kitchen is a subtle explosion of the bright red berry. Strawberry pot holders, strawberry canisters, strawberries are stenciled on the cabinets. Red rugs. My mother would roll over in her grave. I snort. It looks like Strawberry Shortcake had a long night with tequila and then puked her strawberry guts out in here. Sam looks around as if he never really paid attention to it. Yeah, I guess it does. The more he takes in, the more taken aback he seems. What the? I grin, glad to relieve a little tension, and immediately start thinking of clever ways to write this down for Rudy. I'm not sure if it's hilarious or sad. Sam and Maya have lived together for a while now. All you need is a ruffled apron, with a cherry print to mix it up. He purses his lips, causing his septum piercing to move upward. I could rock it. I almost laugh, but Maya comes into the kitchen fully clothed. She shakes her head. Nothing. We need a team meeting. Now. Chapter 4. Dead silence meets me when I relay my findings a half hour later, including what Nastas told me about a new mission. I pace my living room, passing Reese, Glenda, Sander, Sam, and Maya into the kitchen and then back again. Besides Bunyan, this is what our original group has been reduced to. Ty opted out after the Seattle disaster, right around the time his girlfriend, Felicia, became pregnant. We lost Thomas in a freak accident when we started building the treehouse. Try Stevenson again, Sander says, who knows nothing even though he takes orders from the U.S. coalition. The general recruited him right after he recruited Rudy. Sander is stationed here to aid us, to keep a watchful eye on the council, and a soldier, Cam Wells, who flips sides to spy for the council. Wells thinks he's got one over on the general, but I've seen firsthand how Stevenson plays him like a fiddle. I did while I was waiting on you guys to get here. Reese looks doubtful. Maybe you're overreacting. I'm not. The words sound forceful and on edge. I take a deep breath to calm myself. Something happened. He always picks up. Always. Because he needs me in his pocket to stay under wraps from the revolutionists. As long as they think, oh look, it's just Kansas City Sunshine Moore, so cute with her little boomstick, then Stevenson can get away with important intel the revolutionists think I can do nothing with. They think all I do is come in, kidnap survivors, and destroy the place. I used to think they couldn't be that oblivious, but after 5 years, maybe they really do see me as a pesky little fly in their pie. Reese holds up his hands. All right. So what do we do about it? Kyle and I can do some finagling to see if they're online. If not, I stop pacing because it seems to make everyone edgy. Kyle is my main information tech guy, and one I keep close, but not too close. I met him at the compound in Montana. He informed the team we have people all over the globe ready to join our cause, and he's helped come in contact with a bunch of them. Kyle also does IT work for the council, in our favor, and I don't want them on to him. We need to go there. Maybe I can get the council to rush a mission trip and we can sneak in our own mission without them knowing. After a few long minutes, Reese speaks again. Maybe waiting is our best bet. Don't you think this will be the first place Rudy will go? And if something happened to him, what then? I don't want to waste time. Then half of us go and half of us stay, he says. I pause at the simple logic. He has a point. Sierra Vista will be the first place Rudy appears when he can, and I want to be here if that happens. But I know they need me to get to the general. Unless... Sander can go. Maya too. So, Sam, you're going on the trip. Maya opens her mouth to speak, but Sander talks over her. No way. I stay with you, Chingona. Besides, this will look weird to the council. I glare, anger bursting forth. What the fuck, Sander? Just go. Why are you always Chingona this, Chingona that? One would think he harbors romantic feelings towards me, but I know that's not the case. He shakes his head with determined eyes. It's the way it is. I face him toe to toe. He doesn't like me above him, so he stands, meeting my glare. I don't care what kind of deal you and Rudy have going, but I can take care of myself. The flash of surprise across his face confirms my intuition. I've let it go on this long because it gives Rudy a peace of mind, but this is different. You're going. I grit out with no room for argument. Fine, Chingona. Just give me the word and I'll be ready. Sander pushes past me toward the front door. When it slams behind him, I sit on the couch, feeling the weighted stares of the rest of my team. I clear my throat and assign duties for everyone to prepare. Sam gets to his feet. Want me to send Kyle over? He's working and coming straight here after. I'm thinking you guys can leave in 2 days. A few minutes later, Sam and Maya leave. Glinda eyes me. He's okay, Sugar. Reese nods. Don't let your emotions get the best of you can. We need to plan. Gather facts. We can't rush this. Dex jumps next to me, purring. His little feet massage my thigh and the couch before curling into a ball. I run my fingers through his thick fur. He peeks his eyes open as if to tell me, it'll all be okay. I can blame General Stevenson all I want, but with martial law in effect, he's doing the best he can at what he thinks is best for this country under a global bioterrorism catastrophe. When it comes down to it, Rudy and I chose to keep things how they are. He came back for me when he found out the general would keep me busy on missions despite their deal. It had been 3 months since we were drugged and taken to Birmingham. I'd woken one night with the distinct feeling of someone watching me. I knew it was Rudy, but didn't understand why he didn't show himself. I walked outside naked to get him to talk to me. 2 nights later, I was exhausted from training and more than a little pissed off at being knocked on my ass. I undressed for a shower and let my internal wounds bleed for a few minutes in the privacy of the steam, the hot water washing away my tears so I couldn't see how many I'd shed. After drying off, I felt like crawling down the hall, one thing at a time. I needed to get clothes, lie in bed to mentally list why I put myself through this every day, and then masturbate, hoping beyond hope that'd help me sleep. When I'd finally made it into my bedroom, adrenaline shot through my system again. Rudy sat nonchalantly on the bed, with his elbows resting on his knees, poking through the frayed holes of his jeans. Elation came into my being, and the buoyancy I felt was indescribable. But it was all replaced with anger. The desolation and heartache I just released, still close under the surface. And the fact he'd probably heard me? It was too much. My face heated. I stalked a few steps, his eyes widening as I balled my fist and swung it low. I connected under his chin, feeling his teeth snap together. I launched myself on top of him before he could recover. Why? I huffed with another swing, but he dodged at the last second. I grunted in frustration and used my other fist, which he evaded just as easily. Tears threatened my eyes when I smelled him, earthly and fresh, a different soap than I remember, but still uniquely Rudy. Finally, I slapped him across the face. My palm stung as I paused my assault at seeing his shit-eating grin. His eyes crinkled at the corners, not quite hiding his own lack of sleep and worry. You're enjoying this? Disbelief colored my tone. He shrugged, smiled wider, and gripped my thighs. You aren't even trying to stop me. You can do whatever you want to me when you're naked, darling. I bit my lips together to keep from smiling. His playful nature and his endearment for me melted my heart right then. After 3 months of building my armor again, apparently didn't work where he was concerned. It was hard to stay mad when he said exactly the right thing. I clenched his t-shirt in my hands. Why did you do it? The room suddenly flipped, and I landed on my back. The sight of him on top of me brought a rush of the flutters, as if he alone had access to tickling my insides. I'd missed him, in more ways than one, but my pride was on the line now. He tried to pin my wrists, but I bucked and struggled. His knees maneuvered between my legs, gasped at the feel, heady. I didn't truly want to hurt him, but he wasn't breaking a sweat or breathing hard. My knuckles throbbed from hitting his concrete jaw. The current position wasn't affecting him. Bastard. I huffed, going slack. You finished? The deep whisper was meant to allure and seduce. He released me by skimming his hands down the sensitive underside of my arms, leaving goosebumps in their wake. It pissed me off he was ignoring my question. He had another thing coming if he thought it'd be easy. No. I went for him again and tried to shove him off. Bad move. I hit at an angle. My wrist flared with fresh agony, but he didn't know, holding them tighter. I wiggled underneath him, but he pinned me to the mattress harder. I heaved a pained yelp. We stilled in shocked silence. He let go, but didn't move from his place between my legs. I cradled my arm against my chest. Not that it doesn't get me going, but don't be mad at me. His words hit my cheek. His fingertips traced my arm and gently wrapped around my wrist. And what's wrong with your wrist? Answer my question, Rudy. He blew a breath, then told me about Waking in Birmingham, the deal he struck with the general, all the intense training, how he doesn't know exactly what they'll be doing yet, and how the unit came here for another recruit, but he didn't know who it was until the other night. Sander. My lips tightened. You had to have known I'd keep it at myself because of the council. He rubbed a hand down his face. Yes, at the very least you'd keep gathering survivors from compounds. I knew that. I'm not stupid. But he'd have found a way to get what he wanted anyway. Plus, do you ever wonder what Mac was going to tell you? I sucked in a ragged breath. All the time. What if I could find out? You would have done the same thing. I couldn't argue with him. He tapped my wrist with his thumb as if to prompt me. I broke it while I was still in Tennessee. It flares in pain from time to time. He met my gaze. I relaxed at the softness there. When you killed Guido? And Dalton. These facts might be something keeping me awake at night, but I didn't regret them. More silence ensued as we tried to gather our thoughts and feelings. So you were here the other night. My words cracked, remembering. I searched his eyes, the greens and browns swirling with emotion. You wanted me to know. He nodded and touched the puffiness around my eyes. Maybe seeing my own misery? My pulse pounded inside of my wrist as he brought it between our faces to kiss. My ill mood long gone, I released a gush of air and threw my arms around him. Sorry, I whispered against the skin of his neck. He pushed back to smile a little as his gaze roamed my face, shaking his head. I don't want to wallow right now. The next thing I knew, he sat up and I was in his lap. I moved my legs to straddle and wrap around his waist. He skimmed my bare legs with his hot palms and sucked in a breath. Arms finally encircled me. His fingertips gripped my lower back. I kissed his upper lip. Just a brush. I need you. My hoarse voice hung in the air between us. The moonlight from the window reflected in his eyes. Electric heat, sizzling and quick, shot through my body from wherever he touched me. I trailed my hands over his shoulders. He closed his eyes as if savoring the feel of me. His eyes popped open, and he smiled. How hard was it to say that? I imagine vomiting glass shards would have been easier. He laughed. The rich sound had a fathomless effect on me. And then my hands were everywhere, wanting and needing to be close. I fumbled as I ran my fingertips through his hair, skimmed his scruff and lips. His actions were of a man who knew what he needed and had a confidence he wouldn't be refused. He flipped me to the bed. A belt buckle rattled, and a zipper unzipped, and then we were lost. After, my forehead rested on his shoulder with our fingers laced. We panted from exertion. Sweat covered our bodies like early morning dew. His body started shaking, and when I realized he was laughing, I followed his gaze. Dex perched on the nightstand, watching us with impervious eyes. I laughed a little. He's not impressed. We couldn't wait 15 minutes before having sex. Yeah, well, he murmured, squeezing my hand. I wasn't expecting you to be so forward. I met his gaze. The overwhelming joy was a stark contrast to the past 3 months of emotional torture. I wasted so much time. I let my fear of losing you drive me. I sighed as the surprise of our reunion dissipated. Not that I'm complaining, but why tonight and not... You mean, why didn't I come at you while you were doing laundry in the middle of the night? Couldn't sleep, I shrugged, grinning. I had hung my sheet on the clothesline in the backyard, in the buff, but he never came out. My smile dropped, and I had to look away from his intense gaze. I also hid in the shadows and cried. I needed to watch myself, but I needed to see you. I had a feeling Stevenson wouldn't hold up his end of the deal, especially when he didn't allow us to talk. What does he have you doing? I sure as hell can't get any straight answers. Doing what we did in Montana. Gathering anything we can and destroy labs. You're right about Nastus. The council's more focused on survivors. I told him about Kyle's correspondence with others interested in joining us, and my plan that would benefit us. Not just the coalition or the council. My plan to use them as much as they use us. I shook my head. And they'll figure out Sanders missing. I don't care, Can. Leaving you in Birmingham was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. He stared at the ceiling. I could practically see his wheels turning. Maybe everything happens for a reason, right? I like to think so. We have a few options. He looked at me in a probing way. We could leave, make our own place, and let them deal with the shit on their own. I'd already thought about this, long and hard. It was kind of scary he brought it up. What about the team? And Gwen, and Julie, and Ariella? You should see them. They're healthier, safe. We can't ask them to live like we were, Rudy. I know. I'm voicing our choices. If we left, they could also hold me accountable for desertion if the country ever gets back in a collective order. He'd be looking over his back for the rest of his life. I winced, not willing to think about that. It'd be inevitable, so not really a choice. But making a place of our own would be. I sat up. What are you saying? I'm saying, if I wanted to be in the fucking military, I'd have signed up right out of high school. So if I'm going to do it, we're doing it our way. You said Kyle's been chatting with others who want to help us, right? I nodded. I get where you're going with this, but it'll be hard on us the most, yes. He grabbed my hand and placed it over his heart, watching my face. Have I ever thanked you for helping Julie? I didn't really... I was repaying you for helping me. You could have left me wrapped around that tree. You didn't. That's not the only reason. You're going to Clarksville anyway. Why? I shrugged. At the time, I wanted to know what was really going on there, but then, shifting on the bed, I pulled the sheet over my leg and twisted at a corner. I needed to be useful, I guess. I wanted to be the person my father raised me to be. And then he smiled a smile, the one that made me feel like I needed sunglasses. I scoffed, but it turned into a sigh. I guess there's only one choice. We need to finish what we started. Still smiling, he nodded. My commanding officer knows I'm here. What? And he doesn't care. He'll help us with leave any time, I'm sure of it. I've spent the past 3 months hating our situation, but I think we can use it to our advantage. I was already forming ideas. We could. It'll take time. You'll have to feel everything out before we can make any concrete decisions. He agreed, threading his fingers through my hair near my scalp. It's you and me, darling. Now Dex startles, breaking me from my memory, and when Kyle walks through the front door with his pack of equipment. Rudy and I didn't know at the time how harrowing it would be on us. We had an idea, sure, but honestly, if I could go back, I wouldn't change a thing. Kyle yawns. I'll set up and see what I can do. I'll make the coffee and be right in and tell you what I know. I watched him trudge down my hallway to the spare bedroom. We need to be more aggressive, and I need to talk to Rudy. It's been too long. Plans take time to execute, and when you're trying to keep multiple parties happy, it takes longer. An odd smell spurs me to grab for my gun in its holster under my bed. I strain to listen. The eerie silence brings a low pitch ringing to my ears. My blood pumps and heart pounds. The odor is well past the grave, like rotten dirt, maggots, and desecrated skulls left over from long decayed carcasses. My feet hit the cold floor, colder than normal, and the chill seeps into my skin, into my bones. When I walk from my bedroom, I'm no longer in my house, but I am. A translucent veil mutes my surroundings. The gun disappears from my grip. My toes sink deep into damp earth, and the smell becomes stronger. Awareness strikes me. A presence near. I spin, coming face to face with Mago. He moves his lips, but nothing comes out. His face is ghastly, losing vibrancy right before my eyes. "What?" I ask, but a high-pitched ring breaks out. I scream, throwing my hands over my ears. His skin starts to collapse in a time-lapse decomposition. Icy dread splinters through me, as if all my veins are being flash-frozen. When the skin on his face dries, it falls from stark white bone. Dirt and larvae drop from the orifices. Something wiggles, and I shiver. Swallowing hard, I glimpse maggots turning over and over, squirming in a mass below my feet and through my toes. I jump back, bumping into something that grabs me. I gasp as a famished snarl comes through loud and clear. So vivid, I feel the breath on my neck, right on the spot where I'm sure my pulse beats heavy from my skin. My stomach turns with acid as I whirl to the source of the smell. I lurch from my bed. Air heaves from my lungs. Sweat coats my body as I throw myself in front of the toilet, vomiting thin strands of bile. My whole being still shuddering from the nightmare. Spitting one last time, I move to the sink. My hand still shakily holding my weight. I can barely splash cold water on my face, even though I feel like I need to drown myself in disinfectant. What the fuck was that? Whatever it was, it's not good. Moving my body is pretty much impossible. Fatigue at the highest power has settled into my limbs, no matter how much coffee I drink. But even if I try from where shut-eye, I won't be able to. No way. The Coalition's systems are still running. Kyle and I found out last night. I'm still not able to communicate with Stevenson, so my plans are to hasten the Birmingham trip to today. I don't think I'll be able to sleep again until I decipher what's going on. Not after last night. I was thinking about something. I casually mentioned to Reese the next morning, following him around his greenhouse we built out of the old windows. It's large and used for fruit trees that require little maintenance. Gorgeous greenery grows everywhere. The balmy air smells of dirt, and if not for the whiff of marijuana, I think the dirt odor would make me sick. He grows easy things since we travel, and whatever he harvests, he shares with the team. The top windows are open, so a nice breeze flows through. I run my hand over some waxy leaves. "Yeah? What's up?" He stops, bending over to check something out. He digs, uncovering a greenish potato and then covering it back up. He moves on to something else. "I think Sanders, Sam, and Maya need to leave sooner than later. It won't take them long to get to the..." He cuts me off with his hand and stands, spinning to face me. "Today?" He raises his bushy eyebrows that automatically hide beneath his shaggy salt and pepper hair. "Yeah, I mean, early this afternoon. I can help with whatever." It's true. I couldn't sleep after the dream, so I did a lot of thinking and planning. They can be back before we go to another compound. Besides, I don't want to plan anything until I know Rudy is safe. I have a feeling it's not him I need to be worried about, though. Reese breaks into a grin. "I'm sure you would." He turns to whatever plant he was coddling before. "You know, Hannah came to see me this morning." My stomach sinks, and I'm sure my face drains of color. Damn it. "To make sure you don't back out of a certain obligation?" "Reese, seeing what's happening in Birmingham is way more important. Finding Rudy is way more important." "We've all done it." "Your turn." He sings songs. I sigh. "You're missing my point." "No, I'm worried about him too. I think we should stick with our original plan. Rushing is never good, remember?" Something crashes near the rear of the greenhouse. I spin, pulling the pocket pistol from the small of my back, and scan through the abundance of leaves. Making it to the back, a tray of seedlings scatter the floor. I take in the dirt and the waving leaves of plants. None of them are broken, however. My eyes narrow down the passage of plants. I step forward. "I'll pick it up." I jump and turn to Reese. Putting my finger to my lips, I whisper, "Someone's in here." I point to the now still plant. He rolls his eyes. No one's in here. The tray probably hit it on the way down. He pushes me into the middle aisle toward the door. You're trying to get out of going to school. At his words, I stop, and my face falls. Please switch with me. You're good at talking to them. I'll do whatever you want for a year. Throw me in the middle of a horde of famished as bait or something. Don't make me do this. I might sound a little desperate as I pick a leaf and start ripping it to shreds. I drop it when he frowns at what I'm doing. He walks me to the door and speaks when we get there. As humorous as your begging is, we're not ready, so we'll keep with the timeline. They leave at midnight, as planned. I throw my hands in the air. There's way too much shit going on. I have too much on my mind, too much to do. So you think you're too good to handle the little stuff? Is that it? He stares me down, daring me to keep arguing. No. I glance to make sure we're alone. I think Mago tried contacting me last night. His eyes flash in interest. How? A dream. I rub my arms. I still feel dirty, like the maggots are under my skin. Like I could slice open my wrists and they'd writhe through the wound with pus and blood. I shudder. I know he tried. He couldn't. It was off. Something bad's going down. Reese watches my actions. He bites his lips together, and I know he won't ask me about the dream. He doesn't want to know. Dreams of Mago are never pleasant. I agree with you, he finally says. If Mago wanted to contact you under normal circumstances, he could have with no problems, but we need to sustain appearances. Them leaving in a hurry today would raise red flags. Too risky. Keep your head cool. But I take a much-needed calming breath, knowing he's right. He sighs. Imagine them all as Rudy in his underwear or naked. I don't care. He loves it when you get all awkward and stupid anyway. And for fuck's sake, Can, they're just teenagers. He forces me over the threshold and closes the door in my face. A shaky breath jitters from my lungs. Exactly. It hasn't been that long since I was one. All right, so it's been about 12 years, but I still remember what it was like. I'm sure the apocalypse hasn't changed them. As I come upon the school, I'm a bundle of nerves. The sun glints from the solar panels on the roof. Everything else going on gets shoved to the side. The fatigue burrows further as tension in my shoulders and neck. Speaking in front of people isn't exactly a forte of mine. Speaking in front of teenagers is downright dreadful. This school is smack dab in the middle of the neighborhood, and used to be an elementary school in the old life. An old life middle school and a high school aren't too far away, but both buildings would need a lot of energy to power. I park my dirt bike next to a rusted bicycle rack. 2 people stroll from the door, waving when they spot me. The team and I are like heroes in the eyes of this community. It's not something I enjoy, but begrudgingly agree it's necessary, no matter how much I don't like it. It's not my goal to gain this kind of attention. Kansas! We're so glad you're here. The students can't wait to pick your brain, the school organizer lady, Marilyn, informs me with a huge smile. A few heads peek from offices and classrooms within hearing distance. I laugh a little nervously, and her smile dips. I'm not late, am I? She shakes her head and points down a hall. You'll be in the high school wing. I'll call and get them ready in room 404. Before stepping into the wing, I can already smell the hormones. If Hannah is anyone to go by, they're big, breathing balls of know-it-all brains, puberty, and zits. I wipe my hands on my denim shorts. They all pile out of classrooms and head into one room. I follow as inconspicuously as I can, but who am I kidding? They see me, if their points and whispers are any indication. I pull back my shoulders and put pep in my step. Hannah smiles and waves, looking every bit of her father's worst nightmare. No wonder she gives Nastus borderline heart attacks daily. To prove my point, she motions to a tall guy in front of her and mouths, "That's him." My heart warms, remembering when I crushed on Malachi in high school. He'd been my only crush, but I never gave in to his advances. It took me a year to warm to the idea of having a boyfriend, or the hormones took longer for me than most girls to kick in. I'm glad Hannah has the chance to be a normal teenager. Realization hits me. I've been letting my emotions get the best of me lately. A reason for my sacrifices stares me in the face, happening all around me every day. I need to look on the bright side if I'm going to keep changing things. And maybe, just maybe, this was the real reason I didn't want to come here, to be reminded of the bigger picture. I exhale. Shame on me. For the first time in a while, I push away my worries and smile without prompting myself to do so. I smile at the future ahead of these guys. I waggle my eyebrows at Hannah, making her laugh before she walks into the room. When I get to the doorway, I stop dead in my tracks, causing someone to bump into me from behind. "Sorry," I mutter, and take in the various weapons and posters on the wall. I knew the school taught them basic self-defense, but I didn't understand the extent of it. Wow. Sparring mats line the floor in front of the room. "Our idea of gym class," a voice says behind me. I turn to another tall dude as he holds out his hand. "Kansas Moore. Nice to see you again." I shake it, remembering his face from town. Everyone's face is familiar, but it's hard to remember names when I'm gone half the time. "Daniel. Seattle." "Oh, yeah. That's right." He was a part of the group we gathered from the Seattle Revolutionist compound. Smiling, he ruffles his messy brown hair. "They all want your account of the train fiasco." He chuckles. I tell them about it all the time. "Ty's the train expert," I say, feeling my lightheartedness dim. The trip is the reason Ty pulled from the team. Losing him was like losing Mac. I'm still not over it, and he isn't either, because he's still not talking to us. The train fiasco is one way to put it, but all I remember is a crashed bus and days of pushing trains, cars, and debris off the rails to get over 300 people to Arizona safely. Not to mention the wood we had to chop for the train to work. My arms were sore for weeks, and my wrist, healed from when I broke it in Tennessee, flared in pain for months. In fact, we kept the train in case we need it for upcoming missions. I tell the students with a little more confidence, knowing what I can talk about now. I stare at the 50 young adults in front of me and swallow. Shit. Maybe not. My mind goes blank, and an awkwardness settles over the room. "Who cares about the train? Show us some self-defense moves," a voice says from the front row. I narrow my eyes at the kid as he scans my body. This is more like it. It's what I do best. Crossing my arms, I lift a brow. "You volunteering?" "Heck yeah." He stands. I peek at Daniel, silently asking for permission. He claps his hands together and then waves towards the mats. "Sure, this is different. Ought to be interesting." Excitement sweeps the room with whoops and whistles. Another genuine smile from me within a half hour. Things are looking up. I stretch my neck and arms, still feeling the fatigue. After a quick survey of my opponent, I could whip him in my sleep. He sends me a smirk, his body loose and relaxed. "Justin, my man, you're about to get your smirk wiped right off your face." Daniel laughs. Justin grins wider. I like the easy companionship Daniel has with his students. "We'll see what the old lady's got." I snort. "Old? Maybe." But I crack my knuckles. "Oh, Justin, I'm not a lady." Chapter 5. I'm smiling by the time I make it to City Hall. Reese and Glenda sit on the sidewalk sharing an ice cream cone like they're posing for some 1950s diner promo. Sam's leaning against the wall, still and brooding. "Someone's in a good mood," he comments, and if he wasn't wearing sunglasses, I'd be able to tell it if his eyes narrowed. I shrug, still happy in my earlier epiphany, but just as happy to keep it to myself. You know, kicking some ass always puts me in a better mood. "At the school?" Reese asks. I grin and nod. "Self-defense moves." Glenda laughs as Reese helps her stand. Leave it to Sugar to be beating on the kiddos. Andy watches us pile inside. He takes our weapons, my only one being the pocket pistol. Nostus appears from the hall. "This way, gang. We'll be in the bigger conference room." The council has 5 members, and in the past 5 years, 2 of them have changed. They sit side by side with notebooks at the ready. Nostus motions to the chairs across from them. "We're not sure what the zombie was about," he starts. "The genetic engineering of the virus is much the same, but a small strand is mutated. Gregory, a man with a thick scar dripping down his nose and lips, informs us. The zombie is his area of expertise, even though we've recruited lab techs from the compounds who have more knowledge than he does. His news isn't news." I look to my teammates. "Find a subject to test it on." 4 of the council members sigh. "We've been over this before. No people," Nostus says. Finality jars his tone. Gregory stills and voids his expression, as if he doesn't want to draw attention to himself. I lock eyes with him, but he gives nothing away. I didn't say a human subject. I direct my dry tone at Nostis, but I keep my eyes on Gregory. I'm willing to bet he voted for human testing. I'm also glad he didn't get his way. That would make us no better than the revolutionists. The Council have tested their recreated virus on zombies to see if it changes the zombie, but so far, it accelerates the life of the virus already in the zombie. What they don't know is, our theory is the revolutionists are mutating what they've already created. What we're trying to figure out is, how do they want to change it? We all have a different theory. Reese thinks they want them smarter. I think he plays too much Resident Evil with Robbie. Fran, our own tech, thinks they want the virus to work faster, change a person within seconds or minutes, and then slow down once the process completes. Maybe make it in a way the body stops decomposing. The whole thing gives me the heebies no matter what they're doing to it. I only had a few minutes in Dr. Finnegan's presence, but one thing he said stuck out to me and plays in a loop in my head sometimes. Kansas, the zombies won't last forever. They will die out. It had been the only thing he said with real, true confidence, but as though he wished it were different. Yeah, I hadn't been asking the right questions, but that I know is significant. Anything else? I ask. Nostis pauses a moment before shaking his head. That lab wasn't there for very long, and most evidence was damaged, therefore inconclusive. Just the log for the zombie. Nothing of interest? Nostis looks at Gregory to answer. He shakes his head. Nothing. They transported it from New York, so it had the same behavioral logs as we've studied ourselves of zombies from that region. I drum my fingers on the arm of the chair, willing myself to stay calm. I feel more than see Reese shift beside me. I say what they want me to say. That was a waste of time. Nostis nods. Therefore, we need to focus on survivors. We shouldn't worry about what the Coalition is doing. Let them worry about their job. I almost snort, but Nostis continues. All in favor of not wasting any more of our resources on non-survivor missions? He raises his hand, as do 3 others. Gregory reluctantly follows suit. My mouth drops open. It's closed for discussion, Kansas. I realize, belatedly, I should be more outraged, and I would be if we weren't researching the virus on our own. It's so quiet, a rodent scuffles somewhere. On to more important things, like helping people. This is all he cares about. More people for the town, more people to help, the better it is. The council spends the next hour figuring out where to go. During this time, I negotiate us leaving in 9 days. Plenty of time for Sander, Sam, and Maya to go to Birmingham, so I don't care where they send us. There are several places they suspect compounds. They steer toward the ones on the East Coast in warmer temperatures, which are compounds I've ruled out before in favor of more zombie-infested geographical locations. Jacksonville might be our best bet to save numerous survivors in one go, Nostis says. Great choice, the oldest council member speaks up. We have the means of taking on so many and a way to get them there. Reese clears his throat. Since that's where we come in, how are we getting them here? Nostis smiles. The train. The team and I swap uneasy glances. Tie. We burst from the front doors. I veer left and head into an alleyway. Sam? He's already shaking his head. No way. No way he'll do it. Sam's leaving tonight, Sugar. Glenn chews on her bottom lip, not caring about her lipstick. A sure sign this is all falling apart before our eyes. I nod. She's right. They're leaving during the night to avoid the council finding out. Okay, I'd rather you check on Rudy, Sam. I pace for a long moment. Okay. I'll convince Ty. You're going to get in touch with John? Reese asks me. The zombie at the chemical plant was from New York. So he caught that too, huh? So? Sam asks. I stop. In New York, I thought I'd come across a zombie I didn't sense. I tell him with quotations. I thought it was a fluke. Killed it before I could think about it. And then in Texas, I didn't feel the zombie in the vault before Mr. Nightshift blew its brains out. His eyes widen. You're sure? I know. It's crazy. Not crazy. I mean, welcome to our world. Sam flashes a cheesy grin. Point taken. I guess I'm so used to having the ability, I can't relate to not sensing them anymore. And to answer your question, Reese, we received a message last night. Everything in Colorado is gold so far. Bruno made it, and John will be in touch as soon as he finds out anything, but I should try to get in touch with them. Might be hard. Communication to Colorado is still tricky business. I look to each of them and point to City Hall, but I need to go in there tonight. And can? Reese asks, gesturing towards Sam. What now? Sam asks on a sigh. I scratch at my temple and tell them about my Mako dream. Sam's face slackens. Fuck. Copy that. Gwen's house is always comforting, except for the fact she has a million pictures of Mac and his older brother Ben sitting on every surface, and then a million more of Ben's family. When I walk in, she's at her stove with a dish towel over her shoulder. Steam rises from the pot she's stirring. I feel antsy, as if I shouldn't be there, like I should be doing other things. She sends me a smile. I'm making caramel to drizzle over a cake. Sounds delicious. Looking into her living room, she's got blankets and pillows piled on the couch. I take a minute to gaze at some photos. I finger a frame of Ben and Mac with their arms slung around each other and big smiles on their faces, still young and carefree. Ben looks eerily like Mac and Ben's two little girls. Gwen's jeans were dominant ones. Another photo of the two girls hold teddy bears in front of a Christmas tree, their blonde hair wild with curls. When I first saw the photo, I thought they were Ben and Mac as children. Julie and Ariella storm inside. Ariella sports her Little Mermaid pajamas, but she looks to be in a mood, not greeting me or Gwen. She huffs onto the couch with a pout. Julie sighs. She wants to dye our hair red. I laugh. Gwen made cake, I sign. I see her perk with interest, but she doesn't move. With caramel sauce. Her pout becomes a smile, and she hops up to patter into the kitchen. I think about telling Julie what's happening, but I decide against it until I figure what's really going on. No need for her to worry, too. A few minutes later, we are all snuggled on the couch, listening to Ariel's woes for more. Ariel has deduced life as so much more than materialistic junk. It seems worse with closed captioning. When she sings about it, Ella dances to the vibrations coming from the television. A huge smile smeared with caramel adorns her pretty face. Julie slaps my hand from my mouth. I send her a slight chagrined smile and peek at my fingers. They're raw and sore from constantly gnawing on them. Eventually, Julie gets Ella to calm down, and before I know it, my eyes are drooping. I sink further into the fluffy couch and cover myself with a blanket. Movement causes me to wake abruptly. Julie puts a finger to her mouth as she gathers a sleeping Ella to leave. It's officially dark outside. I help Gwen fold blankets and clean the kitchen. We're silent mostly. I think she's as drained as me. John will be back soon. She nods. He'll want to move there, won't he? If I'm anything, it's a realist. None of us will ever move there. Pipe dream if I'm honest with myself. The zombie apocalypse will never end. We need somewhere private without watchful eyes. Long minutes pass, and I turn to see her studying me. What? A small smile touches her lips. You've grown up too fast, Can. Now I smile. I had to. I'm pushing 30. Maybe you're pushing 30, but you're way too young to be so jaded. Everyone's jaded, Gwen. Even Ella. Shame on Julie for not dyeing her hair red. She shakes her head. Oh no, don't even think about it. I glance at her in confusion. She points to herself. Next time she's in my care, she's going home with Ariel hair, Kool-Aid style. We burst into laughter. I'm smiling more at seeing Julie irate about it more than anything. I'm doing it, she goes on. Not you, me. She'll be the happiest child ever. I say my goodbyes, walking home with thoughts of a little redhead Ariella. I need to wait a few hours before going into town for Operation Zombie Logs. My bones chill when I see my front door cracked open. I grab the .22 and bump the door open slowly. I don't have to scan the room because someone has made themselves at home. His head of white hair prominent through the dark over the couch. Relief pounds through my limbs, and I blow a breath. But still, keeping my gun pointed, I let him feel the barrel on the back of his head. Sitting at my house in the dark is a sure way of getting shot, old man. He sniffs. Put it away. Rolling my eyes at his authoritative tone, I circle the couch and realize Dex lies in his lap. Purring it up. Traitor. I focus on Stevenson. What's happened? He nods, almost unnoticeable. I jump, excited but startled when I see a man move from the shadows. But then I recognize who it is. Ugh, anyone but him. His arm flashes, capturing me. Somehow, some way, I see the gleam of the needle and my instincts kick in. My arm darts back, grabbing him by the neck as I bash my head into his. His grip loosens in surprise, and I impel my elbow in his ribs. The needle clatters to the floor, and I shove him into the wall, and pictures fall and glass shatters. I gain space and take a stance. What the fuck is this? I yell. Calm down, Moore. We're wasting time. I don't let the general distract from the pig in front of me. He smiles as though entertained right before rushing my midsection. I tense, but at the last second, he fakes me out and slams his fist into my face, catching my left eye and the bridge of my nose. The pain stuns me as a gush of fluid trickles from my nostrils. Then I'm airborne on his shoulder, but I use my weight for an elbow to the neck. He groans and wobbles, but he keeps his grip on me. Panic starts in and I struggle, kicking and flailing my arms. Put me down! My foot finally connects with something, and by the sound he makes, it's his groin. He falls forward, and I land on my ass in front of him. I spit blood that dripped into my mouth and his eyes. Both of my boots snap forward for a satisfying kick to his face, and I revel in the sound of it. He crashes into the coffee table, splintering wood. Flight time. I barely make it to the entryway before he's on top of me and pins me with his massive body. His hot breath huffs in my ear as he tries to hold my arms. I use my head again, but he's waiting for it this time and puts me in a painful headlock by tilting my head backward. I curse myself for trying to run. I had him, damn it. Fresh anger surges through me. Flattening my palms to the floor, I push with a renewed burst of adrenaline. The desired effect scores. Chauncey's lower body slips to the side, unable to grip me with his thighs. His hold loosens on my neck, and I'm able to slide onto my butt. He twists my left arm behind my back. As pain shoots through my upper body, I use my right arm to wrench his head down and smash his face into my knee. This gives me an out, and I take it, twisting and throwing myself on his back. I bash his head against the floor with a loud crack. He screams when I press my fingertips in his eye sockets. General Stevenson's legs walk into my line of sight, but I press my knee into Chauncey's back with a battle cry. An arm comes around my neck, and my head is wrenched backward. Chauncey takes this opening to roll away with a grunt. No! No! I renew my struggles. Blood spatters from my nose at my efforts to breathe. I feel the sharp jam of the syringe and groan from the pain. But bastard! I gargle, and then nothing. Chapter 6. I groan and roll over on a stiff cot. My body aches like I've sparred for 10 hours straight, but at least I'm used to it. The bottom side of my face is stiff with dry blood. It cracks when I stretch my mouth. A throb comes from my eye as I hesitantly feel its puffiness. It's swollen shut. Shit. Chauncey. He enjoyed whacking me in the face way too much, but at least I held my own. When I'm finally able to sit, I glance around. I'm inside a huge canvas tent erected with thick steel poles. I can tell it's still dark out. Stevenson sits in a metal chair, watching me. I glare at him the best my swollen eye will allow. I hate you. A lot of things have changed, Miss Moore, and I needed to speak with you in a secure location. His drawn brow and casual appearance divulge he's been to hell and back, wearing khaki shorts and a t-shirt. No, you wanted to show your power over me. He levels me with an unreadable expression. You've been training. I ignore his statement and focus on something more important. My team will think something bad happened to me. Not to mention, Sander and Maya are leaving at midnight for Birmingham. We thought something bad happened there since I hadn't been able to get a hold of you. I need to tread carefully. The General has no idea how much I trust my team, my family. He has no idea they all know I've been working for him and that Rudy is alive. He gestures to a trunk beside the cot, or more to the water and pills on top of it. I take the offering, but keep my good eye on him. My station was attacked by revolutionists 2.5 weeks ago. The edges of his eyes tighten as I try to keep myself in check at the news. It no longer exists. I suck in a shuddering breath and ball the sleeping bag into my fists. Where's Rudy? He scans my reactions. How do you feel right now? Swallowing, I shake my head, not wanting to think the worst and not wanting to voice it. He looks at his lap and licks his lips. Relating to you is something I never thought possible. The realization keeps me up at night. His gaze meets mine, letting me know something awful has happened. Just spit it out. After sighing, he goes on. Stationed in Edgewood, Vermont. Such extreme relief pours through my limbs, it makes me go slack, and I hold myself up with my arms. A few long minutes stretch as he stares into space. I've known him for 5 years, and like everyone else, he's age 20. Something dawns on me. The revolutionists know we're working together. He stares at me for so long, I don't think he'll answer, but he does. I don't know. I'm more concerned with regrouping. I need to get word to my team. Nodding, he stands. Esteban has it handled, but you can put in an appearance after you're briefed on the next step. Get cleaned up. Eat something. I breathe easier, knowing Sander will deal with my team. Stevenson moves toward the opening, and when he grabs the flap, he turns back. And stay away from Chauncey. While I wait on Master Stevenson to call on me, I do as he says and clean all the blood from my face and neck. Sitting on a crate with a plate in my lap, I remain quiet as I watch the bustle of the campground. Large tents are set up in rows. Huge trucks and military vehicles line the outer edge as a few soldiers in full gear walk the perimeter. Someone sits next to me with a sigh. A familiar man a few years older than Rudy with a lot of premature gray hair. Even his stubble gleams silver. I thought he was a lot older until he told me his age. His eyes are an interesting smoky blue color, so the whole mature man look works for him. Jake Meyer searches my face and sends me a regretful look. Sorry about that. I shrug. It's not your problem. You didn't do it. He chuckles under his breath. Oh, but it is, isn't it? You should know that by now. A bag crackles in his hands, and he places it on my thigh. The cold immediately seeps into my skin. An instant ice pack. I hiss, placing it directly on my eye. Thanks. We both tense when we spot Chauncey walking with Blake toward the dining tent. His face is unrecognizable. Dark purple, splotchy, and both of his eyes are black and puffy. His gait is stiff, as if he's trying not to let on how hurt he is. What did you do to him? I whisper from the side of my mouth. Jake's glower follows Chauncey with menace until he's inside the tent after shooting a glare in our direction. When Jake slides his gaze to me, they're full of humor. You did that. He laughs, shaking his head. The squad will never let him live it down either. I figured I'd wait until he heals before giving him a piece of my mind. A piece of your fist, you mean? I mumble. He shrugs. Same difference with him. I wouldn't mind tying him to 300 pounds of rucksacks and dropping him in the middle of a lake to see how long he treads before he drowns. I smile, remembering Rudy's stories of training for the squad. Rudy might talk big game. It's you and me against the world, darlin'. But I know he'd lay down his life for these guys, and vice versa if it ever came down to it. There's no way to live with a bunch of men, spend every waking moment together, and not form some kind of bond. This is a big reason Jake is sitting here with me right now. Even though the squad calls him Sarge as the commanding officer, he's taken a liking to Rudy, and Rudy to him. The guys in the squad were already resourceful, super physically fit, competitive, ruthless, highly intelligent, and fluent in at least one other language before training. Jake speaks Italian and some Arabic. Now the squad's straight badasses. A few were in the military before the outbreak, but they were all chosen, not for those traits, but because they specialized in something useful, like Rudy's proficiency in archery. As for Rudy's second language, he grew up around Cajun French. In college, he took French to knock out his foreign language credits, so not only is he fluent, but knows the difference of dialect between the two. Although, we argue on the word fluent. If you don't use it, you lose it, he said. He's got to think on the words before he can speak them. He says fluent should mean speaking without having to think about it. The word should come easily. I say fluent means you can communicate and understand it. The general would have chosen Rudy without it, I'm sure. I must admit, as much as we both despise being under the general's watchful eye, there are perks to having him on the squad. He's now efficiently trained as a medic, much like Mac was. He's been able to form relationships with people who have our backs, Jake Meyer being one of them. and I bet my left arm Patrick Davis is with him in Vermont. He'd be able to survive under any condition. And lastly, he keeps us updated on things we otherwise wouldn't know. Our constant separation and Chauncey are the downfalls. I'm sure there are things I don't know about what Rudy does on a day-to-day basis. I know he goes to communities like Mac and Dalton did, undetected to see where help is needed, collect census data, give medical care, and record everyone they can. Investigate any alarming reports and take any action those might need. They've cleared certain areas and cities of famished to set up safe housing, collected test subjects, and have recovered national monuments, documents, and artifacts for safekeeping. They come in behind my team and me to collect any intel, samples, and/or subjects we might have. The general keeps them busy, and I begrudgingly respect him for it. When Rudy is with me, however, it's like none of it exists for him. It's a means to an end. Jake's dark eyes never leave me, and I feel the need to fill our silence. What's Rudy doing in Vermont? It was supposed to be an investigative op, but turned into something that needs attention. Edgewood is a community overrun with illness. It's like a fucking third world country there right now. They called in a supply drop, and I've been working on sanitation procedures, but we haven't hit our 6-week sweet spot yet, so I don't know what they've got worked out. The 6-week sweet spot is when the guys in the field check in when they're under a guise. I'm guessing that's where Patrick Davis is? Jake grins. Yep. So what's going on here? He runs a hand over his messy hair. It looks like he's had his head in a helmet for hours on end. Where do I start? I wave my hand and raise my brow. Why am I here? He nods. Right. After the attack in Birmingham, it was chaos. But when we finally had a count for the dead, they were 4 people short. The Raymond family and the general's daughter are missing. My stomach drops and I gasp. Mago? I whisper his name as I spot a familiar head through the mass of soldiers. Whatever Jake was going to comment with is dropped when I'm struck dumb. What the? The crowd parts as a very recognizable woman makes her way around, slow and unsure. Gwen? When she spots me, she sags in relief, but revives at the same time. She slings her arms around me. What on earth is going on? Miss Collins. All 3 of us startle at Stevenson's voice. She blinks at the general, trying to place him. It's good to finally meet you. Come with me. He turns and calls over his shoulder. You too, Moore. Jake spares me a glance before standing and walking the other way. Gwen and I follow the general to a large tent. He turns to us, to Gwen. Miss Collins, my daughter is missing, and now her son, my grandchild, doesn't have his mother. He flips the tent flap and we duck inside. A child, no older than Ariella, is playing with a small ball. He bounces in carefree innocence, adorable with a head full of red curls. Gwen gasps so loud it disquiets the little boy. He backs away, looking to Stevenson with confusion. The general smiles his reassurance at the boy. But I'm just as confused. Profound awe grows on Gwen's face, and I observe the boy closer. When his face turns toward me, my breathing falters, and I squeeze my ice pack tight in my hands. His eyes are bright with childlike happiness. Those same eyes burn in my brain as I remember them flash with mischievous amusement, hood in pleasure, sharpen in contempt, and pinch in heartache. Mostly, I remember them glazed with pain as life left his body. The light in them forever replaced with death. The general holds his hand out for the little boy. Miss Collins, I'd like you to meet your grandson, Brian. Chapter 7. Brian looks like every other picture Gwen has of Mac, Dylan, and his 2 girls in her house, except for his red hair. We watch as the general lowers himself to the boy's level. You know when your mother and I talk about your daddy? Brian nods, now looking unsure. This is his mom, your grandmother. Gwen gains a little confidence and scoots closer. Hi, Brian. He looks to the general and then back at her with his little brow furrowed. I feel as though I'm taking part in a very private moment where my brain just wants to shut down. As soon as I'm outside to wait, the tent flaps open and the general appears without Gwen or Brian. He stops in front of me. Follow me. You've been keeping Gwen away from her grandson. All my anger and confusion colors my tone. She would have stayed in Birmingham to be with him. I know it in my bones, more than I know anything. Good to hear, Miss Moore, because this isn't a place for a child without his mother, no matter how much I want him near me. You want her to take care of him. He nods. This is a subject Carrie has fought me on numerous times. She's always wanted Miss Collins in Brian's life. I've made a lot of mistakes, and I'm trying to fix them, as you'll see soon for yourself. When we arrive inside another tent, we sit in folding chairs at a card table. Stevenson sends everyone out. As you might have concluded, he gestures, this is a disaster. I know I've put a halt on hitting compounds, but we'll be focusing on this once again. I sink in my chair. Nostos will be happy, I mutter. Good for him. At least someone will be. First things first, we're clearing Fort Huachuca as our new location. I suck in a breath. It's something I've watched for since Rudy told me they were debating of expanding to other locations. The reason they haven't is because of oil pumping in the Gulf. I say the one true thing about it all. The council won't like it. He scribbles on a yellow legal pad. I don't give a fuck what the council likes or not. I suspect by tomorrow afternoon, they'll hate life. I place my elbow on my knee to hold the ice pack in place better. Next, the general goes on. The squad and a few special force units will travel overseas. Our ambassador needs them. My eyes burn. The last time, and only time Rudy went overseas, he was gone for 8 months. Yeah, disappointment is easy to come by these days. As for your resistance team, Moore, they will hit compounds for survivors, labs, famished. Anything. We must rebuild what we just lost. How's that any different from what's been going on? I snap. Stevenson studies me for a long minute. I was getting to it, Miss Moore. We need to find the Bokor as quickly as possible. That's how. I can't stop our progress. We've come a long way. They've won a battle, but the war is still on. We must move forward as usual, so I must make a compromise. Tell me about Texas. The way he speaks about Mago like some secret weapon chills me to the bone. I clear my throat and relay everything I told Nostos as he jots it all down. The pen scratches across the paper. Heavy-handed dude, isn't he? I expect you'll keep me updated, he finishes without looking up. After several minutes of note-taking, he finally drops the pen on the pad and folds his hands. The scrutiny I go under is palpable. Last order of business. The Bokor is your primary focus. Yours and Hawthorne's. I fall back in the seat. It protests with a squeak. I can't explain the elation and relief I feel, but how are we supposed to find him? Mago could be anywhere. I wave my arm, indicating the entire world. Usually, he says, the smartest way to go about finding a needle in a haystack is to get a new needle. I glare at the implications. I can't help but think of the code Kyle and I worked on together to secure another security system in Colorado. For the love of anything holy, something was missing, and I couldn't find it. Kyle couldn't either. It was a bad month, and got worse when Kyle mentioned we should start over. Start over my ass. The problem ended up being a mission semicolon. This is the Kyle code situation all over again. He raises a finger. But when the needle is your sharpest, most reliable needle, you try to find it first. With a metal detector. I don't like the way he's looking at me. Maya? His hands slam on the table, making the various items jump. God damn it, Moore. You can't find a needle with a needle. His color turns an awful shade of red. Use your extra sense. A rolling pin finally drops from the edge of the table onto a trunk. His emphasized word hangs in the air between us. I blow a breath, trying to keep my cool. You know. I once told you Mago had excellent judgment. What did you think I was referring to? Your gift was originally a premeditated precaution that was useful. At first, I wasn't thrilled with whom he chose. You're not particularly impressive on paper, Miss Moore. So he likes to remind me every time I speak to him. But time has proven me wrong. Don't for once think just because you omit information, I don't know about it. Panic sets in at his words. A rushing sound starts in my ears, and my mind flashes on Sander. No, he wouldn't. Never. Would he? And what about Major Lame? I've always felt he was too good to be true, but certain actions of his put me at ease. My eye throbs painfully, making me realize I'm pressing the ice pack on my face too hard and my building paranoia. I toss it on the table. Any idea on where I should start? I force myself to look him in the eyes. Way before the attack, Stevenson continues, one of my officers in the field went MIA. He lets his words sink in. He means this person was one of his high-ranking soldiers keeping tabs on U.S. citizens, much like Mac and Dalton. I sent a few of the squad to investigate and found a shitstorm. Complete and utter shitstorm. The shitstorm being widespread illness in Edgewood, which is where Hawthorne is stationed. I'm unable to get in touch with him, as this is a covert operation for the time being. He's not due to check in for another few weeks, which was when we'd set a more concrete plan in motion of containing it, making it safe housing, and I lack the manpower to go to him. That's your first order of business. I'm too stunned to speak, as I remember key information. The dream, I say. Stevenson's eyes flicker with something unknown. Mago tried contacting me, but it made me ill. When? Last night. This is good news, Moore. It means he's alive. I wave away his statement as I try to remember every detail of it. I knew he wasn't dead. He shoots me a stare so deadly, I know I've surprised him with details he hadn't formerly known, twice in the past minute. How? I shrug. I just know, but my gut told me something was very wrong. Not being able to get in touch with you confirmed it. All the more reason this operation is for you. What about the council? And the illness in Vermont? Doesn't sound like something that should be abandoned. Abandoned, he mutters, shaking his head. It's a priority for me. Children are having children. Starving people living in squalor. There hasn't been proper population control or medical care in quite some time. Unknown disease has killed quite a few people. I need to contain it before people migrate and spread any illness. He becomes thoughtful and nods to himself. Maybe your council will be open to taking some on. I let the your council thing go because the picture he paints is awful. And because I don't want to imagine Rudy in the middle of it, I change the subject. And Maya? She's here so we can tell her the news. He taps a thumb on the table, staring at me in contemplation. I think she should go with you and Hawthorne. I open my mouth to protest, but he raises a hand. Liability? Yes. But her own abilities outweigh that. You might need her here. I thought about that, but we're in the desert, Miss Moore. I don't have a need for her. She'd be more helpful to you in the frigid conditions you're about to encounter. Frigid? Fun. And your daughter? He levels his gaze at me. I'm hoping you find her with the Bokor. I'm not sure they know she's my daughter. I strongly believe she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I also strongly believe she's already dead. He can't meet my eyes now. He doesn't want to hope. I need you in Sierra Vista before dawn to keep suspicions low. I'll speak with the council about everything, and I'm sure you'll hear from them. You're coming into Sierra Vista? His eyebrows quirk. Yes, I have business there. I need manpower, Miss Moore, and what better way to get it than to hold a draft? The true reason he's here. Sierra Vista's population. Shit's about to hit the fan. As soon as I make it to my house, the team's already there. They jump to their feet, talking at once in my face. I hold a finger in a wait-a-minute gesture. Reese and Glenda follow me into the kitchen. I grab a fresh ice pack from the freezer. My eye throbs, declaring it puffier than ever. Reese gets a good look as Glenda gasps, "Shit, sugar, your eye!" My living room's clean of debris. This is what the general meant about Sander handling things, but he took it upon himself to gather everyone so I can update them as soon as I arrived. So I do. I give them a rundown of what's going on. The room becomes uneasy the longer I talk. So, Reese starts. Mac actually procreated before he died. Birmingham is no longer, and the coalition moved 5 miles down the road. Our next mission is a biohazard, which is nothing new. Mago is missing for real this time. We have a captive getting tortured right now. And to top it all off, troops are storming into town today to hold a draft? Fuck. Sam rubs Maya's back. She's not taking the news well about her missing family, or the fact she'll be spending an indefinite amount of time with Rudy and me. Staring into space, she pays no one any mind. I lick my lips. Pretty much. I crouch to Maya. We'll do all we can to find Mago and Layla. She blinks. Darius. A mental image of the young man I met in Birmingham runs through my mind. Yes, your brother, too. Another knock sounds at the door, and it opens before anyone can answer it. Clicks and racks sound throughout the room as Kyle strolls in, shuts the door, and locks it. He freezes when he turns and laughs nervously at all the guns pointed at him. You guys are jumpy. A collective sigh, and I bounce on the couch. It's been a day. Yeah, same here. His gaze roams the room, lingers on the ice pack I'm holding to my eye, my missing coffee table, and the broken frame stacked at the end table. Maybe not as bad as yours. He clears his throat. So you want the bad news first, or the bad news first? With my revolver still in my hand, I wave it in a go-on motion. Doesn't matter at this point. Our guys don't have the zombie logs, and Mr. Nightshift died. Did Bruno get anything useful? He shakes his head. They found him in his cell. He'd foamed at the mouth. They suspect self-inflicted poison. What did he know that was so important to die over? I sigh. I need to get into City Hall. Now. After about an hour of searching keywords on the old Windows operating system, the sky lightens. My laptop is still downloading keystrokes and any new information the council recorded into their system. Kyle used to do these things while at work, but they had him write a program that keeps track of everything everyone does while in the system. Yes, he could cover his tracks easily enough, but if something ever happened to him, I'd be left to interpret anything he left behind. It makes sense for us to do this together. I click open another obscure folder file and scan it. Here it is, I whisper. The log begins when the zombie was transported from New York, but what I really want is in the top corner. Bingo. My heart pounds. Have we found something? Subject number 265NYA. 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 I navigate to make sure I copy this folder onto my hard drive. Good. Let's get out of here. Kyle rumbles over a filing cabinet, shoving things into place. But I start to protest when the download pings with completion. I'm, yet again, stunned at Kyle's uncanny ability for technical time in his head. He smirks as though he knows what I'm thinking. Weirdo. Says the woman who drinks the blood of her enemies for breakfast. I disconnect the cord from the desktop. Touché. We creep the hall to the break room window of City Hall. He glides the window open and checks outside before sliding through. I follow, landing in a crunch of loose rock in the same alley we were in yesterday. I take the lead and escape the back way. We stick to the shadows, crossing a street and jumping over fence after fence, some tall, some not. When we're on the home stretch, Kyle feels safe enough to speak. You don't have a single thing to compare the subject number to here, do you? I shake my head. Too risky to keep things here. And now with everything else going on, it'll be a while before I can research through our files. Shit. I need you to do me another favor. See if you can find out anything about a community in Edgewood, Vermont. See if we have some people there. I take a deep breath and continue placing one foot in front of the other. Smoke gags me awake. I sit, coughing it away. Rudy sleeps beside me on our bed with mussed hair. His limbs are thrown all over, and he emulates peacefulness, but his eyes pop open, black as night. He reaches for me, and his arm turns to ash. Can! The hiss of my name from his lips releases more fumes. When I stand, I trip and kick away skulls. Skulls of all kinds. Animals, possibly human. Miss Moore, look at me. Glancing around, Rudy's gone. A large, smoggy person thing floats through the room. It bends to my face. The apparition snarls. Can! I scream and wave away more smoke. I need you cognizant now. Can you see me? Yes, yes. I focus more, and the smoke person takes shape of a tall, lanky dude. Where are you? I hear something, but I can't understand it. The smoke putters, forming something. I have no idea. I hear a loud swear and something unintelligible. I'm jolted from sleep when the smoke detector blares from the kitchen. I land on my ass from falling off my couch. Shit. My heart pounds a mile a minute. Sweat plops in droplets on my hands and the floor. When I can stand, my legs feel like jelly. Dex lounges on the back of the couch, looking at the ceiling. I follow his gaze, and smoke lingers in the air there. Searching for the source to no avail, the sight gives me chills. After throwing some windows open, I'm able to clear the smoke, and the detector shuts off. I lean against the kitchen table and stare at the missing doorframe, the one Rudy ripped from the wall with his bare hands when we first arrived in Sierra Vista. I can still see him standing there, grinning from ear to ear. Since then, he's offered to fix it several times, but I've never wanted to waste time. I'm also attached to the memory. Running my hand down my face, I grab a boot blade from the kitchen table. In a quick movement, I release it from my fingers. Instead of puncturing the sheetrock as I wanted it to, it clangs to the floor. A knock sounds, and I watch a letter carrier ride off on his bike through the window. I open the door and see the envelope. After practically ripping it in half, I scan the words. An emergency town meeting for 5 p.m. sharp. Attendance is mandatory by order of the United States Coalition. Under the formal typing is an ink-written note. Kansas, I need to speak with you as soon as possible. Nostos. I crumple the note, grab my other boot blade, and sling it. This time it sticks to the wall. I smile. So it begins. Chapter 8. The town overflows with activity. Soldiers are everywhere, and if I didn't know what was going on, I'd be scared shitless. Vistians roam in groups, speculating the coming events, I'm sure. I check on Lenny, not because Bruno insisted, but because I want to. She had a hand in helping me in Tennessee when I broke my wrist. A broken wrist which Bruno graciously set into place. I owe both of them for life. I inform her Bruno will be back soon, but she waves me away as she watches the hustle and bustle. City Hall's a madhouse. Cacophony echoes throughout the building. Men and women in casual garb carry files back and forth. Papers flutter to the ground and are swept up again. Someone bumps me as they swing the door open to leave. Andy's nowhere in sight, but several soldiers in full military regalia are stationed at the hallway opening, and one sits at the front desk. He's bent over some kind of list. I've never seen him before. I'm here to see Nostos, I tell him when he notices my presence. He reads his list again and grunts. He's busy. Taking a deep breath, I count to 10 and try one more time. I have an appointment with him. Tell him it's Kansas. His head pops up. He scans me, but eventually nods to the soldier standing in the doorway. Why didn't you say so? He waves as if he's the one standing in the walkway. No sign of anyone I know, but the conference room door is shut. I knock once before opening. Nostos stares out the window. He's slumped in a chair and rubbing his temples. He sighs. Shut the door, would you? This headache's killing me. I open my mouth, sure to say something smart-ass, but the general sitting at the other end of the table stops me. To give him credit, he remains cool, giving me no recognition. I glance between the two and maneuver my body to sit. Nostos raises a brow, and I realize maybe I should be more shocked. What is going on? I throw my thumb over my shoulder. Nostos clears his throat. Kansas, I'd like you to meet General Charles Stevenson. The U.S. coalition is here taking in volunteers for the military. There's been a recent attack in Birmingham, and they're needing our help. His tone implies their cooperation, but he doesn't like it. Oh? That's the emergency meeting? He nods and unleashes a mirthless laugh, peeking at Stevenson. I knew it'd happen eventually. Our numbers are the reason they've left us be. Sadly, I agree. The general doesn't comment. And the reason for all the activity? They're getting lists of people together in case they need to draft. I'm hoping they won't have to. He leans forward. But a burst of air rushes from him. A town in Vermont needs our help as soon as possible. The general laces his fingers together on the tabletop. The council has informed me of your recent contributions to our sparse society. They tell me you might help with this. I raise my eyebrows, stifling a sigh. I go through the motions of asking questions in which I already know the answers. They want me to transport all the people Vermont wants us to bring here. Nostos skims over Edgewood's problem. I don't like how he acts as though it's no big deal. Even Stevenson gives him a tense eye, but doesn't correct him. When? I whisper, and it lingers in the air through the commotion on the other side of the door. The sooner the better. If not tomorrow, then the day after. I pinched the bridge of my nose, suddenly tired. I guess since you're supplying us with medications, you'll supply transport? I direct the question at the general, but Nostos waves a hand and shakes his head. Use the train. Son of a bitch. I'll still need to ask, no, beg, Ty to help us. I imagine throwing myself across the table and choking the life out of him. Fine, manage through my teeth and turn to the general. He slides over a file. This is all the information you'll need. They won't know you're coming. Translation. Rudy won't be expecting us. Nostos eyes the file as if he'll snatch it away any second. Waita, my best unit will travel with you. Stevenson talks over Nostos to me as they stare down each other. Rudy's squad. Plus a fire team. We're preparing emergency supplies, medication, food, and water for the town. I sink in my seat, wanting nothing to do with their pissing match and hoping I'm not going to have to pick a side. I clear my throat. Make sure there's enough, plus everyone on board to survive weeks. Ammunition. I want everyone vaccinated. If not, then we have a problem. The general's lips twitch, just as irritated with this charade, but he knows what's best for him. He takes a long second, but he finally nods. Deal. He grasps a walkie-talkie and speaks into it. A minute later, a very familiar soldier opens the door with a formal air. Miss Kansas Moore, meet your new best friend, Staff Sergeant Jake Meyer. Wait up, he yells as they throw open the glass doors of City Hall. People stop and openly stare. Is that an order, Sarge? His forehead glistens with sweat as he laughs. Now you know I've never once pulled rank on Hawthorne. I've been on your side since day one. He means he has always given leeway to mine and Rudy's relationship whenever he can. I know. He doesn't have a clue what my team and I have accomplished, and he never will. This whole thing is nothing but a splinter in my toe. No, a rusty fucking nail through my foot. Listen, we can work together on this without issues, okay? Call me Jake if it makes you feel better. I stop, and he immediately straightens to full height. Do you know how to operate a train, Jake? You don't? He swipes his forehead with his sleeve. No. I was too busy clearing tracks of cars, trash, and a decapitated body to learn the ropes. I can. No problem. I snort and keep going. Are you going to be helping us find the Raymond family, too? Nope. That's all on you and Hawthorne. Sorry. We should get everyone together for a briefing. I notice how he says, should, and I grin. He's trying to make it easier on me. I'll give him that. Maybe this won't be so bad. Any of the rest of the squad going? No. We're split up until we head overseas. But don't worry. I'm bringing a unit just as tough. I hand him the file folder. All right. First thing tomorrow morning, since there's a town meeting tonight. My house. What's wrong with right now? I have to recruit my train engineer. You're full of shit when you say you can do it. I step from the curb and stomp a weed growing from in between the cracks of the pavement. He shrugs. I can figure it out. Right. All brains, no brawn. His laughter bounces between buildings as I climb on my dirt bike. I scratch my hairline and pace the yard for a few. Taking a deep breath, I stalk the 3 steps and knock. Felicia opens the door, surprise written all over her face. I've always loved her hair. She keeps it shaved and sleek on one side while letting her short, kinky curls go wild with peaks of auburn when she moves through certain light. Can? My eyes linger on her pregnant belly. Another one? Hey, I need to speak with Ty for a moment. Is he here? She lets a long moment draw out, biting her lip and peeking over her shoulder. Finally, she nods. Come in. He's getting ready for the town meeting. Is that what this is about? No, not really, but if he talks to me, I'll tell him what's going on. When I get inside, she shuts the door. 3 toddlers romp in the front room, but all look at me with shining curiosity. Ah, hell nah, Ty drawls, appearing from somewhere behind me. I freeze, hearing the cock of a gun, and then feeling the cool edge of the barrel against my temple. Get the fuck up out of my house, Can. I raise my hands in the air, hoping his finger isn't on the trigger. The shocked and frightened faces of the kids watch his every move, and I seriously hope he practices gun safety around his little ones. Ty, Felicia whispers. The barrel moves as if she slaps his arm. I flinch, willing my hands not to shake. Do you really want to be doing this in front of your girls? I ask him. I feel like I deserve a cookie for remaining calm. The gun disappears from my temple. Get the girls out of here, Leash. I keep my hands raised and slowly face him. His eyes tighten when he looks at my eye, but he doesn't seem surprised. Despite his anger at my presence, he looks great, well-rested, well-fed. The sides of his head are shaved with nothing but his short dreads on top. Great idea. I know I get hot as hell with my head full of dreads. Felicia huddles the girls together and leaves. Whatever it is, ain't doing it. You hear me? Listen, I know. Nah, you see what I seen? Something's wrong with you, Can. He taps his head with his gun. In here. With all y'all. I don't bother to remind him it's because of us he's able to live and have a family. I love he's doing his thing. I want him to, but... I need you, Ty. He pauses. Oh, nah, don't do that female shit. I know better. I got a house full of them, you hear? Listen, the coalition's here. They'll be asking for volunteers to join. If they don't get enough, there will be a draft. He tries to look at me with all the hate he can muster, but I know he's afraid. How many people you think will volunteer? He sniffs, still not saying a word, but not telling me to stop either. I can keep you from the draft. He scoffs. Shut the fuck up. I'll risk it. I scoot to the door. His eyes never leave me. I need you to do one thing. Nothing else. There's a lot of sick people who need our help. What'd it be? I need a train engineer. His face turns to stone. He leans in as his arm goes around me to open the front door. I let him shove me over the threshold. Fuck you. Ain't no more bodies on my hands. Ever. So get the fuck out and don't come back. Ty isn't a real train expert, but he knows a hell of a lot about them. His father and grandfather were conductors and loved everything about trains. He's educated enough to operate one, and if he didn't, we couldn't have brought so many here. More lives would have been down the drain. The Seattle trip was beyond horrible. Most people who were on the train don't know Ty made a mistake and killed someone on the tracks who'd been clearing debris. It haunts him. Fuck, it haunts me. But it was an accident. The man hadn't suffered. We're human. We make mistakes, but we learn from them too. Ty has a right to refuse. Otherwise, what's life worth if you don't have free will? I told him I wouldn't bother him again. I respect his choice. It's the right thing. This trip won't be for the faint-hearted, or for someone with a growing family who depends on him. I sigh, watching people slowly mill inside the large gymnasium. A podium and speakers are set up in preparation for the meeting. I lean against the cement wall, leaving the bleachers for others. What happened to your eye, Can? Julie leans beside me. Jonathan, her husband, nods his greeting at me. He still hates me for taking Julie from him years ago when she was pregnant with Ariella. I've never brought myself to care. It was for Rudy, and I'd do it again. I shrug. I got beat up by an elite member of the military. She flinches and shakes her head. I don't know how you do it. I don't either. I whisper more to myself than her. Ty walks in by himself, seemingly unaffected by our encounter. Where's Ella? With Gwen and little Brian. Is this really a draft? I check my watch. 10 minutes to showdown. I shake my head. Not yet, but Jonathan isn't of draft age, so you shouldn't be affected if it comes down to it. Maybe. It'd be our luck for the draft age to widen if not enough people volunteer. The rules have changed in this new world. Glinda and Reese show with Robbie in tow. Sam and Maya right behind. Reese scans the gym. So, he asks from the side of his mouth. I shake my head. Almost got my head blown off. Shit. We'll figure it out. I hear what he doesn't say. I hope. Maya looks worse for wear. I grab her hand and squeeze my reassurance. She gives me a small, brave smile. Soon there's no standing room. Nostos takes the stage, greets the community, and waits for people to settle. He informs the attendees of the situation at hand. The U.S. coalition is now our new neighbors. He goes off formalities and tells everyone to listen and be respectful. Murmurs and whispers flurry throughout the crowd. The head of the United States coalition is here with a brief announcement. General Charles Stevenson. Stevenson appears at the podium, looking proper and formal in his uniform, with 1,000,000 pins and badges adorning his suit. Good evening. I'm here tonight because our situation is dire, and we need recruits. He clears his throat. Anyone of sound mind and able-bodied, male or female, may volunteer. If, and only if, we do not reach a desirable number, a draft will take place. Shocked gasps and exclamations echo within the gymnasium, making everyone antsy. Stevenson continues, "We'll need every male from age 18 to 28 to register at City Hall by tomorrow night at 6 p.m. The deadline for volunteers is also 6 p.m. tomorrow. Volunteers will be promptly transferred to Fort Huachuca, where their training will commence. All details of your active duty will be available after you join." I wince. The vague words don't sound good. "Thank you." Brief indeed. Chaos erupts, and I'm jostled, rudely if I say so myself. Reese grabs my arm, pulling me through the crowd. "We need to talk." I'm so fucking sick of everyone telling me what I need to do. I need to make a list, gather my thoughts, plan. He halts when we get outside, giving me a look. "If we're leaving soon, you know I do. I'm stressed. With Jake Meyer and special units coming," I rub my forehead. "And I didn't get any good sleep because I slept on the couch. I want to veg and not think about anything, not worry about anything, for one night." I stop my rambling when I notice they're all sporting shit-eating grins. I didn't get the joke. My dry tone makes Glinda laugh. She threads her arm through mine. "Oh, sugar, we couldn't agree more." Reese stops us with an arm. "What do you mean, Jake Meyer?" I give him a tight smile. "Tomorrow morning, you'll finally get to meet the Sarge, our commanding officer." Chapter 9. Even Glinda halts in a stunned silence. Shit. I nod. Yep, shit. Reese and Sam exchange glances before Reese speaks. "We'll manage. We always have. You just don't like being told what to do." "That's not it, Reese. He's never been right in the middle of us. Yeah, we've managed, but we seriously need to watch it." Glinda snorts. "We'll talk about it later. Come on." She peeks over her shoulder. "We'll see you fellas at Gwen's." She pats my arm. "We're going to my house to get ready." Gwen's. Please say she'll feed us. We're way overdue for a family night. With little Brian. Cute little booger, isn't he? Oh my God, it's like there's a little Mac running around. And we're all going to be together soon, you know? She keeps prattling on, and as we climb on my dirt bike, I feel a smile stretch across my face. She's right. We're all going to be together. Real soon. And right now, that's all that matters. I smile at Gwen because when we arrive at her house, ingredients for food dishes lay untouched on top of her kitchen counters. 2 kids run screaming in joy down the hall as she chases them. She's completely smitten with Brian. If I'm being honest, I can see why. He's adorable. Ariella also sports a huge smile at her new playmate. This must be some kind of irony happening right now before my very eyes. Mac almost always referred to Julie as a leech or a mental vampire. Julie could have been on fire, and Mac wouldn't have dumped gasoline on her in fear of dousing the flames. Crazy, isn't it? Julie mirrors my thoughts. Yeah, not sure how Mac would have felt about this. She snorts. I mean about the timing of it all. I meet her gaze. She'd be the first one to bring it up. Who knows what Mac was thinking at the time, or when exactly the conception occurred. He spent a good deal of time in Birmingham before his death. Most likely, he took comfort in Carrie at some point. It could have been before he knew how things would turn out between us or after. Never mind the kid makes you feel strange about it all. I'm glad Mac at least had someone to turn to. It doesn't matter. For fuck's sake, I'm going home to get my grill, Reese mumbles, pushing by me. We all agree and jump into action to prepare food. Glinda turns on some music as Julie and I wash vegetables in the kitchen. Feeling happy and loose, I dance through the kitchen in search of Gwen's metal skewers. Gwen points me in the right direction on her way to open the French patio doors. Unrestrained glee flushes her face. Soon after, Reese has a fire going in the grill. Everyone else arrives except Maya. I frown at Sam and he shakes his head, pulling me into the hall. She wouldn't be able to put on a brave face, he whispers, meaning she wouldn't be able to act normal for the people who don't have a clue of what's going on. Should I go talk to her? No. I narrow my eyes and bite the inside of my cheek at his tone and quickness. He rushes to continue. She's still trying to come to terms with it. I become stoic. This is a problem, Sam. He straightens to full height at my demeanor. My problem. We eye each other for a long moment, ignoring the cheerful chatter in the background. I trust you, I say, and not saying what he just informed me of. He's in love with her. I wait for his nod before I turn to the house. Much later, I run through the backyards to my house in search of a card game. No one remembers where we left it, so it's at my house. I flip the lights and yelp at Kyle sitting at my kitchen table in the dark. "Shit, Kyle, you scared the piss out of me." He shrugs. "Where have you been? I've been waiting for hours." "At Gwen's." "Family night?" I say the last as a question because surely someone told him. "Oh, I didn't." I grin. "Then head over and get some food. Although, I should warn you, they're all drunk." All my junk scatters around as I open and shut drawers. "Why were you waiting on me?" "Edgewood. It's an unstatic town, so to speak. There's nothing to find electronically anyway. So we're going in blind." Finding the game, I tuck the box under my arm and turn to Kyle. "I'm taking the phone, so keep yours on at all times. Check it a few times a day. But we'll be with the unit the General is sending with us, so be careful about calling. In fact, someone better be dead if you call." "No problem." "Good. Let's get out of here." We leave through the front door and make it down the steps before I feel a presence in the darkness. Kyle stares at a silhouette. When they step into the light of my front porch, I narrow my eyes. Craig looks from me to Kyle, back and forth, back and forth. Whatever he's thinking, it's not good. "I'll see you at Gwen's, Kyle." He hesitates. "Everything all right?" "Gold. Take this to Gwen's and say nothing." I hand Kyle the game, trusting him to keep quiet. When Kyle's out of earshot, I get right to it. "Why are you sulking in the shadows of my house, Craig?" "Why are you and Kyle sneaking all over and breaking into City Hall? Why did I see 2 men carry you off the other night?" I lick my lips, stunned. I clear my throat. "Why would you let 2 men carry me off?" He smirks, stepping closer. I back up. "You're always up to something. Now with the draft hovering over us all, I think you can be useful to me." I relax a smidgen. "You want me to keep you out of the draft?" "That's not all I want." "Not all?" My question sounds sarcastic and rhetorical, like I want it to. It's not a good idea to threaten me. "I think it's a swell idea and way past time. I know things about you I'm certain you don't want anyone else knowing." "Yeah?" "I'm sure the council would love to know you're using them for your own means, that you have something going on with the coalition since you were sending Sam there. I haven't figured out what Sander has to do with it." I curse. "You were in the greenhouse. I knew someone was there." Sighing, I mentally try to think of a way to placate this unexpected situation. I look down the road and back again in time to witness large hands grab Craig's head. Craig releases a surprised grunt as his head twists with a rapid motion, and he slumps to the ground. I squeak and slap a hand over my mouth. Problem solved. Bruno rasps in the guttural way of his. He stares at the body, cocks his head, and then uses his foot to jiggle the corpse as if he's making sure he's dead. But really, the gesture resembles a kid poking roadkill with a stick. "Shit, Bruno, what?" He shrugs. "Say a draft a-comin'? Let him think you ran off like that pussy he is, Blood rushes through my head, making me close my eyes. Point made. And a good one. I'm shaking a little, but that's par for the course around this man. "Okay, well, let's get rid of the body." I bend and grab Craig's feet. His ankles are still warm and his leg hair soft, making me want to gag. I'd rather handle the rotting decomposition of putrids. I, unsuccessfully, try to pretend he's sleeping. And we'll need to go through his stuff. Get rid of it, too. Bruno bats my hands away and lifts Craig over his shoulders with barely a grunt. I get him. I let him do his thing because, really, I'm in shock. I'll think about what this will do to my conscience later. What should we do with him? If we were anywhere else, we could dump him in a pit of zombies waiting to be torched. Those things are unnecessary here. Bruno surveys our surroundings before returning to the shadows. Come on. I follow him to the desert, watching Craig's head bounce like no head should bounce. I spend the rest of the night erasing a man's life with a homicidal maniac. Glenda's dead asleep on my front porch when I get home. No lights are on at her house. Odd. "Wakey, wakey." I shake her and her face scrunches. "What happened?" Eventually she mumbles, "Fuckaroony bitch balls." I bite my lips to keep from laughing and nod. "Dicker, knicker, napkin," she mocks. I know what's happened. They started taking shots for inventive dirty words. A made-up game for the already heavily drunkards. She comes to, peeking one bloodshot eye open. Where you been? Burying a body in the desert. In fact, I smell like bonfire because we burned some key things outside Lenny and Bruno's greenhouse. Lenny bitched at Bruno the whole time. Good times. After a slight pause, she laughs. Okay. You're serious or not? I put her arm around my shoulder. Come on, I'll help you home. Reese is probably wondering where you are. At this, she jerks away from me. Nope, ain't nobody gonna tell me what to do. She slumps over with her chin to her chest and sniffs. Let's at least go inside, I sigh, trying for her arm again. It takes longer than I'd have liked, but I get her inside my house, make her drink some water, fix the couch for her, and give her my best pillow. Why can't I be more like you? Her voice cracks as if she's been silently crying. I freeze and turn to her. What do you mean? I train and fight, shoot, and try. They never tell you what to do and what you can and can't do like you ain't good enough to handle it. As I sit on the edge of the couch, I see her tears and snot. These things make me feel 2 inches tall, knowing I've done the same thing to her on occasion. They do too, just in a more diplomatic way, I guess. Just stand up for what you believe, pick your battles, and hold your ground. And yeah, it's difficult and frustrating, but I shrug. There's nothing else you can do. People will think what they think no matter what. To tell you the truth, I think you should take advantage of how they see you. She sniffs, snucking in gobs of mucus. Why? Because you can't be used if you're useless. A long silence stretches between us. She twirls one of my dreads in her fingers. You're so strong. She sits and grabs my face, searching my eyes. Sometimes I think too strong, sugar. I can't never imagine what you go through. I feel stiff, and the world gets watery as tears fill my eyes. She grabs my hands and lies against the pillow. Glinda, you wouldn't have made it this far if you weren't strong, too. Maybe, she whispers. A tear trails over the apple of my cheek. I wish she didn't feel like this. I don't bother to wipe the tear away. Well, whatever it is Reese said, don't give him too hard of a time. I'm sure it came from a pure place. She nods, looking thoughtful at least. Want me to paint your nails for the trip? I grin. Please. Chapter 10. When I open my eyes the next morning, I smell coffee. I'm curled into a fetal-like position with Dex in the middle. I scratch his chin before vacating the bed and padding down the hall. The events of last night still linger like vultures over a picked-apart carcass. The sheets and blankets are folded on the back of my couch. Jake grins as he moves through my kitchen as if he didn't break in, seeming comfortable and relaxed in civilian wear. The file is on the table, spread open along with maps. I should call the cops on you. I leaf through the file, scanning the words severe malnutrition, lice, dehydration, skin infections, pest infestations, fevers, vomiting, diarrhea, bloating, respiratory infections, request for a lab setup to diagnose diseases, names, ages, and descriptions of children, protruding ribs, spine, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, swollen stomachs. I close it with blurry vision. He smiles tightly, watching my reaction. Fucking horrible. I don't comment. There aren't words. Rudy's told me a few stories about helping severely sick communities, but nothing to that extent. Anyway, he continues, I figured I needed to get here earlier than everyone else. Right. Good. So let's cut the shit. I need to know what I'm walking into with your team dynamics. I raise my eyebrows. The only people we need to be worried about seeing Rudy are members of the Sierra Vista Council, right? If not, then we'd have a major problem on our hands, don't you think? He blinks, looking thoughtful. Good for you guys. The dynamic of our team isn't like that at all. We're family, and of course, I'd tell them about Rudy and Stevenson. I throw out, not seeing anything wrong with Jake knowing, and if he tells the general, so what? As long as the council stays in the dark, I don't care about who knows what and why. I still need the council to trust me, and I've dug a hole so deep I don't think I'll emerge if the truth ever gets revealed. We've become what I hate most about the new world. Crafted lies and deceit. His eyes bug, but then he shrugs and sips from his mug. I've always wondered, do they know about Mago? Yes, Maya can barely keep it together right now. He sets the mug down. Them being knowledgeable makes things easier, but Maya might be a problem if she's having issues. She'll be fine, I reassure. He makes a non-committal sound, as if he doesn't really think so. Rudy's never said anything to you? About our dynamics, I mean. I skirt around him to pour my cup. Nope. Why would he? He's protecting his ride or die. I'd have done the same fucking thing. I have nothing to say. This is what we'll do. You and I are going there together to set up shop while we wait on the train to get there, and... Can't. My train engineer won't do it. He's a father of 3 tots and another on the way. He's got hang-ups from killing someone on the tracks, so we're on our own. Dex strolls in the kitchen and plants his fat ass by his bowl. Jake stares at him for a long moment. I don't think I've seen someone have a pet in, well, since before. I grin while I pour some nibbles for Garfield Jr. He's Rudy's cat. Dex, I know the whole story. You do? The surprise is evident in my voice. He gives a soft smile. Yeah. Listen, Can, whatever is going down in Vermont, your number one priority is the Raymond family. The town is not your job and nothing for you to worry about. You and Maya will collect Rudy and promptly leave. He studies my face. This isn't another compound. These people are living how they want to live. Free. If they want to get on the train and come here, they can. We might have to use martial law to get in, but we're not forcing anyone to stay or leave. Me, Maya, Rudy, and the rest of my team will leave promptly. He opens his mouth, but whatever he was going to say is cut off by arguing, and it's getting closer. Looking out the window, Glinda and Reese stand at the end of my driveway. She's got a hand on her hip, and her mouth moves in a free-for-all. I wince. What is that? He asks me. What happens when you tell a woman she can't do something? It appears Glinda stood her ground. I don't have to guess what they're arguing about. Glinda gives Reese one last glare and stalks toward my porch. Even with her huge sunglasses on, I can tell when she glares. She gets this certain tightness to her mouth. She doesn't bother knocking, but she slams the door in Reese's face and locks it. Sugar, better be glad and thanking your luckies you don't have to put up with a stupid man all the time. She sniffs, flicking her hair from her face when she notices Jake. Hey there, sweets. Her tone oozes fudge sauce and whipped cream with a cherry on top, as if she wasn't just ball-busting on Reese. She doesn't bother removing the sunglasses. She's probably feeling under the weather. I restrain any laughter at her expense. Jake holds out his hand. Jake Meyer. The way he says his name makes me respect him more and confirms his attitude towards my team. Reese stomps in after I unlock the door for him. She shakes Jake's hand. I'm Glinda, fresh on the market. Good luck, Reese grunts. Jake laughs, backing away. Smart man. Glinda pins Reese with a stony face. Not here, Glenn. Her mouth drops open with rage. Out of all? Okay. I squish myself between them. Reese, Glinda is going to Vermont. We're all getting vaccinations this afternoon at the Welcome Center. She'll be fine. Glinda, Reese is just worried. She snorts, but doesn't open her mouth again. I fill mugs and start passing them out as Jake runs water for another pot. Sam ambles in, looking worse for wear with a basket of biscuits. From Maya. Still no luck? I ask him, and steal a glance at Jake at the mention of Maya. He's scooping more coffee, but I know he's listening with rapt attention. Sam shakes his head. I really need to talk to her. Letting her know Mago's tried contacting me will set her at ease. Maybe. Ty? He wasn't at home this morning. Sam glances at our newcomer. The Sarge, I say by way of introduction. Jake shakes hands with Reese and Sam. My front door opens. I come bearing gifts, mi chingona, Sander announces as he walks in with Ty at his heels. The room goes silent. Ty fidgets. Not a nervous gesture, but just him, always moving like he has no control over his own movements, as if music is attached to his nervous system and his limbs dance to what no one else can hear. He sucks his teeth, jutting his chin out. You keep me from a draft? I nod, blinking away tears at his presence in my house. He points at me. This is it, Can. No more. And then he points to Sam. Samaru, he warns. Sam nods and flicks at his eye. All you gotta do is operate the train. Ty bounces as if to loosen stiff shoulders. Nah, I get at them famished too. The room bursts into laughter. Glinda wipes her own eyes and strangles him in a Glinda hug. Now we'll all be together. Things are looking up. After the briefing, we spend our last day ironing the details of tomorrow's travel. Jake's unit packs the train full of supplies. We visit the doctors for medical clearance at the Welcome Center and pack our own belongings. I squeeze the liquidated fruit by the drops on silicone mats which cover every surface of my kitchen. Once they set, they should be chewable candy enhanced with whole food vitamins. Gwen smiles as she bags a dry set. This is a great idea, Can. Maybe. She scoffs. Maybe hell. She doesn't know how grave the situation is, but since I will only be there a short time, I need to make sure I help. Glinda bursts into my house with an armload of puffy coats. From the storage barn. She throws them on the couch with disgust. I follow her and pick mine from the pile, giving her the side-eye as I'm folding it. You don't have to go, you know. She jerks my front door open, says, Shut up, sugar, or I'll paint 'em pink, and slams it behind her. Dex skitters down the hall. I laugh as Gwen shakes her head. She's not looking forward to the cold. If I'm being honest, I'm not looking forward to the stiffness my wrist will get either. While I'm thinking about it, I throw some extra pain relievers in my pack. Upon every mission, the Sierra Vista community throws a going-away parade. This mission is different. There won't be a parade. No party. The U.S. coalition being in town dampers those things. The council invites everyone to a place called Bone, the town's bar, for a going-away dinner. They remodeled to make everything out of bones, including an intricate sign displaying the name of the place. When I learned Maya opts out, so do I. I do, however, tell everyone I might make an appearance. Knowing Sam is at Bone, I don't bother knocking on their door. Maya needs to get her shit together and quick. She appears in the hall when she hears someone come in. Go away, Can. I snort. Hell no. I stalk forward, not caring in the least she can steal my soul. We have a job to do. Still, she says nothing. And I can't do it without you. She pushes past me, and I follow her to the front of the house. She spins. Has he tried contacting you? Yes. Have you ever thought they'd use my dad as a distraction for something bigger? She crosses her arms. Yes, it's crossed my mind. I wave for us to sit on the couch. But I'll drive myself bonkers speculating. Been there, done that. What we can do is use what we know, what we have, and move toward our goal. We'll cross any bridges we need to. Don't forget we're awesome on our toes. She nods. I see what you're saying. I think we should stick together, though. Her chin raises, and she crosses her arms. Speaking of motives, this is her not wanting to be separated from Sam. I tread carefully, not wanting to make promises. I've mentioned it. That's something I'll fight later. Luckily, Sarge seems pliant with the team. She fiddles with her fingers, looking down at them. I don't know how you do it. I mean, I always thought you were being a big baby because, I'm constantly away from my family. But now, with Sam, I can't fathom it. Even with my family missing, Can. I stand and peer at her, thinking she might be over-emotional for a reason. Are you pregnant? Her expression turns bewildered. What? No. The relief I feel is extreme. I exhale, feeling miffed she's sulking and feeling lovesick about something that hasn't transpired yet. Now listen, I don't need you feeling guilty over stuff you can't control. You need to buck up and focus. The rest will fall into place. Get dressed. We'll act like adults and plopping onto the couch, I rest my elbows on my knees and listen to Maya get ready in her bedroom. I love my team. I also love how I don't have to hold their hands. When Maya first came to Sierra Vista, she didn't want to be here. We were sort of thrust upon each other. Damn Sam for falling for this girl. Murder accomplice to mother hen within the span of a day. I'm getting too old for this shit. The next day, more people than I expect show for the send-off. A large group stands to the side. I notice Nastas and Hannah right away, And then Julie and Gwen with Ella and Brian. Ty's girls, Lenny, and several other families. Reese, Glinda, Robbie, and I wave as we drive by and park in a lot beside the train tracks. Chaos is a good term to describe everyone. Military men are everywhere. Jake screams at someone in a train car. His red face and the pronounced tendons in his neck drip with sweat as a crew works around him. Dang, that boy looking crazy, sugar. Reese's bushy eyebrows furrow at watching him. I worry about him snooping where he doesn't belong. I resist the urge to pick at my new lime green fingernail polish. Glinda would stab me in an ass cheek. He won't be bad. He'll be preoccupied with Edgewood, I hope. So far, so good. Glinda turns and peers at me in the back seat. The morning sun gleams from her blue eyes, making them brighter. Her gaze switches to Robbie. "You're sure you're fine with Gwen?" He rolls his eyes and gets out of the car. "You ain't going anywhere without giving me a hug," she yells after he slams the car door. She exchanges a look with Reese. "Don't you start." He laughs and opens his door. "Not going there again, Glenn." Leaning toward the front, I place my hand on Reese's shoulder. "You have the phone, so..." "Yes, can. I'll dial 911. He grins. "Stop worrying. I'm not saying it'll be a breeze, but we got this. Go get Rudy." I sigh. When I glance out the window, Jake stares at me and stabs his finger to a blue double cab truck. A vehicle, before the outbreak, that would have been considered brand new, complete with a bed extender, lifted all-terrain tires, cab racks, bed rails, and a wicked-looking winch guard. I shake my head as my guy's already surrounded. We all pretty much drive or have driven the newest cars made. I mean, it's the apocalypse. Sometimes you don't have a choice, but more often than not, we pick newer over the older. The guys have played in a Maserati which didn't last long when Sam wanted to drive it through the desert, off-road. But this looks fresh off the Toyota assembly line. That's amazing. I haven't seen something this new since before. Perks of having the Department of Defense on your side. Here, I'll help you. I spin in shock. The general waits at the trunk of Reese's beater car. He's casual in a combat uniform. I nod, definitely not giving him the side-eye. Nope, not at all. "The bow case is mine," I say, grabbing my pack and the duffel with all my gear in it. The guy's debate of the truck dies when they realize Stevenson is in their midst. He ignores them, placing my bow in the back and motioning for Jake. They speak while everyone begins their goodbyes. Stevenson turns to me. His gaze penetrates me for a long time before he casts a glance around. He stops on Brian and then walks away quickly. Another soldier appears in front of me. He's rough, older than most soldiers. Jake sighs. "This is Edwards. He's the one looking after your team." Edwards nods. "If they die, I'll be dead first." I open my mouth to say something, but he leaves without a backward glance, probably hoping Jake doesn't yell at him. Jake slams the toolbox lid, startling me. His mouth is tight. "What's your problem?" I finally ask him. "The squad's gone straight overseas." His eye twitches and his jaw is rigid as he stares at nothing. "They probably won't be returning." "Why do you say that? It's been dead silence over there since the attack on Birmingham." His face turns purple and he whirls toward the train. "And I've got nothing but incompetent fucking leeches," he roars at said leeches, "who need me to hold their fucking hands." Several of them carry over 2 huge trunks and place them in the bed. Jake glares at them while strapping the trunks down, not caring everyone else stares at him. I shift on my feet before I kick a tire. "What are you planning on doing with this thing? Drive up a rock cliff?" He takes a few seconds, but he relaxes. "If we need to. No telling what kind of state bridges are in." Chapter 11. Being nothing but a passenger on a drive across the country, I spend the time observing the deterioration of society after 10 years without most of the Earth's population, evidence of Mother Nature taking back what's hers. Cracks split the roads with an abundance of dormant vines growing from them, even trees. Houses, cars, electrical posts, and lines are unrecognizable with overgrowth, all covered in snow and ice. It's hard to tell the difference between the frozen fragments and broken glass. Occasionally, the sun peeks through the overcast skies. Ice glints and glistens. On a rural highway, I cover Jake as he chops at trees growing through cars so we can move them out of the way. More, he warns. A zombie shambles from the brush. The famished gurgles a groan as it staggers sideways, dragging its intestines on the ground, more soon to follow. I shoot the thing with my crossbow. We need to make less noise. On it, he grunts, and swings my machete at a thick branch. I help pull growth from the car window. When it's clear, we guide it off-road. Catching my breath, I swipe dew from my lip and glance down the road ahead. 1 down, 100 more to go. I wonder what surprises are in store for us. He shoots me a glare. We'll be able to drive around most of them. You're a pessimist, aren't you? I lift a shoulder. Just another case of mistaken identity. How so? You mistake my realism for pessimism. So you're a realist. I'm an optimist who understands everything eventually turns to shit, so yeah. I flash a smile. He stares for a moment before returning to our grueling duties. When we're not on the road, we camp wherever we can. Houses, old gas stations, a train car. If it's off the beaten path and protects us from the elements, we aren't too picky. We stay as far from big cities as possible, but when we do get close, the sea of famished never ends. Wave after wave, sometimes breaking forth to cause us problems. Watching them reminds me they can be more than a nuisance in strong numbers. I wince as the front tires slide on the ice, and Jake hits a famished with the jutting side mirror. Surprisingly, blood dots my window as he runs one over. More zombies run after the truck. A few of them lose traction on the road, slipping and falling. They might favor cold weather, but it impedes them too. Not only the ice, but they aren't as agile. Sorry. He sends me a quick grin before focusing on the road. We're making okay time. The Sarge functions on very little sleep, so the first half of our trip went quick. The farther north we go, however, slows us down. As each day passes with nothing from Mago, I'm getting antsy. I feel like he should have tried contacting me again by now. I know he's alive, though. We should come to the Vermont state line any time now, Jake says, breaking me from my thoughts. I spot a railroad track with miles of stalled freight cars, barely noticeable under the snowbanks, and worry how the team will manage. With all the famished, this mission borders on impossibility. To help calm my nerves, I spread a map in my lap and scan the route the team's taking. I exhale. They won't be using this track, but they'll run into a ton of obstacles like it. Ty will be on edge. I think I might follow the track to meet them to help. Rudy will want to as well. I turn on the radio, as I always do, to see about any broadcast survivors might put out. He shakes his head and cuts the radio. We've discussed this. Your team is more than competent enough to handle the trip. I'll get updates from Stevenson, so if something happens, we'll know. Besides, who knows what we're walking into here? I sigh and open my mouth to argue. I know you don't like me, he says. Why would you? I've never said that. I respect you. Respecting a person and liking a person are two different things. I purse my lips. He's right, but I don't not like you either. He nods. For the record, I like you. I like Rudy too. He smirks, shaking his head. I liked him from day one. Tough bastard. He didn't enjoy being drugged and coerced. I'm referring to being dragged to Birmingham against our will. He raises his brows. But that's not the first time I met him. Back when I was stationed in Clarksville and we were quarantining survivors, people lined for miles, living in their cars and waiting on us to rescue them. Now I perk. He's referring to the outbreak. Rudy took on 3 soldiers for undressing a little girl. They were searching for injuries, but it rubbed him the wrong way. He hadn't known the girl for long. A few days, I think. He was scratched up, so I had to send him to the cages. I knew in my gut he wouldn't turn, but it was standard. I don't think he remembers me from that time. There was a lot going on. Michelle, I whisper. The little girl's name was Michelle. He looked at me in surprise. Yeah, that's right, Michelle. He says her name as though he'd forgotten it. I remember her being rescued from a cult in Nashville. She had taken care of Dex when she was separated from Rudy during a revolutionist takeover in Clarksville. Anyway, Rudy spent days in the cages, which were a nightmare. The next time I saw him was a few days later. I hardly recognized him with all the hair, but he was being watched for recruitment. We brought him in to interview, And he sat in the room for hours. Didn't move a muscle. Just waited. But when the interview started, he got jittery, excited, eagerly answered questions and then asked one of his own. Yeah? Jake nods. When do I get a gun? I burst into laughter. He played them. He did. I knew it. He knew it. But it got him off the hook and fast. So you knew and didn't press for him to join? He shrugs. I liked him. He contributed a lot to the broken people after the outbreak. Fought for someone who couldn't. I respect that. The whole reason I joined the military in the first place was so people like him can have the freedom to live however they want. Outside of the small town, we drive to a secluded spot, and Jake cuts the engine. Where are the zombies? Jake sends me a grim expression. Good question. What now? He checks his watch. We wait. Got a system to get in touch when we're within a certain range. They should adhere to it. If not, then we're on our own. His lips thin as if he doesn't want to think about the possibility. It doesn't reassure me any. Even with all our preparation, my anxiety spikes. I pick through dried vegetables, fruits, and nuts. Most of what's left is banana chips and raisins. I fold the bag over and stick it deep in my pocket. The incessant checking of his watch annoys me when he turns on his two-way. Oh. Dead air comes through after he speaks into it. He sighs and sits back. My knee bounces, and he scowls at it. Every 5 minutes, he checks again. After about 15 minutes, the air inside the cab is noticeably colder, but we get a response. Sarge, you there? Over. Patrick's tone transpires loud and clear, hopeful and slightly panicked. We exchange a glance before he responds. A mile out, over. Thank fucking God. We've been trying to get in touch with someone. Anyone. It's hell on earth here. Over. Can you meet me? Over. A long stretch of silence ensues. Seconds turn into minutes. Minutes turn into 20. We take the time to layer up and put on our hats. The skin around my nails are chewed and bloody by the time the two-way screeches. I got your signal. On my way. Over. Copy. Jake breathes out, nice and slow. He twists the knob on the two-way. Gear up. Patrick Davis breaks through the trees covered in zombie gore, alone with his breath fogging the air in front of him. Jake flashes a light in his face. The beam reflects on Patrick's golden blonde beard as he throws an arm to cover his eyes. His dirty blonde hair hangs from the bottom of his black beanie. They stick closer to town. His long legs eat ground as he makes his way closer, but he curses when he spots me. What happened? I swallow the urge to jerk his ass into submission and make him tell me where Rudy is. Jake gives him the news, unwaveringly honest, bitter, unsugar-coated. Patrick sits on an abandoned tire and stares into the woods while he listens. Eventually he asks questions about certain people, friends I guess, and Jake is ready for them. Patrick stands, gripping the straps of his nondescript backpack. He's not wearing military-issued clothing, whereas Jake sports his cold-weather combat uniform. Patrick looks at me. You have any idea where Mago is? No. Where? What's the status on Hawthorne? Jake cuts in. Patrick's eyes flash to me and back to Jake. He went with some of the runners for supplies. We're completely out. They're due back any day. He's constantly gathering anything he can obtain for this place. There's nothing to find less than a few days of travel. No one wants to go outside the fence. They don't have enough people to sustain their population growth. In dealing with all this shit, we haven't scratched the surface on this hellhole yet. Any word on Pierce? Pierce must be the MIA soldier. Patrick can't meet Jake's gaze. His jaw clenches along with his fists. No. He clears his throat. But we're noticing a few people missing. The ones we can keep track of, anyway. We think his disappearance and these missing people are connected. Connected how? Well, the ones who we know of are ill. Jake nods, retrieving a small electronic notebook from his patrol pack. His bigger pack is in the truck. I've never seen a soldier carry so much gear. Give me some info, he commands Patrick. And then it starts. All the information they gather. Patrick speaks a lot of jargon, but I catch the basic layout of the fenced-in community, which consists of 2 apartment buildings, the only ones in town. 2 streets of houses, and the downtown street of shops. Estimated population of 500, but growing with precisely 36 pregnant women. Only 1/3 of the births are expected to live. Keep in mind, those numbers are a loose estimate. No one stays in the same place for long. No one trusts anyone else. It's tough to get an exact count, Patrick explains, ripping his knit cap from his head and replacing it. People come and go without limitations for trade, work, and the like. Names, estimated ages, and physical descriptions of anyone he can remember. Anyone else he knows about them, like where they come from, what skills they possess, and what they do for the community. Jake's fingers fly across the computer keyboard as the information comes all from Patrick's memory, which is impressive due to the cold conditions. Some names I remember reading about in the file. So many young ages. The oldest person so far is 42. I can't catch it all because everything comes too quick. Rudy will know more. A few of the runners have taken a liking to him. My ears perk when I hear his name. Even though Kyle couldn't gather any information on this place, this supply run might be more than medical equipment. Rudy could have very well found more allies. What do you mean? I ask, wondering if he's suspicious. His eyes meet me without emotion. It's our job to make friends. I don't like his flat tone. At all. I clench my jaw. It does nothing but cause my hackles to rise. They might be trained to show no emotion, but this feels like he's hiding something. Oh, is all I manage. Security? Jake goes on, flat-toned. Not much. Some guys who make rounds. He pauses a long moment. Kids, too. I wince at his words. Not sure about their stockpile of weaponry. Most use the melee variety. They're stingy with ammo, so I suspect they don't have much. There's a fence, rigged to alert of any living dead. Standard shit. Jake still types steadily. Gathered anything on the marks? Trying. They're locked tight. Patrick crosses 2 fingers over each other. And we've been so busy with everything else. Which leads me to the illness. Patrick rubs his neck with both hands. His first sign of discomfort. I don't know where to start. We need a lab stat to investigate exactly what we're dealing with. A few deaths since we've been here, seemingly from malnourished-related complications. A few kids run amok with a mouth full of herpes simplex. 4 children with ringworm, 1 child having it on half his fucking body, man. They were shaving heads because of lice. All from a lack of basic hygiene. All of them, and I mean all of them, are in some stage of starvation. Keeping people hydrated and their fevers down have been our main priority. I already won a bath. He continues. Shit, man. This is what we've been warned about. He peers at Jake. I hope you've brought backup. Jake nods. I have a whole train of units, a fire team, and supplies coming. Are they at least quarantining the sick? Yeah. In a hospital a few miles away. Hawthorne and I helped clear it of famished. We've also checked all water sources. They use rain barrels that we dumped, cleaned, and sanitized. Haven't found anything, but the water from the creek needs to be tested. He shakes his head. See it for yourself. Mandatory sanitation. He uses finger quotes. They do, however, dispose of their dead properly. We're the only people busting our asses pulling carpets, burning mattresses, cleaning. He flips his hands. My hands are so fucking dry, they're cracking in places. How many? He clears his throat. Including minor illnesses? 216. My mouth drops open. That's almost half the community. You and Hawthorne? We're keeping cautious. We limit contact as much as we're able and eat our own food. Being recently vaccinated helps, I hope. He says the last a little low as if he's talking to himself. Everyone wears masks and gloves who deals with the sick. Even so, I'm surprised everyone isn't ill. Anyone know your status? He shakes his head. No. The couple in charge are crazy anti-military, but they're in a desperate way for help. Jake snorts, closing his notes and placing it in his pack. Aren't they all? He stands. Labs will help get things more grounded. We got our work cut out for us. Clacking his tongue, he looks at his watch. You and Hawthorne will remain covert for now. Jake catches my eye. It'll be a while before Maya gets here. Already counting on the news, I nod. I'm sure I can help somewhere. Patrick snorts. Good luck finding a place to start. Chapter 12. I sit in Patrick's lap and glare toward the back seat packed with all our gear and supplies. He directs us to the squat, as he calls it. It's 3/4 of a mile from where we waited on him, but it feels like 20 miles. I situate myself as far as I can from Patrick. They're both highly enjoying my irritation. Jake hits a pothole, grinning. "Oops," he says as I slip deeper between Patrick's legs. I lift and angle away from him, anything to avoid giving him a lap dance. He cackles, further punctuating my discomfort. "By the way, Moore, that's not a gun in my pocket." They both burst into laughter. Another bump, and I use it as an excuse to shoulder Patrick in the face. "Oops." "I deserve that. Turn right here." And it's the third house on the left with a detached garage. We're staying in the apartment above it. The headlights cast a shine over several famished in the street. When we pull into the driveway, I hop onto the open garage door and Jake pulls in. Patrick is already in the yard, shooting famished with a silent pistol. I slay a few with my bow. As soon as they're clear, we drag the bodies to the backyard, so no one sees them if they pass by. Jake sets the perimeter alarm, and we close the garage door behind us. "Time?" Jake asks. The glow from Patrick's watch lights his face. 3 minutes, 28 seconds. That includes dragging the bodies. I roll my eyes, even though they can't see it, grab my pack from the bed of the truck, and take some stairs located in the back. The apartment is small, but livable. A camping stove rests on top of a rusted stove, and a computer station sits in the corner. On the other side, Patrick has his auto-inflatable mattress inflated with a sleeping bag on top of it. "I'll boil some water so we can clean up and eat," Patrick says. Jake takes to the corner and begins organizing his own station. I'll access the situation in town first thing in the morning. I spot Rudy's guitar case and throw my pack beside it. "I'll just sit here and look pretty." "Can you play that thing?" Patrick motions to the guitar, noticing I'm eyeing it. I can't tell you how many hours Hawthorne plucks at it. "I know," I murmur, flip the clasps, and open it. I get a short burst of energy when I see it and smile. It's shiny black, with our arrow and sunshine painted on the corner. Grabbing the neck, I pull the instrument from the case. "Why, yes, I can play it." Jake pauses, but when I strum, they exchange looks, causing me to miss a note. Damn it. Patrick shakes his head, grabbing the frets to stop it. "Never mind, you'll draw famished." Jake snorts, focusing on what he's doing with the computer cords. I laugh. It happens to be the only song I know. Thank you very much. I'm not surprised. "Shut up and boil your water." I twist the button on my mattress. It fills with air, and I smile. I don't see a damn thing wrong with Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. There's not a damn thing wrong with being excited to see Rudy either. The next morning, Patrick disappears to town first. Jake removes everything from the bed of the truck and opens the secret compartment no one would know is there unless you know. I'm groggy from drinking a tea to see if a drugged sleep would help Mago contact me. Nothing. "Can." I jerk, meeting Jake's blazing hot gaze. "What?" "Give me all of your personal effects," he says, shaking his head and wagging his fingers in a give-it-to-me gesture. "Things that could identify you. Only take what you need." I pass him my Sierra Vista-issued ID and sketch pads. I put all my other incriminating stuff in the train at the team's safekeeping, including the phone with Kyle a few buttons away. "You don't have any notebooks with you?" I narrow my eyes at the question, and he rolls his. "Those damn notebooks you and Hawthorne insist on exchanging?" My face flames in the chill. "Have you been snooping? We never write anything anyone can use against us, but they're still personal." "No, Can, but none of us can take shits or jack off without the others knowing. Trust me when I say I don't give a fuck about your love notes." I laugh. "You guys are brutal. How much shit does he take over it?" "None. At least not when I'm around. Loved ones are sacred." "Right." I extract the current notebook from my pack and hand it over. He tosses me something. It's an old driver's license with my old driver's license picture, worn as if I had it since before the outbreak. What the hell? I overlook the Illinois address. "Candace Meyer?" "Sister," he mumbles, still digging. "Put it deep in your bag." He connects his patrol pack to his bigger pack with straps and then seamlessly seals the compartment. They'll search the truck. I agree with him, but the other bags in the bed will deter from what we're really hiding in it: ammunition. You think we'll have a problem getting in? One way to find out. My nerves get to me as we wait on someone to welcome us. The early morning chill isn't helping. I say chill, but really the frigid air would freeze the balls off a buffalo. 3 others stand before us. After Jake explained we were with the U.S. Coalition, they dropped their guns from our faces. We've yet to step foot inside the fence, and they have it rigged. Like Patrick said, nothing fancy. Just aluminum cans lining the top and bloodied obstacles to keep the famished from reaching the fence. No cameras. 2 have their heads shaved. The other keeps his black hair cropped, looking wary. None appear over the age of 25. These guys were kids when the outbreak hit. Behind the fence sits an apartment building of 3 stories high. The front entrance has an extra barricade, but what's disconcerting are the bodies littering the ground. Zombie bodies, but still. I keep a tight grip on Old Reliable. My body buzzes with nearby famished. I can hear them, too. Every once in a while, a zombie staggers around the corner, and a guard cuts it down with an old axe. A gate screeches, and a few seconds later, a tall man in a thick coat appears from behind the barricade. A knit cap covers his hair, but some blonde chunks fall over his forehead, efficiently shadowing his eyes. He nods at one man, and they take the cue to open the massive gate. His mouth twists disgustingly at the bodies. Someone gonna clean this shit up? A squawk sounds from a walkie-talkie as one of his guys jumps on his command. He audibly breathes foggy air in and out, assessing both Jake and me. So the U.S. Coalition cares, huh? Good to know. Jake holds out his hand to introduce himself, and I hope he doesn't make me do the same. Sergeant Jake Meyer. Caught wind of your situation here. Situation, he says with some thought. He eventually grabs Jake's outstretched hand. Tracy Marks. My wife would normally come with me to greet you, but she got held up. Tracy Marks, 35. Blonde hair, blue eyes, roughly 6'3", leader along with his wife, Willow Marks, also blonde hair, blue eyes, age 33. Tracy doesn't seem 35. The dark circles and crow's feet shout endless, sleepless nights. He cuts a look at one of his guys, but eventually turns to me. My sister, Candace Meyer, Jake introduces. Tracy nods since I don't offer my hand. I hate to be rude, but yeah, no touching anyone. I rub my arms, already feeling the germs coating them. I almost smile when the thought brings Mac to mind. This would be his worst nightmare. He still nods as if trying to strategize what he wants to do. Do I get a choice in this? I can leave, sure, but they'll send someone to replace me. Martial law. And you don't want a replacement, trust me. You do not want them to come in and take over. Jake raises his hands. I just want to deal with the ill. The words fall easily from his mouth. I almost glance to the ground, but catch myself. Lies, lies, lies. They want to take over, because this guy isn't doing a great job. Tracy remains skeptical, peering between Jake and me. He tightens his jacket without zipping it and puffs a breath. I scoff, shifting on my foot. You kidding right now? You've had people die, correct? There shouldn't be any reason for debate. For a second, I think Jake will reprimand me, but he raises his brows with approval. She has a point. We can help. All you need to do is take it. A small pickup truck swerves to a stop beside us. 2 barely men hop on quickly and throw the bodies in the truck's bed. We watch with contained disdain. As they speed off, I wonder how they dispose of their dead. Patrick said they dispose of them properly, but how? Tracy spreads his arms. You asked for it. They let us drive the truck into the parking lot. The first thing I notice is it's much cleaner outside the fence. I can tell it's recently been cleared of debris, but the grime left behind still cakes the concrete, the bottom of the fence, and in cracks as if trash has been accumulating since the outbreak. My breath catches, and I yelp as a child peeks around another vehicle. I can't tell if the kid is a he or she because of the shoddy cap barely covering a shaved head. I slowly take a step backward, and as soon as I get far enough away, the kid scurries to the truck. I open my mouth to alert Jake, but then my throat closes as the child huddles next to the warm engine. Shame from backing away burns through me like dry ice. Producing my bag of banana chips and raisins from my pocket, I hold it for the child, who examines me with wide eyes. The clothes are filthy, but at least they seem to be warm. 2 different shoes in 2 different sizes adorn his or her feet. A guard hisses at the child. Xena! Xena, a girl. She jerks the bag from my hand and dashes off. Tracy stares in her direction. His jaw clenches, and when he realizes I'm watching him, he smiles tightly. Orphan. She's like a skittish cat. Hard to keep track of. He gives one last look in her direction before he turns for us to follow. Looking across the parking lot to the second apartment building, I notice people stand outside, watching us. It's eerie because they don't move, and all of them have some type of mask on, whether it be a dust mask or a gas mask. One of them carries a baby, openly breastfeeding. Jesus, I whisper with a foggy exhale. Rubbing my gloved hands together, I breathe into the fabric to warm my frozen nose. Jake's aware of our audience, but clears his throat for me to follow. Upon entering the building, a high-pitched stench of bleach hits my nose, but it doesn't cover the rank smell or the damp air. They probably have a mold problem, too. A kid stands near the door with a hunting rifle, looking a lot better than the child I encountered outside. He doesn't move an inch, but follows us with his eyes. Jake seems perturbed at the sight of him. Tracy keeps walking, not paying anything any mind. Everyone's on a mandatory curfew, not that they all heed it. We follow him down a wide hall packed with tents and people lounging on the cement floor. Their eyes stay locked on us as we pass by. A baby cries incessantly. Its screams bounce off the walls. Shut that fucking kid up, Diana. The maddened shout comes from inside a tent. Go fuck yourself. Hatred harshens the reply. I flinch. Peeking at Jake, he gives nothing away at the spat. Tracy sighs, shaking his head. I keep on the lookout for anything useful to me, like cameras or locked rooms. Nothing so far. He takes us through a back door, but instead of going into the next building, we take a right through a worn path, a neighborhood. How many people are staying in the buildings? Jake asks Tracy. There are 3 floors, 6 units each. 3 one-bedrooms, 3 two-bedrooms. I estimate 6 to 8 people in each unit. Best case scenario, 150. Jake's lips tighten, but he says nothing. The numbers aren't adding up. With all those people in the hall? And what of other halls? It's not the best case, though, is it? I watch as Tracy barely glances at me with a shrug. Jake's eye twitches as he sends me a hard expression. If that doesn't tell me to keep my mouth shut and my face blank, I don't know what would. Without another word, we follow Tracy to a quaint house. The landscaping covers everything, and the back porch door screen is hanging by a hinge. My humble abode. Tracy waves us to a dining table worn with years of use. Jake and I both pause when we realize he's seating us with our backs to the door. I cross my arms and hold up a wall instead. It looks like it'll crumble any minute anyway. The Sarge nods at me and sits stiffly, knowing I've got his back. Tracy clears his throat. I'm not sure what you think you can... Jake raises his hand. We're prepared to administer IV fluids, fever reducers, antibiotics, and pain medications. We'll take blood work to find out what's going on and then locate and eliminate the source. Then we'll vaccinate who we can with what we can. And that's only scratching the surface of your current problem. That's what I think I can do, Mr. Marks. Tracy falls back in his chair, more than a little stunned, but he recovers. Scratching the surface? How many people have gone missing? Jake leans forward. The epitome of curiosity. And just like that, with 6 words, Jake puts Marks in his place, letting him know he suspects something strange going on here. I'm interested in the answer myself. Tracy glances at me with a tight jaw. A tall woman darkens the doorway from a sitting room or hallway. She shakes her head at him, and he nods. So, he starts. You'll do all of that with what? Your vehicle checked clean. Jake leans back, a little smug, and gives me an I told you so look over his shoulder. I don't acknowledge him because I can't take my eyes away from her for more than a second. Tracy continues. You got the supplies in your backpacks? Because 216 people need treatment. Some are more dire than others. And to my knowledge, no one has gone missing. If they're gone, it's because they left of their own free will. They stare at each other intensely. Neither man moves a muscle. Jake has his work cut out for him. I'm kind of glad I'm on a needle-in-a-haystack mission, as the general so eloquently put it. I mean, my haystack isn't moldy like Jake's. Jake is the first to speak again. I have a train set to arrive within the next 2 weeks, and 2 trunks where we stayed last night. We came ahead to prepare. A train? With more of you? I hope you don't expect me to believe you're here out of kindness. What's in it for you? Jake's eyes narrow so quick I could have missed it. Eventually, these people will die without our intervention, but they'll migrate first. Last resort. We don't want anyone to die or anything to spread to other communities. And yes, a train full of supplies and more units to help the process along. Tracy sneers. I'm surprised to see it transforms his face to show his true age. Good people no longer exist. They're extinct. They're fucking dead. Silence stretches, and they have another uncomfortable stare down. Jake finally stretches his neck and raises a brow. Says a lot about you if you believe that. Tracy narrows his eyes. It's apparent he doesn't like his new situation. Since I've got no choice, tell me what you need from me. We need a tour, and I need to see where you're keeping the sick. Tracy raises his brows at the woman, waving to us in a defiant, dismissive gesture. Willow, this is Sergeant Meyer and Candace Meyer. Staff Sergeant. Jake corrects automatically, just to be a dick. Her arm is crossed over her stomach, holding her other arm like she's trying not to appear closed off. She scrutinizes each of us. Jake holds out his hand. She stares at it until he drops it with his raised brows. All right then, he says. It's as if she doesn't hear him. Suspicion clouds her gaze as she looks at me. She raises her chin. Willow's like an exotic alien, tall and skinny with light blonde hair and light blue eyes. Probably could have given Miss America a run for the crown. As beautiful as she is, she's giving me some serious willies. Willow Marks gives us the grand tour. She's almost as tall as her husband, which is tall for a man, but exceptionally tall for a woman. Something about the two of them, I can't quite put my finger on, has my hackles rising. Tracy's bold remark about good people sticks with me through our tour. I don't hold the same opinion. If people like Gwen, Nastas, and especially people like Rudy are still alive, there's always hope for humanity. I wish I could say the same about myself. Willow mostly speaks to Jake, but I'm fine with blending into the background, biding time. No cameras anywhere. No electronics anywhere either. They have people who make rounds to make sure citizens are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Patrick was right about the sick being a few miles away. They can't take chances by keeping them here. She takes us through the second apartment building, where people follow us with their gazes. She guides us through someone's living space. Sleeping blankets take up most of the floor. The carpet's been ripped up, too. We burned all the mattresses and couches. We haven't gotten around to replacing things. We're hoping to contain the illness first, really. She clears her throat, almost as if she's embarrassed about her situation. Everyone boils their water, for everything. We've been trying. Jake nods, meeting Willow's gaze. We'll get this all sorted out. She swallows, but looks at Jake like he's her knight in shining armor. Thank you. Her eyes slide over me not once but twice, almost suspicious. Maybe I'm paranoid, but I'm wondering if she can smell the calamity I cause everywhere I go. Next, she leads us through the streets with houses inside the fence. The rows of houses are kind of cute with the few old bed and breakfast structures. The boarded windows, overgrowth, spray-painted art, broken cast-iron lampposts, and cracked sidewalks kind of put a stop to the old life charm. Trees canopy the streets with a few streams of sunlight now and then. People appear on porches. Most have on dirty clothing. Willow's eyes tighten at the sight before she checks our reactions. Jake wants to have a look at the backyards. I'm not sure why. Maybe searching to make sure they aren't throwing dead bodies just anywhere. Willow motions him ahead, and I notice Jake watches a child as he passes by. The child's maybe 9 or 10 years of age. Like the file said, sores cover his mouth, and his eyes are sunken in deep. I shiver and swallow, but bring my homemade candy out anyway. I pour some in my gloved hand and give him a few. His bony fingers flash, and before I know it, he's chewing. He laughs at the sweetness, smiling wide and revealing rotten teeth. The next thing I know, I'm surrounded by children, so I disperse the candy until it's gone. It breaks my heart when the candy is gone because they show no signs of disappointment. Just a small huddle of smiling, grateful faces. I return their smiles. I'll be back, I promise, with food. As I turn to catch Jake, I hear, "Thanks, lady." I hug myself and bump into Willow. She's staring past me and points to the boy with the mouth sores. "Jared needs to be at the hospital, Lisa. Now." "They ain't gonna do nothing to him," a woman on a porch screams. "Just sitting in there with all the sick." "Might never see him again, neither," another woman says. They all laugh. Something flashes behind Willow's gaze, and Lisa's body goes rigid. "I won't ask you again. This man and woman are here to help us, and you're not getting help unless you're at the hospital." Jake appears from behind a house and stalks straight to me. He asks Willow, "And you stay outside the fence?" I get what he's asking her. These people feel trapped here, too scared of the outside to migrate. Realization strikes like lightning, hot and intense, electrifying my consciousness. My little corner in a meager society thrives while the rest boil in their own squalor, neglected and decayed. And Rudy's here, in the middle of it all. We moved a few years ago when there was no more room. We'd been meaning to expand, but... Right. What the fuck is going on here? We'll meet you at the hospital. We'll get our supplies. Jake grabs my arm and pulls me toward the truck. When the doors are closed, he removes his toboggan. Fucking hell. I open my mouth to tell him what transpired while he was in the backyard, but he speaks first. "You're not coming to the hospital." "What? Why not?" "What part of this is not your problem do you not understand? Keep focus on your fucking objective, which is the Raymond family. And what the fuck were you giving those kids?" "Whole food candy. Vitamins." I flounce my hands in a whoa there gesture. I get it, but while I'm waiting, I need something to do. Why not help? He turns the engine and throws more tea bags in my lap. "I'm sure you can find something to do with your time, Kansas Moore." He's giving me no choice but to sit, wallow, and worry about the Raymond family. Chapter 13. My eyes fly open when I hear banging on the apartment door. Rudy. I jump from my sleeping bag on the floor, but when I unlock the door, it's Patrick. Letting him in, he scans me. "I meant to ask you what happened to your eye." I shrug as Jake speaks from his perch in the corner. "Should see the other guy. She pulverized Chauncey." Patrick's eyebrows shoot to his forehead. He checks my eye closer. "Huh. Probably had it coming to him. Sucks to be him, though, when, yeah. I roll my eyes and stretch. Jake's been at the hospital all day and immediately came in straight to his command station. I've been in and out of napping. I feel like I'm doing nothing but waiting. I should have taken the train. At least I'd have been useful. I head to the little kitchen to make some instant coffee from the water we boiled earlier. Still warm. It's the little things. Jake follows me, leaning against the counter. "I have something for you to do." "Yes." He raises his eyebrows. Patrick laughs. "I mean, sure." I stir my little aluminum mug. "I've scheduled a supply drop with the general. We need it. All the filtered water and the freeze-dried meals we brought with us are gone already. We can't wait for the train." He lays a piece of paper on the counter. "The coordinates. Just plug them in the GPS in the truck." I eye the paper. I'm familiar with coordinate crap, but I can figure it out. "When?" "Tonight or tomorrow." He watches for my reaction. Always the saying, "Be careful what you wish for." I give him a humorless chuckle. "So you're saying I'll be camping in temperatures hovering above zero? Alone?" "I'm sure the Marxes wouldn't mind sending someone with you." Jake trusts me to do this by myself. I like that. I like that a lot. Nah, turns out I'm quite experienced in doing things alone. Now he smiles. "So I've heard." Heading into the living area, he says over his shoulder, "There are propane tanks in the compartment." I decide to pack everything and take it with me, just in case. I hurry because I'd like to get there before dark. While searching for layers to put on, I spot a nondescript duffel. Rudy's. I must have thrown my bags on top of it without seeing it. A laugh bubbles from my throat when I unzip the zipper smoothly and dump the contents on my mattress. Nothing anyone would bother stealing, and seemingly invaluable stuff falls out. Of course not. He's far from stupid. Some everyday necessities, a few t-shirts, and I pause at a pair of jeans. Worn jeans so familiar, I feel like they could be my own. They're his favorite, and he'd probably cry if anything ever happened to them. It's also why he left them here. They're soft, almost as soft as his worn t-shirts. I run my fingers through the frayed denim strings at the knees. Grinning, I roll them tight and stuff them in my pack. A slither of anticipation lights my senses. Fucking with Rudy is my most favorite of pastimes. The coordinates lead me to an old farm about 10 miles from Edgewood, and I immediately see why. It's flatter land here with gorgeous views of the surrounding snow-capped mountains. A small farmhouse with a wraparound porch behind miles of plank fencing sits on top of a hill. Directly behind the house perches a red barn 3 times the size of the house with a loft door. I snap my fingers. I'll camp there. Maybe another loft door is on the other side. After opening and closing 3 gates, I drive down the long driveway and stop at the barn. It's peaceful here, with a quiet snowfall. I have a bit of a hum, letting me know a zombie's close by. Maybe 2. There aren't any footprints, but I do a thorough check of the house. I bring my crossbow just in case a gunshot might alert someone or something to my whereabouts. Dust covers everything, and the ransacked cabinets and closets let me know it's long past looted. It checks clean if famished. As I leave through the front door and take the porch to the back, a lump under a snowdrift moves. Snow falls off, revealing a zombie. A low buzz crawls through my bones like thousands of ants on a mission the closer I get. I shake my arms as if to fling off the feeling. It gags as it opens its mouth. Its hand, frozen around a porch spindle, cracks as it leans toward me and then goes still. Icy, congealed blood cakes its mouth. With it having stringy hair, I can't tell if it had been a male or female. The milky blue eyes gaze at me in vacancy. This zombie doesn't want to eat me. Not a rogue, which is surprising way out here. Bewildering. I've only felt a zombie like this when Maya was controlling them. I wonder if the zombies in Edgewood are rogues, or are they like this one and under a voodoo spell? The zombie sinks as if it somehow knows I'm not important enough to give it a command. Not that it could do anything if I could tell it what to do. Who do you belong to? I'd much rather see one of these than a zombie I can't feel. Lifting my crossbow, I release an arrow straight through its head. A howling, frigid wind blows more snow under the awning, reminding me I need to get indoors. I peep at the zombie one more time before hopping from the porch. Next is the barn, same condition as the house. I pull the truck in and close the door. If anyone happens upon me, I'm hoping the snow is fast enough to cover any tracks. I find an old tarp tossed to the side, throw it over the truck, and haul my things upstairs. Just like I predicted, another loft door is on the far side of the barn. I make camp, immediately using the camping stove to heat some water. I can make it, but if I get desperate enough for heat, I can always use the truck, although gas is running low. Opening the loft door fully, I use the view for drawing to pass the waning daylight. I quiver and watch the twilight turn to black, and then blacker. The silence becomes deafening. It must be a new moon because it's not in sight. But the stars are the only thing visible. I puff an icy fog in front of my face. This is how it would feel to float through space. I can almost imagine I'm the last person left in the whole universe. By well after nightfall, I'm over this bullshit. Fuck the view. Fuck the stars. Fuck the snow. Fuck the drop. Fuck zombies. And fuck the world. I shiver, and the chill seeps deep in my bones. My wrist is stiff, but no longer hurts since I double-dosed some ibuprofen. I turn on my camping lamp and do some jumping jacks to warm up. I jump as long as it takes to feel a trickle of sweat, but as soon as I stop, a frigid breeze flows through. Shit. I lean to close the loft door before rolling into a cocoon and drift to sleep. A sound startles me awake. It's far off. The plane. I search the sky, and as minutes pass, it gets louder, and I finally see blinking lights. When it gets overhead, another light turns on, but as the plane passes, it leaves the light behind. I soon realize the light is a flare. The wind catches, and by luck, it swings closer to me. Eventually, the flare's right in front of my eyes. I hear a loud thump as the drop hits the farmhouse roof. It rolls off and plummets to the ground. I sigh. I can't see it, but at least I know it's there. With it being so dark, I don't feel comfortable loading, so I decide to wait until morning. I also feel comfortable making something hot to eat and drink before I get more shut-eye. I fucking knew it! My eyes fly open at the loud voice. Goldmine, baby! Dread takes place in my being. I unwrap myself, quietly, from my cocoon and scoot closer to the loft door. 4 people surround the drop, which I can see consists of 2 trunks. The snow and ice glitter like magic in the dawning sunlight. The view is breathtaking, except for the newcomers. They blemish the bright snow in their grungy post-apocalyptic gear. One's investigating how to open the trunks. Another smacks the arm of the tallest one. Told you, he boasts, as the other guy remains quiet, looking at the drop. I cover my mouth with the neck of my sweatshirt and coat, trying not to squeal with giddiness. Shut up, Ray. We heard you the first time. This comes from a woman, if judging by the voice. She's busy cutting the parachute off. Yeah, Ray. Go to the car and get the ratchet wrenches, the guy in a squat says. Ray peeks at the guy he boasted to and gives him a glare. Well, if we'd had listened to Hampton, we wouldn't have found it. Ray emphasizes the name, and it warms my whole body. I know he uses my dad's middle name, but I've never heard it from someone who believes it. Apparently, Rudy tried to divert them from checking this out. Rudy finally stops staring at the trunks and takes in his surroundings. His gaze pauses on the barn, but continues his sweep. He sports a full beard and long hair that's typical when being away for a while. With a dark green beanie above his eyes, it's hard to decipher any facial expression he might have. If any, since the past few years, he reverts to his mastery of a soldier face. His whole body goes rigid when he spots the frozen zombie on the porch, the arrow through its skull prominent. Things just don't drop from the sky, he finally says, his body still stiff. I can tell his wheels are turning, probably wondering what and how to handle the situation. Obviously, he knows those trunks are from the Coalition. Yeah, the woman agrees as Ray returns with the tools. With the use of his fake name, I decide not to intervene yet. Once they see what's in the trunks, I'm sure he'll get the supplies to where they need to go. If not, I'll intervene. When they lift a lid, all but Rudy check the inside, picking up and turning things over. Rudy, however, takes the diversion and studies the barn. His head tilts in a way I know he eyes the loft door. The girl laughs. It's medicine and food! Gold. Holy shit, the unnamed guy says. Morphine. Freeze-dried cheesy tuna casserole. Cheese, man. You know what we would get for this? Yeah, let's get it to the skids. Ray snaps his fingers and clasps his fist to make a snap-pop sound. The skids? Shit. I lift myself to gear up. Rudy cocks his head. You don't think someone's looking for it? Just take a second and think about who needs this much medication. And food. At the question, I pause, and they eye each other as uneasiness thickens the air. They eventually stare down the long drive. Rudy watches them. He has a point, the girl speaks in a quieter tone, a total 180 from earlier happiness. If it comes up missing, Tracy will know who took it. You're not helping, Dakota, no-name spits. Besides, how'd they get this any fucking ways? I don't care how they got it. You know what happens when you fall on his shit list, she retorts. And Damon's. The guy laughs. You kidding? If we let Damon in on it, he'd love to have one over on Tracy. We'll take one trunk to Tracy with those ventilators and one trunk to the skids. Ray's shaking his head, and Dakota peers at Rudy. What do you think? Rudy shrugs. Not my problem. His tone sounds gruff and final, like he doesn't give a damn. They continue to argue, and Rudy says nothing else. What would he do if they take it? In the end, it doesn't matter. The threat of Tracy is enough to scare them into making the right decision. The unnamed one who lost the argument storms off. I'm checking the house for anything useful. Ray and Dakota follow behind him. Rudy waits a split second before reaching over the porch railing and jerking the arrow from the zombie skull. Damn. It's my electric blue one with the black fletching. His breathing accelerates, if the movement of his chest and how his exhales fog in front of his mouth is any indication. I almost laugh. His gaze goes to the trunks. Eventually, he marches to the barn. When he's out of sight, I hear the door squeak open downstairs, lighting the inside. I spy through the cracks in the floor, and his body is angled toward the truck. Still covered with the old tarp, which I now hear moving. After a pause, he leaves quickly as the crew leaves the house. Find anything? Dakota asks him. Nothing of use. We should get going. They each heft one side of a trunk and move toward their vehicles. Rudy glances at the barn one last time before they disappear around the farmhouse. He still has the arrow in his hand. Chapter 14. I watch until they drive from sight and then pack up. When I climb the ladder to the bottom near the truck, I notice right away he moved the tarp from the tailgate. There's no doubt about its shiny newness underneath a layer of sludge funk. On the drive to Edgewood, I contemplate the kind of people the Marks are and what's really going on in Edgewood. And what of the Skids? The sad thing is, with Jake's cast iron will keeping me on track, I'll probably never find out. As soon as Maya shows, we're gone. When I pull into the lot, the men open the gates for me. One of them is Patrick. No sign of the car. Shit. They expect me to have medical supplies. My mind races in overdrive as I park and cut the engine. When I slowly get out, the men surround the truck. One of them peek in the bed of it. Missing something? Patrick asks. I can hear a note of amusement there. Yeah, I need to speak to my brother as soon as possible. The words, my brother, sound weird coming from my mouth. He's at the hospital, with the supplies. The runners found it this morning. Patrick's dry tone isn't lost on me. I sag in relief. The trunks made it. I'm going to tell him. I scoot by Patrick, keeping eye contact the whole way. Should I go there? They glance at each other. Probably wouldn't be a good idea. The black-haired guy grunts. The other guard yells at children running in and out of the front building. Fine, I'll just, go give out my last bag of candy. I gesture towards the kids. Vitamins, really. After my explanation, the guards seem willing to let me move about on my own. Patrick watches me until I'm out of sight. Inside the building, I pause in the harrowing, musty atmosphere. I don't understand why these people continue to live like this when they can migrate south. I follow the kids to the end of the hallway, stepping over filthy sleeping bags, trash, and a pair of legs. I take a moment to make sure the person is still alive. When the children see I'm headed their way, they bolt through the back door. Wait! The door bursts outward when I shove it and wave the candy bag. At the crinkling sound, they hesitate. A head peeks around a corner. Just candy. And soon I'm surrounded by outstretched little hands waving excitedly. No Xena, however. I wonder if I'll ever see the little girl again. When I'm down to my last few, I roll the bag and stuff it in my pocket in case I do. Smiling at the prospect, I go to open the door and jump at the face staring at me through the window. A laugh bubbles from my throat, even though he isn't amused in the least. He steps outside, scanning his surroundings. The kids spot Rudy and linger. You feed them, he says. By the way they all eye him, I know he does the same thing. So do you. He proves me right when he removes a backpack and hands out some freeze-dried food that must have been in the trunks and plastic bags filled with blood and fur. He's fair with even distribution. I don't look too closely at the sacks as he explains what needs to be cleaned and cooked. Next, he offers them all a new pair of thick socks. Rudy shows them no emotion. Even so, my throat thickens, leaving me with a breathless feeling. I guess he provides what he can kill and carry. The kids disperse when they figure we've got nothing else to give. I can't help the smile on my face as I stare at the scary grizzly bear. I might have the googly eyes, too, but I don't care. His cheek twitches as he closes his eyes, but he finally cracks a smile, his teeth more prominent with his dark beard in the dim alley. I'm happy to see you too, darling. I move to push my arms around him, but he propels me through the door and rushes me through the crowded hall instead. He's hurrying, but I'm floating, buoyant, happy. Famish could attack us, and I probably wouldn't notice. Much. This is what I mean when I say the man weakens me. I blame it on being Rudy deprived. Do you have anything you need at the garage apartment? I have everything I need right here. I pat his hand. He stares straight ahead, but a soft smile lights his features. We halt at a stairway, and he releases his grip on me. We have to leave. Today. Get the truck and meet me there. I swallow. He finally meets my gaze. His voice touts too urgent to ask questions, and I trust him, unwaveringly. His eyes flick to my lips, and he bites his own together. I nod. Okay. I'm cut off by the front door's opening. Stunned, I stare at the two people who walk in. I also notice several pairs of eyes on us. I glance at Rudy, but he's gone. As the men allow me to leave the front gate, it worries me Rudy acts as though we're in a hostile environment when it's been anything but since I arrived. I also don't like leaving Jake without saying anything, but I can always go back if Rudy can't give me a satisfactory explanation. I park in the driveway and cut the engine. I don't bother going upstairs, but I jump in the bed of the truck and organize things better to pass the time. Eventually, I open the grid of the bed extender and sit on the tailgate. My knee bounces as I wait. That's the thing. He didn't tell me how long he'd be. The sun gleams high in the sky, and snow drips from the evergreens, making it sound like rain in a forest. A few zombies pass by, which definitely are under the spell of a Bokor. But why am I surprised? Maybe because I never came across any that don't belong to Maya or Mago. After an hour of watching zombies, I notice 5 or 6 of them shamble in between 2 houses about 50 yards away. Where are they going? I hop from the tailgate. I don't think, I just do, grabbing a pistol and my machete. Moving quickly, I holster the firearm under my coat and follow them through a backyard. They pay me no mind for obvious zombie mojo reasons, but I can tell they're on the hunt. We tunnel through a maze of privacy fencing before crossing a street near an old gas station. A flash of blonde snatches my attention. Willow. She crosses a yard a few houses down. A famish stops and waits for her. In fact, they all stop and wait for her to pass. Blood rushes to my head as the zombie at the farmhouse comes to mind. What the fuck? What is she up to? She ignores the famished, and not wanting to bring attention to myself, so do I. I keep a tight grip on the machete, just in case of a rogue. We reach a wood-dense area. With the tree cover, the snow has formed together, and it crunches like ice. It's also interesting because a worn path highlights frequent traffic. I barely see her make a right. Another minute, and I see why. It's a gravel road, also frequently traveled, but with vehicles. Remaining at a safe distance, I spot an old Victorian house through the trees on a hill. Not a gravel road, but a driveway. 2 men gather around her for a minute before she goes inside. They take turns shooting silent shots into the woods, so they keep famished clear of this house, but leave them wandering in town? She hadn't been very careful of making sure no one followed her. I shake my head. Isn't that what happens when you're comfortable in one place? Prime example of what happened with Craig. Her 2 guards head into the woods, presumably to gather the bodies. While they're distracted, I sneak closer to the side of the house and slink into a backyard patio. I tighten my mouth at the furniture covered and stored for the winter. I haven't seen anything like it since the old life. Why would anyone care about outdoor furniture? I squeeze the machete so hard, my nails dig into the meat of my palm. I'm not sure why I'm surprised by anything anymore. All the house's windows are covered, but I find one where I can see in through a cot blind. The room is dark, but the window won't open. I can hear the men on the other side of the house making a racket. An engine starts, and soon after, the telltale sign of gravel crunching as the vehicle drives away. I flatten myself against the yellow siding as the truck drives into view. The same little pickup they used to take away dead bodies at the front gate of Edgewood. With only one head in sight through the back window, I know another guard still lurks about. I maneuver the perimeter of the house carefully until I find him. He squats next to the central unit, probably to steal some of its warmth. My cheek and eye twitches as my face gets hot. The Marks have a warm and cozy home. Next to the unit is a large solar-powered generator. I imagine stabbing Tracy in the eye with an arrow. My lips tighten, and by the time the guard hears me coming, it's too late, and he gets a pistol butt to the face. Dropping my weapons, I tackle him in a chokehold. The man grabs at me, but weakens as he passes out. The Marks don't keep the people who guard them very strong. Who knows how long I have until he comes to. I swipe my machete and pistol from the ground. And then, because I couldn't give a shit, I stalk through the front door. No one's in sight. So much for my dramatic entrance. It's warm, as expected. Warmer, even. The layout reminds me of an old plantation home in the South. The grand foyer, laden with natural wood trim, goes straight to the back of the house with a staircase to the right. The rooms to the sides are formal sitting rooms. But what pisses me off the most? The house sparkles, clean and tidy, almost as if no one lives here. The furniture shines and the rugs have vacuum lines. Farther to the back of the house, the clamor becomes louder from what I can assume is the kitchen. I peek through the window of an arch-swinging door. Lo and behold, the armed kid from the apartment building stirs something in a bowl. An emptied freeze-dried food package lays tossed to the side on the counter. The reason he looks healthy, because he is. He probably sleeps on a memory foam mattress under a downy quilt. An odd noise comes from across the hall. Leaving the boy to his food, I put my ear against the closed door, wondering where it goes when something crashes and breaks behind me. I spin to find the boy. His bowl is splintered in chunks on the floor. I seize him by the mouth, much like my mother did to me when I'd smart off. His eyes are wide and fearful, flashing to the machete in my hands. I put my finger to his lips. When he nods, I ask, "What's behind this door?" Basement," he whispers and looks toward the ceiling. "Where's Willow?" He points up. "Good." "Who's in the basement?" He shakes his head quickly. "No one." "Show me." I release his mouth and wave him forward. His hand shakes as he reaches for the knob. I don't know if he's afraid of me or what's in there. A bit of both, I guess. After he opens the door, he stares into the darkness for a long moment. A bang sounds from below, and he nearly jumps from his skin. "You said no one was down there." He shakes his head quickly again. "Those things are down there." "Zombies?" There isn't so much as a hum. "No, there's no, but maybe some are down there." I swallow as all scenarios bombard me at once. They transported the zombie from New York. I don't know where in New York. I'll research when I can compare subject numbers because the only other zombie I couldn't sense was a zombie at a compound upstate. Maybe the Marks are doing their own research and have unknowingly stumbled upon a zombie I can't sense. But if Willow is like me, she wouldn't be able to sense it either, right? New York State is a little over a half hour away, so the possibility isn't far-fetched. How are they being contained? I'm not allowed down there. The ceiling creaks as if someone is walking around. We follow the noise with our gazes to the front of the house, where the stairs are. The boy gasps as his eyes flash to his mess on the floor. That's what he's worried about? The next thing I know, he takes off toward the back door. I should probably run after him, but I'm not leaving until I know what's in the basement. Quietly, I slip into the darkness. No sooner than I close the door, Willow curses the mess all the way into the kitchen. Either she'll find me, or the boy will tell. My money is on the former, which is fine with me, since I have a bone to pick with her anyway. When I reach the bottom of the steps, I flick on a light switch, illuminating a generic basement, complete with washer, dryer, a utility sink, and a furnace. One would think it'd smell like laundry detergent, but the basement smells like death. On the other side are 3 doors with small windows. Bingo. A zombie occupies the middle cell. Its head is bent as it chews at the brick wall, smearing its own coagulated blood everywhere. It's sporting a familiar pair of boots. Military issued. Shit. I swallow and whisper, "Pierce?" I can't tell if he was bitten or injected. The doorknob doesn't budge. Locked. If it is Pierce, I can't help him now. The next cell is empty, but the cell on the other side contains a woman wearing a green corduroy coat dotted with pinback buttons. She's standing about 3 feet away, facing the other direction, eerily still. Seconds tick by with no movement, not a breath. My instincts scream at me to bolt. I swipe my sweaty palms on my thighs and jiggle the icy doorknob. No surprise it's locked. The woman turns languidly at the sound. Her hair, long and dark with hints of red and purple, shields her face as she appears to be looking at the floor. I knock the thick glass with my fist, desperate to see her face to check for bites. She launches herself with a speed unknown to zombies, smacking the window and unleashing a guttural scream. I jump back into someone. Spinning, I come face to face with Willow. We stare each other down in strained silence. To be honest, I have nothing to say to this bitch, but where's her bite? She smirks. I tap my chin. But the better question is, how can you control it? The smirk slips, and she narrows her eyes. Her arm flashes, hitting me across the face. The jagged piece of bowl in her hand glints at the same time pain sears through my right cheek. My machete clobbers to the floor. I shove her against the utility sink and throw my elbow into her jawbone. She grabs my dreads and her other hand latches onto my neck with digging nails. Ow, fuck! I grab her wrists out of instinct and use her own momentum to knee her in the stomach. She releases her catfight hold, and I spring to the side as she falls forward with a grunt. I quicken her descent with a hard kick to the back of her knee. She screams in pain, an awful screech I don't let deter me from slamming her head against the cement floor. She wraps an arm around my leg, so I do it again. This time she goes still, alive, but not trying to hurt me. I put my bicep to my cheek to staunch the bleeding. Blood runs down my neck. I taste it in my mouth. Shit. Licking my lips, I drag air through my lungs. What the fuck is going on here? Cabinets and storage lockers line the far wall. And leaning against the wall, frozen with wide eyes, is the boy. His body trembles as he stares at Willow. He takes a few steps toward her. Gunmetal gleams in dim light as he points a firearm at her. Whoa, whoa! I swipe his arm down. She won't hurt you anymore. I'm not sure if she actually hurt him, but obviously something goes on. He's still shivering, pale. He squeezes his eyes shut. When he opens them, hope shines at me. What are we going to do now? I need you to go find the man I came here with. Can you do that quickly? He backs away and nods. After he's gone, I search the cabinets and drawers for a clean dish towel, coming across bin after bin of food. The Coalition's freeze-dried stuff, homemade jarred goods, bags of rice and oats. Those precious little faces flow through my mind. The boy's quaking body. Heat swallows the pain as I shake with fury. My breathing sounds jagged and hard. My lower jaw trembles as I draw my bursa and splatter Willow Marks's brains across the gleaming concrete. I don't know how long I sit on the front porch step, holding a cloth to my cheek and staring into the woods. Still not really believing what just happened, what's down in the Marks' basement. Forming a complete thought seems rather difficult. Something catches my eye, and when I turn my head, eyes observe me through the spindles of the porch. I blink to make sure I'm really seeing what I'm seeing. Lying down and napping seems like a fantastic idea. But yes, a little person is watching me. She's unsure at first, and when I don't say anything, she skitters to sit next to me. Zena's big brown eyes search my own before switching to the blood seeping from the towel. Her sunken cheeks and eye sockets showcase how malnutrition enfeebles her. Can you speak? I ask her. She nods. Josh don't get at me, she explains in a rush. He over there sleeping in snow. Does he ever help you? She thinks about this before shaking her head. Then he can stay there. I point to her missing shoe. She has on a filthy sock, soiled from the snow and God knows what else. What happened to your shoe? It happens sometime when I run from bad man. I sigh. The quick movement causes a whoosh in my ears and my wound pulsates. Well, makes sense when you're outside of the fence. She shrugs. I find food sometime, here, in a big can. I try to get to it before it gets on fire. My eyes burn at the thought of her eating from the trash the Marks waste. She's a true survivor, only counting on herself to get what she needs. I gaze at her through some tears and give her a little laugh. You really are a warrior princess. I'm a princess? She grins, liking the thought. You are to me. I stand, swaying. The last thing I need to be is walking anymore, but this little girl needs help more than I do. Come on, let's find you some dry socks and shoes. She notices where I want her to go. She shakes her head with frightened eyes. Willow in there. I bend to eye level. I won't make you go in if you don't want to, but it's warm. I'll get you some food, too. Even the promise of warmth and food doesn't convince her, but I can tell she really wants to. How about this? If you stay in the front room, I promise I won't let anything happen to you. Still, she hesitates, and suddenly, I don't feel so bad about the past hour. Listen, Zena, I'm here to help you. I promise you can trust me. When she relents, she follows me inside. A look of awe and wonder fills her expression, but she stays quiet. I have her sit on a settee, wrap her in a throw blanket, and give her the few pieces of candy I saved. In less than 5 minutes, I find some things and another 5 to dress her in clean clothing with 2 pair of thick socks. The shoes I find are way too big, but better than nothing. I tie the strings tight. I'll get you some food, and then I'll make sure you get inside the fence. She nods. I collect several packs of freeze-dried food and a bag of rice. Jake will distribute the rest of the stash evenly. Maybe we can create a place to make it ourselves so we know everyone eats. I place her food in a bag and set it beside the front door. While I'm searching through the coat closet, however, the front door slams shut. Xena and the bag are gone. With a swimming head, I barely make it to the same settee Xena occupied before passing out. I bolt upright, feeling far removed from reality. A quiet stillness settles into my being, and I feel relaxed. I don't remember ever feeling this relaxed. A lake, or maybe an ocean, extends before me, but somehow I know it's a lake. A dark cloud hangs over a massive structure. I squint at an isolated roof peak. There's nothing you can do to change what's happening. I startle. The voice is close, and she appears beside me, her long arms wrapped around her knees. I feel my lips tighten as I squint my eyes at Willow. Seems like she will haunt my dreams now. I'm like you, or was. She closes her eyes and tilts her face to the sky. Do you ever feel like a god, being able to control them? We could have helped each other. We're nothing like each other. I would have never let children freeze or starve. Her eyes open, sliding to me. The iciness leaves no room for doubt. She hates me. She blinks, slow at first, and then more rapidly. What? We both watch her fingers elongate and turn colors, from pale to light brown to jet black. I gasp. I know those skinny hands anywhere. Mago. Willow convulses as Mago takes over her being. No, Mago's convulsing. I stand, but it's more like floating. Where are you? He screams something unintelligible. His voice is 1,000 whispers and echoes, hostile and dissatisfied. Thinking I can anchor him, I grab his thrashing hands. My body jolts like lightning strikes me. I truly do bolt upright this time. Only pain sears through my cheek. The Sarge watches me in horror, with a suture needle between his thumb and forefinger. I catch sight of the string trailing from my face before everything goes black. I look like the bride of Frankenstein. My freshly sutured wound runs along my cheekbone and stops about an inch from the corner of my mouth. The laceration, stark against my pale face, throbs painfully as I wash dry blood from my neck and hands from a pot of hot water. To say I feel like shit is a massive understatement. Serves you right for murdering someone in cold blood. Jake stands at the bathroom door with his arms crossed. Even though he didn't want to, he left the scene as is. He left the stash of goods. We don't have the means of holding or transporting zombies, but leaving them alive gives us a small chance to do it later. And yeah, it irks my shit the general might get the zombie before my team does. I did my best to explain what happened after he dumped ice water on me and then stitched me together. His words, even though he's not bothered by her death in the slightest, still sting. Pink water flushes down the sink drain, weeping from my fingertips. My hand will never truly be washed of blood. I point at my cheek. Self-defense. And besides, I distinctly remember feeling hot when I shot her in the head. He stares with a clenched jaw before scoffing. What? Despite your facetiousness, Davis and Hawthorne have been trying to do what you did in 2 hours for 10 weeks. I raise my brows in question. Did you listen to Davis when we first arrived? They knew something was going on. They were trying to get in their good graces to do it. I shrug. I shouldn't have followed. No, you shouldn't have done it by yourself. You should have come to me as soon as you saw the house. I throw my hands in the air, though I would have never have done that. I have my own questions to answer. Should have, could have, would have, and all that. So what do we do now? Are you fucking joking? There is no we can. You and Hawthorne will hit the road any... He checks his watch and clucks his tongue. Minute. Now get your shit. I thought we were waiting for the train. What's changed? Rudy seemed in a hurry too. Rudy brought up some good points. There isn't any reason to wait when you can meet the train. I agreed because Mago Raymond is your mission, not Edgewood. You don't need to go missing too. I freeze at the mention of Mago's name. I've got the bugs under my skin feeling again. What of you? Pierce is in one of those cells. Jake confirmed the male zombie was Pierce when it came to. He sends me a stony glare. That's why Davis is still undercover, and I don't think they'll risk doing anything to me knowing we have a train coming. We have this taken care of, although you haven't made it any easier. He flashes a quick grin. Now we have a spy on the inside. Jacob, the boy from the house, divulged a few things to Jake with promises of Sierra Vista in return. Jake now claims his knowledge is classified information. Bullshit. He could tell me if he wanted. I don't push it, though, because Rudy will tell me anything I want to know. And what are you going to do about Willow? I wish Maya were here to throw her fucking soul into the female zombie in the cell. The thing had no soul. If I'm sure about anything, I'm sure about that. Nothing. I'm hoping since we left the zombies intact, they'll blame one of their own. He gives me a look, daring me to ask more. Fine, but I need a favor. This ought to be good. He swings his pack over his shoulder. A little girl named Xena. Make sure she gets on the train. After some scrutiny, he nods and rushes out the door, giving me instructions on our way to the truck. He'd pulled it inside the garage when he noticed I left it parked outside. After he opens the gas tank, he grabs one of the several gas cans lining the garage. I filled Hawthorne in on your mission, but he might ask for details. I nod, watching him fill the tank. I figured as much. I don't know how good this stuff is, but hopefully you can make it to the train with it. They shouldn't be too far off. Right. Plenty of fresh gas is stored on the train. If there aren't any leads, you need to go to Arizona, straight to Fort Huachuca. Leads. I don't know where to start. And all I've been doing is drinking shitty tea and napping. I clear my throat. Since I'll be taking my team, we'll help clear tracks before we set out. His mouth hardens as he stares me down. This isn't an option can. I plan to clear tracks from here. You can take your team, but stay on objective. Jake's plan makes me feel better about leaving Ty. The people of Edgewood would want the train here sooner, so they'll help do what they can. The garage doors open, revealing two silhouettes. Nice of you guys to show up. I almost laugh at the dryness in Jake's tone. Patrick hisses, "The fuck?" It startles me for a second, but then I realize he's looking at my face. Rudy's unreadable, but focused on my injury. Patrick looks at Jake, but points to me. "You sew her?" "Yeah," he says as Rudy positions me for a closer look. I don't meet his eyes. I don't want to see whatever it is I'll see there. "Fuck, man. That will leave a scar." "What happened?" Rudy asks, cutting Patrick off from saying something I don't want to hear right now. "She followed Willow, found the Marks' home of luxury and stocked food, fought Willow, and then shot Willow. She also found Pierce. A fucking zombie." A long silence ensues as they both gape at me. I throw my hands in the air for a second time in 30 minutes. I honestly don't know why anyone's surprised. "Because I told you to meet me here?" Rudy says this as a question, ever the diplomatic tone. "You can't stand there and tell me you wouldn't have followed her either. She was sneaking through a yard and..." I glance quickly at Jake and spew a lie. "Batting away famished like they were flies, for crying out loud." "And?" I nod at his prompting and explain everything that happened and why it happened. I skip the weird zombie as Jake didn't notice any odd behavior. I tell them I shot Willow execution style while she was defenseless and passed out. "We fucking knew it," Patrick starts. "Damned placebo house." My mouth drops open. Rudy confirms Patrick's statement with a nod. "They're too healthy. We knew they had to be staying elsewhere. We've been busy with the sick and helping those poor people." "We need to start damage control," Jake says and points to me. "You need to go." A slight smile sprouts on his lips. He jerks his head toward Rudy. "And take him with you." Chapter 15. Rudy seems as though he hasn't slept in weeks, so I climb into the driver's seat. Sleeping is all I've been doing lately. Rudy tosses his bags, guitar, and his pack into the bed of the truck. Dirt covers his pack, a telltale sign he buried it somewhere. Jake watches him from the driver's window. Rudy's body sags in relief after he hops in. His head hits the headrest, and he exhales before looking our way. "Ready when you are, darlin'." He looks like he's been through the gates of hell these past couple of hours. Jake slaps the roof. "I've already got some coordinates plugged in. It's a campground." "Good," Rudy says. "I need to eat, sleep, and wash up." After our goodbyes, I hit the road. only to put the truck in park at the end of the street. I dig through my pack, tossing him the brown paper bag. Gwen's homemade granola. He beams. His gaze strays to my sliced face. Thanks. I return the smile as he shakes him straight into his pie hole. This feels right, being here with him. Even though we have a long road ahead of us, I know we'll make the best of it. He stops chewing and looks through the passenger side mirror. As happy as I am, I'll be happier when we're farther away. As if Jake will come running to tell us we won't be doing this mission together. Point made. Before I can put the gear in drive, I feel his hand slide to the back of my neck as he leans over. I feel his beard before his breath in my ear, smelling like maple and cinnamon. And I'll be ecstatic once I get my jeans back. Not being able to grin, I smirk. I slam the truck into drive and hit the gas. Huh, I don't know what you're talking about. He kisses my cheek, careful of my wound, laughing. One of my favorite sounds. You better be joking. The GPS will keep us to the back roads to bypass Albany and stick towards Scranton. I know from memory the train will chug through small towns north of there. As soon as we hit the Vermont-New York state line, everything spews from my mouth. About the zombie at the chemical plant, the dreams about Mago, Chauncey and the General, the attack on Birmingham, the draft in Sierra Vista, Mac's son, Ty in the train, Sam and Maya, Xena, and finally, the zombie in the Mark's basement. Out of everything I tell him, he fixates on one thing. Mac as a son? I nod and smile as much as my face will let me. Yeah, his name is Brian, and he has bright red curls. Carrie's son? The General's daughter? The one missing, yes. So you've seen him. He scoffs a short laugh. Yeah, and I can't believe I never put two and two. I peek over at him, and he has this look about him. What? He shrugs. Maybe that's what he was going to tell you. Maybe, but we'll never know, will we? When he doesn't say anything, I change the subject. So why the urgency with leaving? We suspect the Marks make their own people sick, and with people coming up missing, I didn't want you there. And with what you found, we think they're turning them into zombies, but we don't know how or why. Ah, the key information Jake didn't want to tell me. But the Marks had 2 zombies and absolutely no research. Hardly construes turning people into zombies. Maybe it's not the Marks. Maybe they're lackeys. You might be onto something, I say. The zombie at the farm, the one you pulled my arrow from, belonged to a Bokor. He's so quiet, I glance over at him. What? I ask. It's amazing how you can sense that. Speaking of Bokors, what's the latest on Mago, anyway? You know, since we have to find him. I recount my latest dream. He blinks. Great. Who are those people and what are the skids? Think the claptrap, but 1,000,000 times worse. Think fuck, it's not my problem anymore. I'd rather face 1,000 famished on top of 1,000 putreds. I laugh, and he sends me a beam, major wattage. And those people were no one. No one worthy of recruiting, and I'm glad you figured it out and stayed hidden. As soon as I'd heard I'd be leaving with you, I told the Sarge and Davis about the skids to let them deal with it. This doesn't sit right with me. Maybe if I hadn't come upon the Marks' house, it'd be different. That's one thing I love about Rudy, but also one of the most frustrating. He can easily wash his hands of things that don't concern him. Do the Marks know about the place? He nods. Yeah, Tracy frequented. I guess he's buddies with Damon. Oh, yeah, I remember the name. Who is he? What's a good word for him? Leader? Dictator? Put it this way. If Guido had a boss and his boss had a boss, that guy would be Damon. I make a face. Does he have a thing for zombies? Not like Guido did. Damon sure enjoys having them around, though. Did you ever see anything weird? He scoffs. Everything was weird, Can. I mean, like, Mago and Pappers weird? He shoots me a sharp look. Why? Because of what Willow said in your dream? Because I saw Willow do it. With my own eyes, that's why. I lied to Jake. She wasn't batting them away. They were waiting on her to command them. He closes his eyes. No, I never saw anything like that. You're sure? He nods. You think the zombie at the farm and Willow are connected to the same Bokor? I hope so. It's already a problem. I couldn't imagine more of them. Rudy eventually leans against the window with a balled-up blanket for a pillow, saying we'd talk more later. I let my own thoughts flow, trying to think of a way to go back. I pull into the campground close to an interstate with plenty of hours left of sun. Famished lurk about. When I lurch us to a stop, Rudy jerks awake with a grunt, sweeping our surroundings with sleepy eyes. I give him a sideways grin. Ready to clear some famished? As he stretches, I notice he's relaxed like he can breathe. I know the feeling. I'll be the front man, he smiles wide, knowing what it'll start. Nuh-uh, you'll have to fight me for it. I hold out my palm and fist. We shake 3 times quick, and I throw paper against his rock. I shoot him a smug smile. I knew you'd go for brute force. We find a lone camp spot, complete with an empty camper. It's nothing fancy, but it has an awning, picnic table, a ground pump, and no long dead corpses. The first thing Rudy does is fill a few solar showers and leave them in the sun. Then we sit at the picnic table, side by side, and take stock of everything we have, mostly our food rations. The compartment stores freeze-dried packets, but they're things like beef stroganoff, chicken with rice, and scrambled eggs with sausage. I slip some canned vegetables from Reese's greenhouse, Gwen's granola, and sunflower seeds into the pile. I rationed what I needed for the trip until the train arrived with supplies. I don't have much left, and since I ate all the good stuff first, dried fruit, oats, and yams, it looks like I'll be eating jars of tomatoes and squash. Wait a second, Can. Rudy digs in his oversized pack. I deflate when he yields more packets of freeze-dried meals until he throws them on top. 2 packets of vegetable lasagna, 3 of mac and cheese, 1 veggie pad thai. I feel like crying tears of joy. He smiles. I save them when I come across them. No big deal. It is to me, and he knows it. My stomach growls, reminding me of the hole there. I look at our little pot of water heating on the camping stove I used in the barn. You couldn't have saved them for a better time. He pops open a jar of stewed tomatoes. I'm sure you could have used them in the barn, though. After he's able to get a tomato in his mouth, he passes it to me. I could have used a lot of stuff in the barn, I grumble, referring to the solar blanket in the secret compartment the whole time. We fall silent, but it's not a comfortable silence. Unspoken words hang in the air between us. He must feel it, too, because he asks, "Want to talk about it?" I shrug, scraping the leftover pad thai from the bottom of the packet I'm using as a bowl. Those kids. I thought killing her would help me feel some kind of justice, but it wasn't enough. He repositions himself to straddle the bench with me between his legs. His steely gaze, sharper than a freshly honed blade, spears his brutal virility straight through me. It was enough to make me fall in love with you all over again. Even though you'll be reminded of her every time you look at me, let's be honest here, this thing will scar. Especially because of that. But of the why, not the who. It'll be a battle badge to remind you of the courage it took to take justice in your own hands. His rough fingers lightly trace it. It throbs, but the mild pain relievers make it tolerable. Besides, now I feel like we're on a more even level in the looks department. I laugh and toss my pad thai packet at him. We both know he beats me by a landslide. After we eat, he gets me to trim his hair to the length he likes it, and then checks the temp of the showers. 87 degrees, warm enough for me. I don't care how warm the temperatures of the water is, it'll be freezing either way. I decide to wait longer and strip the beds of any bedding inside the camper while Rudy uses the camper's minuscule bathroom. A buzzing noise comes from the other side. I grin, knowing he's trimming his beard. I inflate the air mattresses and toss our sleeping bags on it for later. Then I spread the maps at the little dinette and use a solar lantern as a paperweight. The sun is setting quick, so we need it. Rudy appears a little later, looking more like himself in a thermal shirt and his favorite jeans I returned to him earlier. Through the holes, I can tell he has on thermal underwear, too. His facial hair isn't shaved, just trimmed a scruff. He goes outside, and I watch through a window as he tosses the nondescript clothes he had on before in a garbage barrel on the edge of the lot, including a thick winter jacket. "You might need that coat," I yell loud enough for him to hear. "No, darling, I won't." He fetches the other shower bag. A whopping 92 degrees. I take it from him. Right. When I go to the little bathroom, I can barely move, so I'm not sure how he could. A few hairs stick to the sink from his beard, but nowhere near enough for what he cut off, like he took a t-shirt and wiped it clean. I wouldn't have minded the hair. I tell him through the wall. Hurry up, your water's getting cold. A slow grin spreads across my face at the thickness of his words. Uh-huh. I poke my head from the door. He's already seated at the dinette looking at the map. I'm sure that's exactly why you want me to hurry. He stares at the map, unseeing. His neck flames, but he grins, and with the lack of facial hair, his dimples are pronounced. Before I turn the knob of the shower, the temp reads 85 degrees. Fantastic. But the freezing water is so worth it. Making Rudy blush, another one of my favorite pastimes. We both jerk to a sitting position simultaneously at the sudden shrilling alarm. Not an alarm to wake us, but the perimeter alarm to alert. It's not loud per se, but the decibel rings inside the ears. Rudy borders on the edge of madness as he stabs the button to turn it off. I peek through the window. Nothing out the back. And after inspection through all the tiny windows, we check outside. He immediately examines the laser beams, and nothing seems out of place. Usually, if a famished room's by, the alarm will go off twice, not once. We both scan the woods and strain to listen. A few birds chirp. Maybe a bird flew within the laser. He's still in alert mode. Maybe, darling. You think we could bring this camper along? I joke. Kind of. Who knows where we'll be sleeping tonight? He relaxes and laughs, pulling me against him. He tries to ward the chill by rubbing my back. Who would know if we lingered for another day? I bite my lip, feeling the waffle texture of his thermal against my left cheek. With everything else going on, could I be selfish? Would this be proving to everyone we put ourselves first? Last night, we calculated where the train was, and in all honesty, one more day brings them closer and we save gas. His heart beats a little faster, and his body tenses, waiting to see what I'll say. As far apart as we've been, the time lengths, every time I wished I were with him, I told myself I'd take advantage of the time we had together. No one would know, I whisper. Wrapped tightly around Rudy's waist, my legs shake with exhaustion. His arms quiver in effort. Come on, Rudolph, one more time. I huff with my arms crossed over my chest. He grunts, sweat dripping down his forehead as his chin makes it over the bar. He controls his drop as I bend backwards at the waist for one more crunch. I grin, my cheek stretches awkwardly when I lift and meet him face to face. He releases the bar, drops us to the ground, and helps ease my legs down. They feel like jelly, but I feel better about sitting in a truck all day. He stretches his arms, sweat still running down his temples. You're getting heavier. I bust a Glinda pose with my hands on my hips. No, you're getting weaker. He laughs, thick and rich. I'm serious. Your legs are hard like tree trunks. I thought you would suffocate me last night. My cheeks warm. You weren't complaining. His lips tilt in a smirk and one dimple appears. Because I couldn't. I laugh and elbow him. Shut up. We both do a quick cleanup and finish packing our belongings, which I'm happy to say is clean. We spent yesterday doing things that needed doing, like laundry and each other. I place my pack next to the truck. Rudy throws the tarp to the side, ready to toss our bags in, but he jumps back with a gruff shout, bending at the waist with one hand on his knee and the other over his heart. He inhales and exhales rapidly. What, do you need me to kill a spider for you? He meets my baffled stare with his tongue between his teeth as if he can't believe what just happened. His gaze switches to the truck and I follow it. Two eyes peep through the bed rails. Oh no, I whisper. Rudy's jaw clenches. Seem like we have a stowaway. Zena's lips are blue from the cold and she's shivering uncontrollably. Oh geez, Zena, what are you doing? I dig for the solar blanket. Rudy wraps it around her before he picks her up and takes her inside the camper while I grab more blankets. When I get inside, she's talking to Rudy, who observes her with no emotion. And then I got in so you won't leave me here. The alarm, I say, because the only place we didn't look was the bed of the truck. Rudy nods. We supply her with hot food, and while she eats, we talk outside. Train, he says, in a way I know he doesn't like our unexpected situation. That's what I was thinking. She can go with the extra units and then ride to Arizona. All right, so she comes with us. We shouldn't linger here any longer. I nod, thinking we'll get her nice and clean tonight. Maybe get her some clothes that fit. Zena, I start when we get inside. Her color is already looking better, and she seems content to be here. We're going to meet a train going to Edgewood to help everyone. You can get back home that way, okay? Will you be there? Her eyes blink before looking at Rudy. Whatever she sees, she shakes her head. I don't want to go back there. Y'all won't make me, will ya, Hamper? Her mouth hangs open as she pleads with Rudy, showing an awkward teeth stage. Some are baby teeth, some are missing, but 2 big teeth jut from the bottom and another tooth growing in at the top. Her only adult teeth, and they need a good scrubbing, with a pressure washer. Even though I'm a little amused at her mispronunciation at Rudy's fake name, I cast an anxious look at him. He doesn't meet my gaze, but stares at Xena. Your mom will be so worried about you, I finally say. I don't got no mom. They do, but I don't. My heart shatters into a gazillion pieces. I glance at Rudy, remembering Tracy saying she was an orphan, and they treat her like a stray cat. She senses my hesitation on the matter and goes on in a hurry. I won't be no trouble. I won't steal your food. I'm not worried about the food, Xena. You can have as much as you want. I'll make you a promise, but I want one in return, okay? Her eyes switch from Rudy to me, reluctant. I want you to come to this place, where I live. There aren't any bad men, and there's food and beds, and it's really warm. Sometimes it's too warm. I try to explain Sierra Vista as much as possible. Rudy and I tell her about Gwen and Julie and all our friends there, how nice they are, and how they never let anything happen to her. The longer we talk, the more she really likes the idea. But the catch is you have to get on the train and go to Edgewood for a little while. You won't have to get off the train if you don't want to. I'll make sure you're taken care of, but you can't run off. You have to do as I say. Her eyes widen. I won't have to get off the train? No, you won't. The bad men won't see me? Not if you promise to stay on the train. She doesn't waste time, nodding. Okay, I can do it. And just like that, our stowaway becomes our passenger. Chapter 16. The ride is uncomfortable. Rudy drives, and Xena rides in the floorboard between my legs with her head on my thigh, as we couldn't convince her to ride in the back of the double cab. She sleeps and sleeps and sleeps, like she hasn't slept since she was in the womb. Being curled in a ball doesn't seem to bother her at all, either. Without her scraggly knit cap, I notice her little sprouted hairs are sandy blonde. Her scalp has healing scabs from the lice infestation. The worst part is, being in the close quarters with the heat blasting, I can smell her, and it's awful. I think I'd rather smell burning putrid corpses. It smells like shit and piss. Rudy cracks a window and sucks in the chilly fresh air. Not to be mean, but to speak the truth. We eventually agree to stop sooner than we originally planned and compensate for the lost time tomorrow. The bad news is, they couldn't catch her when they were examining most of the children. If they can't get tabs on her, then who shaved her head? He shrugs. I did. When no one was around, I told her I could get her head to stop itching. I think she's 6 or 7 years of age. Grime cakes her ear, inside and outside of her nose and mouth. Her fingernails are grotesque, long and packed with who knows what. I know she'd been eating from the Mark's trash. I saw her. The day after I shot Willow. She wanted to search before they burned it. His lips tighten and he glances at me. The Sarge and Davis will make sure those kids are put on the train with her. I nod, desperately hoping so. We hit another campground. The sun is still a good way from setting and no snow, but we still clear famished. At one point, I see Xena's face through the windshield, soaking in every move we make. After the camp's clear, I boil water and mix it with cold until it's hot, but not too hot, instead of waiting for the shower bags to get warm. Xena watches us work around her. Rudy helps me fill the shower bag and then hangs it in the stalls of the campground. We couldn't find a vacant camper without an old body this time, so we settle in a tent. I grab a towel and all our toiletries as if I'm going to battle, but I pause when Rudy swings the truck keys on his finger. Where are you going? To check the tracks and make sure they haven't come through. I set the alarm, so take it with you to the bathroom. We both watch him pull away, and Xena almost looks scared. It'll be okay. Come on. You ever have a shower before? Like swimming? I close my eyes. I really need to stop asking her questions. After snipping her nails, I toss her repugnant clothes in the corner to never be touched again. It's hard not to cry when I realize she's pantyless. I shouldn't be surprised, but I make a note to stop and get her some things tomorrow. The bath is the priority. She's nothing but skin and bones, resembling a small skeleton. Her belly isn't swollen like some of the descriptions, but her ribs protrude the most. Insect bites dot her skin, and some are scabbed over like a rash. Bedbugs, maybe? I need to burn her things. She also has a nasty scar on her upper arm. It's large, taking up half the arm and glossed over with age. Was she burned? Or branded? It's not a scar I've ever seen before. Whatever happened a while ago. What's this? I ask, touching the smooth but jagged surface with my finger and wondering if she'll remember. She peeks at it with a drawn brow and shrugs. Maybe it's a good thing she doesn't know. I show her the soap. I guess to get acquainted with what I'm about to rub all over her skin. She takes it from me, feeling the texture, sniffing, and then biting it. She makes a face at the taste and says, "Smells like hamper." She brightens when I laugh. It does. It's one of my favorite smells, actually. I show her how to lather and make it foamy, and how to clean her body. I explain which parts get stinky the fastest, and how to take extra care with sensitive parts. She smiles while feeling her slippery body, and pokes at the bubbles with a drawn brow. When everything is as clean as she's going to get, I turn the knob for the water back on. She watches all the soap rinse away. Once she's dry, I put some of my clothes on her, including a sweatshirt and rolling up the sleeves. It looks ridiculous, but they're clean and warm. I smile, still on my knees in front of her. I knew there was a little girl in there somewhere. Her sweet face searches my own. She rubs a fingertip over my sutures. How could anyone abandon her, or any of those kids? I'll never know. Next, I grab my toothbrush and give her a new one, showing her how to brush her teeth. She loves the toothpaste and eats some, but I tell her it could make her sick, and my words trigger a meltdown. Rudy pulls in after it seems like hours of getting a child, fearful of illness, to calm down. Fuck. How do people do this? I feel haggard and wiped, as if I butchered the famished all day and then sparred with Sam. She grins at Rudy as though our mishap never occurred, and shovels beef stroganoff into her mouth with her hands, even though I gave her a spoon to use. Baby steps. He looks me over, handing me a sack. You okay, darling? I shoot him a look. The tracks? Not clear. We'll keep moving toward them. Peeking into the bag, my heart melts a little more for my guy. Little girl clothes, and socks, and panties, a coloring book and crayons. I smile, putting my forehead to his chest before meeting his eyes. His metaphoric armor might be scratched, dented, and bloodied from overuse, but underneath is a heart of pure gold. He shrugs like it's no big deal. Pink? I ask skeptically, looking at the feral child. What's wrong with Pink? When I show them to Xena, she preens in happiness with the pink, and the hearts, and the ruffles. Then I remember how much she liked being called a princess. Rudy gives me a smug expression. It's like you don't understand girls. I laugh and hit him in the chest with a pack of panties. The next day, the tracks still aren't clear. I pace, unable to stop moving. Rudy finishes tying a shoe with a pink glitter swoop on it. Xena hops and kicks with a grin. We're in the stockroom of a sporting goods store to loot her some shoes and hardy winter gear. I feel like something's wrong. He watches me with an extra strain at the corner of his eyes. They might have hit some tough obstacles. We gave several more days for anything they might come across. Then they could have taken a different route. I shake my head. That was a big thing. If something happened, they were to go back or stay on the same route no matter what. Then we'll follow the tracks all the way to Arizona if we have to. Xena skips to us. We go to Arizona? I give her a tight smile. We've been explaining Arizona, answering her questions and concerns, and telling her stories. Now she sees Arizona as a utopia, something she still has a hard time believing. You'll go soon, I say, worrying my fingers together and peering at Rudy. I stop short because his face is devoid of emotion. I'm sick of the robot shit. What? I place my hands on my hips. We'll drive until we meet him. A distinct feeling of a subject change floats in the air. I let it go for now because I know he'll tell me when he works it out in his head. Nodding, I study the stacks of shoe boxes and smile when Rudy sighs. He grabs some boxes from the top shelf. We'll take as many as we can fit in the truck. Aw, I coo. Shut up, he grumbles with a smile. We drive through the night, though exhaustion weighs on us. Riding in the dark isn't the best way to travel since the famished are more active in southern Indiana with waning winter. We hit more than a few famished, making Xena screech in our ears. She's not used to riding in a vehicle at all, and the situation worsens when she soils herself. More than once. I clench my jaw to avoid voicing my aggravation with the whole situation and suspect Rudy's doing the same thing. Caring for a child on our own isn't exactly our forte. I've only been alone with Ella a handful of times and for only a few hours. At the thought, I get more pissed off. You know, how come Julie never lets me babysit Ariella? Even in the dark, I can tell he shoots me a look as if now's not the time to discuss such things. Maybe because the last time you let her draw the ABCs and chocolate sauce on the table? And the chairs? And the floor? And the wall? I scoff. Really? Did she tell you that? Yes. Lies. It wasn't the ABCs, it was a novel about a unicorn princess. Anyway, who am I to stifle creative flow? His laughter prompts me to keep going. The unicorn had beautiful dreadlocks, and she was sad because she couldn't find her prince. His laughter stops. Oh, did she find him? Nope. She found a lowly stable boy with pink toenails instead. I cluck my tongue before we both burst into laughter. Now who's lying? Pfft, I never lie about a literary masterpiece. We come upon another famished, and Rudy jerks around it, but hits another zombie trying to avoid it. When Xena yelps and says, "Uh-oh," Rudy sighs. I squeeze my eyes shut and reach to feel. As soon as I touch wetness, I jerk back. She did it again. At least it wasn't on me this time. When we stop, Rudy covers us by standing on top of the truck with his bow and UV spotlights via paper, rock, scissors. Fuck, he screams when a famished gets too close. The body slumps to the ground about 10 feet away. We should have gotten diapers. I can't help but agree. I've been tossing panties to the side all damn night. Not to mention the few times I've had to run after her from her deeply ingrained flight response to zombies. I don't see how she's full of so much urine since we've limited her water intake. I guess her body is getting rid of its stores since she's been getting regular sustenance and hydration. She trembles, clutching my shoulders. Her eyes are wide against her pallid face. It breaks my heart. It's okay. Promise. I'm not sure how good my words do since she can sense my exasperation. She's pissing herself because she's terrified. I don't really think she can help it, but I ask again anyway. Will you please let me know when you have to go to the bathroom? She doesn't say anything, and I sigh. A snarl cuts through the night coming from behind us. She makes a move to flee, but I'm ready for it this time. I grab her by the waist and launch us into the truck as an arrow pierces its skull. A few seconds after I slam our door, Rudy's in the driver's seat. He white-knuckles the steering wheel. I don't want to leave my arrows. How many do you have left? How many do you have? He counters, which isn't a good sign. A famish slams into our window, making us jump. Xena screams. Rudy shakes his head and starts the truck. Fuck it. We'll use bullets if we have to. The truck's tires skid forward, and we're off. When dawn finally hits, I'm a little relieved because at least we can see beyond the truck's headlights. We haven't crossed the tracks or come to a good checkpoint. The silence in the truck is oppressive. Xena went to sleep about an hour ago. I hug myself, staring at nothing through the window. Rudy's fingers glide over my forearm, flipping my wrist to lace his fingers through mine. I squeeze his hand and feel better because there's no one else I'd rather be in this situation with. Taking a deep breath, I release it and meet his gaze. We should stop. You haven't slept, so it's pointless for you to drive. His voice is hoarse as he peeks at the GPS screen. We'll be coming to the tracks soon. His soon means seconds because the road we're on crosses over them. The tracks. And they're clear. A few cars look like they've been moved, and in the distance, a train as far as we can see has been tipped off the tracks. Rudy nods. We'll backtrack off-road. He turns the truck left and starts following the track. The uneven bumping jars Xena awake. I can feel her staring at me, but I don't take my eyes from the horizon ahead. After about a half hour, I spot a caboose. I grab Rudy's hand again and look heavenward, releasing a shaky laugh. Missouri. They should have made it farther than this. Well, with the tipped train we passed, I'm not surprised. When we come to the train, it's at a stop. Are they clearing the tracks ahead? Rudy audibly swallows and rubs his neck. Wasn't there a fire team supposed to be on patrol? I suck in a gasp. He has a point. The fire team is strictly for covering their backs while at a stop. Yeah, I don't like this. He unbuckles his seatbelt, not taking his eyes from the train. Xena, you stay in the truck. Can? His expression turns grim. Gear up. The train is parked behind a shopping strip. Famished mill around old garbage dumpsters and vehicles. My head feels light as sweat dews my upper lip. My body hums with nearby zombies. I follow Rudy through dense brush, coming to a cargo car with the wide door cracked open about a foot. He jerks his head for me to cover him while he opens it. The door screeches, and a body runs at me from inside, its arms stretched as its body jerks back from a chain around its neck. My gunshot rings loud, and zombie screams arise from our surroundings. Fuck, Rudy whispers as he takes in the zombie soldier, now slumped halfway off the car. Edwards. A familiar shriek catches my attention inside the car. A flash of blonde triggers my mind to go blank, and I'm having trouble swallowing. Speaking. My stomach turns. My vision swims. Gunshots ring in my ears. My name is a faraway sound on the wind. All I can see are the lime green fingernails, fresh as the day she painted them to match my own, clawing at the air in front of her. A chain around her neck holds her as she snarls in frustration. The sound gets me. The same voice I've heard laugh, cry, and sass. I reach my hand out, letting my fingertips graze hers. My body bucks as I gag. Vomit, rancid as an old zombie, spews from my throat. It splatters my boots in the gravel. It's a welcome distraction. With nothing left to puke, my stomach dry heaves uncontrollably. The gunshots have stopped. An arm goes around me, but I tug away. Other sounds come to my attention. Sounds from inside the other train cars. Chapter 17. A sting blazes across the left side of my face. My eyes pop open as Rudy's about to slap me again. Darlin'? He grabs my chin, forcing me to look at him. I need you right now. Glinda, I start, but my throat is raw and jagged. I know. His eyes are red-rimmed with sorrow so deep it rivals my own. She's dead. It's not Glinda. The team. I can't think straight. My thoughts jumble, unable to form any sense. His eyes close as he swallows. Right. We need to figure out if the team's in the other train cars. Sucking in a shuddering breath, my body racks with sobs. He engulfs me. My face presses into his tactical vest. Even though tears run down my cheeks, I manage to get myself under control. I can have a breakdown later. Now is not the time. I focus on the ground. Is it still alive? Yes. I'm waiting on you. We have to see what's in the others first. I nod, and we make a plan of attack, starting with the noisy cars first. I'm holding position on the roof of the train while Rudy opens the door wide enough for one to get through. Don't look him in the face. Just shoot. Rudy reminds me from the ground. His hands wrap around the handle. I take a deep breath and exhale, focusing on my aim. My world narrows, and I give the signal. The door slides open, and Rudy hastens to the side, swiftly aiming his M4. I shoot the first one before it could look in Rudy's direction. The body drops with a thump, shifting gravel. Rudy shoots the next. We kill them all in one pile, and the zombies we draw from gunfire. When no more squeeze through the opening, Rudy shoots a few chained inside. We do the same with the next car until all cars are empty, leaving a pile of dead bodies. Most in uniform. Some I don't recognize from Sierra Vista, as if they were pulled in from the street. Clean, brief, and easy. I don't have a speck of blood on me. If our situation wasn't so dire, I'd say boring. Fortunately, we find no one else from my team, and I'm grateful, but it screams the question, so where did they go? We both stare at all the bodies from a grassy knoll beside the truck. Maybe whoever did this to them? No way Reese would have... He cuts off, as we're both having trouble forming the words. But he's right. Either Reese was taken, or he doesn't know what happened to Glinda. We grow quiet as Glinda's death sinks in. The wind blows through our silence. Xena's little face appears in the truck's windshield. What are we going to do? I can't imagine delivering this news to the team. He stares at me for so long, I think he's wondering about my sanity. We should take inventory. The unit probably had a way of contacting the general. Kyle. Yes. Both will need the news. I jog the knoll to the first train car. A body hangs from it with an arrow through the skull. I don't look at the face. Remembering them alive is something I'd rather not do. I need to not think about any zombie and put one foot in front of the other. The compartment with all my belongings is still closed. If the revolutionists are holding my team captive, then they didn't care about what else they left behind. Rudy says as much. He watches me dig through another pack. They wanted us to find... His lips twist to the side. The train. They also want us to find them. You're thinking trap? Crossing his arms, he sends me a stony expression. Possibly. I scratch my stitches. I don't know. What if they want to keep us away from Vermont? He pinches the bridge of his nose and sighs. You're bound and determined, aren't you? It's hard to believe this is just a coincidence. And here we are, the crossroads of impasse. For the next hour, we lock ourselves in the train car with Zena. Rudy helps me take stock of my equipment and supplies. No phone. A big clue the team has it. I push the meat of my palms into my eyes, already frustrated with our new circumstances. We should find somewhere to camp. Not here. It'll give us time to sleep, time to assess our next course of action. I nod, swallowing. What about... He squats in front of my seated position on a crate, eye level. The team agreement. Would you want to be a zombie? Sucking in a shuddering breath, I swipe a tear. If I were Reese, we don't know where Reese is. I can't believe we're having this discussion. He stands. I'll do it. I grab his wrist and look him straight in the eye. No, I will. Rudy nods as he jumps from the train car. He wanted a moment. I think to say his goodbyes. As soon as I board the train, she reaches for me. No, it reaches for me, and I'm struck frozen solid. I close my eyes against the wildness of it, of this thing who used to be my dearest friend. If only there were a cure. If only a vaccination worked. If only we could transport her to Colorado. If only Reese were here. Reese. I swallow through the thickness of my throat. Where are you, Reese? Even though we all agreed to this during serious conversations, I can't help but recall the sillier ones we'd have. His laughter comes to mind, loud and clear. Reese's laughter is more of a belly chuckle, so distinct. No worries, little lady. I wouldn't leave you a zombie. I wouldn't leave anyone a zombie. We all laughed, me more so from being drunk. Thanks, peanut butter. Even me? Glinda slurred with a raised eyebrow. A question posed 1,000 times already. I waited for his go-to response of, yep, but it never came. His face became serious. No, Glenn. I'd just let you bite me so I could join you. I'd handcuff myself to you, and then we could walk the earth searching incessantly for brains. Together. Laughter ensued all around us, but he met my eyes with an almost imperceptible nod of his head, and then joined in the laughter. I couldn't bring myself to laugh because his laughter wasn't real. Can? Rudy's voice breaks me from my reverie. I gasp and look at him over my shoulder. I need a minute. His head tilts, studying me. When he leaves from sight, I aim old reliable and pull the trigger. We make camp close to the train cars in a gas station. Zena watches our every move from her little pallet on the other side of our circle we made around the camping stove. She's an observant one and can feel the tension, so she's staying out of the way and the only one who's eaten anything. We should bury her body, Rudy says, and takes a sip of water. I sniff. We should leave her there in case Reese comes back. Then we'll leave a note. And if someone else sees it, I snap. He stares at me long and hard. If we contact the general, he'll want us in Arizona. I know. We'll call him in a few days. We'll take a detour in Colorado and see if the team is there. I can also get in touch with Kyle. And the missing time chunk? I clench my teeth. Grieving. Period. He falls into the air mattress and stares at the ceiling. You're not alone, Can. He spits and turns over so neither me nor Zena can see his face. Her little feet hit the tile flooring and she pitter-patters towards our bed. I feel her sit beside me. I slide my gaze sideways at her, and she places her chin on my bicep. She gives an understanding blink at me through her big eyes. I scoff a small laugh and lift the blanket. She immediately burrows herself in beside Rudy. I stand to watch through the glass windows, knowing I won't be able to sleep. The fire burning the bodies of our dead glows bright in the short distance. Silhouettes of famished move about, being drawn towards it. When the darkness lightens and the fire smolders, I feel the air shift beside me. I don't want to fight with you, I whisper. We can bury the body. We should. So you do it. I close my eyes. I didn't want to. I almost talked myself out of it. Reese didn't want her to go to Vermont. They fought over it. I blinked back tears. I told him she'd be okay. I'm sorry, Can. His fingertips brush my locks over so he can trail my neck. I clear my throat. I'm not waiting on Mago to contact me this time. We have a list. We'll hit every compound on it. I don't think we should make any concrete plans until we know what's waiting on us in Colorado. I turn to meet his gaze and his sound logic, which means we don't have any time to waste. Chapter 18. My heart pounds as I turn the truck on a barely perceptible dirt road. A little nervousness and excitement mingle together. No light can be seen through the mature trees. We drove all day and into the night to get here. Our vehicle bumps over roots. After what seems like forever, we come to the large wooden gate reinforced with hints of steel, which gleams in the headlights. Right on time, I hear several firearms cocked before someone yells, "Hold fire! It's Can!" I look across the cab at Rudy as we both sag in relief. Reese. Oh, shit. Reese. My door opens, and I'm pulled from the driver's seat, engulfed in a hug. I don't think I'd ever been so happy to see you, little lady. I swallow. What? They have Glinda, he blurts, panicked and confirming my worst fear. He still thinks she's alive. Reese, I start, and he immediately steps back, probably at the tone of my voice because no way he can read my face through the darkness. Rudy's massive form appears behind him. We should speak in private, he tells him. What for? Reese backs away. Can. We have another problem, Sam says. Give me the rundown. There are some furious and confused soldiers demanding to speak with the general. Shit. How many and where? He sniffs and scrunches his face. 2. Locked in the cells. Things just keep getting better and better. The room is somber, as if it's filled with people and not just the three of us. Seeing Reese's face, he looks as though he hasn't slept in forever. And then because neither of them can do it, I break into silent sobs. They trigger Reese to form emotion, finally. A zombie? His voice cracks as if he can't believe it. By injection, Rudy tells him quietly. Reese's shoulders shake, and by some miracle, he doesn't ask. He doesn't ask if we shot her. He doesn't ask if we buried her. And more surprisingly, he doesn't blame me, although he should. He sniffs long and hard like he might hawk a loogie. When he stands, he seems unsteady at first, but gains a stance and leaves the room. Since I know the rest of my team is safe, I'm dead on my feet, and all I want to do is bury myself in bed and not emerge for a week. There's so much to do, so many people to talk to, which spurs me into action. I ask Sam to gather the team, Major Lame and Fran, our head lab tech. I prepare coffee in the main cabin with Fran while we wait on the others. The cabin is the only structure on the ground and is a huge open space with several couches, recliners, dining tables and chairs, and a kitchen that runs along a far wall. I tuck Xena on a couch I've slept on many times, though she might not since she slept on the ride here. Fran Woods is a woman my age who we recruited from a cluster of revolutionist labs we hit after the Seattle mission. Her long, dark hair is in a French braid from her hairline to her waist. Some tendrils escape from slumber. She's hardened over the few years I've known her. A tear drops the length of her cheek, and she swipes at it roughly. Bitch couldn't cook, anyway. And her sass rivals Glenda's. Did rival. Fran refers to when Glenda tried to cook a turkey and made everyone sick on Thanksgiving. I smile at the memory. No, she couldn't. But she could grow vegetables like no one's business. That's not true either. Reese is the wizard behind that curtain, but he never cares when she takes the credit. Maya bursts in with Sam and Rudy in tow. Can, what happened to your face? Oh, about a bad luck. When her arms find her way around me, she whispers, Anything? I nod. He's tried. She pulls back, worried. He's being hindered somehow and running on all the energy he can muster. Yeah, well, it'll be hard to make plans when we don't know where to start. Fran scoffs, handing out coffee mugs. We aren't prepared for what we've been preparing for. She eyes Rudy. Not all of us are, anyway. He offers his hand for her to shake. Rudy, I've heard a lot about you. Fran finally graces us with her big smile. Likewise. Sander floats in and casts a search around the cabin. When he lands on Rudy, he smiles. Ah, good to see you, amigo. He slaps him on the back. Ella es tu problema ahora. I shrug at Rudy, who gives me a questioning expression. When everyone makes it into the cabin, a long silence stretches. Reese's absence is expected. Ty hides somewhere, avoiding us all. They all look at me. I clear my throat and glance at my 52 recruits. Rudy helps me in informing them of everything that transpired at the train. A few of us sniffle, but everyone keeps their shit together. Where do we go from here? Fran asks. Right. I'll make this quick. I need to travel to Sierra Vista, but after we'll focus on more recruits, more compounds. Reese bursts through the door with his sunglasses on. I swallow as he nods at me to go on. He leans against a doorframe, still as stone. So we need to prepare to leave on a whim. How long will you be gone? This from Lame, lounging casually on a fluffy chair with his feet propped on the ottoman. A man who stands a head higher than I do. He keeps his dark hair buzzed to the scalp and wears old military fatigues as if he's not MIA. I'll know after I speak to Kyle, I sniff, and the general. He scoffs, sitting straight from his lounge. And what do you think he'll do? Nothing. In fact, he probably already knows about the attack. He's using you, so I don't see why we're still doing his bidding. Because we're using him just as much. If we have the same goals, as long as we need his supplies, I let that trail off and shrug. And what about my dad? Maya clenches her jaw. Lame rolls his eyes, falling back. He's as good as dead. He's not dead, I state. But I can't wait for him again. I'll get a bone when I get a bone and then plan accordingly. Good, because otherwise it's a waste of time. What are you going to do about the captive soldiers? My vote is we kill them. I'll see what we can do about them in the morning, I say, not wanting to deal with them at all, let alone kill them for doing nothing but being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Maya narrows her eyes at Lame, but it's Rudy who speaks next. And what are you getting out of this? The question and Rudy's narrowed eyes are directed at Lame. A bueno question. Sander tilts his head at Lame from his perch on an arm of a couch. Lame stands and takes a long swig from his flask. He shakes his head, rubbing his chin. Redemption. The floor creaks as he leaves without a backward glance. I lean in to Rudy. What was that about? He's still staring at the door Lame left through. I've seen him before. Somewhere. I can't figure it out. I sit back and steeple my fingers. Curious. Chapter 19. After a promise of reconvening in the morning and promising Xena will be back, Rudy follows me through the trees. It's dark, but anyone could sense when we would come to an opening of a tree line. I can't see it now, but beyond the clearing, which is where we train and spar, is a view of the tree houses. I find the tallest one and climb the ladder. Each tree house has its own ladder, but they all connect with swing bridges. I like to think it makes our community into one giant tree house. Rudy tries to look at the view when we get to the landing. The lit tree houses are the only source of light. I'll show you around during daylight, I tell him, opening the door to my 12 by 12 abode and flip a switch. His mouth pinches as soon as he spots my little cot in the corner. I laugh. Wasn't expecting you so soon. He smirks. We've slept on smaller. Yeah, but here we can take turns or sleep in the main house on the couches. I need to call the general and search a few things on the computer. Taking a seat at the desk, I power it up. By the time it does, a knock sounds at the door before Reese sticks his head in. He tosses a bag on the floor and leaves without a word. The phone. What are we going to do about him? What I would want, darling. Leave him alone. I open my mouth to retort, but he cuts me off. There's nothing you or I or the team can do or say to make it better. He needs time. He unzips the bag and digs for the phone. Let's do this. It doesn't take the general long. Where exactly are you? As always, his voice comes in a static jumble. I pinch the bridge of my nose. En route. We're camping out. How many men made it? I resist the urge to toss the phone through the glass window. A few of my team. Sander. No one else was left alive. They were all dead by injection. I don't tell him about his soldiers. I'm not sure what to do about them yet. Strategic. They're watching us. Anything from Mr. Raymond? No, but he's trying. Report to Fort Huachuca with Hawthorne and Estevan, ASAP. In typical Stevenson fashion, he hangs up. I glance at Rudy. Is this ever going to end? His expression turns serious and pensive. Do you want it to? I don't hesitate. Yes. Then let's make it happen. Rudy eventually falls asleep on the cot while I search backlogs of zombies. I know the zombie in Texas was from the New York area with the subject number 265NYA. If I can find one with similar letters, that'll be the compound we look for first. I need to uncover more about those damn things. It'd be in our best interest to find our own creepy fucking zombie to study. But nothing ending in NYA shows up. It's frustrating to know exactly where one is, but I have no access to it. I search a compound directory, but the only compound in the area is the one we've already hit. Completely destroyed. When I compare its subject number, the zombie backlogs aren't NYA. There must be another compound we missed. One the revolutionists are hiding better than ever. It might not be a compound, but a lab. I desperately want to go back to Edgewood. Everything that's happened there can't be a coincidence. I sit back in my chair and dial Kyle to no avail. Not knowing how long I stare into space, I gasp. It's loud enough to jerk Rudy awake. Xena, I say. He sighs and glances at the computer with a sleepy gaze. What about her? I need to know what she knows. His mouth tightens. Good luck. Yawning, I sit beside her on the couch. We'll be leaving for Sierra Vista soon. She grins, but otherwise stays quiet. What do you think about all of this? I wave my hand around the cabin. It's warm. And here it is, yes, I agree. I need to ask you something, and I need you to think hard before you answer. Her eyes couldn't get any wider. Nothing major, but it is important. She thinks about it, if her looking to the ceiling is any indication. Okay. Did you ever follow Willow or Tracy to anywhere else besides their house for food? She shakes her head rapidly. I don't go nowhere with the bad men. Bingo. I look at Fran on the opposite couch. She stayed to keep an eye on our littlest team member. What do you mean? Did they keep bad men somewhere? She nods. Not at their house? When she shakes her head no, I continue. Do you know where? She shrugs. Can I have some food now? Sighing, I stand. Sure. Chapter 20. I try to take a catnap on my cot after relaying the info to Rudy. He went to the main cabin to watch Xena and to give me some room, but all I manage is to stare at my lime green fingernails, chipped and cracking. Tears leak as I vow not to pick at them. By the time the sky lightens with the coming sunrise, the treehouse compound bustles with people and crowing roosters. Everyone has a job to keep things running smoothly. Whether it's hunting, tending the greenhouse, new construction, or the utilities, they do their chores and then they train. Not a minute later, Rudy walks in with a thermos. I smile as a waft of fresh coffee hits my nose. When I sit, he hands it to me with a grim expression. I sigh. I know you don't want to go there. Understatement of the year. He sits next to me, running his hands through his hair. It makes sense. I was in that hellhole for weeks, Can. There's nothing there but illness and depravity worse than you can imagine. Everything points in Edgewood's direction. We don't know where to look. Aren't we already searching for something we can't fucking find? We've found other labs. We can find this one. We'd have found it. Like you found their house? He looks away, knowing I'm right. Given time, we would have, without you getting maimed in the process. My healing stitches itch as he stares at them. Taking a sip of coffee, I feel the need of a subject change. I pick at a loose thread of the cot, feeling nervous. I want to show you something. He scoffs at my tone, knowing I want to drop the subject of Edgewood for now. When he meets my gaze, he gives me a soft smile. Show me everything. Out on the landing, we watch several men bow shoot in the clearing below. Rudy inspects them with a keen eye as they hit targets. Not bad, he says. I bump him. Not as good as you. Come on. We follow the swing bridges to the last bunk and climb down to take a short beaten path through the trees. I stop at the smokehouse. The smoke billows from the roof, and I see hanging meat through the slats. You hungry? He smiles and opens the door. A wall of heat rushes out. You probably won't find much in a meat room. I'm sure I can find something. I give him a mysterious grin and go under his arm through the door. Some are already cooling in a basket on the floor. I pick up a few charred eggs, cracking and peeling one to reveal the brown smoked egg. An old man greets us with a smile. Since the smokehouse was his idea, he runs it and helps slaughter and clean the meat. Rudy already knows this, so I don't explain again. Hey, Gan. Hey, Levi. This is Rudy. Rudy, Levi. I introduce with a mouthful. Levi eyes Rudy in interest and offers his hand. The Rudy? Rudy shakes his hand and nods. I suppose. Well, since you look like you eat babies for breakfast, I'll get out the big dogs. Levi spins a rack of meat hanging from the turntable around the fire. Rudy swallows as if his mouth is watering, and I try not to laugh. Plenty to eat, but be glad you got here before the horde. This place can consume the lot of it. He stops on a full rack of ribs. The last of the pork ribs until the others get big enough to slaughter. I wince at his words. Otherwise, it's deer or elk. Rudy gratefully peels off some ribs, leaving the rest for someone else. The meat seems to fall from the bone. Throw the bones in here. Levi tosses a bone in a bucket. They use them for bone broth and stews on days when meat is scarce. Nothing goes to waste. After we eat, we move up the path. The elevation rises, but eventually I find a ladder through the thick brush, the landing all but forgotten until Rudy could be here. He follows me up the ladder to the large open platform covered with a tarp. It's all it is, a square space. I watch as he stops on the east side where the sun pops over the trees to a glorious view. A tree line gives us privacy from the rest of the tree houses. Is this what I think it is? He licks his lips. I hope so. It's not Tennessee. I shake my head. So? This place might as well be Fort Knox. He lifts an edge of tarp to see underneath. Then he hops and checks for weak spots. I laugh. It's solid. I had to claim the spot before someone else did. You built it? John did. I helped. He beams, meeting my gaze. You took me seriously. You don't promise to build a girl a house and her forget about it. He takes in the view again. I've changed my mind. I close my eyes. Building a house is a task. It doesn't have to be today or tomorrow. I know. He grabs my hand and pulls me in front of him for us both to face the sunrise. But I meant about the house. Remember what I planned? Like I'd forget. Yes, I whisper, my breath fogging in the chilly air. You wanted a wall of windows so I could have natural light to paint. Now I think we need all windows. 360 degrees of views. I swallow. What about our privacy? That's what curtains are for, darling. You want curtains? The words sound foreign. I laugh and look over my shoulder at him. Sounds perfect. It does, even though always having our backs to a window frightens the hell out of me. If he can believe one day we won't be looking over our shoulders, then so can I. Sam and Reese greet us at the bottom of our soon-to-be home. I try not to show any surprise at seeing Reese. I can't help it. I wrap my arms around him and squeeze tight. At first, he stiffens, but he returns my embrace. When I pull back, he seems to focus on the ground. I can't tell because he's wearing sunglasses. I'd say something, but I know how sunglasses can feel like a security blanket. To hide. I clear my throat. We need to prepare for Arizona, but I need to talk with the soldiers. Have they eaten? They ate last night, Sam says. Then we'll feed them again. We grab some jerky from the smokehouse and stop by the garden and greenhouse for some fresh vegetables. And after filling a bucket of water from a spigot in the greenhouse, we make our way underground. I show and explain everything to Rudy. Our irrigation system is simple, from a small river about a mile away, and each treehouse has its own rain barrel. It's an endless supply, fresh and cold and naturally filtered through the mountain streams, which is great since Sierra Vista runs low a lot of times and puts a cap on running water. We're still working on piping all the bunks, Reese comments. We're getting there. I hear the banging and yelling before we open the cellar door. I take it they aren't happy. I wouldn't be either given the situation. I stop at the first cell, bricked in with a steel door. The man stops banging, breathing hard and sweating. You? I nod. Me. He scoffs. You gonna let me out here or what? Depends on you. I haven't done anything, but now you're privy to a big secret I'm not ready to tell. He stays silent, glaring at me. I back from sight. How much does he know? I ask low enough so he doesn't overhear. Sam shrugs. Not sure. I nod and go to the little window, but Rudy pushes me to the side. We'll let you out, but we're going to have a nice long chat. Hawthorne? What the fuck is going on here, man? Rudy shrugs at me. I'll take care of this. It doesn't take Rudy long to get both soldiers, Tate and Lemmings, to calm down. Tate, the first man I talk to, eyes us both, and then stares at Xena for longer than I deem necessary. I guess Stevenson doesn't know about this. Lemmings laughs. Obviously. Did you see this place? The truth is, Rudy goes on, we need your help. You mean committing treason. What is this, the 18th century? Stevenson flashes through my mind, slashing at the air with his hand and yelling, Off with her head! Jesus, Tate, you aren't being very smart, are you? Lemmings gives Tate an expression of disbelief. We aren't committing treason, I say, rather adamantly if I say so myself. Let's ask the general his opinion on the matter. Get him on the phone. Rudy snatches Tate by the throat with speed. Sam cocks his firearm. I gasp. Xena squeaks and throws a blanket over her head. You both have two options. Join our cause or die. You're lucky you're getting an option. There are a few who'd just as soon kill you, so we don't have to worry about it. I'm not tickled pink about forcing someone to join us, but I must look at all perspectives. What choice do we really have? We can't let them go, even if they swear to keep our secret. We can't risk it right now. Lemming's eyes are wide as he holds his hands up and laughs nervously. I'm fed and out of that cell. What do you need me to do? Rudy meets Tate's reddening eyes, seeming to squeeze a little harder. And you? What he said, he chokes out. Rudy releases him, stands, and stalks out the door. I follow. Lame is leaning against the logs of the cabin outside. He smirks at us. Rudy gives him a soldier face and speaks in a volume meant to overhear. Give them a bunk. Assign a duty. Allow them to train, but keep a close eye on them. They aren't to leave. No patrol, no scouting, no supply hunting. If one of them blinks an eye in a wrong direction, Rudy glances at me quickly before continuing. Shoot them. I release a soft, nervous laugh. Why can't we put them back in the cell? I whisper. Rudy grabs my arm and pulls me away. If you were them, what threat would you take more seriously? He's right. The cell wouldn't be a threat at all. I'd totally risk it for a chance at escape. Point taken. When I don't argue his point, he gives Lame a tight nod. And just like that, we're implementing what I risk my life fighting against every day, occluding people from freedom. Soon we're unpacking the truck of supplies we brought from the train. I need more arrows, Rudy mentions. I do too. I grab a duffel full of ammo and haul it over my shoulder. We have plenty underground. Underground? I shoot him a grin as Sam rolls his eyes with his own arms full. Rudy follows us around the main cabin to a cellar door. I smile, proud of all the work we've done to make this place ours. Rudy has said little about the compound, but we're on a time crunch. The guys follow me down the stairs, and it grows cooler as we go farther underground, much deeper than the cells. The earth mixed with the fresh wood permeates the air. We come to the door of our team's prized possessions. Rudy finally unleashes a laugh as I unlock 6 giant padlocks. I'm almost afraid of what's in here. Oh, the zombies are where we were keeping Tate and Lemmings. Still a work in progress. His eyes are focused on my hands, but he meets my gaze. I mean, whatever could bring a smile like that on your face has to be scary. Reese makes a face as if Rudy has a point. It's nothing, really. I push the door open wide until it hits the bricks we used for support. Some weapons and things. I can't help the pride from my voice. Pfft, I'm surprised she hasn't painted Canned Sharp and Boom Shack on the door yet. Sam pushes past us into the dark room. I smirk as he flicks on the lantern, lighting the whole room full of sharp and boom things. We haven't wired electricity down here yet. Sam spreads his bulky arms wide, covering the lantern with his body so it looks as though he's glowing like an angel. His devil-lock hairdo casts a pointy shadow over his face, and he grins like the Joker with new toys. I shake my head. Drama queen. Rudy stands in the doorway, taking it all in. I think you need more than 6 locks. We laugh as I show Rudy where the arrows are, all worthy of Mac. Rudy tests a point with his fingertip. He glances at Reese and Sam on the other side of the room before his stare lands on me. The zombie at the farmhouse. You're sure it belonged to a Bokor? He lowers his voice more. You're sure of Willow? Hope blooms in my chest. I'm certain. The hope of going back dies when he says nothing. I don't need his permission to go back to Edgewood. Hell no. But I need to know he's on board 100%. I'm not sure what it'll take to convince him. Chapter 21. Not a day later, I'm sitting in front of a pacing, fuming General Stevenson. He clasps his hands behind his back. Rudy and Sander are off making reports. The rest of my team and Xena are in limbo until we're cleared to go to Sierra Vista. If we're cleared. It took us a while, but we lined our stories so they'd be straight. We give the General some information I wasn't sure we should give him, but I'm hoping the info will send us to Vermont instead of waiting for something that might never happen. You're sure? He asks for the billionth time. Positive. Zombies rarely stop and wait for you to pass by them. He nods. What about the bodies on the train? We burned them. I don't tell them we buried Glinda. The supplies? Stevenson stops and faces me. We took what we could carry and left the rest. You'll wait for my word in Sierra Vista. They're unstable right now because of the attack on the train. I need you to give them some reassurance. How am I supposed to do that? Believe it or not, Kansas Moore, they hold you in high esteem. I doubt it. So you'll be sending us to Vermont. He sighs. I believe, Miss Moore, the attack was to keep us away from Vermont. Now that I don't doubt. Why, oh why, does it have to be the General who agrees with me? When we arrive in Sierra Vista, I notice the heavy guard right away and a gate with fencing and halfway constructed guard towers. It looks like they might fence in all of Sierra Vista. Men patrol by foot and by ATV vehicles. I hope this doesn't make it difficult for Rudy to sneak to our house later. I'm waiting in a room at the Welcome Center with Xena when Nostos finally makes an appearance. He puts me up by the arm. Where have you been? I don't like the tone, so I stare at his manhandling hand until he removes it. Trying to help people per your suggestion. Listen, I've been through a lot. I'm sure you were briefed on it, so I don't need this right now. His mouth twitches, and he glances at Xena. Why weren't you on the train? Scouting. General's orders. He studies my face long and hard, but says nothing about my acquired battle wound. Fine. Meet me at City Hall tomorrow morning. He turns and grabs the doorknob. Why? General's orders, he spits, mocking. Great. He's pissed, which takes a lot of energy and effort to get him in such a state. I slump into my seat as a nurse comes from the back. You can bring Xena in now. I smile at Xena. No worries. They want to check your health. I lean down and whisper, Make sure you're not a bad man. She giggles, but I notice it's a little nervous. I sit in the examination room with her and listen as the nurse goes through all the standard questions, but then I realize she's not a nurse. She's a social worker. When the actual nurse comes in, the woman motions me into the hall. We need to evaluate a place for her, she states when we're alone. The boarding... And then I realize what she's really saying. I swallow. I don't know. You think she'll be okay with the other orphan children? I'm sure she will, she scribbles on the paper. But she'll be here for a few weeks while we get her healthy and able to integrate her. Wait. I place my hand on her arm for her to stop. She can stay with me. What was I doing? She gives me a sympathetic look. You know as well as I do, your home wouldn't be stable with your constant travel. But you've placed kids with Glinda and Reese. Temporarily. And now Reese is refusing to counsel anyone. Understandably so. Wait, a minute. What about Robbie? He'd been staying with Gwen while we were away. He's with the other children now. Reese kicked Robbie out of his home? This is a mess. I swallow again, and I feel a burning behind my eyes. This is what I wanted, what's best for her. I never promised her anything of such, so how and when did I get attached to her so fast? Now I need to know about some of her behavior. A scream comes from the other side of the door. Shit! I burst in, and Xena stands on top of the examination table in a full-throttle shriek. Tears streak her red face. They take my insides! They take my insides! Xena, it's okay. I move toward her, but 2 other nurses rush in to help. They push me to the side. Can! She screams, and I feel her squeal in my eardrums all the way to my heart. It's the first time she's ever said my name. She kicks and hits the one who grabs her. Wait, stop! I watch in horror as the other one pricks her with a needle. Her eyes blink before they roll to the back of her head. I sigh. Her behaviors? She freaks if you mention getting sick. The first nurse laughs a little uncomfortably and tucks her hair behind her ear. I didn't say anything about being sick. I was going to take her blood. And she thinks it's a part of being sick. I lean against the examination table and ruffle her spiky hair as she sleeps soundly. You can't imagine what this child's been through. I can't imagine it. After I'm cleared from medical myself, to which I turned down having my stitches removed for lack of patience to get out of there, I search in vain for Kyle. He's not at his house or at work. When I burst through my front door, Rudy jumps from the couch as Dex skips away. He's holding a suture needle with a string coming from his forearm. What happened? He sits and clenches his teeth. Shoddy fence gouged me. I sigh. Here, I'll do it. I kneel in front of him as he positions himself for a better angle. Blood seeps from the deep wound. It'll need 2 or 3 stitches. I blot it with gauze. What's wrong? He asks. They had to sedate Xena, and they won't let her stay here. It's what's best for her, Can. He mutters under his breath as I pull the suture tight to tie it. I know. Doesn't mean I have to like it. His expression turns serious and then blank. What? He shrugs. I knew you'd get attached to her. I scrub my face with my hands. I'm taking a shower and then going to bed. I have a long day tomorrow. I take my time, cutting the stitches from my face and letting the steam of the hot water release some tension. Rudy and the social worker are correct about Xena. My home wouldn't be what's best for her. I wouldn't be what's best for her. Feeling reinvigorated, I freshen the sheets while Rudy showers himself. I'm staring at the ceiling when he comes in. I didn't mean it in a bad way, he says. I know. I toss the sheet to welcome him in. 3 strides and he's here, kissing me, and reminding me why we're putting ourselves through this shit. Chapter 22. Slipping, I realize I'm standing on black ice, blacker than a night sky without the moon and stars. An abyss I could fall into for eternity. My feet have a hard time cooperating with the loss of balance. In the distance, I barely detect some silhouettes moving gracefully as if ice skating. I squint as they skate closer. I gasp as the fastest skater skates around me in circles. He smiles. You're not going to like what's about to happen. What would that be? I smile at Malachi. Don't fight it. Then I notice the other skaters. Dad? Mom? They don't speak to me. Just skate. And then another skater. Aunt Judith? And another. Grandpa? Another. Sucking in a breath, my lip trembles. Mac? They don't pay me any mind. I watch them all skate in awe. No, they're not skating, but floating. Intense heat penetrates my shoes to my feet. The ice cracks, and I quickly crouch as a sense of falling hits me, trying to clutch at the unknown matter that, surprisingly, has no feel to it. No temperature, no weight, nothing. Whatever it is finally melts and ripples like oil. The skaters flow and wave with it. Rising from the middle of the dark substance is a tall, mysterious figure. The figure's arms move and sink upward, making the black matter wave higher. My deceased loved ones evaporate into wisps of smoke, turning into wraiths, twisting and twirling. The illusion coerces me to feel as if I'm moving with them. My stomach revolts as the severe vertigo hits. My head spins. My stomach roils. And suddenly the figure stands before me and seizes my throat. 1,000 bolts shoot through me. I scratch at his hands, kick at him, but he says nothing. Only stares in intense concentration. The ghosts flow in and out of me, sending ice through my veins. I try to talk, to choke something out, but Mago tightens his grip as he raises me to the sky, as if the ghosts help me float higher. The wraiths seem to multiply by the second. My lungs burn to breathe. My body is nothing but pain itself. The fight leaves me as I slacken. The wraiths cease their movements. The concept of time ceases, becoming an infinite irrelevance. A soft glow forms as a warm sensation flows through my body, and everything feels good. The light beams brighter. I feel amazing, better than I've ever felt. The air is so fresh, like after a spring country rain. I've never felt so clean and loved and blessed. I'm renewed and invincible as I float toward the brilliant light. I want to touch it, ache to touch it. No, I need to touch it, to feel its intimacy, to know the wonderment it excludes the closer I get. My father appears and smiles, welcoming, but he shakes his head. Not your time yet, sunshine. He shoves my chest, hard. Another shove, and another. I stumble backward, realizing it's not my father doing it. I drop to the ground, and my body sinks into dirt like I'm in quicksand. Thousands of bugs and squirmy things slither and writhe on my body. I can't breathe again as the fresh earth smothers my face and fills my mouth as I struggle to scream. Someone kisses me. No, breathes into my lungs. I gasp in air like I've been underwater, and time moves again. My throat is on fire as I cough and gag. Heaviness pounds on my chest like it's being hit with bricks. Can? Panic drowns Rudy's voice. Sweat soaks the sheets. Yes. Mago, I choke, still gasping for breath. I'm on the floor, so I press myself to a sitting position with trembling hands. My skin crawls with a tingling sensation, and I shake my arms to throw off any lingering insect feelings. I rub my throat and get a good look at him. He's deathly pale and huddled next to me, naked. He swallows, his breathing ragged, his eyes wide. Yes, darling. Mago. He didn't say anything, just choked the life out of me. He nods, sucking in a shaky breath, pulling me to him in a tight grip. You stopped breathing. I had to perform CPR. We're both shaking uncontrollably. That's why my chest feels like it's been beat to death? You fucking died in front of me. I'd say I beat you to life. Fuck. You're freezing. He pulls a blanket from the bed and wraps me like a burrito. I put my face in the warmth and rub my eyes. What happened to me? My head swims. I need to lie down. I try to position my body to crawl onto the bed, but Rudy rushes to help. I think you need to go to the medical center. No, I'll be fine. Just give me a few. He really did a number on me this time. I plop to the pillows. All for nothing. He didn't say anything. He meets my eyes, because he spoke to me, through you. What? He took over your whole body. A horror slides behind his gaze, but he blinks it away. He swallows. His voice. What did he say? He swallows and licks his lips. I couldn't understand very well. You were choking. He said something about a maple in Vermont and she'll know when it's time. Rudy's thoroughly freaked the fuck out. He keeps sneaking peeks at me, and though his breathing is normal again, he's still pale. I know exactly how he feels. All I want to do is sleep and contemplate my dream. Death has never been so tempting. I've never felt so helpless. Rudy swallows and glances inside his coffee cup as if the answers to all our problems are within it. Everyone is gathered at my house in the kitchen as he recounts what happened. Mago used my body and his voice to convey what he needed to, short and sweet. Although, to me, it didn't feel short. Maya is just as freaked. Tell me about the dream, Can. I look at my twisted hands in my lap and swallow. My throat is full of rocks as I speak. I saw my family, even people who died before the outbreak. I exhale a long breath and inhale just as long. I saw Mac. They swooped through my body like crazy. Mago grabbed my throat and I shrug. I'm not sure why I don't want to share my experience. I suppose because it's frightening how good death feels. I remember watching a documentary in the old life on drug addicts. Actual people doing their drugs on camera. One guy shot up some heroin and kind of laid back. He said, "It feels so good." I always wondered what exactly he was feeling. If hardcore drugs feel an inkling of what I felt in the dream, I see how they'd want to escape reality and live that way. It's scary relatable. I don't remember much else. Maya shivers. Yeah, the apparitions are how he got in. He's desperate. He opened a door he shouldn't have. I can't believe he did it. I'm so sorry, Can. This could have been bad. If Rudy hadn't been there, you could have died. Apparitions. That's a good word for them. Silence ensues as her words sink into everyone. So we go to Vermont. I slump in my chair. My voice sounds small to me. Maya shakes her head. Maybe he didn't exactly say where he is, and what about a maple? I shrug. Maybe a maple tree farm? Rudy snaps his fingers. You might be onto something, Can. Vermont is famous for maple syrup, so maybe a manufacturing plant? We grow quiet as we contemplate, but he breaks the silence after a long minute. What do you think he meant by, she'll know when it's time? Maya's brows scrunch before she shakes her head. I'm not sure. I'll need to contact the treehouse. Has anyone seen Kyle? I ask to a bunch of blank faces. Kyle can help us research. More silence, and Rudy shakes his head. Nastas said to meet him this morning? He asks. I rub my eyes. Per Stevenson's orders, so I'm guessing I'll be meeting with them both. Rudy stands. Great news, darling. Before I can get a word in, he's out the front door, and my dirt bike rumbles to life. Shit! I jump and rush out in time to spot him flying down the road. I place my hands on my knees for extra support. Reese is the picture perfect of articulation behind me. I need to borrow your four-wheeler. He nods, still looking down the road. You sure you want to? You don't look so hot. Maybe you should rest. That's what Rudy's counting on, I think. But I have to go, since shit's about to hit the fan. When I arrive at City Hall, my dirt bike is thrown to the side, still idling from where Rudy didn't bother to cut the engine. Inside, Andy the secretary is white as a ghost. He doesn't ask me for my weapons as I pass in a hurry. I hear Rudy's angry tone before I burst through the door. Nastas's face is red, and Stevenson's isn't a better shade. I throw up my hands, ignoring the betrayal written all over Nastas's expression. Rudy doesn't glance at me but points. If she's dead, what then? Calm down, Stevenson says and looks at me. So he contacted you successfully. I nod. Vermont. Rudy laughs humorlessly. In fact, it sounds dangerous. No, we're done. After we find Mago, we're done with this shit. His words hang in the air, thickening the tension. Nastas finally speaks. You've been playing me. The general all but rolls his eyes at him. No, Miss Moore's been serving the country, but you have my sincerest appreciation for helping her. I didn't know I'd be helping you. Stevenson levels his look. Precisely. Nastas scoffs. This has nothing to do with me. He stands and leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. I slap Rudy on the back and sit in a chair. Way to make an entrance, big guy. Don't make light of this. You fucking died, he spits, and finally meets my gaze. A swarm of different emotions battle for the forefront, but the one that sticks is a pleading look. And I get it. He wants me to understand. Maybe to place myself in his shoes. It's something I don't want to do, but I try. What if Rudy had been the one to die? My mind goes blank, not wanting to imagine it. Stevenson watches us in contemplation, so I say, I agree with Rudy. Once we find Magga, we're done. One last hurrah, huh? He taps the table with his fingers. Find out what's going on in Vermont. Bring me Mr. Raymond, and we might discuss it. He sighs a disappointed sigh. I can spare a few, but to keep this under wraps so we don't get another surprise attack, Meyer won't be expecting you. Stevenson stands. Report to the fort first thing tomorrow. I'd get some rest if I were you. And the ill? Rudy asks. I've been dropping supplies, but I think once we understand what's going on, it'll get better in Vermont. I fucking hope so. Nostos is AWOL when we're done with the general. I sigh. The hope I have to speak with him dies. Rudy lifts the dirt bike and says, You look like death made over, Can, but we need to think about leaving soon. If we're doing this, we're doing it our way. I can't help but shoot him a tired grin. Music to my ears. Agreed. Turns out it's music to Reese's ears as well. And when Gwen and Julie show with food, he ducks out to be by himself. I don't blame him. It's a somber event with Rudy sitting with a thinning feathered boa around his neck and a lopsided tiara on his head. He's having tea with Ella and Brian at the coffee table. Every now and then, I catch him staring at Brian. I can't believe she's gone, Gwen whispers. I'm so sorry, Can. I stand, too fast, and need to hold myself against the table. I need to wash some clothes. Can, you don't look so good. Julie places her hand on mine. Her platinum curls are wild tonight, as if she didn't brush her hair after a shower. I sigh. So I've heard. You should slow down. Your laundry isn't going anywhere. I could do it for you, Gwen offers, looking concerned. I shake my head. Thanks, but I'll do it. Yeah, I'm going to ignore it all. When we're done, I'll grieve. I'll grieve Glinda, and I'll grieve my oh-so-wonderful death. Before I make it 2 steps, someone knocks on the door and walks in. Kyle pauses while we take him in, while we take in his military fatigues. Chapter 23. I stare and attempt to close my mouth before a fly flies in. Kyle pushes his glasses up his nose and blinks through the thick lenses. His gaze takes in my pallor and follows the line of my healing scar. If he says I don't look good, I'll scream. He must see something on my face because he clears his throat. I was drafted, but there's no time to talk about it now. I need to show you something. He glances at our audience. Gwen sniffs, lifting herself from the table. Julie follows suit. I guess we'll take our tea in the living room. Rudy joins us as Kyle pulls a framed picture from the back of his pants and hands it to me. In the picture, 3 men in their formal military uniforms stand with their arms around each other, smiling. I gasp. I know all 3. In the middle is General Stevenson. To his left, none other than Major Lame. That's where I know him from. I've seen this before, Rudy says from over my shoulder. I've caught Stevenson staring at it more than a few times. I glance at Kyle, who knows the significance of the photo. With a shaking hand, I point to the man on Stevenson's right. Dr. Finnegan, there's a reason we couldn't find him in any medical journals at the library in Tennessee, Rudy, and I think I just figured it out. Kyle nods. Military scientist. Anything he was doing was most likely classified information. So, Finnegan was kicked out of the military? I ask. Or he left. Rudy drapes the boa on a kitchen chair and crosses his arms. But Lame. Maybe the general has him keeping an eye on you? You mean like a spy? I ask, thinking back to the day I first laid eyes on Lame. I'd already been communicating with him for quite some time, and I met him on the border of Kansas and Colorado under pretense I'd be alone. Despite the fact you're not alone, I'll let you establish some trust between us, Lame said, appearing from around a tree. His hands were in the air in the classic non-threatening gesture. You can call off the guns. I nodded to Reese on a branch above him. When Reese lowered his weapon, I said, They're off. Are there any other soldiers here? I shook my head. Not here. So you are working with soldiers? He took a step back, confirming the fact he wanted nothing to do with the U.S. coalition anymore. "What are you running from?" He slashed his hand through the air. "No questions. About that or my identity. Use my training and knowledge all you want, but that was the deal." "And if we were working with soldiers? I'd want to know who they are and where they're stationed." "We're only working with 2 you know of. You'd make the 3rd. But they were on my team before they were soldiers." At that announcement, Lame smiled. "Consider me officially MIA." He took a long swig from a flask and belched. If Lame is working for the General, he would have had a thorough story concocted. He would have known exactly what to tell me. I can't believe he'd be a spy. Plus, he really likes the fact I have one-upped Stevenson. We could sit here and talk scenarios all day. We could ask Stevenson himself, or we could ask Lame, who's already on our side. Rudy nods with a grim expression. If he'll tell us anything. We'll get more out of him than Stevenson. First light? After Rudy nods, I turn to Kyle. "What do you know about maple farms in Vermont?" "Nothing, really. Vermont produced almost half our nation's maple syrup, so I assume there were a lot of them." "Can you find out anything else?" I ask him. "Give me an hour," he says. True to his word, he returns in 1 hour with a handful of books. Vermont had over 1,500 maple farms. I lean against the wall and cross my arms. "So you're saying the whole state was a maple farm?" Kyle scratches his chin. "Yeah, pretty much. Why do you need to know? Maybe I can help?" Rudy and I explain what Mago said and did to me through my dream. He doesn't bat an eyelash. "You ever think it could be the name of something? Everything was pretty much named after maple there." Rudy sits in a kitchen chair beside me. He's right. An old market in Edgewood was named Maple Corner Market. I push from the wall. This is a dead end. Rudy nudges me with his foot. "Maybe not. We have to keep our eyes peeled." I nod and say to Kyle, "We leave before first light, so take the couch." "I was afraid you'd say that." Kyle situates his glasses in a nervous gesture. "What does he have you doing?" I ask. "Training. They probably already know I'm gone." I really hate putting him in this position. "I see. Your choice, then. Come with us indefinitely, or stay." Kyle glances in the living room to the small kids, laughing without a care in the world. "I really want to go, but if something happens here, how would you know? Who will make sure they're safe?" He has a point. Even though Stevenson would never let anything happen to Brian, and by proxy, Ella, I need someone here. And even though I've discussed Xena with Gwen and Julie, it'd be nice to know Kyle has an eye on her too. Movement shakes me awake. I blink through heavy lids. Rudy is sitting up, staring at the door. When I open my mouth, he places a finger to his lips and points to our bedroom door. I strain to listen and hear a creak of the wood flooring at the front of the house. Rudy silently rolls from the bed, a gun pointed and ready as he creeps forward. Moonlight gleams across his bare skin before he disappears down the hallway. Seconds tick by, and then a, "Whoa there." I breathe out. Nostis. "Can?" Rudy calls down the hallway. "I'm coming," I grumble, making sure my t-shirt covers appropriately. The 2 men stare at each other. I flip a light, and Nostis' eyes switch to me. Rudy turns to presumably go put on pants, since he's in boxer shorts, but he pauses. I shrug and wave him on. Nostis takes in our silent exchange with curiosity. When Rudy's gone, he shakes his head. "I underestimated you because I trusted you, Kansas." He's still underestimating me. I'm sorry. As you can imagine, what was being held over my head. He glances toward the hall and nods. "Yeah, I can see that. I can also understand you're the reason he's left us alone this long." He gulps like he's swallowing a bitter pill, which means he's the reason we've saved so many people. I shrug. He's lent us some resources, but like you, I suspect it was all for numbers for him to use when it was convenient for him, a.k.a. the draft. You knew and were okay with it? That's no better than those fucking compounds. I flinch. I wish my curse words packed as much punch as his do. I recover, giving him a steady stare. No, I'm not okay with it. He levels his head, drilling his eyes into me. The silence drags on, but he finally responds. Huh, After a few more long seconds, he blurts, "Where's Craig?" I fumble at the abrupt switch of gears. Who? Craig, the fitness instructor. I know you guys were close. Oh, Craig. I straighten. Is he missing? He's gone. All of his things are gone, too. Maybe he flipped out on the draft, I shrug, remembering Bruno's brilliant excuse. How many others left to escape the draft? Nostis shakes his head. There were a few, but they came to me first. Craig wouldn't have left. The thing is, he's right. Craig wouldn't have just disappeared. I never would have thought Nostis knew that, though. I shrug as Rudy appears again, fully clothed, and goes into the kitchen. Then I don't know. Last time I saw him, you slugged him. Nostis crosses his arms and glances toward the kitchen. I figure you say that. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. I've been up all night going over your reports from missions and logs of your comings and goings. There are time gaps. Times when your team would come and go. Yeah, when we had things to do for the general. He leans forward. Sure. Maybe he's no longer underestimating me. Good for him. He sniffs and opens the front door. Craig's disappearance is under investigation. I would like to know my friend is alive and well. I shrug again. Wish I could be of more help. When he's finally gone, I slouch against the wall. Rudy drinks from a mug and leans next to me. Where's Craig? He asks. Dead. Bruno killed him. He threatened to expose us if I didn't fuck him and keep him from the draft. Oh. I give him the side eye. Yeah. And how'd you know I knew something? He grins. Who? Someone's losing their poker face. He caught me off guard. Do you think he'll be a problem? Doesn't matter. Let's focus on Mago. Right. I bite my lip and then chew on my cuticle. I need to do something before we leave. He sighs. Well then, we better hurry. After some finagling, the night nurse finally relents to let us see Xena. She walks with us to her room. We've had some issues with her staying in the room, so we've had to lock her in. My face heats, but I say nothing as she unlocks the door. Xena is turned in to her surroundings because she's sitting up, blinking sleepy eyes. When she spots Rudy, she whispers, Hamper? I suppress a grin. He might try to stay unattached, but I don't think it's working. He smiles. It's brief, but he does it. Sitting on the bed next to her, I say, How are you doing? She stares at me with a blank face and shrugs. I don't like it here. When can I go? How can I explain this all to her? I can't exactly tell her she needs treatment, counseling, and good nutrition before she's able to go anywhere else. She wouldn't understand. The only thing she understands is survival. Rudy clenches his jaw and gives me a look like this wasn't the best idea I've ever had. He snatches Xena's chart from the nurse's hands. She opens her mouth to object, but Rudy's hard expression stops her. She's doing fine, she rushes. Her blood work was less than ideal, but it's nothing a few weeks of good food won't do. We've had to deworm her. We're worried about her counseling sessions, however. Her trust is a bit hard to earn. You think locking her in a room will earn trust? Rudy snarls, surprising the shit out of me. She doesn't need this cold, empty room. This is fucking isolation. A chill sweeps the room from the vents as I glance around. Sterile. I spot her pink swoop tennis shoes by a chair, and then I assess the nurse. I wouldn't have a problem with the nurse, but would taking Xena with us do any good? Back to Edgewood in the middle of it all? And then the trip here comes to mind. All the hardships we endured getting her here. No, it wouldn't be the best. Listen, Xena. I touch her arm to get her to look at me. We have to go to Edgewood, but I wanted to tell you, we'll be back. Rudy butts in. You're safe here. She swallows and looks at him with wide eyes, and then at me. Yeah, we'll be back, I whisper. And then she climbs into my lap and wraps her tiny arms around me. Innervation shows on every single member of my team. In the way they move, their tired expressions, the slump of their shoulders. The days have been long and hard on us all. Moving forward takes more effort than I'd like. Light tinges the sky with the coming dawn, and I want to leave before then. After throwing my pack into the truck, I turn to find Reese in proximity. You know, I've been beating myself up, thinking, No, assuming she was right behind me. It never crossed my mind you might be beating yourself up too. Reese, I'm not finished. He shoots me an aggravated expression. I know how she felt. Like she wasn't good enough or strong enough to be a part of this team. I know I didn't do much to contradict her, but you did. You always had her back, and I know without any doubt if you were on the train, she'd have made it. I shake my head, unable to speak. Not because it was true, but because it wasn't. Glenda survived a lot. She was already strong enough on her own. She just didn't believe it. Here, I found this on our kitchen table, and I want you to have it. She'd wanted you to have it. Reese drops a small bottle in my hand. I can't imagine how it felt to walk in a house Glenda previously occupied, having everything exactly where she left it. When the lime green liquid shimmers at me, my eyes burn. Thanks. On the ride to the train, where we'll be meeting the rest of our team from Colorado, I paint my nails fresh. When the nail polish is dry, I can still see the old, chipped paint underneath. What are we going to do about Lame? Rudy asks from across the cab, breaking me from the memory of when Glenda rode between us in his old armored truck. Also, a time of grief, but this new world has been nothing but grief to me. I always find myself stuck in at least one of the 7 stages. I go back and forth between guilt and anger the most. I shrug, though he can't see it. I don't know if he'll talk more drunk or sober. Sometimes I can't tell he's drinking. I've never known a functional alcoholic before. Lame makes me wonder what life would have been like if my mother was as functional as him. Doesn't matter, though. I'll settle for an uppercut to the chin. He tries to hide his grin. Would it make sense upsetting him? Think about it. What could he tell us that might help? Glancing out the window, I lick my lips. I left my bunker to find information, even if I couldn't do anything with it. He scoffs, and I shoot him a look. What? I ask. You ever think you left your bunker because you were lonely? I let my head flop to the seat and sigh. It's not the first time he's raised this subject. Never crossed my mind. The silence stretches thick, so I can hear what he's not saying. Liar. I lied. I say it for him, but about my dream. I remember it. I remember every little detail. I attempt to explain the vivid feelings, my surroundings, my death, but I don't think my words do it justice. Fucking Christ, darling. I know. You know what's really messed up about it, though? What? I've never been afraid of death, but I think I am now. He nods, because death would be easier than living. Exactly. Well, you're not dying while I'm around. He shoots me a smirk, giving me a glimpse of a dimple. I reach over and place my hand on his thigh. And thank you. For what? For saving my life. His grip on the steering wheel tightens, and he changes the subject. I think I have a plan for when we get to Vermont. I take in his white knuckles and working jaw. You don't like your plan? Nope. The train is still intact when we reach it. It's a good train, but using it isn't why we're here. Besides, Ty refused to come along again, which I don't blame him for. We're gathered around Glenda's grave. No one says anything as a gust of wind blows between us. Eventually, Reese falls to his knees, clutching at the freshly turned dirt. His shoulders shake in silent sobs. His body racks so hard, I look away and wipe at my own tears. I turn to give him privacy, and everyone else follows suit. The others load the leftover supplies from the train, but I sit on the hill and wait for Reese. At one point, I catch sight of Rudy walking around the train. He waves the flashing satellite phone in a silent question. Should he answer it? It could either be Kyle or the general. I'm guessing the latter. I nod, and he disappears around the train. When Reese finally crests the top where I'm sitting, he sits next to me. His hair sticks up all over his head. He's blessed with good genes, as he shows no signs of balding. His bushy eyebrows furrow over his sunglasses. You know, I had an ex-wife. You've never told me. He fingers the blonde woman tattooed on his forearm and shrugs. It never worked out. I mean, we divorced 5 years before the outbreak. Just went our separate ways. But I always wondered what came of her. I always hoped and dreamed she made it. At least, that's what I thought the dreams were about. I never saw her face, just the blonde hair. But now I know I was dreaming of my future wife. I lean my head on his shoulder, not knowing what to say. If he wants to believe he's dreaming of Glinda, who's saying he wasn't? Dreams mean something different to me now. The crunch of gravel and the sounds of engines grab our attention. When I recognize the boxy armored truck, I grin and stand. The team from Colorado has arrived. Looking at Reese, I hold my hand for him to take. Ready to kick some ass and blow shit up? He claps his hand in mine. Damn Skippy. Chapter 24. The first thing Rudy does is hightail it towards me. The general's not happy. I shrug. Boo-hoo. He was serious about bringing a team with us. Fewer people to die, I say, eyeing Lame as he jumps from Agatha, Rudy's old armored truck. It's what we use to transport bombs, which are carefully placed in buckets of sand. But I'll need to talk to Stevenson soon. We might have a bargaining chip. I'll have a few bargaining chips, but I might give up one. Rudy follows my gaze to Lame. You're going to confront him. A statement because he knows I will. Yes. Reese opens the truck doors to inspect the explosives. I know Fran did as I asked when his eyes widen at what's inside. His lips thin as he searches for me. We lock gazes and Reese shakes his head, his hair blowing in the wind. What did you do? Rudy asks, taking in the scene. We have a cage to transport a zombie or two. He shoots me the side eye. Why am I not surprised? Your bargaining chip? No, Lame is. That's why I need to confront him. We camp overnight with the train. Rudy and I wait, not saying anything. I don't think either of us know what to say. Truth is, I'm not sure what to do about Lame, as he's been nothing but loyal to us. I clear my throat. You ever going to divulge your plan for Vermont? I'm still working it out in my head, but Major Lame slides open the train door and hops in. What's up? I open my mouth, but Rudy beats me to it. What would happen if the general were to find out about you? Lame's expression darkens. It wouldn't be good. I toss a folded piece of paper at him. His gaze switches back and forth between us as he picks it up. His eyes widen in surprise when he peeks at the picture. Oh. I lean forward, placing my elbows on my knees. What's your name? He pinches the bridge of his nose before hanging his head. Marshall Lambert. Lame looks like he'd be a marshal. Why do you think you need redemption? He meets my eyes. I know what this all might look like, but remember me as you know me, all right? Rudy scoffs. That's the reason she's giving you a chance to explain. The only reason, I say. I'm not a spy. Crossed my mind, but I quickly disregarded the idea. Marshall visibly slumps in relief. I honestly thought I'd be caught as soon as he laid eyes on me. He motions to Rudy. I recognized you, but I've seen so many soldiers the past 10 years, I couldn't quite place you. Marshall swallows, but doesn't say anything. Neither do we, as we wait patiently for him to continue. He eventually sighs. Finnegan was my best friend through college and training. So you know a lot about him, I point out. I know everything about him, down to the porn he liked to watch. I roll my eyes. I want to know what he has to do with the general. Nothing, really. The picture was taken at a charity function. It was the first time they met Stevenson. Finnegan stole the virus from the United States of America. How can he steal something he created? I ask at the same time Rudy asks, they? He didn't create it. My brother, Michael, did. The man in the picture who looks like me. The bustle of the camp outside heightens as we grow quiet. I start, but Finnegan never really said he made it. Just that it was made. His mocking smirk comes to mind, and I narrow my eyes at the man whose brother threw my world upside down. Who threw everyone's world upside down. It'd be easy to lie about being an identical twin. He had an ugly mole on the side of his nose. Rudy and I look closer at the picture. Lame's right. A mole bulges from the side of Michael's nose. A large one. One that would leave a scar if removed. I tried to, inconspicuously, study Lame's. Nothing but regular pores. Why would he make something like that? Marshall raises his hands. It was never meant to be released, just on reserve, a just-in-case situation. He swallows. He was doing his job. I glance at Rudy. He shrugs. No help there. That's another thing where we both differ. My life was great. His life? Not exactly where he wanted it to be. It never was. One of his darkest secrets, buried deep down, but still there. A secret I know from his notebooks and one we've never spoken aloud. Rudy's glad the outbreak happened. He's deathly afraid of where he'd be if it never occurred. But he had already lost everyone important to him. And Julie, well, he still has Julie. Me? I lost everything, but I've moved on. So much so, if I had to choose between my old life and this one, I'd choose this one. Hands down, without a doubt. Rudy's brows furrow as I stare at him. A part of me wonders if the outbreak never happened, if we'd have found each other anyway. Somehow, I think we would have. I don't think he feels the same. And I suppose it makes sense for the US of A to develop a weapon of mass destruction for a biochemical war. So, I can't blame Marshall for defending his brother on the subject. I should look at my own fucking country. The land of the free, apparently, will do anything to keep it that way. What happened to your brother? Because his use of past tense didn't go unnoticed. That's highly classified information. So, Rudy throws in. Lame looks between us. He injected himself to see if it would work. He was literally the first zombie. He swallows. That's what I was told. I didn't find out until later when Stevenson asked me to work for him. I have other theories. When I don't say anything, Lame continues. Finnegan had some radical ideas. I never really thought much about it. I never once thought he'd take action. If you had, maybe things would have turned out differently, I guess. From everything I've been through, everything I've seen and heard, this takes the cake. I can't help but feel sorry for him because that's a weight I can't imagine bearing. No wonder he drinks like a fish. He nods and takes a long swig from his flask. After the outbreak, it was day in and day out research and observations. When we started with human subjects, that's when I took comfort in the flask. I was glad to have found my out and a way to help at the same time. I look at my twisting hands and lick my lips. You think we're helping? In your own way. In a great way. You underestimate yourself. He leans forward, making me meet his gaze. But then so does everyone else. And I'm all for going to this community, because if Finnegan can't test on healthy people, sick people will be the next thing he goes for. You think Finnegan is behind everything happening in Edgewood? Rudy asks. Marshall shrugs. Just a guess. Like I said, I know him. Tell us about the virus. He shakes his head. I don't know much beyond the original formulas. That's what I've been trying to tell you. It's changed. I want it abolished for good. That's what we all want. He scoffs. No can. Stevenson wants it. He wants it under his control, and he'll do anything to get it. Otherwise, why not focus on killing them all off? I kind of thought that's what he was doing. While collecting lab subjects and information? Okay, sure. I lean back. He has a point. I thought he was studying it to understand it, not to weaponize it more than it already is. Guess you have a new detail. Lame narrows his eyes. What would that be? I almost laugh at his reluctance. Help Franny with the labs. Because I'll be damned if I have a scientist on hand and not use him. He's already shaking his head. Everything you've brought in has been inconclusive. So you've already been helping her. I lean forward. Not really, just curious as to her findings is all. If there was something she missed, I would have. I have some theories, though. Yeah? I swallow. He clears his throat. I think it's evolving. The virus itself. And I think it has a lot to do with the vaccine they're trying to create. Interesting. We have witnessed it mutating, but our theory is the revolutionists are changing it themselves. I rub my chin. What if I brought you something you could use? Like what? Rudy and I exchange glances before I launch into a long explanation about the zombies I can't sense, the zombies I found in the Mark's house. When I'm finished, he sighs and takes a long moment before answering. That voodoo shit scares the fuck out of me. We fall silent. This mission already proves trying. I rub my eyes. I have something that might help, Lame mentions. It'd require a stagnant water source, though. Rudy becomes thoughtful. How do you mean? Like a filtration system, nothing like a river or a creek. I lean forward. What about rain barrels? Edgewood has rain barrels everywhere, if I remember correctly. Lame shrugs. Iffy as it wouldn't be very widespread at once. Rudy and I exchange looks before I finally ask, what is it? After our mind-boggling conversation, I do the only thing I can think of, go for a run. Really to clear my head, but all I can think about is what Marshall proclaims. It makes sense Finnegan might be behind what's going on in Vermont. Mago might be there. At least one other Bokor roams about. The train was attacked, and as the general said, to deter any help from getting there. If so, then why turn Pierce and risk more soldiers coming in his place? Pierce must have found something out, so they risked it. All of that, and then Kyle claiming the area to be static? Yeah, perfect place to hide. And Lame's secret weapon? Too risky. Too many what-ifs to entertain the idea, especially since he hasn't tried it out. When my lungs burn, I slow the pace, dodging zombies and finding a new rhythm. I can speculate, but I'd feel better forming a plan, and it seems like I'll have to drag it from Rudy. He's waiting on me when I get back. Good. I breathe in between pants with my hands on my knees. We need a plan. He nods. I open my mouth to speak, but he jiggles the phone. Call him. I make a face. But I don't want to. If you don't, he'll send a team. He needs to hear it from your mouth. I'm beginning to think he suspects you've died. Just reassure him. I push the phone and his hand away. No more, never again. As much as I love hearing those words, I don't think it's wise yet. I grumble, but take the phone. He keeps me from being impulsive and rash. Fine, but tell me your plan first. He sighs. The skids. I'm sure they'll be our way in. I stretch, coming to full height, and his eyes follow the movements. He clears his throat. You might be the way in. I'm afraid to ask what you mean. Well, darling, I'm afraid to tell you. Chapter 25. 3 days later, Jake looks to each of us. Well, Rudy and me. The rest of my team pitch camp a few miles away in a ransacked camping area and probably getting some much-needed sleep. I yawn and blink my eyes to keep them from watering. So something bigger here is going on than the sick? We think so, yes, I say, examining the squad. Even though they've been busy, the place is as immaculate as it can be. He narrows his eyes at me. Oh, don't give me that smug look, Moore. Go ahead and say it. I blink my eyes in innocence. Say what? He closes his eyes and sighs with his hands on his hips. Just do what you gotta do. Try to keep casualties low. I'm sick of people dying on my watch. There are more supplies in the truck if you need it. He shakes his head. You might need the bargaining chips if you're really going through with this foolish plan. It might be foolish, but at least we have a plan. Jake throws his hands in the air and points to me. She looks nothing like a sex kitten. Patrick laughs and Rudy looks highly offended. Yes, she does. He checks me over as if he'll see me differently somehow. I agree with Jake. I'm not necessarily seduction underneath this troglodyte look. Patrick regards me. I don't think that matters, Can. Rudy's right in assuming this guy will go for you. Damon likes women. He especially likes fresh women. Rudy puts his face in his hands and shakes his head. At the very least, you won't get thrown in the pit. I feel my face heat at the words. Damon threw Rudy and Patrick into a pit of zombies as an initiation type thing. When I open my mouth, Patrick cuts me off. I have to get back. We all good here? Rudy nods. I'll be there tomorrow. They both look at me. This is part of the plan I don't like. Staking the skids out until they give me the go-ahead. Patrick sighs and crosses his arms. It's important, Can. They need to have a little trust in us. And in you. Fine. Jake, did you ever do something about Pierce? He puts his hands on his hips. What? No. I told you I left the scene as is. And about that? Tracy Marks hasn't mentioned Willow's murder. And when I asked about her whereabouts, he said she left with others on a supply hunt. I tap my chin. Interesting. And you thought nothing of this? Of course I did, but what am I going to do? Push it and risk exposing us on the situation? I figured I'd ask about her again when the opportunity rises. Anyway, my orders are strict. Deal with the ill. The rest has been handed to you guys. We know this already. And what do you think about the skids? I don't know. I've never been, but to hear Davis's reports, I hope you've had a tetanus shot. That's lovely and all, but I got the information I need to know. I meet Rudy's gaze. He nods. The zombies are most likely still at the house. Don't go to the house without anyone can, Rudy says as soon as we're in the truck on the way to the campground for the night. Wasn't planning on it. I watch in the side mirror as zombies shuffle behind the truck as we pass by. How long do you think? At the most, a few days. I didn't burn bridges when I left, so I should be able to blend back in without issues. Maybe if we focused on the house and Tracy's doings, we won't have to do this. He nods. That'd be ideal. Just gather what you can before you make any rash decisions. Trust me when I tell you, I'd rather not have you in the line of fire. I grin. I'm always in the line of fire. He doesn't return my smile. Not like this, you aren't. You'll be rendered defenseless. They play mind games and... He shakes his head. Just lack human decency. Treat women horribly. Kids even worse. I think the female population likes to get pregnant to get a break. Wait a minute. A bunch of pregnant women run around? Why didn't you say something before? Although I remember the general speaking of the growing population problem. I knew you wouldn't let it go, he says, pulling into the campground. He's probably right. I'm going to need a map. A frustrated breath escapes him. What happened to focusing on the house? The plan is the last resort. Just stick with plan A and cover the house, and I'll stake out the skids with fresh eyes. My stomach rumbles, and I can't remember the last time I've eaten. Yesterday, I think. Sure. I go to open my door, but Rudy stops me with a hand. You all right? I'm fine. Tired and hungry. Tired, or like Mago tired? I pause at the good question. Well, it's hard keeping my eyes open. His mouth tightens. I'll keep an eye on you. Upon waking, I feel out of sorts. The camp's eerily quiet for the daytime, but I hear some chatter and laughter and know everything's okay for the moment. I'm also ravenous, like I could eat a whole bag of oatmeal. When I join the outside world, a few people surround a small fire pit. An amazing smell forces my focus to the sizzling pan. Fran smiles as I sit next to her in a daze. Maya perks. Hey. Where's everyone else? I ask her. Most are sleeping. We figured we could send a few tonight to watch the house. Reese and Rudy are pre-wiring some explosives in the truck. He asked me to keep an eye on you, so I've been peeking in occasionally. I smile. Thanks. Mago didn't make another appearance, if you were wondering. She laughs. After what he did, I'm sure he's out of it. Even now? It's been almost a week. She nods. Depending on how much he's eating and whatnot, I doubt whoever's holding him is treating him like a king. Fran flips the meat on the pan. My mouth waters. I point. What is that? Bacon. I shake my head and laugh. Now I know I'm hungry if my mouth is watering at bacon. Fran kicks a pot. There's rice. By the time I've fixed my bowls of rice, Reese and Rudy emerge. Sam follows behind them. Figures they'd showed up when the meat is done, Fran mutters, making everyone laugh. She hands some to Rudy first because who knows what he'll be eating at the skids. She says as much, and her words launch everyone's curious questions about the place. Of course, he compares it to the claptrap, which only a few of us have experienced. He sits beside me. My bowl of rice becomes a bowl of bland, mushy, hard-to-swallow substance. As always, when food's involved, people get quiet while they eat. I watch Rudy devour his bacon like it's his last meal. I swallow, audibly. He notices me watching and laughs under his breath. Want some, darlin'? He asks with a raised brow and offers a small piece. Everyone bursts into laughter at my expense, but it dies as soon as I take the bacon and pop it in my mouth. A flavor. I close my eyes. Oh my God. It's crispy and salty and greasy and oh so good. Reese chuckles. It only took us 5 years. Welcome to the dark side, Grasshopper. My audience laughs, and when I finally chew enough to swallow, I open my eyes to Rudy's wide ones. I take in everyone busting their guts except for Fran. Her eyes switch between Rudy and me. She voices what my mind is having trouble forming. When was your last period, Can? Chapter 26. The silence is deafening. Only the crackle of the fire breaks the quiet. I burst into laughter. It sounds forced to me. Last week, chill out. Everyone visibly sags in relief, except Rudy. I feel his stare straight to my bones. He knows I'm lying through my teeth. His plate of bacon lands on my lap. You can have it. I stare, unseeing and feeling chilled to my bones. I don't want it. I was rising to the challenge, I tell him, even though I want to eat the lot of it. When everyone resumes normal conversation, I stand with a racing mind and my bowl of uneaten rice, like normal, and excuse myself. But Rudy is right on my heels. He won't let it go. Why should he? When we get to our tent, he wastes no time. This is a problem, Can. His voice is low, but a little harsh. I keep my voice at a covert level. We don't know for sure. Then why'd you lie about it? 'Cause we don't know for sure. I'm on birth control. It makes my periods wonky and unpredictable even if I have a period. You know that. He grabs my pack and dumps it on the air mattress. Okay, darlin'. When he spots my latest notebook, he tosses it to me. When did you take it last? I catch the fluttering pages and don't have to look for the date. End of October. I close my eyes. We're closing in at the end of March. And how often do we have sex? Almost every damn day. Shit. Great. Just fucking great. When I open my eyes, he's already packing. What are you doing? He stuffs my clothes into my pack, but stops as if he thinks of something. Reaching out, he palms my right breast. After a gentle squeeze, which proves sore, I slap his hand away and tuck the notebook under my arm. I grab both boobs myself. Shock courses through me at the way they feel. They don't hurt, really, just sore in a way I've never felt before. At the look on my face, he nods and stuffs more shit into my pack. This changes everything. My face heats. Well, if you wouldn't want to fuck like you'll never fuck again, I wouldn't be in this situation. I whisper yell and throw the notebook on the bed. He pauses and blinks at me. I can feel the anger building in him, but he blows a breath and shakes his head. I'm going to chalk that off to hormones. And it's not just you in this situation. I jerk my pack away, but he holds onto it. Fine. We in this situation changes nothing, I state. He bends to me at eye level. It changes everything, he declares through clenched teeth. It. A baby. Our baby. His last words hang in the air. They ricochet in my head. I drop my pack and sit on the air mattress. When he sits beside me, I say, I'm so fucked. At my statement, he stands and walks out. I bounce flat on the bed. I mean, we're so fucked, I whisper to no one. My eyes feel swollen when I wake. Alone. I spot a covered plate and immediately look under the cloth. His bacon. I eat it in a hurry, because I'm hungry, not because it's heaven on a plate. But I'm distraught when I realize Rudy left for the skids in the middle of the night. So much for any rash decisions. I act like everything is normal, and my whole life hasn't been turned upside down. Again. Apparently, Rudy's respecting my wishes and hasn't told anyone about my gigantic lie. I'm glad. People treating me differently right now would make me lose focus. I don't need anyone ready to pack up and go home so I can be barefoot and in the kitchen. Before I have a chance to sit, sulk, and overanalyze what his abrupt departure means and everything else, I meet with the team to finalize our stakeout plan. We sit at a picnic table with my crudely drawn map of the house and its surroundings between us. The fewer people at a time, the better. 2, I glance at them for opinions. Reese chips in. Needs to be a trio. I nod. Got it. I point to the west side of the house. This area is denser, and we'll be able to watch the front and driveway. I can do first watch and mark a good place for everyone else to find. Any other volunteers? I'm in, Reese and Sandra say at the same time. Folding the map, I stand from the picnic table. Good. We leave now. Reese swipes his hand as his hair blows wispy in the wind. This ought to be good. I cross my arms and give him a hard expression. His bushy eyebrows furrow. Never mind. Now as good as any time, I guess. I have to gear up. Meet me here in 10. 2 days pass with absolutely no activity at the Marks house. A few zombies roam here and there. Lame has one tied to a tree and practices throwing knives at it. Sander watches in disdain and says nothing. He sticks to me like glue, and I don't have to wonder why. If it gives Rudy a peace of mind, then so be it. So why are we sitting here again? Lame launches a knife, hitting the zombie square in the chest. I flinch. This whole scenario reminds me of the claptrap and everything I hated about it. Seems like Tennessee was eons ago. Like then, I don't partake. I knock an arrow and shoot it through its skull. It slumps against its spines. Because there are zombies in the basement, the ones I want to take to Colorado. They are still there because Sam broke in yesterday. Lame drops to the ground, Indian style, and leans against the tree behind him. His eyes shut, but they flick open. He drinks from his flask like it'll keep him awake. Sander shoots me an obvious irritated expression. I'm not sure how to feel about Lame anymore. When I get to the bones of our lives, he was part of causing this whole mess. Not just the ruining of our old lives, but our new life as well. I'd say if he weren't drinking, he'd remember the plan better. Why don't you get them now? Lame asks, slurring a little. We're waiting on the sun to dip, Sander tells him, muttering under his breath. Something about a gringo borracho. And we're just sitting here in the meantime? His tone screams boredom. What do you think a stakeout is? For him to be a scientist, he's awfully dense sometimes. We freeze at the far-off crunch of gravel. I get low to cover myself better as a van parks on the other side of the house. It's a vehicle I don't recognize. 2 men I don't recognize head in through the front door, but my heart palpitates at what they're wearing. Head to toe in black canvas. It seems like hours before they emerge again. With the female zombie in the corduroy jacket. I curse to myself. The zombie I want. They wrangle her into the van. A mask shields her face like Hannibal Lecter, and the 2 men seem a little worse for wear than when they first arrived. I snap my fingers at Lame, who stands unsteady. I throw Sander the walkie-talkie before I aim my newly knocked arrow. I move a few trees closer. A crack of a twig alerts the men to my whereabouts. As they turn, my arrow whizzes into the shoulder of the man holding the zombie. Another arrow flies, hitting the other man in the gut. The man drops, but the other shoots the zombie in the head. The man hobbles around the house to the van. Shit! I throw myself forward to catch him. Gravel sprays the house as he skids the van full throttle. He speeds down the driveway. Standing over the dead zombie, I watch the thick blood ooze from the hole in her head. Other zombies groan and make their way through the trees toward us. The gunshot must have alerted them. I feel the guys behind me. We better go. The other man, pale and sweating, chokes. With blood running from his mouth, I know there's nothing we can do for him. He's not in any condition to question. I look away, not being able to stand what I've done to him. My hand trembles, but only because killing a person seems to get easier every time. Chapter 27. Pacing, I watch the firelight flicker through the trees of the campground. I'm not sure how long I've been making tracks in the dirt, but I'm tired of the waiting. Sander's sleeping on the ground next to the fire with a rolled-up shirt under his head. Everyone else is retired to their tents, leaving me alone with nothing but my thoughts. The worry and fear creep on me, slithering through my mind. I grip my bow tighter and pace faster, or else I'm afraid I'll drop and cry. I evade sleep as I'll drown in the tsunami of blood I've failed to escape in my dreams. Rivers, lakes, oceans. Tears of blood flow down my cheeks and soak into my clothes. An ichor sappy substance seeps from fire-red maple trees. It's as if my subconscious knows there will be more death by the time it's all said and done. My death dream has never felt so tempting as it does now. I itch for it, like an addict waiting on the spoon to heat. A twig snaps and I whirl with my bow at the ready. A figure shuffles through the trees toward me. My senses illuminate and my breathing becomes labored as the female zombie ambles from the shadows and stops a few feet away. A hard thrumming crawls under my skin. Goosebumps erupt and my hair stands on end. It stares at me with jet-black hair draping its face. I'm surprised at the glasses on its head, askew, but still hanging on like it still needs them to see. She'll know when it's time. This is what Mago meant. I never realized I missed this feeling, this power. Take me to Mago, I think. The zombie turns and shambles the other way. I pause and glance at the campground, at Sanders' sleeping form before retreating into the trees. Dawn lightens the sky before we break through a tree line. A modified wall with barbed wire lining the top looms across a narrow road. Zombies lurch about. Wood, plastic, fiberglass, corrugated metal, and whatever else make the barricade. Whatever is beyond the ridiculous fencing blocks the light of day, as well as fire smoke from escaping easily. The early morning creates a more somber atmosphere. The zombie tries to continue walking, bumping itself into the fence over and over. Its glasses fall to the ground. Stop. The zombie obeys my command as I step next to it to peek through slats. The cracked pavement makes way for rows and rows of rusty shipping containers, haphazardly stacked high on top of each other. A few people mill in and out of them. I spot 2 or 3 climbing down ladders and crudely built stairs that travel the height of the stacks. An early riser huddles over a barrel of fire to keep warm. The scent of burning wood clots the air. I can guess these people live in the containers. I entertain killing the zombie, but I might need it. Follow me, but keep some distance, I will it. The fence seems to go on for miles, but I trail it anyway, peeking through here and there, eliminating zombies here and there. I see the same thing. Shipping containers, from top to bottom. People going about their everyday lives. Following the fence, I spot more people in a more trafficked area. These containers seem to be shops with neon lighting, buzzing and flickering in the early day. It doesn't take long to gauge where I am by the chatter of the shipping container occupants. The skids. I'm surprised at the magnitude of the place. I had the impression of something smaller, such as the community in Tennessee. Seeing so few people, however, leads me to believe the population might not be as huge. Something else draws my attention. Just a hunch I'm not alone. I scan the trees without success. I shake my hands to rid the feeling, but it stays with me. The buzz of nearby zombies keeps me on edge. I should assemble the team. I should wait on Rudy to give me the go-ahead. As I'm about to head to camp, I distinguish the end of the fence, or at least a corner. I weave through several broken-down semi-tractor trailers with flatbeds and realize this is an old container yard. I must have come in on the back end. I find another of Mago's zombies. How many more are there? I will it to do the same as the first. I might need them. When I'm close to the corner, a groan draws my attention to the ground. I yelp and jump back at the face stuck in the dirt and leaves. I blink to see if I'm really seeing what I'm seeing. A zombie is buried in the ground, with the face turned upward to the sky. A face covered with a dirty sheet or a pillowcase. It's eerie and ghost-like and gives me the fucking willies. When its jaw opens, the wet sheet molds to the inside of its mouth. Another groan escapes. No, not a groan from this zombie, but another in the same manner. Upon further inspection, they litter the ground like landmines or stepping stones. More zombie calls ensue. What the? Other disgust comes from my tone and waves. Who the hell are you? I spin at the question. 2 boys step onto the road from in between a semi. They're stocked with automatic rifles, but lack the black canvas. This must be the patrol I've been on alert for until the fucking ground zombies distracted me. I realize what they're there for. The groans would alert anyone. This is beyond disturbing. I point to the faces in the mud and take stock of my own zombies. They're keeping back, but move this way. I divert them to the other side of the trucks. One kid laughs, and the other whistles with his fingers between his teeth. They don't say anything. A good long minute passes before Tracy Marks appears. I feel my eyes widen in surprise. I'm officially in deep shit. His own eyes narrow. You. He points, sliding closer, and I step back, on a zombie face. I flinch away. He takes the distraction and grabs my arm, jerking me to him. His stank breath huffs in my face. You took something of mine. My body goes rigid. Let go of me. Where is she? His lips graze my scar as his grip tightens. His question throws me for a loop. Did he not find Willow dead already? Did someone move her body? Or maybe he speaks of the dead zombie I stole. I don't know what you're talking about. The confusion is plain in my voice. When he steps away, I yank my arm from his grasp, but he sweeps my feet. The world flips as I land on my back. The ground siphons the air from my lungs. I choke a gasp, flipping over on my hands and knees and come face to face with a zombie. Bite them. Tracy's leg flashes in my peripheral vision. Pain sears through my stomach as he kicks me. Again and again. Rolling into a fetal position to protect my belly, I raise a hand. Don't! I'm pregnant! Tears trail my cheeks. They flow harder when I realize it's the first time I say the words aloud. Someone screams as my zombie attacks a boy. Blood drips down his arm from a bite. I make it to my knees, and a gush comes from between my legs. A sound I've never heard before comes from my throat. Before I know it, my zombies are on me. Their clammy hands slip against my skin. It takes a quick second to realize they're helping me. I pull my knife and stab the female in the temple. I grunt at the strain on my abdomen. Blood speckles my face and hand when I jerk it out and do the same to the other one. I know they'll kill them anyway, and I don't need them suspicious if they see zombies coming to my aid. The body thuds to the ground as I pull my knife from it. Checking between my legs, blood soaks my jeans. Stabbing pain is prominent in my lower abdomen. I suck in air, gasping raggedly. But no one is paying me any mind. Tracy and the other boy are inspecting the bitten one's wound. Please don't, he says. Just kill me, Johnny. Johnny's eyes are wide and glance at Tracy. He shakes his head. You know I can't. What is going on? I ask through the pain. Tracy grabs my hair, jerking my head up. His fist flashes and everything goes black. Chapter 28. Should've, could've, and would've are my first thoughts when I come to, but immediately retract those thoughts when I notice an ultrasound machine. An elastic band adorns my lower abdomen. A fast whooshing sounds from the machine itself. My breathing grows heavier, and I don't know what I feel. The heartbeat. I barely glance at Tracy sitting in a chair across the room. I know, I whisper, and try to sit. He stands and approaches cautiously, pushing me down. Threatened miscarriage. You're probably still bleeding and need to rest. My blood-soaked jeans are stiff and stick to my skin. My hand shakes as I rub my forehead. I need to clean myself up. I'm waiting on someone to help right now. He sniffs and plops in his chair. You're measuring 7 weeks and 2 days, if you didn't know. 7 weeks? Conception would have been right about the time Rudy and I stayed at the camper an extra day. The same extra day that got Glenda killed. I swallow. Judging by the rusted walls, I'm in a shipping container at the skids. A floor lamp lights the space. Heat blasts from the wood stove in the corner, ventilated by a pipe soldered to the roof. I go for the easiest tactic at the moment. Where's my brother? Is he coming? Tracy's eye twitches. Barely, but I catch it. Your brother? You sure? Because I'm thinking Papa Bear. I almost laugh, but I keep a straight face. No, gross. I add quickly, because I realize the thought of being with my brother should repulse me. I squint my face to punctuate it. His elbow rests on the chair arm with his face in his hand, staring at me intensely. Huh. Timing. You both showed up here way before 7 weeks and 2 days. I went to help the train. Ah, so you did leave. He waves his hand. The ever-elusive train. Where is it? I narrow my eyes. I'm sure you already know. I want to know your side of the story. I roll my eyes. It was attacked, still under investigation. Several of our men were killed. He sighs and nods. I go on. My brother? He sucks his lip between his teeth and nods again. I'll get him once I get something of mine back. I'm not sure what you assume, but I didn't take anything. He tisks. Liar, liar. When he stands again, he looms. Let's say I know nothing about my wife's death. Or the death, he raises a finger, and theft of an important object. I'm willing to forgive those things. My upper lip feels dewy. All the extra saliva in my mouth threatens to choke me. What could be more important than Willow's death? Your wife's death? Yes. You know about it since you were there. I want you to tread carefully here. No one knows you're here, and I won't hesitate to donate you to the cause. He could very well know I killed Willow. After all, the boy was there. But it'd still be hearsay. I'll stick with pleading the fifth. Okay, still don't know what you're talking about, but I'm sure you're getting to a point. The rough double doors screech open, spilling in sunlight and a draft of cold air. Hopefully, it's the same day. Several people walk by, peeking in. A man eyes Tracy and closes the doors behind him. He's older and hunched over. Tracy crosses his arms. Drug her. Someone will be along shortly to help her get cleaned up. I'm still not sure what to do with her yet. He glances at me. I'll go find Papa Bear. He can't be too far away. Hell, he'll probably come to me. When he leaves, I release a shaky breath because the only thing keeping me from taking this strange man out is the baby. Rudy can fend for himself, but Tracy is right. Once Rudy gets word of my disappearance, he'll move mountains to find me. I can't wait for Rudy, but I can bide my time. Wait for an out. I'm not going anywhere. You don't have to drug me. He pulls a candle from his man purse in a black zipper pouch. After lighting the candle, he puts a pinch of something on a spoon. Dear God. What is that? I ask, starting to panic. The substance bubbles over the flame. Mild sedative, he grunts. When I see the sterile package, I relax a little and try to control my breathing. What am I going to do? I'm trapped, backed into a corner. I close my eyes. Will it hurt the baby? I feel him pause and open them. He stares at me with his bald head tilting. He swipes at his chin with hobbled hands. His teeth gnaw back and forth for a moment. Grabbing the spoon, he goes to the chair Tracy occupied a few minutes ago and proceeds to shoot himself up. He moans and slumps in the chair, staring at nothing. His eyes blink slowly. I'll be damned, I whisper, saved by this man's own addiction. I can't believe the shit I get myself into. I should have wakened Sander. I should have gone back when I had the chance. I don't know how long I wait and listen to my baby's heartbeat, but when the doors open, I go slack. A woman gasps. Cecil? She places a stock pot by the bed. Some sweats and towels drape her shoulders. After feeling his pulse and muttering a swear, she finally glances at me. Her bleach blonde hair hangs almost to her waist, and her eyes are ringed in charcoal black. It takes her a long minute before she smiles tightly. Her demeanor is familiar. I'm Dakota. Let's see the damage, okay? I nod, recognizing her name. She's one of the runners who was with Rudy when they found the supply drop at the old farm. I'm glad it's someone who's at least halfway level-headed. Her arm flashes toward me. She grabs my chin and looks deep into my eyes, which are dark brown. So dark, in fact, they look black. Pushing my face away, she lifts the blanket. I know you're not drugged, so don't act like it. I know it when I see it. This place thrives on it. I'm not going anywhere. She shrugs, helping me from my jeans. They've dried to my legs. I wouldn't either, but the heartbeat sounds strong. We'll get a good look in a second. When we get to the cleaning part, I take the towel from her and do it myself. Dakota watches with a keen eye, rolling up a clean towel. No tissue or clots, which is good news. Put this one between your legs so we can gauge if you're still bleeding. Next, she gently situates my legs and squirts some cool gel on my stomach. After turning on the monitor, she wiggles the device over my abdomen and stares at the screen. A blob shows as an ultrasound looks, but I don't have a clue as to what I'm looking at. She points. The heartbeat. I don't see any lesions. My eyes burn as I stare at the little flicker of life blinking in sync with the whooshing. Didn't someone already do this? She meets my gaze and rolls her eyes. Tracy measured, but other than that, he doesn't care. Never does. How do you know so much? Were you a tech? No. I was taught when I lost a few of my own. I wanted to help other women. She twists the thing on my stomach more. We could probably see better if we did a transvaginal ultrasound, but we'd have to... Have to what? She shrugs and turns off the monitor. Touching my leg, she says, I'm going to check the towel. I squeeze my eyes closed because I don't want to see. She clears her throat. If you are, it's only light spotting. I can't tell if it's the dried blood you washed off or not. When she moves toward the door, she pauses. You know, every time I miscarried, I felt a little relief. Like, do I really want to bring a child into the world? To this place? It's still a hard thing to go through. I don't wish it on anyone. I hope you pull through. I'll let Tracy know, she smirks, you're sedated. I wake, not knowing how long I've slept, but I'm alone, and I need to pee. When I investigate the towel, no new blood soaks it. That's something at least. When I stand to slip on the sweats, I cramp a little. It could be the strain of being on my feet, so I hurry and try to open the doors. They crack, held together by a chain. Damn it. The sky is dark, but some flames dance down the alley. I search for anything of use, which is when I find a bedpan under the bed. This is worse than a jail cell. At least those have toilets and bars to look through. I've been reduced to a sitting duck. The chains clang, unraveling, and I hop into the bed. A man, black as the night sky, glides in. My stomach drops. Damon. I don't know how I know, but I do. He's bald, by choice it seems, with a thick black beard. A brown trench coat falls to his knees. An odd object catches my attention around his neck. His head tilts as he studies me. I lean away when he moves into my space. His hand flashes towards me and grabs several of my locks. They roll in his hand as he feels them. Smirking, he clucks his tongue. He meets my gaze with honey-colored irises, his pupils beady like a snake. You'd a special one, huh? He wags his finger and leaves my bubble. I breathe out. Or they tink so, anyway. His words sound like they tink so. He taps his temple. Yeah, when you figure that one out, let me know. He bursts into laughter with a wide open mouth. It's not good laughter either. Yes, Candice. I see what he likes about you. Even though you have the blood of a mother. We could have fun, huh? He's in my space. He skims my scar with the back of his hand, to my shoulder and the outside of my breast. I swallow as he cups me, feeling the fullness. When he squeezes, I've had enough and slap his hand away. His eyes widen with excitement and he grins. My actions please him. Patrick and Rudy are right. I excite this man because I'm new. Fresh, as they say. It doesn't matter I might be in the middle of a miscarriage. In fact, he finds it all the better. Disgusting. He snatches my chin, so I'll look at him. I tense my muscles to keep from trembling beneath this man and hold my breath as he inches closer. Nose to nose. The thing around his neck is some kind of pouch, stitched together crudely with hair and dried plants sticking out of it. It thrums with power. If it were lesser, it'd feel like a zombie. But as it is, it feels evil, foul, rotten. I meet his curious gaze. He's been watching me study it. Maybe you are special. His tongue slithers out, licking my bottom lip before he sucks it in his mouth. I yelp when he bites and jerks away. The pouch touches my arm at the movement. My body seizes as 1,000 insects scurry across my flesh. They crawl in my ears as they ring with a high-pitched scratching. Something slimy wriggles over my lips and up my nose. I gag when I feel it in my throat. My mind screams to get away. It's not real. Yanking away from the pouch, my hand goes to my mouth. The sensations cease. No blood from his bite, but I narrow my eyes. This guy is asking for it. He doesn't react. I feel his breath on my cheek as I try to face away. I don't want to touch that thing again. Ever. You taste like the fresh-baked brownies in fear, he whispers. You will vie for my affections. Damon. Someone spits under their breath outside. You're needed at the pits. Damon still doesn't move. They all eventually do. His chuckle huffs against me. I'll see you soon, my special pet. When he leaves, I run my hands over my face and through my locks. For the first time, I wonder if I'll make it through this. No wonder Rudy never liked this plan. I need to escape from here, like yesterday, because I found Willow's Bokor. Throughout the night, I check the sky and the towel. A vicious cycle. In the early dawn, Cecil hobbles in and shoots himself in the arm again. Not long after, Dakota brings me food. A metal plate with lumpy bread and suspicious meat. She narrows her eyes at Cecil, but otherwise ignores him. I forgo the meat and break apart the bread to pieces. You think I could get out of here? Use a normal bathroom? Take a shower? Crossing her arms, she laughs. A shower? Let me guess. You want hot water, too? I shrug, even though it sounds dumb, but it gives me an idea. I've been to a lot of places. You'd be surprised. Besides, I have a shower bag I use, solar-powered to heat the water in the sun. I raise my brows. It's yours if you help me leave. She bites her lip, contemplating. Bingo. Do you know how much trouble I can get in? I wonder if she vies for affection, but I decide not to mention Damon. I will treat him like I would any other nightmare. Deal with it when I need to. What am I doing in here? My brother's probably worried about me. Not to mention my team. Rudy. Look, I'm trying to get you transported for better medical care. Usually it's not an issue. But since you're with the military guy, I suppose they're taking extra precautions. A bead on my dreadlock feels smooth as I play with it. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere with proper medical care. These people are experimenting. No way I'll be taken care of for the cause. I don't care about being transported anywhere. My brother can tend to me if there are any other issues. What will it take for you to help me? You have any medicine? I nod. Sure, painkillers, antibiotics. I try to think of what she could want. Rehydration IVs, solar blankets, a small oxygen tank. I want it all. And the shower bag. Deal. Throw in some of those freeze-dried packets. No problem. She peeks outside, looking both ways. We have to go. Now. I grin. Really? Chapter 29. Not having any shoes, my feet freeze immediately upon vacating the shipping container. The weather isn't frigid but still chilly. The rough concrete abrades the sensitive bottoms. Wait, I need shoes. She spares a glance at my feet. I have some in my bunk. Since we're dropping by there anyway, you can have them. Great. I pause, waving away the hazy fire smoke. It lingers like smog in the alley. Why are we dropping by there? She smirks. You think I'm going to follow you wherever? No. I need insurance to make sure you keep your end of the deal. Oh, good. We could probably use some weapons. You wouldn't know where mine are, would you? I hate I lost my knives. She stops between two containers, sizing me up. No. And it's not a weapon we're getting, but a someone. And he won't like this, but with what you're offering, he might go for it. Yeah, I don't know if I'm willing to chance it. Might is a very loose term. Take it or leave it. Her lips purse while she waits for me to decide. Assessing my options, I don't have any other choice. I could take her easy, but I'd be left without shoes and no clue how to escape this maze. I'm also not in any fighting condition, although I will if I must. A voice comes close, and she pushes me into a crevice of the cold, corrugated wall. I grip it. Rust flakes under my fingertips. Two people pass without a glance. What's it going to be, Mama? I flinch. Shit. Her words bring on a whole bout of feelings. I don't know how I like being called a mama. Candace. That's my name. She stares. Got it. We don't have much time. Carry on. We whip, cut corners, tiptoe by open doors, run across main pathways, and stick to as many shadows as possible. We pass under a cage. A shocked gasp escapes me at the child watching us through the bars. When Dakota halts, my feet are numb and I'm lost. This place is one huge labyrinth, but this kid shouldn't be in the cold air with a little blanket. What's that? I ask, pointing to the poor thing. Dakota doesn't glance but peeks around a corner. It's how they punish children. That's inhumane. It's better than how the adults are punished. No wonder Rudy doesn't want me here. He knows I won't turn a blind eye. Grabbing my arm, she runs to some wooden stairs. I stiffen when I notice they've been reinforced by newer wood. Dread weighs in my gut. It swirls the bread I ate and shoots through my nerve endings. She notices and grabs my arm. Hurry. I try to prepare myself, but she doesn't give me time. She thrusts me through the doors. I close my eyes, not wanting to see whatever it is I'll see. The smell is a mixture of metal and gunpowder. It reminds me of being in the vault of Rudy's truck. She word vomits. Secret project is no longer a secret project. Surprise. I peep an eye open to see Rudy sitting against the wall on a mattress with his sleeping bag, fully clothed and his white bandana on his head. Dakota is busy digging, hopefully for the shoes. His saving grace is the two separate sleeping areas. I shoot him a glare to explain how hard I'm going to uppercut his ass. His lips quirk, knowing I'm about to explode. I harden my mouth, and he scans my body with a questioning expression. His face goes blank when Dakota peers at him. I suppose to gauge his reaction to the stranger. She doesn't like what she sees. She's going to get us medicine and other things we can use. We'll be able to go somewhere else. Get out of this hellhole. Oh, she thinks he's mad. She thinks she knows him. His wheels are turning. He has no idea they have held me prisoner for the past 24 hours. But we need to go, now, she adds, handing me 2 sneakers too big for my feet. What's the hurry? He finally asks, seeming relaxed, but I know better. Just hear me out, I speak. I've been held against my will. She's giving me an out. Truth is, I don't want her mentioning what almost happened to me. What could still happen. His eyes cut to me. What for? I shrug, snooping. This doesn't surprise him. I continue carefully, hoping he'll understand. I found a zombie. Kind of weird. Kept bumping itself into the outside wall, trying to get in. Dakota tilts her head. Not that weird. I've seen worse. Worse? Right? I've heard about voodoo zombies before, like someone can control them. I laugh and roll my eyes as if it's the most ridiculous thing in the world. She straightens and stares with a blank expression. Her eyes slide to me. Rudy stands and swipes his hand down his mouth. The only indication he doesn't know what to do any more than I do, because this is where I need to be. Mago is here, and from the looks of it, she might know something. Rudy's gaze switches from me to Dakota and back again. He blows a breath and grabs Dakota. Spinning her, he holds a hand over her mouth before she can make a sound. She struggles, scratching at his hoodie sleeves. Her eyes are wide as he puts pressure on a pressure point. Since he doesn't want to hurt her, it takes longer for her eyes to roll as she passes out. He lays her on her bedding. Mago's not here, darling. Trust me, I'd know. You didn't know I was here. His mouth tightens, knowing I'm right. I would have found out eventually. How are you? I scoff softly. Better, except for the fact I'm going to kick your ass later. I gotta do what I gotta do, you know? Of course he'd pick a chick to charm. You obviously weren't doing a very good job. She knows something. He shrugs. Only because I wouldn't touch her. You mean way more to me than any of this shit. Tell me what happened. I do, except for the threatened miscarriage in Damon. I'll tell him later. I explain Mago's zombie, and how Tracy found me and accused me of taking something of his. How the old man spared me being drugged. Same with Dakota. She was trying to get you transported? He interrupts my recollection. But I see where he's going with it. A lab? He nods, grabbing a pistol from under the dinky mattress and stuffing it at the small of his back. What if the zombie wasn't trying to get in? What if it was trying to go through? I grin, toward the direction of the lab. I jerk my chin at him. Do you have another one of those? No, this is all we have. 15 rounds and one in the chamber. Shouts sound from far off. Rudy bends, picking Dakota up and throwing her over his shoulder. Time to go, darling. The container next door is empty except for some cots. You couldn't bunk in here? I mutter. Belongs to some runners who are gone at the moment. He leaves the doors open, and we blend into the shadows in the back. An uproar echoes closer. The dawning day inches inside. What are we going to do with her? I whisper. His gaze stays pinned to the wide-open doors. The cage. If she knows they can transport you, then she knows where the lab is, and you can ask her whatever you think she knows. Level 2, Container 6, someone shouts. Sounds like Tracy. I tense as they check the container next door. A man with a gun marches by. Any blood? It's clear. Check the clothing. Rummaging transpires. Nothing. I don't think she was here. Tracy sighs. She couldn't have gotten far. I brought her in bleeding bad. Almost lost her baby. Rudy's gaze blazes. I can't bring myself to look at him, but I feel his intensity. I shake my head, willing the burning behind my own eyes to stop. He grabs my hand and squeezes. The stairs creak as they descend them. Let's see if we can draw her out. Sound the alarm. Rudy squeezes harder at the words. Someone could hide her. The footsteps stop as if this never occurred to Tracy. If they are, they know what'll happen. What'll happen, Rudy? I ask when they are a safe distance away, finally meeting his gaze. He swallows and lays Dakota on a cot. They'll be turned into zombies. What did he mean you almost lost the baby, Kansas? How does he know you're pregnant? I explain how Tracy kicked me and how I confessed the pregnancy to get him to stop. Rudy raises my shirt. His fingers tremble as they graze the bruises visible against my stark white skin, either in fear or barely contained rage. I don't know. A bit of both. There's a truck down the alley. We can hotwire and use it to mow the fence flat. No time to find another way out, and I swear on my soul I'll run over anything that gets in my way. What's happening? I ask, hearing people shout and panic. They're getting ready to unleash a horde. Haven't ever experienced it, but I've heard stories. The alarm will alert people so they can shut the containers. What about Dakota? She'll slow us down. Nothing will happen to her when she tells them I immobilized her. A shrill cuts through the morning air, all around us. Above, sideways, below. Heavy metal doors slam shut. A few screams here and there. The bangs shake the containers. When the chaos dies down, Rudy makes his move. Still holding my hand, he drags me to the doors and peeks out. Ready, darlin'? Yep. We move to the landing and close the doors behind us. We hop the steps 2 at a time, going up. I'm confused at first, but when we get to the top level, I see his tactic. The call of the undead petrifies me, as their screeches bounce from the metal like hounds from hell. My stomach drops when the wood shakes under our feet. I peek over the rail. Flashes of skin, worn clothing, and bloodied hands make their way to the top. Rudy remains calm. He drops my hand and squats, folding his fingers together to make a step. I'll boost you to the top. Oh, well, no time to worry about how we'll get down. And by boost, he means propelling me upward so fast I feel like I'm flying. The rusty metal rubs through the sweats at my knee when I grab the top edge. My abdomen strains in pain. I cry out, lifting myself onto the roof. A point in the metal slices my upper thigh. I bite back a scream. Panting, I hurry to help Rudy. He ignores my hand and uses the steel frame to heft himself. A zombie reaches the landing. Rudy's hands grip the top. I grab for him. Don't, he barks. His eyes widen. Shit! He glimpses down as his Glock nosedives to the landing. He pulls himself on the top and rolls onto his back. I peer at the zombie, at all the zombies, and sheer terror takes place in my bones. The zombie stops and angles its head unnaturally. These zombies have the hum of being controlled. My first peek at Damon's zombies in action. The zombie snaps, jumping as if it could get to me. I get one last look at the firearm and step from sight. Rudy's catching his breath. After all the training, you'd think that'd be easier. Oh, come on, Rudolph. You'd have been able to with me on your back. I joke, needing to make light of our predicament. He grins and rolls his body, using his legs and momentum to flip upright in the classic kung fu kip-up move. His feet land with a clang. He peers over, shaking his head. There are so many other things I'd rather be doing, like you. He casts me a glance, zeroing in on my stomach. Or smoking Reese's weed. But here we are, running from a horde without a weapon. Even though I love this playful side of Rudy, it reminds me of accusing him of wanting sex all the time, when it's far from the truth. He scans the alleys. His hoodie stretches across his broad shoulders. His jeans showcase the boulders he has for thighs. His face is staring at me. For a man who hates to be ogled, he sure likes it when I do. You are a weapon, Rudy. I don't know, but we're about to find out. Down below, zombies run the alley and stairways. We keep low to avoid being seen by them. My body doesn't want to move, feeling faint. Sweat drips down my temples in the chill. We come to a break in the containers, about 6 feet across. He grabs my hand again. If you go down, I go down with you. I don't argue, and we take off in a sprint. We leap, letting our hands go. He lands before I do on his feet. My own hit the edge, and I tumble forward, but he's there with an arm around my waist to keep me from face-planting. My body is having a hard time doing what I want it to do. We come to the end of the containers and peek over the edge to the bottom. Zombies run amok, hissing and growling. The truck sits right below us, parked parallel to the fence. Rudy's gaze sweeps the surroundings. Okay, plan A. Get in the truck and pull it into the alley far enough to hit the reverse and take down the fence. Or plan B. Jump over the fence from here. I take in the tall fence. I could clear the barbed wire, but there's no way I could make it and be in enough shape to run. It's a long way down. He nods. Plan A. Good choice. I watch in dismay at all the zombies and our lack of weaponry. Our heavy breathing takes over as we both realize this could be it. Rudy jerks off his bandana and throws it at the rooftop in a rage, swearing. It hits loud enough to make a noise. I get an idea, picking the bandana up and handing it to him. We need a distraction. His hair is all over his head, but he ties the bandana on anyway. Take off those shoes. I really, really don't want to lose the shoes. What if we stay here, give ourselves up? Fear plain in my voice. Fuck no, I'd rather die, Can. He's right. He's so right. This fear, this deep need to survive must be hormones or some kind of protective maternal instinct. I do as he says, flipping the shoes off quickly. He hurls one across the alley toward another row of shipping containers like a football. It clangs, and the zombies hear it, diverting their directions. This time, Rudy removes his hoodie, wrapping the piping edge to use like a zip line. After successfully launching the other shoe, he climbs down, wraps the hoodie's arms around his hands to slide, and uses his feet to balance on the side of the container. Get on my back. The muscles beneath my hands strain to hold us as I slide onto his back and secure my legs around his waist. The fabric of the hoodie rips and stretches. We drop. At first, I think the hoodie couldn't hold us, but Rudy uses his feet to control our descent. I don't look down, but stare at the knot in Rudy's bandana instead. I hope he doesn't jerk it off, because he'll lose a chunk of hair since he tied it on hastily. The rusted metal makes it tough to glide the hoodie, but he manages. We slip downward to the next container, and we repeat the process. By the time we make it to the second level, the hoodie is useless, and the zombies are on our tails below us. We take stock of the situation. I'll jump to the bed of the truck. Hopefully, it'll distract them from you. When I drive it to the front alley, take the stairs. I'll be there to get you. But I glance at the zombies surrounding the truck. What if it's locked? I don't voice this. I swallow and nod, and hope I don't have to watch the love of my life get eaten alive. Chapter 30. A tarp lays haphazardly in the truck's bed that'll help break his fall. Not a long way down, but far enough to hurt himself if he lands wrong. He gently pinches my chin and places a kiss on my lips. Everything will be okay. Just use your speed and time it right. I nod, and he jumps. His arms windmill in his free fall. The truck bed thumps when he lands. His head hits the edge of the bed rail. When he climbs to his feet, he staggers, disoriented. Zombies surround the truck, and no way he'll be able to get in. My heart sticks in my throat. Arms grab at him, pull him sideways. He jerks away and kicks the zombie in the face. He falls backward from the momentum, but he doesn't stand right away. He struggles with the tarp. Is he wrapped in it somehow? I can't tell, but I hold my hand over my mouth to keep from screaming. More zombies converge on the truck. One flips itself inside the bed. Another. Blood rushes to my head and panic takes over. I jump. My legs jolt, warbling my whole body when I land. I pitch forward, but something yanks me from behind. Landing on my butt, I come face to face with a furious Rudy. He throws the tarp over the zombies and comes away with the crowbar. Oh. He wields it like an axe into the zombie's head and swings it into the back window in one go. A zombie is on top of me in a split second. I hold it away. Its jaw grinds as it gnaws the space between us. Rudy kicks it off and swipes the crowbar upward, hooking the zombie through the chin. Grabbing 2 heads of zombie hair, I headbutt them together and bash them against the truck rail. Rudy pummels the glass until it shatters. After killing more famished, he grabs my sweatshirt. Get in! As I slide in, the glass slices across the same spot where it's already bleeding. He slips in right behind me. My heart pounds as I release a gush of air, as if I've been holding my breath. Famished are in the bed now. One at the window. Its arm waves inside. Rudy grabs the hand and twists. Bones crack and bend awkwardly. He uses the straight end of the crowbar and stabs the zombie in the head. The body slumps forward to block the broken window. The hot wiring takes longer than usual because Rudy's hands shake. The truck rocks from the weight of Famish trying to get in. We both ignore the beating on the windows. After several long, grueling minutes, the truck starts. He drives off and whirls us around the corner, taking out Famish on the way. Rudy slams the gear shift in reverse and punches the gas. The wheels spin before we fly backward. In a split second, we crash into the fence with a hissing and then a loud pop. The fence goes down, but not enough. Rudy shifts the gear and we pitch forward. The truck wobbles as if a tire flattened. He drives farther than we were before, bumping over Famished and hitting everything in the way. Get down! He jerks me sideways as gunshots ring out, and he slams on the brake. We skid but reverse just as quick. I peek over the dashboard to see a row of men in full riot gear shooting at the Famished. No, shooting at us. Rudy's focused on the fence over his shoulder. This time we make it. My head hits the steering wheel as he turns it to manipulate the truck. We skid sideways, and Rudy slams on the gas. The truck totters, and I glance out the back. Famished pour from the broken fence. Bullets litter the hood and the top of the truck. Someone must be on a roof. Rudy zigzags and speeds through an opening in the trees. We don't get far. The wheels spin in mud and wet leaves. He jumps out, pulling me with him and leaving the engine running. We need to run, darlin'. I resist, tugging the crowbar from the zombie with a sickening, meaty slurp. Rudy grabs the bar from me, and we bolt, but my speed isn't up to par. Without shoes, the ground abuses my feet. My abdomen wrenches and pain shoots through my body. Famished crash through the branches. Rudy stops, breathing heavy. The tree. Go up. He boosts me again. As far as you can go. I climb, feeling the bark between my fingers and on the underside of my sensitive feet. We climb and climb some more, skipping branches and using thicker ones to move from one tree to the next. Sap sticks to my skin, and soon we're far enough away from the Famished. You almost got shot. I told you to get down. My lungs burn as I try to catch my breath. We pick a thick bough to rest on. The crowbar hangs from a belt loop in his jeans. A branch somewhere near cracks. The noise echoes and drowns out the moans below as the branch falls and breaks more limbs on its way from the treetops, straight into a vast pile of grabby zombie hands. Anger tightens Rudy's face as he quickly yanks his bandana from his head. He grabs my legs and jerks me closer. Hey! I protest as my ass gets the brunt of the abuse on the thick bark. I grip the tree tighter so I don't slip. He's probably imagining me falling and hitting every branch on the way down. After wrapping the worn fabric around my thigh, he pulls it in a tight knot to staunch the bleeding. I grunt in pain. We both watch as my blood soaks through, camouflaging the paisley pattern in red. He has every right to be frustrated, but I hate his hostility. His face is barely visible under his curtain of hair, but the lines from constant worry etched permanently on it pierce my heart. As always, I'm reminded I could lose him any minute. I'm sorry, okay? He scoffs, but after a few long moments of his tense stare and him tapping his fingers together as if sticky with sap, he asks, For what? He knows what, but wants me to say it. For second-guessing you, but you have to I can't possibly fathom why, he snaps, still glowering at me. You might as well be preaching a gospel because your every word is truth to me, without a doubt. He says the last through clenched teeth. I know we're in this together. You and me against everything else. His arms wave out, gesturing the world and our current problem we seem to be ignoring right now. But I had it. I told you it'd be okay. You panicked too soon. A tense silence stretches between us. 7 weeks, I say, mainly because I want to change the subject. His expression changes, looking thoughtful. Did you see? I nod. It's only a little flicker right now. The heartbeat. I heard it too. Gunshots resonate through the trees. We need to get out of here, now. Grabbing the branches above him, he hefts himself up. I'll be right back, going to see if we can get out of this mess. I smile to myself, flicking a bug off my arm. Guess what? I ask as he works his way higher with snapping twigs and falling bark. What? Unicorns exist, I say, playing on his "your every word is truth" bit. His laughter echoes through the trees, and his smiling face becomes visible through the branches. The smile drops as terror washes over his face. When I follow his horrified gaze, fear paralyzes me. Blood rushes to my head as a zombie jumps from the opposite branch high enough to grab my foot, pulling me sideways. My fingertips brush against rough bark as I try to grip something, anything, to hold myself, but it's too late. My body becomes weightless in the freefall. Agony splinters up my back as my head bounces from a branch and everything goes black. Chapter 31. Everyone has a different sensitivity to sensory experiences. Some people smell better than others. Food likes and dislikes all differ. And some have a low pain tolerance. I never thought I did, until I come to wrapped tightly under a blanket. Every muscle, bone, and nerve ending goes noticed. A sharp ache throbs on the back of my head. Upon inspecting, a huge knot protrudes there. I suck in a hiss. I feel like I fell from a tree and hit every branch on the way down. My midsection being the worst, tight and cramping. Breathing is painful. Groggily, I take in my surroundings. I'm in my tent, and Rudy sleeps beside me. He usually has no qualms about hogging the bed, but he's rigid, making me think he doesn't want to touch or hurt me. My movement disturbs him, and he opens his eyes, which are ringed and red. I can't move, I croaked. The crick in my neck jars my nerves. I groan. I imagine you can't. Sleep thickens his voice, and his eyes blink slow. He sits slower, blinking wide as if trying to wake up. Sorry, I took something to help me sleep. Scratches and bruises cover his arms. What happened? I whisper. You fell from the tree. Luckily, you landed on some branches that stopped you from hitting the ground. Very lucky. They were in the tree. I know. I try to swallow through my dry mouth. I couldn't sense them, like the zombie at the Marks house. He slides his hand into mine. All of them? The ones in the tree. Did you notice anything different about them when you fought them? I mean, besides the fact they actually climbed the tree? He shakes his head. I killed the few in the trees. Tracy's men took them out on the ground. He swallows, peering at me. We lost the baby can. My hand goes to my abdomen. Why do you think that? He flinches with a scrunched face. The blood and... Our tent zipper cuts him off. Franny peeps her head in. Oh, you're awake. She glides in cautiously. How are you? Broken. In more ways than one. How much more can I take? Turning over toward Rudy, I curl into a ball and squeeze my eyes closed. I know you don't want to talk about it, and you don't have to, but I need you to listen. For the next few days, you need to rest and let your body heal. I'll take your temperature to make sure you aren't getting an infection. Your bleeding is slowed down, but I need you to tell me right away if it gets heavy or if you cramp abnormally. I was bleeding before and the baby was fine. I stare at Rudy's thermal shirt. Didn't help matters, but there was a lot of clotting and lumps I believe to be placental tissue when we cleaned you up. Okay, I mumble, not knowing what else to say or ask. Numbness overtakes me. You have stitches in your left thigh and your left triceps. There's a goose egg on your head, which isn't concerning. You haven't broken anything, but your body is severely bruised and riddled with minor lesions, especially your midsection and back from your fall in the tree. And Jake Meyer pitched a tent. He won't leave until he speaks to you. Rudy and I exchange a glance. No better time than now, I say. Jake peeks in, taking in the scene, taking in me. He sports a black, puffy eye. Should have known as soon as you two arrived my objective was fucked. Sitting on the side of the bed, he smiles tightly. Hi, how are ya? I don't know, but I'm guessing you ran into Tracy. I sigh and roll over on my back, ignoring the pain of the movement. No, they tried to subdue me and take me somewhere. Said if I didn't go, they'd kill you. Rudy scoffs. So you resisted. Awesome. Jake waves his hand over me. Is she dead? Rudy glares and balls his hands into fists. His jaw stays locked as he speaks his next words. Only by a tree branch is she alive. Jake's shoulders hunch, but he says nothing. I clear my throat. We need to plan. Mago's here. Jake glances at me sharply. Where? We explain our theory about the lab, how I found the zombie and another one soon after. All right. So where are you going to start? I lick my lips. Damon's the Bokor. They both look at me sharply. Rudy levels his gaze. How do you know? Because he came into the shipping container where I was being held. And let me tell you, he was there maybe 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. I informed them about his necklace. Jake gazes into space, lost in his thoughts. Rudy never takes his eyes from mine. I'm again going to say how amazing it is you can sense that. I never would have guessed. But his accent, I start. What about it? Mago's accent never gave him away either. And Damon's isn't Haitian Creole like Mago's. It's African. There's no true way to tell if someone is practicing voodoo. Look at Maya. She doesn't have an accent at all. I can hear the Creole sometimes, but it's subtle. None of that matters. I'm grateful we know who he is and what part he plays in all of this. Crawling in a hole sounds good right about now. Sometimes I feel like I came from under a rock. Rudy's right in defending himself about not knowing Damon is a Bokor. Right. Jake waves a hand between us. So you're starting with him? Rudy shakes his head. We need to think on it. He stands and points toward the campground. Another thing. Who the fuck are all those people? I cluck my tongue. I don't know. They were here when we arrived. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Rudy rolls from the bed, standing like he needs to be face to face with Jake. They're our team. Is that a problem? They stare each other down for a tense moment. No, Jake finally relents. Let me know when you have a plan. Except forming any kind of plan is far from everyone's minds. I try not to get irritated at my team. They're looking out for me. Still doesn't keep me from going bonkers in the meantime, though. I smile, remembering the last time they boycotted my need to kick ass, so I don't have to think. My coping mechanism. My smile slips when I remember Glenda had been a rock by my side. If she was a rock then, she would have been a boulder now. I swipe at the tears escaping my eyes, grip my teeth, and grudgingly bite back my anger. Will it to the back of my mind as I shade in some color for a dark hazel iris in the sketch I'm drawing. A sketch with his eyes and my nose, my lips and his hair color and little wisps around the ears. Showing patience and biding my time will help me. Besides, I need to be in prime fighting condition before I go any further. A few days of rest and then slowly train until I'm back to speed. Who knows how long it'll take my body to cooperate. When I voice my timeline to Rudy, he goes silent. His brow draws, and he squints, angling forward over his guitar. Planning on going somewhere? So suspicious. You haven't given me any reason in the past not to be. You take the loner thing a little too seriously, darling. He leans back in the chair and plucks his guitar lightly. The soft sounds flow through the tent. He hasn't said much in the past few days. I feel a distance growing between us. We haven't talked about our loss, mainly because neither of us knows what to say, or what to think, or how to feel. Even though I can't fathom bringing a child into this world, on some level, I want to. I wanted our child, and I don't know how to grieve. Want to talk about it? I ask, and close my sketchbook before he sees it. The strumming stops. Do you? Whatever is on his mind, it seems he will keep it there. You haven't said much. I'm afraid you blame me. He tilts his head toward the sky. I'm still trying to get over the fact I almost lost you, that I almost watched it with my own eyes. But to ease your worry, I know exactly who's to blame, and it's not you. Fresh tears well in extreme relief. I let them fall this time, exhaling loudly. It would be so easy to blame me. After all, I voiced how fucked we were and then followed a zombie into the unknown. I chip at the green nail polish. Where are my therapy paints, Rudolph? His expression becomes pensive as he watches me nick my nails. Hopping up, he places his guitar on the bed beside me and delves around for a few minutes before dropping something in my hand. I palm the little bottle of green paint. Another surge of tears sprouts. I laugh, sniffling. When are these hormones going to wear off? He smirks. Sure, blame it on the hormones. Days pass, and it gets easier to move about. I no longer feel pregnant. My boobs aren't sore, and the meat on Rudy's plate repulses me once again. With doing nothing, I've noticed Glinda's absence more than ever. Our group isn't the same without her sass. I glance at Rudy, who stares at the fire in deep thought. I'm sick of his silence. Needing to know his thoughts, I've checked his current notebook he hasn't written in since before the pregnancy. Understandable since he left for the skids when we found out. I'll be right back. I stand, and Rudy grabs my wrist. I want to speak with Reese. I wave my free hand in surrender as Sander and Sam snicker. Not going anywhere. This body wouldn't allow me to kick much ass. Maya glares at me. Just use zombies. Sam's smile slips. Maya. She stands and I flinch. She doesn't give me a second look. What? We're this close and we're doing nothing. The firelight glimmers in her unshed tears. The crackle of the fire heightens as we grow silent. I guess I don't get a free pass for almost dying. Twice within the span of a few months. Not to mention the grief which gets more oppressive by the day. And, if I remember correctly, she was more worried about being separated from Sam than her family's kidnapping. Doesn't matter what I do or how much I bust my ass, it'll never be enough. She stalks off, and Sam anxiously plays with his bull ring. She's ragging. Because I'm sure she'd love for everyone to know that tidbit. When I search for Reese, he's nowhere to be found. Chapter 32. I stretch my neck and shoulders, crouching into a stance. Sam launches himself at me, throwing his legs into a scissor kick. I easily evade him and grunt my frustration. You're going too easy. I smack my hands against his chest, shoving him backward. When he doesn't say anything right away, I throw my hands in the air. This is pointless. Sam hunches his shoulders. You're still stiff. I don't want to hurt you any more than you already are. I have to work out the kinks. I look worse than I feel. Franny and Rudy both cleared me 2 days ago, but I still haven't gotten anyone to exercise with me. Who cares about walking on eggshells if they're already crushed? I lose the train of thought when I spot Reese walking between tents. Fuck it, I mutter. I sprint to catch him. Hey. He pivots, eyeing me. Hey yourself. Glancing to make sure we're alone, I get to the point. What are you doing? You've been elusive. Playing with his scraggly beard, he shrugs. My heart breaks for my friend. I miss him, but I know he'll never be the same. Sighing, he jerks his head in a follow-me motion. We reach his tent, and he hands me a map. Figured I'd be proactive. I've marked where I've stuffed zombies from around the camp. Might find a few useful ones if you know what I mean. Just use zombies. Stuffing the map in my back pocket, I grin. You're a genius. I learned from the best. He's referring from when I collected a horde of them in a warehouse. I shake my head. I had no idea what I was doing. Who does when risks are involved? Without risk, nothing great happens. If a caveman never burned himself, we wouldn't have fire. I can't argue there. I turn to leave. A hand on my shoulder stops me. If you ever need to talk, I'm here. Glinda being gone doesn't change anything. I pat his hand and scan the tent. No sign of her anywhere, but I feel her. Reese, we'll be okay. He nods, looking at the ground and rocking on his feet. It's the only way to survive, little lady. My fists clench in and out. We'll do more than survive. We're going to live. When I finally have my thoughts in line, I call a meeting. You should tell Jake the truth, I say to Rudy while we wait, pacing. He's already suspicious. After all, he's been back a few times. The General wants him here in Vermont, while Patrick is still in the field gathering intel. Rudy shifts in a chair. He's fidgety, rubbing his beard and crossing and uncrossing his arms. We'll lose Lame. He avoids the Sarge like the Black Plague. His hands run through his hair. We're losing him anyway. He's been downhill since we confronted him. If you're sure? He shifts in the chair again as his fingers tap his knees. I nod. You drink too much coffee or something? He gestures. Come here. I smile, getting ready to tease him, but he pulls me between his legs. His gaze is steady as he unties my braided locks and slips a new bead on one. The 5th bead to represent how many years we've been together, but only 4 hang from my locks now. It's late, I know, he says, when I don't respond right away. I'm missing one, I utter. I'll make you another one. After searching to no avail, I inspect the one he gave me. The texture isn't as smooth as if he made it in a hurry. He realizes I notice a difference. I made it at the skids. I can sand it later. No, I love it like this. It's a reminder that even though he was with someone else, I was the one on his mind. If I'm going to lose the beads, I think we should get tattoos, I blurt. We already have A slow grin spreads across his face. What are you saying right now? You know what I'm saying, jerk. And from the look on his face, his bright eyes and contagious smile, I've made him a happy guy. A quick stream of Spanish releases from our tent flap as Sander pokes his head in. We're out here waiting. He sounds impatient and irritated. The love boat sank already. Rudy's shoulders shake from silent laughter when Sander leaves. I think he means the Titanic. If that's the case, I don't like his comparison. The dude dies at the end. He shrugs as his happiness evaporates. But she lives. That's all that matters. After weeks of nothing, they all appear ready for battle. I'm not sure what we'll find. My gut is screaming this is something. There have been far too many coincidences to lead me here, starting with the zombie in Texas and ending with the men in black canvas at the Marks house. I know a connection between this place and the revolutionists exists. But again, maybe there isn't, and I'm seeing things that aren't there. Wouldn't the revolutionists spot Rudy and me right away? Too many puzzles, so few pieces. First things first, I want to make sure everyone's prepared their parts. Fran, were you able to make anything of the zombie we took from the house? She glances at Lame and shakes her head. Unviable. The dissection was inconclusive. We need a live subject to study extensively. Lame scoffs. I'll break it down in layman's terms. We need a subject in early stages of transformation. For us to observe what's changed in the virus, we need to watch all symptoms of change. We need to track every component in real time. It'd be nice to dissect in every stage. I breathe deep. That would require human subjects, with a strain of virus we don't have. Unless we come upon someone just infected, I don't care to have a hand in figuring this out. That would make us no better than them. Lame shrugs. You're right. The only thing a viable subject would do would be to conclude my hypothesis anyway, to see if the virus is evolving on its own. I don't see why you care. If I were you, I'd be more focused on why these people keep infecting others. The original virus dies on its own, which Finnegan told me when I first met him. The time to care about the virus is past. These people have stolen too many lives from me, too many lives from everyone. What about supplies, I ask, moving on. We don't have many rations of food left since we've been here longer than intended. Hunting and fishing make it stretch. We have plenty, Rudy says and grins, same as when you asked yesterday. Bombs, too. This comes from Reese. But I shake my head. Too many children and innocent people. We need to be extra careful. So what's the plan, mi chingona? I spare a glance for Rudy before smirking. We thought you'd never ask. Chapter 33. I snap my tactical vest in place, checking all pockets and weapons. Rudy does the same and clicks a full magazine into his gun. He chambers a bullet before slipping it into his harness. His quiver full of arrows show above his shoulder. Reaching out, he jerks a strap on my vest. It tightens across my chest from where I had to loosen it the last time I wore it. His hand travels to follow my throat, tilting my head back. And then he kisses me, pulling me closer so our bodies meld together. Slipping him my tongue, I show him how much I needed this. Even if it's just a kiss, I need this physical connection. Before we're able to get heated, he places his forehead to mine and grins. You drive me crazy. Let's do it. I freeze. My heart pounds at his words. Anyone could misconstrue them, but I can't. I return his grin, biting my lip. Really? You just told me I drive you crazy. He laughs. Hear me out. There was this old man back at the swamp. No one really listened to him because he was a drunk, but he'd always ramble about a woman who drove him insane, scared him to the core. I never understood why he loved her so much if she did those things to him, but I do now. You drive me crazy, in the best fucking way. So crazy I feel like I had to climb mountains of steel walls that surround your heart. Squeezing my arms tighter around his neck, I mash my lips against his. Because yes, he did. I never made it easy for him to love me. Everything falls away. Where we are, what we're about to do, what we're about to risk. I kiss him with everything. Until we break apart, all breaths and swollen lips. I would say hold that thought, darling. I will. I interrupt him. He pulls away as if it takes some great willpower to do so. It's going to be a long day. Ready? Let's do it. Reese and Sander are waiting when we arrive at the meeting spot. I smile at Reese, who shaved his hair and beard into a goatee. He's had hair for so long, I forgot about the tattoos on his bald head. His goatee is freshly woven into a braid, just like old times. Rudy holds his hand out for Reese's map. I hand it to him. I'll drive first, he volunteers. We climb in our truck with Sander and Reese in the back. If we find any zombies we can use, we'll transport them in the bed. Reese has been stowing away zombies for the past 2 weeks, so who knows how long this will take us. Rudy studies the map and then punches in some coordinates. You think we'll run into trouble? Sander asks when we're bounding down the road. I shrug and glance at Reese. He answers. I didn't. All the neighborhoods I used were clear of people. Good, I say, watching the trees pass. It's a clear day, sunny as spring comes into full effect. I've been so preoccupied, the season arrived without my acknowledgement of it. The trees have sprouted, along with some early spring wildflowers on the sides of the road. We need a favor, Reese. Rudy's words cut through my thoughts. Curiosity gets the better of me. What? Reese makes a noise in his throat. Depends on what it is. Rudy smirks, lacing his fingers with mine before holding up our entwined hands. We need our fingers tattooed. I place my hand over my smile at the silence in the back. It doesn't last long. Reese smacks my arm with a genuine smile on his face for the first time in a long time. You said yes? He asks me. Rudy's eyes cut sideways at me before returning to the road, beaming with dimples and all. No, I did, he says. Reese and Sander burst into laughter, both jarring Rudy's shoulder. And you were racking your brain. My mouth falls open, and I don't think Rudy's grin can get any wider. Wait a minute, you were not. He nods. I was, driving me crazy. In fact, I was going to ask you when I gave you the bead, but you stole my thunder from underneath me. The guys in the back can't contain their giddiness, but I ignore them as understanding dawns. That's why you've been distant. Reese and Sander grow quiet, but I don't care they're here. I need to know. His mouth twists. I've been here the whole time, Can. But yes, it was on my mind. After finding out about the pregnancy and then losing the pregnancy, I didn't want the timing to be weird. I didn't want you to think I asked because of it. Reese speaks. I can attest for him. He mentioned it in Arizona. I relax in the seat and look out the window, letting myself feel happy. It's the little things. Our happiness doesn't last long. We examine zombies without success. Zombie gore covers us as we ride to camp in silence. Has he tried contacting you? Rudy asks, with the setting sun glowing on his face. I shake my head, remaining quiet because I don't want to voice my newfound feeling aloud. Blowing a breath, I do it anyway. They know who we are. They know we're here, and they know we're going to fuck shit up. He taps his thumb on his knee, and all we've done is give them time to prepare, I finish for him. Shit, Sander spits. Ditto, I mutter. Rudy snaps his fingers. But they don't know you miscarried. They might think you'd be on bed rest, right? If so, that's the only thing going for us. I sigh. How the hell are we going to find the lab? Let's stake out the skids. See if we can spot any vehicles coming and going. Plus, I found another zombie there. Might be more lurking about. Rudy hits the brakes and turns the truck around. We park a good distance away when we get close. It'll be hard, Rudy says. They have zombies in the ground to alert of any human activity. My mouth tightens. Yeah. We hit stealth mode 25 yards apart. About the time the fence is visible, we hear chit-chat. I move lower and glance at my team. Rudy's frozen stiff with his mouth open in shock and horror. Unease worms its way through my system as I follow his gaze. Nothing out of the ordinary pops until I look up. In the trees, bodies swing, hissing and gnawing the air even though ropes are tied around their necks. I gasp loudly and slap a hand over my mouth. My eyes burn. My stomach revolts. I puke all over my boots. My throat stings from the bile. I swipe at my watering eyes. Various injuries and bites mar their naked bodies. Some are people I don't recognize, but some are people I do. They weren't given the mercy of an injection. The branch weighs heavy with Jake, Patrick, and Dakota. I'm unable to slow my thoughts or feelings. They've become a tangled web of nonsense. It kills something more inside of me, something that can be replaced by anger. I realize here and now, death isn't the worst loss. Nope. The drive, that force, an intangible thing, the spark that keeps us going. Call it hope, call it love, call it happiness. Whatever it truly is, without it, there's no reason to live. That's the worst loss anyone can acquire. And it seems I'm on the cusp of losing it. We can't leave them there, I say through the cab. My words hang awkwardly in the silence. Rudy finally speaks. We have to, Can. They wanted us to see them. You were right. They know we're here. Who are the rest of them? Runners, he swallows. Known associates of mine. I close my eyes. I'm going to kill Tracy. You go right ahead, darling, but that brand of suffering wasn't Tracy. It was Damon. And it was probably very public at the pits. I'm sure Tracy had a hand in it, though. They were tortured because of us. It also makes me wonder if they spilled any secrets, but it doesn't matter anymore. They're dead, and it's my fault. What the hell? Reese spouts from the driver's seat. I breathe, feeling a little relieved at the sight. We're surrounded by an army of zombies. Chapter 34. But they don't listen to my commands. I tramp down irritation and sigh, putting my hands on my hips. I never realized how much I counted on ordering zombies around until I lost the power. Sandra laughs as his gaze skims all the famished. What's going on? Maya. I march through camp, locating Sam and Maya's tent in the back corner. Maya, we need to talk. Sam pokes his head out. She's sleeping. Shh, he whisper yells at me. I bet she is. A boatload of zombies wait to draw attention to us, I whisper yell back. Something bumps him from behind. When he peeks, he yelps and jumps from the tent. He stabs the air with his finger. It's yours. You can have it now. I pause, feeling the familiar hum. Come here. The zombie wrestles the tent flap. It finally escapes, and my mouth drops open. She brought a zombie into the camp? Maya appears with the wrap on her head she wears to sleep, and her clothes are rumpled. Yes, I wanted to see if I could channel my dad into him. I used his hair and yours. We should be able to find him now. It's taken me days. I'm totally exhausted, and I don't want to hear it. She slaps a dreadlock at me, one with my missing bead. I trample my annoyance. She's helping, and it's just what we needed. I muster some patience by taking a calming breath. This zombie we can use, but those, I point in their direction. We can't use them. What happens when the resident Beaucourt sees them? Her eyes widen. He might think they're my dad's. And, I prompt, when she doesn't voice Mago could be killed, I continue. This guy's beyond scary, okay? Petrifying. I don't want to face him again. He's got this... I gesture with my hands to form the pouch on my chest. The thing around his neck. In fact, it might house the devil's soul itself with the way it felt to me. She cups her elbow and taps her lips. What's it look like? When I explain it, she becomes more and more contemplative, biting her lip. Sounds like a talisman, but I can't know what it is for sure without holding it. I doubt you'll want to touch it. As I explain further, alarm crosses her features. All the more reason to get it. So you're saying this needs to be a part of our plan? Even though she looks like she wants to run for the hills, she nods. After I relay everything to the camp, secure my zombie in the cage, and clean myself up, I strut into our tent. Rudy's sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at my sketchbook. His wet hair is in his face. He takes a second to compose himself and meets my gaze. A tight smile stretches my face. He swallows. I'm sorry, Can. You don't have anything to be sorry for. I shouldn't have left for the skids. I should have been a better lookout in the tree. And now, half the squad is gone, too. I know exactly who's to blame, and it's not you. At the time, I thought he was referring to Tracy Marks, but he's referring to himself. I gently remove the sketchbook from his lap. Shh, I murmur. He closes his eyes as I trace his face with my thumbs. Straddling him, I let my hands roam downward and lift his shirt. We remove it, the smell of our soap between us. I peck his lips with my own. He sighs against me and flips us over. I arch my back as he moves my arms above my head, tracing the sensitive undersides to my face, neck, and breasts. He bites at a nipple through my shirt as his hand skims into my pants, swallowing audibly when he finds me wet. Working me in soft strokes, he whispers, I love seeing you this way. It doesn't take long for me to fall apart, becoming a big ball of relaxed mush. But I'm nowhere near satisfied. I hurry to unbutton his jeans as he inches my own over his hips. Neither one of us slows down until he pushes inside of me. I moan and his hand goes to my mouth. We aren't alone, darlin', he whispers, taking my mouth in his to swallow any sounds that might incriminate what we're doing. Our movements become frantic and desperate as we lose ourselves in each other. Later, and since Rudy spent most of his time looking after me, he gears up for first watch. I roll over and stretch. Maybe I should go with you. I don't think we should split up. Just because you're feeling better doesn't mean you don't still need to get as much rest as possible. He bends, ignoring my upturned lips in favor of my forehead. I laugh at his tactics, knowing he wants nothing more than to crawl back into bed with me. But he's right. I'm exhausted. He pauses at the tent flap. But if you really want to, I'll swing by in a few hours to get you. I nod, and he glides from the tent. And Rudolph? Yeah. His voice surrounds the tent, so who knows what people can hear from us. I love you. I know. The smile in his voice floats through my head as I drift to sleep. Bodies swing from the treetops as I run, kicking up dirt. The clock ticks faster and faster. The hazy air becomes thicker and thicker. I glance over my shoulder and trip, landing in a pit of bloody syringes. They prick my arms and legs. I sink into them like quicksand. The more frantic I become, the deeper I slip. My hand grasps something clammy and cold. My throat contracts, and breathing becomes difficult. A shriek releases from my throat at the lifeless baby. I wake with tears flowing down my cheeks. After a long second of getting my bearings, I notice the eerily quiet camp. Not even the crackle of the fire. When I emerge from the tent, the sun has risen, highlighting the clouds rolling in. The air smells electric, like it'll rain buckets any minute. The heavy wind smolders the fire. My stomach drops at seeing it. Our night watch usually keeps the flames going, and Rudy never made it back to get me. I hurry to check the perimeter. Nothing. Our lasers are still set. Adrenaline rushes through my veins as I run to my tent. I grab a walkie-talkie. When I click the button, it backfeeds as I hear the chirp of the other one nearby. After I follow the sound, it hangs on a stubby branch with a piece of paper. A roll of thunder claps overhead. The beginning raindrops fall into the paper, smudging the ink. My whole body gets hot as I skim the words on the page. And suddenly, the clock from my dream ticks in my ears. We're running out of time. We're waiting. Chapter 35. I try not to panic, forcing it all down. Clearing the mind is easier than I imagine. The first thing I do is wake everyone and take a head count. Only our night watch, which included Sander and Rudy, are missing. 6 of our men are gone. "How do you think they found us?" Reese asks and sips coffee sludge from a mug. We're under his tent, huddling from the pouring rain. "The zombies," Sam chimes in. I shake my head. My guess is they've been staking us out. They knew all about our night watch, our perimeter alarms. The walkie-talkie was outside the line, and every single one of us slept through it. Lame plops beside me. Plan? I still have to inform the general about Jake and Patrick. I think aloud. He shoots me a sideways look. You want to get his input? No. I'm done with his input. I'm done with everyone's. We need a train lined up. We'll have a ton of survivors. We're staking out the lab today and going in tonight. The lab is the only thing we have over their heads. They're drawing us out to the skids on purpose. I stand. But first, we're packing camp. It's not safe to stay here. I glance to see if anyone has a problem with this. When I'm in my own tent, I take a few deep breaths. As much as I want to go in guns blazing, that's what they're hoping for. I reach deep for the place I bury. The place where Guido, Willow, Dalton, and Craig reside. A chilly, dark place, damp and calculating. I need to become the thing I hate. Slowly, I slide my beads from my locks and string them around my wrist with twine. Palming my knife, I reach and feel where my hair has grown out from my scalp, about 4 inches until it meets a dreadlock. I slice off a lock and toss it to the ground. Another, and another. I cut my hair because it's unimportant. I keep it for a sense of self, but it's my most recognizable feature. And I can't have that, now can I? The hustle and bustle stop when I reappear, tossing my gear to the ground. I ignore the team in favor of taking down our tent. Without the weight of my dreads, my hair sticks up all over. Even though I tried to even it as much as possible, it's wild and untamed, perfect for what I'm about to unleash on these people. My hands shake, remembering when we pitched the tent. The temperature was much colder than it is now. I'm not looking forward to sleeping in these temps for an indefinite amount of time, I commented. He grinned. I'll keep you warm, darlin'. You better be alive, darlin', I snarl under my breath. After I've taken some frustrations out on the tent, I check stock of my supplies. Need any help? I glance at Lame over my shoulder and do a double take. He's in full gear. You look ready, I point out, searching for any signs of intoxication. He nods. I'm going with you. It occurs to me he might have his own motives. Do I need to worry about a flight risk? No, I'll have your back the whole way. I hold out my hand. Flask? He laughs. For the first time, ever. What? You think I carry a still around with me? A magic bottle that never empties? I'm out. Laughter and sarcasm? What gives? I told you. Redemption. For my brother and me. Lame leans in, glancing around. We can end this here. If Rudy is dead, this won't be it, but I don't voice this aloud. How do you know for sure? His expression turns stoic. Because they want you here. Don't you see? They've built a compound to hide them. They've gotten smarter. The skids? It's a cover. The children in cages, the sick, the attack on Birmingham, the train, Mago, the lab. Yeah, they want you here to get rid of you. They've been waiting for you to cross it. How do you think Stevenson got word? I wouldn't be surprised if they are making people sick to draw you here. It's all too coincidental to not be connected. Even though I've had the same thoughts, I shake my head. We can hope there aren't any surprises. It won't be easy. He scoffs. They're still underestimating you. They took the one thing they thought would send you over the edge, but you're being awfully cool-headed about it. Maybe it seems like it on the outside, but on the inside, I'm ready to fuck shit up. I scoff and smirk. They did send me over the edge. I pop a mag in my bursa. The click reassures me somehow. And they will regret it. What in the ever-loving fuck is going on over there, Moore? Stevenson screams in my ear. Exactly what I just told you. I squeezed my hand into a fist. He only just learned of the information after all. Who knows how long it's been since he's spoken to someone on our end. Meyer is gone? He asks, a bit more subdued. I swallow as Jake's naked, bitten flesh flashes through my mind. He's undead, bitten and tortured, hanging naked from a tree. I force out. My stomach churns, and I close my eyes. I can't imagine what Jake went through because of me. And you found the Raymond family. My eyes pop open, and I tread carefully. I believe Mago's there. I think he's being held in a separate facility. The static crackles for a second. I'm sending reinforcements. Now. That's not what I need. I need the train. Stevenson ignores me. I can have them dropped in 4 hours. I clench my teeth together. My jaw is aching. I don't need your reinforcements. I need the train for survivors. Seconds stretch into a minute, and I look to make sure the satellite phone hasn't gone out. What aren't you telling me more? That if you drop military, they'll be killed. That I have 50 people ready to fight to the death for me. That Maya has an army of zombies at the go. I have a truckload of bombs ready to blow them to the sky. That I know where Mago is. That Rudy's a hostage. That a secret lab is there. That they're turning people into famished. That I'm fucking exhausted. My breathing comes heavy. And all I'm asking for is a train. Can you do it? Or can't you? By his long silence, the general is probably ready to shoot me himself, but he surprises me. I can have the train there in 6 days. Good. And you have a lot of explaining to do. I take the phone from my ear and speak into the receiver. Oh, I was assuming you knew everything. I drop the call and smile. I rub a cuticle, resisting the urge to chew on it. My team and I wait with bated breath for the call to come in. Rain falls steady. Even in the damp, my palms sweat, and I swipe them on my thighs. Sam and Maya perch on a fallen log, looking soggy in their camo ponchos. 4 of my guys are 50 yards out, keeping watch. Maya's zombies shamble through the trees. Lame stares at my zombie in muted curiosity. Most of my team hasn't had the pleasure of seeing my mojo firsthand. The zombie tilts its head in his direction and ambles closer. Lame reaches for a weapon, stepping back. Sam cackles as I smirk at Lame. Cut it out, he mutters. Creepy as shit. I shrug and have the zombie wait behind a tree. In Lame's defense, the zombie is putrefied in its last stages. Its skin is sunken and shriveled. An old wound has long since dried on its cheek, showing the bone underneath. And if that doesn't show its age, then the milky white of its eyes with drained blood at the bottom sure does. The walkie chirps, and we all stand straighter. No new bodies hanging, Reese cackles. Just the same ones. Relief swamps me, and I hang my head for a moment. Tim 4, peanut butter. Maya rubs my shoulder. The rain moistens her eyelashes. They're keeping him alive. But we all hear what she doesn't say, for now. Let's move. The rain batters us as we follow the zombie at a maddening pace. It's for the good because extra patrols stroll about. We steer clear of roads and other heavily trafficked areas. I veer us around the skids at a safe distance to the east side. Like Rudy's theory, it's exactly where the zombie wants to go. We trail the zombie for hours, never breaking stealth mode. We're far off in a heavily wooded area. We pass through an abandoned small town in a valley. It's early afternoon by the time we cross a cracked road, and the rain slows to a patter. At the distinct sound of an engine, I fall flat to the ground, watching as it slows and turns between 2 enormous brick entrance pillars. The gates hang from the hinges, but no one can mistake the stone-etched signs on each side. Maple Hills Psychiatric Institution. Chapter 36. I bounce a laser beam to check for any hidden cameras. I scan the pillars and the trees. When my detector doesn't go off, I say, clear. My team and I all exchange glances as we prowl to the entrance for a better look. Sam reads my mind. Hell nah. An ick feeling crawls down my arms. Sam, Mago's here. Maple Hills is what Mago tried to communicate to Rudy. Lame traces the letters on the stone with his fingertips. It's got nothing to do with the mental patients as it has to do with the secluded features of it. Think about it. When have we ever hit a compound that wasn't isolated like this? I motion forward with my fingers. Let's check it out. Stick to the woods. Stay low. The driveway curves and dips through the dormant trees. The ground, thick with soggy leaves, squishes beneath my boots. After a half-mile or so, we come to a break in the trees on a bank of a lake. Old houses dot the shore, but the driveway turns into a bridge over the lake, leading to an end of a peninsula dense with rolling hills. On top of the highest hill, the institution looms. Goosebumps rise at the monstrosity that awaits us. A sense of déjà vu hits me as if I've seen this before. The chills prickle at the tiny hairs on the back of my neck. The roof peaks above floors and floors of tall barred windows. Smoke billows from the backside somewhere, taking shape into the dark clouds overhead. Colossal barbed wire fencing wraps the perimeter with a watchtower. Why would a psychiatric facility need a fence like that? Sam asks as a chilly wind whips across our faces. Lame sniffs, pointing his rifle to the ground. Because it's a prison for the criminally insane. I lean against a tree, facing away from it. How in the fuck are we going to get in there? Our new situation will make it hard to stick to our original plan. Sam rubs the back of his neck as if he had the same feeling as I do. Yeah, the other compounds we had blueprints to, and we were able to stake it out covertly, he says to Lame. With the institution sitting so high and the watchtower, they'll be able to see anything coming from any direction. Usually, the facilities are spread out over the compound, making it easier to navigate. With this structure, the revolutionists have everything in one central location. The labs, zombies, their housing. This will not be easy. At all. Lame pays Sam no mind. His gaze is focused on Maple Hills. He points. A van, much like the one we saw at the Marks' house, drives over a hill toward the bridge. That's how. He spins to me. You trust me? I lick my lips and tell the truth. I don't know. Fair enough. He drops his pack. We'll stake it out from here, then hijack one of the vehicles in the middle of the night. I nod. We need backup. Send the firing team for Reese. When the day darkens to twilight, I stand from my perch against a tree and wipe mud from the ass of my poncho. The rain drizzles still. Others follow suit because we can't wait for Reese much longer. I can't worry about him, too. Lame freezes with his arms out. Shh. Listen. We peer to the sky at the oncoming soaring from above. The air pressure changes as a bad feeling swirls in my gut. 3 jets slice through the sky overhead. I gasp as adrenaline spikes through my veins. I glance at my team, all wide-eyed. What was... Something booms in rapid succession, and then the earth trembles underfoot. My stomach drops to new depths. My chest feels like a weight crushes it as I gasp air in and out, trying to catch my breath. My whole body goes cold. I shake my head. No, I whisper into the woods. No. I take off at a dead run. I don't know how far the skids are. 15 miles, maybe 16? Twigs crack and branches scrape across my face. The air chills my cheeks where tears flow. Arms snatch me around my waist, lifting me high. No! I kick and elbow whoever it is. A shockwave electrifies my arm from my funny bone. By the grunt, it's Lame. Let me go, asshole! I wail. He throws me face first into the ground. We can't. There's nothing left. Dirt and leaves mush into my nose and mouth. I stay there and let my tears mingle with the miry earth. Maybe if I lie here long enough, it'll swallow me whole before I can think too closely about what just happened. I squish mud between my fingers. The smell of decaying leaves sparks a memory as scents often do. I don't want to hurt you. Those were the first words Rudy ever spoke to me. Maybe if I fall asleep, Mago will be there to make it all go away. That warm feeling I crave so badly never seemed so far away. I tense when someone places a hand on my back. Can? Sam whispers like he's handling a snake about to strike. The tears continue to leak. Swallowing is difficult as I try to clear all the saliva. My voice cracks. I'm about to tell them not to resuscitate me, but Rudy's words swim through my head. But she lives. That's all that matters. I sniff, sucking in dirt and whatever else. I run my hand over my face and come away with muddy tears and snot. Rolling onto my back, the teardrops fall the other way. Realizing the bigger picture, I say, the general just killed us all. Defeat strangles my voice. All those people, all those children, my team, Sander, Rudy. Or so he thinks, Lame says. I close my eyes against the swaying trees, but open them quickly when all I imagine are limbs ripped from their bodies. I didn't know he had the means. Lame shifts his feet. It's the U.S. military can. He held a draft to gain numbers. Your numbers and his numbers are two totally different things. Can! Someone calls. I choke in air, hurrying to stand. Reese? Reese and several others appear, huffing and puffing, freaked out. Yeah, we were on our way when we heard the... He trails off in an air of sorrow. I clear my throat. No sign of Rudy? He grabs my shoulders, searching my nasty face. There's a chance he wasn't there. Now's the time to find out. You okay? No, I'm not, but I nod anyway. I take a second to straighten my thoughts. You guys park off-road? Yeah, about 1/4 of a mile past the entrance in the woods. Following me to the bank of the lake, Reese whistles at the lit-up institution and sweeps its surroundings. Yep, only one way in. I nod. I need a few minutes alone. My team exchange glances. Sure, take your time. Reese speaks gently. I pace the bank, staring at Maple Hills. This is a ritual of mine during a mission. I always give myself a minute to mentally prepare that I might not survive. But I've never felt the feeling so strongly as I absorb the dark aura of the place I might never walk out of. I soon realize we're not the only ones shaken by the general's airstrike. Vans and trucks leave the institution in turbo gear. We need to make our move, and we need to make it now. We're going in blind. This is what we've been training for. Front lines will go in first. The rest of you will wait for the signal or an hour. I announce when I make it to the team. Half hour, Reese says. I shoot him a look and point to our destination. Not enough time. Look at that place. Exactly. If we don't shoot the flare within an hour, we could be dead. I cast him a blank look. I'm already dead. But fine. The half hour starts as soon as we're over the bridge. Lame grabs our attention with a hand swipe. Remember, we don't know how long until another vehicle drives by. Unlikely, since they're all busy. Maya sends a few of her zombies to block the road. Enough for them to worry about damage to their vehicle. Enough for them to stop. We wait a long time. I'm antsy by the time headlights beam down the road. I tense in preparation. It's now or never. The van stops, but they don't get out. I motion to Reese across the road. Staying low, I move behind the van as I hear arguing coming from inside. When I peek, the window opens as the driver leans out. I sneak toward him, knowing Reese mirrors me on the passenger side. The man's face turns to shock when I grab his wrist to keep him from shooting me, bringing the stench of fire smoke. I stab him in the neck with a tranquilizer dart. He grumbles for a split second before slumping sideways. I immediately flash a light in the back. Clear. Let's get him. My men move to drag him from the van. Reese struggles with the other man. I hurry around to help. What the hell is this? Spittle flies from the man's mouth. 2 precious minutes go by as we wrangle him from the car. The man releases a frustrated scream as Reese flattens him to his stomach and sits on his back with his arms pinned down. My zombie shambles into view. I squat in front of him. You see my zombie? He's ancient and starving. Deserves a treat, if you know what I mean. I flash him a grisly smile to let him know I'm not fucking around. He breathes rough through his nose while he weighs his options. What do you want? In there. I point across the bridge. What were the explosions? I don't know. Bloody things took out Edgewood and the skids. Reese gives me a hard stare, but I don't need it. We came here on a mission, and by anything holy I am going to finish it. I stay on point. What were you two doing before that happened? Transporting cargo to the shipping containers. They're waiting for us at the skids. I close my eyes as any hope for Rudy being alive nosedives into a minuscule thing. Surely he'd have been there. It wouldn't make sense if he wasn't. Reese tightens his arms backward. The man clenches his teeth through the pain. Where do you pick up this cargo? I ask. A carport around back, rest wing. That's where they load them. We don't get out. All clean information. What's the best way to get in without being detected? Now he laughs. You go in, you won't come out. Especially now. We're going on lockdown. I stand and step on his cheek, pressing him into the concrete. You're wasting my time. My watch glows and reads 6 minutes. And I don't want to be late for my own party. They wanted me here, so I'm here. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything, and now I know why. Reese grunts. Must feel great to be disposable. Wasting no more time, I poke a dart through his neck and motion for backup. My men help drag them to the woods, and we make quick work of their black canvas gear. Tie them up and cover them with a blanket, I say, snapping the buttons of the jacket and pulling the black beanie over my head. The outfit is stiff, lacking any kind of fluidity. Reese pulls on the larger set. I feel the engraving on Old Reliable before slipping it into place. I take a deep breath of fresh air and focus the institution. If all goes as planned, I won't be coming out. My timer beeps. 10 minutes. We need to go. We throw our packs in the back with Lame, Maya, Sam, and my zombie. Reese hops in the driver's seat, and I do the same in the passenger. Should I keep on the headlights? Yes, Lame says from the back. No need to drive us off the bridge. Point taken. I nod. Let's do it. Reese drives off, and once we're over the bridge, we set our watches. The ride is silent. The closer we get, the larger the institution looms. The gate automatically opens for us. Why wouldn't it? We're some guards coming back from the skids. I spot a man in the watchtower. One in the tower, I say. From the look of the drive, we veer left, so the building and watchtower is on the right. Can? Right. I laser my device around checking for any cameras. It beeps as I see a reflection above a door. Wired. More of them go off. Above the door, 3 o'clock, second floor. 4 o'clock, third floor. Should I drive to the back? The smart thing to do would be to scramble the camera above the door and wait in the shadows to see if anyone emerges outside to investigate. But as he drives by, I see an opening. There. I point to a line of parked vehicles. Cut the lights and park. As soon as he cuts the engine, I feel it. The buzz. That hum of unmistakable power. I swallow and focus forward at the giant hill in front of us. I have to check something out, I whisper. After climbing from the van, I hear Reese. Can! But I ignore him and slink into the shadows and crawl up the massive hill. The buzz seems to seep through the ground, into my fingertips, and deep into my bones. When I reach the top and the fence, I see a sea of heads at the bottom and a small valley. Hundreds of them. Their faces simultaneously upturned to me, waiting. Maya gasps behind me. He's been collecting them, having them wait out of sight. He's a smart motherfucker, Reese huffs. Lame scoffs. More like a scary motherfucker. Maya smiles. That's right. He's my dad. I don't care what he is. He's gathered us an army. I shake my head. We can't. Too risky. If Mago dies, we won't be able to use them anyway. So first things first, find Mago. They say nothing and glance at each other. I narrow my eyes, not liking this sinking feeling at all. Chapter 37. I scramble the cameras as we reach the bottom of the hill. We gather our weapons from the van. I forego my crossbow in favor of having my hands free. Considering my pack, I do the same with it and shove things I might need in my pockets. I direct my zombie to the front of the van to wait with the others. Reese nods, stretching his neck. Showtime. Maya paces. Her chest expands in and out rapidly. Our situation has taken a toll on us all. I grab her by the shoulders and look her in the eyes. I could tell her to get her shit together, but it won't help. Maya's the least trained of us all. Focus on your zombies across the bridge. You feel them? I close my eyes and feel my own. How your nerves feel like live wires ready to touch down on anything and everything, ready to shock whatever they touch. They sizzle right under my skin, and they purr in my bones. Adrenaline swirls around, ready to pump through my veins. Yeah, she whispers, her breathing normal again. I open my eyes to find she closed hers. That's power. Focus on it. You have something these people don't. If you have to, call them. Last resort, though, okay? When she nods, I turn to Sam. They're all watching us. I hold out my hand. Flare gun. Can. Restarts. In poker, it's more about reading people than what you have in your hand. When you have pocket aces and aces on the river, your gut is screaming you have the upper hand. What do? I'd go all in, Reese says. I smirk as Sam places the flare gun in my palm. That's right. Going all in. Because I have nothing left to lose. Raising my hand in the air, I fire the flare. A minute later, commotion begins around back. I'll lead. We run into the shadows of the structure walls. I shoulder the corner to see the shadows of 2 men navigating around the back wing. By the looks of them, they're carrying guns. Someone grabs me from behind, locking my arms tight behind my back. A hand covers my mouth before I can protest. I know you don't trust me, but trust them. Lame spins me to my team. The unmistakable sound of duct tape rips through the air, and Sam moves forward, wrapping it around my head. It's taut and pulls my hair in places where the beanie isn't. I glare at them. They're lucky they didn't do the same with my hands and left my weapons alone. Reese peers toward the bridge full of people. We got this, Can. Get them from the inside. We're right behind you. I jerk and wiggle as Lame drags me from the shadows, skidding loose gravel over the concrete. Reese does nothing. I try to break his hold. I know all of your tricks, remember? Now look helpless. Lame whispers against my ear. I would tell him I'm making a show, but I keep struggling. A gun cocks to my head as the men take stance and aim. Don't shoot. I have something Finnegan wants. Take me to him, and she's all his. Lame says steadily, as if he's practiced in a mirror. Finnegan? My face heats at the risk he's taking, but by the look the 2 men exchange, Lame might know what he's doing. I don't have a choice but to see how this plays out. I always have the zombies, and I trust my team with my life. One man lunges forward and jerks the beanie off my head. I grunt when my hair goes with it. Who is this? The other one asks. Kansas City Sunshine Moore, Lame says, all wrapped up in a nice, neat bow. And you are? Marshall Lambert. He'll know who I am. One guy slaps the other's arm. Lies. She doesn't have dreadlocks. Because hair can't be cut. Lame's tone is so dry it makes me thirsty. Go see to it. I'll stay here with them, the first says. His automatic remains steady. The other guy leaves, and the man jerks his rifle. Move. This way. The minutes tick by, and I feel like my team will come rushing around the corner any minute, but they don't. Lame clutches me tight with his back to the brick wall underneath a pavilion. He still points his gun at my head. 2 men now have guns trained on us. I could take Lame by surprise. One of these bozos would shoot me. They sport their signature black canvas head to toe, but gas masks dangle from their belts. Worry churns in my gut. What would they need those for? A walkie-talkie squawks. Account come in yet? Over. The man eyes us as he pushes the button. Probably won't until late tomorrow morning. Over. If any info comes in, I need to know ASAP. Marks and Damon want to keep tabs. Over. The good news is most of their guards are sorting through ash. Bad news is Tracy and Damon seem to be in the building. They probably have been staying here with an impending threat on the skids, leaving the rest of their people vulnerable. The double doors burst outward. 6 more black canvas men march out. I feel Lame tense as another man walks through the door with his hands behind his back. Well, I'll be damned. Finnegan. He appears the same as I remember him, like he hasn't aged a day, like he has no worries or stress in the world, like he didn't just have the U.S. coalition attack. A plain dude. Last time I met him, he wore nondescript clothing. A button-up, if I remember correctly. but he sports a white coat now, as if we interrupted him in his experimenting. A sewn-together zombie flashes through my mind. A zombie with the general's head. The imagery brings me satisfaction. Finnegan stops in front of us. His hidden hands send my nerves into overdrive. He only has eyes for me, searching my face. His cool gaze follows the line of my scar and lands on my belly. "It's her," he says over his shoulder. "Marshall," he addresses and peers at Lame behind me. "It makes me a very happy man to see you alive, but you can let go of her now. It's important I speak with Miss Moore pronto." Happy to see him alive? Lame thrusts his barrel painfully into my temple. I'm not letting go of anything. Finnegan gives him an expression of pure boredom, but tension mounts in the air. "How did you find me? I assume you had a hand in what just happened." "Easy. I followed the pile of dead bodies. If we weren't in the situation we're in, I'd laugh. Technically, he's not wrong. And no, I had nothing to do with that." Finnegan rolls his shoulders. "We're not getting off on the right foot here. What is it you want?" "You know what I want." Finnegan speaks over his shoulder again, never removing his cold eyes from Lame. "If he moves, shoot him." I don't think Lame could get any stiffer, but he does. "I've told you the truth, but if it makes you feel better..." I gave him the injection per his orders. I hear Lame swallow. Bullshit. Finnegan shrugs. "I'd like to speak with Miss Moore. It's time to hash things out. If all goes smoothly, I'll let you both walk." I glare. No way I'm leaving with this shitbag still alive. Lame scoffs. "What's the catch?" Finnegan finally removes his hands from behind his back and holds them up. Empty. "I have something she wants, and she has something I want." He glances to his men. "Would someone remove this duct tape?" "He has something I want? Does he know about Mago?" A lackey steps forward. "Like a Band-Aid?" he asks me. How thoughtful. I nod once before he pries an edge, cuts it, and snatches. I growl at the feeling of skin ripping off my face. First chance I get, I'm going to do the same to Sam. In his sleep, the man leaves the rest hanging from my hair. "I don't have shit of yours," I say, rubbing my face against my shoulder to soothe the pain. People accusing me of taking something of theirs is getting hoary. Finnegan's eye twitches. "Follow me." Upon entering the building, I drag my feet. It's musty and damp underneath the stench of human decay. A string of lights follow the hallway ceiling. Some bulbs blink. Odd stains cover the concrete walls. Chill bumps rise on my flesh. I don't trust this. Only two choices come to mind. I could be shot dead, here and now, quick and easy, or injected with something that could be a painful few weeks for me. Someone pushes us from behind. "Keep going. We got this," Lame whispers. "Sorry about the ambiance. We haven't remodeled. This place was condemned before. Did you know it used to house the criminally insane? Terrorists? I'm sure some torture went on here," Finnegan mentions. I have to be honest, though. We weren't expecting company. Yet. His words sound casual, as if making conversation, but they ring ominous. I shoot Lame a glare over my shoulder. His mouth is tight, but he pays me no attention. Taking notes of the cameras on this floor, we weave through a maze of undistinguished hallways, passing steel doors and barred windows with people inside. We move too fast for me to make out anything or anyone. We hit a few flights of stairs, and then I realize what he's doing, confusing us. But also, the higher we go, the fewer cameras I see, the fewer guards we pass. The floor we're on now doesn't have cameras or people at all. Most of the doors are wide open or cracked. Must be the top floor. Not used due to either not being needed or is inconvenient. Finnegan stops at a double door that opens into yet another hallway. A hallway which is notably more sterile than the rest we've been through so far. Looking through big windows, computers, animal cages, tables, and beds fill the rooms. A few smaller rooms hold zombies. Another room has a wall of TVs, showcasing different parts of the building. Bingo. We follow him into a wide-open room. Medical equipment lines the walls. A few nurses wait with their hands crossed in front of their bodies. Finnegan has led us straight into his lab. I'm not sure if he knows what he's doing, or if he's stupid. "What do you want?" I ask. "What I want from everyone. Blood samples. He waves to 2 chairs made for having blood drawn with a little armrest. Lame tenses behind me. No deal. Finnegan sighs. Both of you give me blood, and I'll reveal my bargaining chip. I jerk from Lame's grip and spin to face Finnegan. Guns straighten at me, steady, ready to shoot. What do you think I have? After all the labs you've destroyed, compounds you've overtaken, I'm willing to let it all go and let you walk if you give back a subject of mine. What is so important to him that he's offering to let us walk? I shake my head, remembering the zombie they were transporting from the Mark's house. Your man killed it. This one is very much alive. A little girl. Goes by the name of Xena. Chapter 38. I freeze, thinking quick on my toes and giving him a blank face. Asking what he wants her for would be a dead giveaway. You're mistaken, since I don't know who that is. His brows rise, and he scoots towards a computer. After tapping the keys, he reveals what's on the screen. I sit on the front porch of the Mark's house. Xena sits beside me. Finnegan taps a key. The screen goes blank, and he peers at me expectantly. Explains how Tracy knew I was at the site of his wife's murder. It also tells me Finnegan knew I was here the whole time, and why they wanted to draw us to the skids so bad. He didn't want me to find Maple Hills. I shrug. Oh, is that who you're talking about? Because that was the last time I saw the little girl. If you keep watching, I'm sure you can see her run from the porch of her own free will. Yeah, but I caught you in a lie, so who's saying you're not lying now? My watch beeps. Time's up. The building trembles. The 2 nurses screech but stay put. Some chunks of ceiling fall. For the first time, Finnegan shows emotion. Panic. What are you still doing here? He addresses his men. Go! The expression he sends Lame is one of betrayal, as 3 of his men rush from the hallway, while the other 3 stay put. He scoffs and shakes his head at him. Liar. You're with the coalition. Shoot him. A gunshot rings out, and something wet splatters my face. I scream and jump away. My ears ring from the close encounter, but Lame still stands with the presumed smoking barrel. His hard gaze watches the body of one man fall before he launches himself at Finnegan. A needle flashes as Lame plunges it into his neck. The 2 other men are on him, but I'm faster. I slip my foot out, tripping one as I grab the sweaty wrist of the other. I twist it behind his back, using his own momentum, and shove him into the wall. His head bounces, and I give it another crack for good measure. Lame makes quick work and sedates them both. Get them. Lame jerks his chin to the nurses. I point Old Reliable. They squeal, holding on to each other. What are you going to do? One of them asks as I step closer, sliding 2 darts from my pocket. I shrug, holstering my gun. I'm not going to hurt you, I say, moving forward and poking them at the same time. One on the forearm and the other on the neck. It doesn't take long for them to become sleeping beauties. Finnegan is still awake on his knees, holding his neck as if he'll bleed out. Shouldn't he be taking a nap? I ask Lame. What have you done? Finnegan chokes out. Just giving you a taste of your own medicine. I'm guessing he's smart enough not to try his own vaccine. He watches Finnegan closely as if searching for confirmation. Finnegan tries to hold on to his dignity. Both of you. Fucking sheep, doing his dirty work. I raise my brows and assume he means Stevenson. I smirk at Finnegan. That's what he thinks, too. Will your zombies into action can, Lame says after we lock Finnegan in an adjoining room with a bed. Ignoring Lame, I turn and look out a tall, barred window and can't distinguish what floor we're on. The moon reflects off the lake. When I observe closer, shadows move on the ground. My team. The blasts are a distraction. We need to find Mago before Maya does something stupid and gets him killed. Fuck. I spin to Lame. Fuck you, Lame. You should be grateful I'm not going to use you as bait. Look, you got what you wanted. We're in the lab. What's the big deal? I raise on my tiptoes and point in his face. The big deal? This building is going to collapse. And did you forget about Mago? Other people? Pregnant women? Children? We don't know what the fuck is going on here. Who else is he working with? Tracy and Damon meander around somewhere. I can't believe you selfishly went AWOL after I asked you not to. And you turned my team against me. I ball my hands into fists in front of my face so tight my arms tremble. I'll be trusting my gut from now on. I knew he had ulterior motives. I've tried this whole time to stay cool, clear-headed. I know how powerful revenge can motivate you. I also know how it can cloud judgment. I told you I'd have your back the whole way. What if your plan hadn't worked? We didn't know Finnegan was here. That was too big of a risk to take. Lame sighs. I knew he was here. All the super zombies running amok? Yeah. So my plan worked. I was sure it would. Like 100% sure. How? I snarl. Heat rushes through my body. I'm so pissed off, I feel like I could shoot fireballs from my hands. Because I'm immune, he screams in my face. My chin drops. I step away, shaking my head. What? He breathes deep through his nose, trying to cool off. Why do you think he wanted my blood? When Finnegan started behaving erratically about the virus, Michael created a vaccine. Naturally, we both took it. I scoff. Oh, bullshit. Your brother turned, or you'd both be lab rats, and we wouldn't be in this situation now. He turned. That's why I thought it didn't work until a year after the shit hit the fan, and I was in the field at one of those compounds. Came across Finnegan again. Bad blood, you know? He injected me before I could overpower him and escape. He never knew the outcome until tonight. You mean you could have helped people? And you've done nothing but get drunk? I glance away because I honestly can't look at him. By the time I knew I was immune, Finnegan had destroyed my brother's work, and the virus was mutating. But I tried after that. For years. All it did was turn people. The general didn't want to stop. I swallow with a tight jaw. His words ring true. How come you didn't tell me all of this before? I was finally useful for something else besides a vial of blood. Oh. I meet his gaze. He seems to will me to understand. The little girl. At the cabin. That's her, isn't it? I nod. Xena. And I didn't take her. She stowed away on her own. It's a good thing she did, because whatever they want her for... Do you have any theories? I ask him. He lifts a shoulder, shaking his head. No. I sigh and burst from the room into the hall. Lame follows me to the room with the TVs. What's the plan now? Lame asks. I glare. You mean you hadn't thought of that part? When he remains silent, I open the door. Have you not noticed the maze we're in? I need to get a feel for this place. And looking at the cameras, it doesn't really help. Chaos has ensued in some main corridors. Rooms upon rooms of zombies and people in the middle of transformation. Some cameras blink with fuzziness, which must be the outside. We roam to interpret the blueprint of this floor. Passing through the same fork in the hallways several times, we realize the layout of all the floors must be the same with this fork in the center. And the other thing? This place is enormous. The outside structure doesn't really do it justice. Hallways upon corridors upon wings. The only clear feature is the fork in the middle. Lame pushes at a swinging door, peeking his head in. What's in there? He shrugs. Bathrooms, lockers, but... He walks in, opening a locker and producing a bag. I follow and try to block the overpowering stench of urine. When Lame opens the bag, ammo rests inside. Ammo I don't have a firearm for, so we check the other lockers coming across supplies of all sorts. The gas masks catch my eye. You know, the guards had these hanging from their belts. What do you think they're for? After some contemplation, Lame shakes his head and speaks. I'll get us out of this mess. Don't move. Where are you going? I told you, I have your back. Fine. Meet me in the security room. He nods and disappears through the door. I grab some gas masks and do the same. When I find my way to the wall of televisions, I continue to study the screens. My body jolts when I spot Layla Raymond curled in a ball in the bed. She looks scared, but alive. I exhale when the next screen is of Darius Raymond in the same condition. The next camera is an empty room. Several empty rooms. And then more endless rooms with zombies. Some rooms have 3 or 4 in them. They all have an eerie, human-like air to them. Just like at the Marks house. Just like in the tree. I press my fingers in my eyes, stifling a scream of frustration. I study them one more time, but still no Mago. No Rudy, Sander, or any of my team. So what is Finnegan's bargaining chip? My hope for Rudy crashes. Finnegan is probably lying. No way he'd let us walk away alive. When Lame reappears, He's a little less for wear with a puffy eye and a red cheek. He leads a black canvas man in the same hold he held me in. The man has messy black hair and a few days of stubble. Took you long enough, I tell him. Did you see any of the team? I know it's a long shot, but I have to ask. No, but I caught him hiding. Lame jerks the man. Tell her. The man scans me. He's got subjects all over the institution. Makes his rounds twice a day. Who is he working with? I ask him. I need to know if any big wigs run about. No one that I know of. He doesn't trust anyone. Doesn't even touch people without gloves. What about Tracy Marks or Damon? He shrugs. If anything, they work for him. But I can't say for sure. They keep us on a strict only when we need to know basis. I know I don't want to cross either of them. In fact, I avoid them at all costs. What's your job? I ask. He should be able to help us with something. Anything. First shift guard. I lift a mask and wave it at him. What are these for? The man fingers his own on his belt. For the gas they release. Lame's eyes widen in alarm. To kill? To immobilize. Put you to sleep for like 5 or 6 hours and you don't know what hit you. You wake with no concept of time passing. It occurs to me this guy is being very forthcoming. Lame must think so too, because he says, Finnegan's dead. The guy's eyes widen for a second, but then he bites his lips. The man finally sighs. What do you want from me? What's your name? I cross my arms. Cole. And what were you hiding from? When he shrugs, I figure he doesn't want to admit any cowardice. Truthfully, I'm not sure he's the best pick to help us. Well, Cole, we need to find our way through the building. Are all the floors laid out like this one? Yeah. Wait a minute, he bursts. Who are you? His eyes are wide, bouncing back and forth between my face and hair. His body tenses as if his flight response is about to take over. I suppose news doesn't travel fast around here. Lame shrugs. I tap my chin before motioning my hands in a harmless gesture. Answer one question. Do you think what's going on in this building is right? Cole shakes his head. His breathing seems heavier. You guys are what the uproar's been about. Holy shit, the airstrikes? Was that you too? Something odd occurs to me. Finnegan doesn't want anyone to know. He's been keeping my team and me being in Vermont a secret. Why would he want that? Did he think he could get what he wanted and send us on our way? That seems like a stretch, since I have a hard time believing he'd let us live. Just answer my question. It takes Cole a long minute, but he goes on. It's not about right or wrong. Groundbreaking things are happening here. Yeah, some of it's questionable, but it's for the good of humanity. My lips tighten as a disturbance begins from far off, somewhere in the building. The three of us glance at each other in unease. I focus on his words. It never ceases to amaze me how easily manipulated people can be. I remember when a woman, Lucy, was bitten at the community, and she wanted to turn so she could give back. In fact, most of the community had a similar mindset. And when I first met Julie, she was convinced all was fine and dandy with people being thrown to zombies so long as her world was good. So easily brainwashed, and so many people. It makes me question my own beliefs on right and wrong sometimes. I don't have time to argue against what you think you know. Are you going to help us or not? Because we can find someone else who will. Cole releases a shaky laugh and looks upward. Fucking Christ. You might as well kill me because I'll be a dead man walking. He meets my gaze. Literally. Lame sends me an expression I don't comprehend. I shrug and say, Don't you get it? You already are. You're in line for the needle eventually. Deep down you know that. With us, you have a chance. I don't know how big of a chance. The airstrike told us the general cut this mission off. I keep these thoughts to myself. Different emotions fight for the forefront of his mind. I hope he's questioning everything he's been told to think. I stare at him and notice the gun flashing in a holster under his jacket. He could have caused more trouble than he has. What's your gun caliber? I ask Cole, thinking of all the ammo in the locker room. A 9. I nod. Give it to Lame, and he'll let you walk free, but don't think about running. It won't be good for you. Cole says, I'm not going anywhere. You guys are the fucking boogeyman around here. Boogeymen? That's it. Finnegan has something to gain by letting us live. We're another scheme to strengthen his manipulations. Stepping toe-to-toe with Cole, we lock gazes. I raise my chin and cross my arms. He swallows backing into Lame. The longer I remain quiet, the more uncomfortable and fidgety he becomes. He glances away and licks his lips, but looks at me quickly, staring at the scar on my face. I'm telling the truth. There's no need for him to be afraid. Whatever he heard about us has probably been twisted every which way from compound to compound. Right now, that's in my favor, so I don't tell him any differently. Something foul reaches my nose. Oh, geez, men. I cover my face with my inner shirt. Who let a rotten egg bomb? Shit! Cole screams, hitting the floor on his stomach. Alarmed, the two of us do the same. He fumbles with the mask. Get your masks on. Assuming we're on the floor because the gas seeps from the vents in the ceiling, I slide on my own. My line of sight narrows, cutting off any peripheral vision. At least I won't pass out. Chapter 39. The commotion ceases in the building. Worry takes place into my entire being as I watch Lame make tracks in the small room. How many guards are there? I ask Cole. 30 on, 30 off, so 60, although I expect some are drugged and some are investigating the explosions. Good news is most of the uppity zombies were transported to the skids. Cole's head tilts back and forth. I know why now. They must have been expecting you there, he says, further showing how ignorant they keep the guards. 60? My team could handle it, but I study Lame. We wouldn't be able to handle that many, even if some are gone for now. From his silence, he's come to the same conclusion. How many tranks you have left, Lame? After checking his left chest pocket, his mouth tightens. 6. Since I volunteered the front lines, I have a few more. 11, I inform. What about your zombies, Can? Lame asks with his hands locked behind his head. I don't want to put Mago or my team in danger. I'm afraid to use them as a distraction at this point. Not until I see Mago with my own eyes. Lame sits and leans forward on the bench with his elbows on his knees, piercing me with an unwavering gaze through his gas mask. We always have my concoction. Lame might be onto something. I haven't wanted to use his secret weapon due to the unpredictability of it, but it won't hurt to put it in place. Cole, is there a water filtration system here? What is going on? Incredulity warps Cole's tone. I inhale deep as voices resound in the hall. Lame jerks his gun from its holster, cocks it, and points it in Cole's face directly between the eyes. Lame brings a finger in front of his mask where his mouth is in a shh gesture. Cole raises his hands in surrender, tilting away from the barrel. Check it out, Can, Lame whispers, muffled by the mask. I place my ear to the door, hearing a heated argument. They're here somewhere. Check every fucking room. And shoot them on spot. I don't care if they're asleep. I don't care how pissed Finnegan will be when he wakes. Ah, so they found Finnegan caught in the crossfire. Maybe they don't know he's about to turn. I flash 2 fingers at Lame. Taking another deep breath and cracking the door, I close my eyes and listen. I feel for the footsteps. They stomp, making it easy. I exhale and kick the door open. The surprise assault has the desired effect, knocking a man sideways. The other naturally moves to help him before spotting me. I throat strike him. He gags, veering backward. Lame is right behind me. The man's hand goes around his neck, so I plunge the tranquilizer dart in his upper arm and jump back. The sedation takes longer, but as he aims his gun, his eyes roll into the back of his head. He faceplants with a thud, his gas mask askew. The other man stays sprawled on the floor, comatose from Lame. I recognize these two from before with Finnegan, which would explain how they knew to look for us. 2 more down, 58 more to go, I say, swiping the gun from the floor and disengaging it. Cole stands in the doorway and points to himself. Well, 57. I mean, come on. Any other surprises we should know about? I ask him. He shakes his head. From the guards, just guns. We aren't heavily trained with the hand-to-hand stuff. Just the basics. Tracy and Damon's been living here for a while, although they aren't staying in the guard dorms. He pauses as if a thought comes to him, raising a finger. I didn't know why they were here before. Now I do. The boogeymen have crawled from underneath the bed. If you don't mind crossing Damon, I can take you to the voodoo dude if that's who you're looking for. He shakes his finger before scratching his ear with it, which, by the way, is odd since we took him from the U.S. coalition. I stop, resisting the urge to jerk off this mask. Suspicion clouds his voice, but there's no need. I won't deny we're working with the U.S. coalition. He's observant, this one. Yeah, you did. Along with his family and the general's daughter who has a son. Not to mention the countless bodies you left behind. And left hanging. Lame appears calm, but menace colors his words. I flinch. Like you guys haven't taken anyone. Left bodies for us to pick up and bury. I crack my neck. Let's get something straight. We never took anyone. We saved them to live a life of purpose. To live how they want to live. Not reduced to lab rats when the mood strikes. And not a single one would ever go back. Cole's Adam's apple bobs, but he says nothing. And the bodies we left behind? You're right, it's no better, but we've never, ever turned someone into a zombie. I hope, for his sake, he's got less blood on his hands than mine do. Now, if you'll please direct us to where we need to go. He releases a nervous laugh and scratches his throat. I think the water thing is in the basement, the bottom floor. The north wing is restricted. Lame hands Cole a marker. Draw a map on the wall so we can have an idea. Star places with high traffic. And hurry, I say. We don't have much time if my team is vulnerable. Cole leads us through a few hallways. He watches with wide eyes while Lame and I sedate a few guards we come across. We come to a set of double doors which Cole informs us is the West Wing stairwell. Lame moves to open it. Wait, I blurt. We need a plan. A diversion. I eye Cole. Lame doesn't like my pensive expression. What are you thinking now? Geez, you're heavier than you look, Cole comments, straining under my weight. If you can't handle it, then we'll think of something else. Lame snaps from somewhere behind me. Cole has me over his shoulder. You got the trank can? I check for the dart right under my sleeve in case Cole decides to double-cross us. Cole grunts, tightening his hold around my legs. She won't need it. Lame steps into my line of sight. You need to be limp. Relax your arms. I'll follow you to the third-floor stairwell and then set my watch. You got that, Cole? I ask. The floor passes as he walks. Got it. Scramble cameras, find Mago, easy peasy. We're in the hallway now. Should be safe to remove the masks now, but keep them close. If you smell something off, put them on. Lame helps remove mine. Since it won't make sense for me to have one, he hooks it with his mask around his waist. My vision does wonky things as the blood rushes to my head from being upside down. Taking one last look at Lame at the top of the stairwell, we enter the third floor. Cole! Where you been, man? Someone shouts. Cole laughs and slaps my ass. Got one. Taking her to Finnegan myself. I almost kick him from veering off the plan, but then I realize he's right. He wouldn't know Finnegan is out cold. He'd still think he was the main man. Better take her to Tracy and Damon. They found Finney unconscious from the gas. The voice is next to me as Cole pauses to chit-chat. I'll follow you, Cole huffs. I relax a little. He's staying on course by leading this guy away. Sure, they're gathering bodies on the first floor. Who is this chick, anyway? Cole sniffs. Don't know. Found her passed out. She must have found her way upstairs before the gas went off. Hey, man. Cole stops as I feel the guy slug his arm. His black canvas-covered leg steps into view. He turns my face so he can get a look at me. Maybe we can run a train really quick. Grab some extra goods? I tense at his words. Only the lowest of humanity would think of something like that at a time like this. Lifting my head, I meet his eyes. Shock crosses his features. In your fucking dreams, I snarl, and stab him in the neck with the dart. When he falls to the floor, I say, please say you scrambled the cameras. Cole laughs as he continues to down the hall. Damn, girl, you show no mercy. And yeah, I did. I'm sure you've seen the pamphlets. I'm referring to the pamphlets the revolutionists made for scare tactics. They highlight Rudy, me, and anyone associated with us as armed and dangerous. They exhibit pictures of a man we killed and extreme damage we've caused to a compound, except those pamphlets were photo-edited to seem like I was wearing clothes after I was held against my will, beaten, and practically raped. Cole doesn't say anything for a moment. Yeah, I did, he whispers. For the 411, I was naked in those photos. They made it look like I wasn't. They made us look, I'm sorry, he says. Not your fault. That's not what I meant. I'm sorry for slapping your ass. Oh. I swallow, not knowing what to say except for, Does that happen often? I can't bring myself to say it. I feel his head shake. I can't speak for him, but not that I'm aware of. We don't get any action outside the skids. Even through a zombie apocalypse, humanity hasn't changed. After cold debates with every guard we pass, he eventually fails in our small mission. We do not pass go. We do not collect Mago. Too many people watching his every move lure out the bad guys. I'm now in a room, seemingly unconscious, with Tracy and Damon. One of them paces while the other straps me to a soft bed. It's chilly and smells sterile. This is starting to get concerning, Damon says in his thick accent. Tracy huffs. He's the one securing me. Starting to? I'd throw an I told you so at you, but fuck it. I told you we should have packed as soon as the first military man showed his face. We'll wait and see what Finnegan has to say. What about the others? The one who brought her in is gone. The guards are on alert. We'll find him. There's no way he knew about the gas. I don't like this. We should kill her. She shows and our numbers dwindle considerably. And now Sierra Vista is pushed indefinitely. When are we going to get more? The bottom drops from underneath me. Sierra Vista? It takes everything to remain slack. A scuffle resounds, followed by a grunt. I peek an eye open. Tracy has Damon by the shirt. I'm not doing anything without knowing where Xena is. We're making strides. Tracy slaps at the hideous pouch around Damon's neck. These fucking zombies are unstoppable. Our plans might be delayed, but... He shoves them away and taps a keyboard on a computer. I strain to see. It looks like he flips through different screens of people sleeping. Look at all these beauties, just dropped right in our laps. We'll inject them when Finnegan rises from his slumber. By the grace of anything holy, I don't move a muscle when he speaks of my team this way. What? Tracy whispers as he flips through more screens. Fuzzy screens. He taps the keyboard over and over. The hallway cameras are out. Can't be. Damon bends to look at the screen better. Not sure why, as they're clearly out. Automatic gunfire erupts in the hallway. Close. Too close. Tracy and Damon exchange looks. What the fuck now? Tracy growls, striding to the door with Damon on his heels. I glance around my prison and stop short when I see blue eyes blinking at me from the bed next to mine. Her belly is round in pregnancy. Her hair is red as fire. I gasp. Carrie? Chapter 40. Carrie closes her eyes as tears run from them, turning away in shame. The room is long and full of hospital beds. 5 or 6 other pregnant women occupy them. A few, like me, are strapped to the beds. It dawns on me, they might still consider me pregnant. Tracy yells at someone in the hallway, prompting me to wiggle and see if I can free my hands. No bueno, as Sandra would say. Carrie, however, is free to move. Carrie, I need you to help me. She licks her lips and stares at the water-damaged ceiling. Do you know how it feels to wait to die? I swallow my frustration and remain calm. You're not going to die, but I need you to unstrap me, right now. Her gaze never leaves the ceiling, focused but unfocused at the same time. For what? Fuck. I jerk, yank, wiggle, and then I freeze as an idea pops into my head. For Brian. Brian. Slight smile lights her features, but then her mouth twists as if the thought of him troubles her. She sighs and rolls to a sitting position, throwing blankets to the side. Her legs drop to the floor and are so swollen they look like they'll pop. How is she so pregnant? It hasn't been that long since the attack in Birmingham, has it? What's the date? How long have I been here? How long have I been in this building? My concept of time is gone. I can't leave. Yes, you can. For Brian, for his little sibling, for your father. I mentioned the last because even though the general is on the top of my shit list, he would be happy to get her back. They're planning something against Sierra Vista. That's where Brian is. He's with his grandmother. Gwen, Julie, Ariella, Dex, Xena. Tears threaten to release. No. Sierra Vista is solid in defense. Even if they turn everyone in this building, they're safe. But they took out Birmingham, my mind whispers. I shake my head from those thoughts. I can't worry about that. I have the power to stop it before it gets there, even though I might die trying. If I can leave this bed. She finally stands, but instead of waddling to me, she waddles to a table. She grasps something from the surface, flicks a lighter, and then inhales. Dear God, she's addicted to some kind of drug. We need to get out of here, Carrie. All my words go in one ear and out the other. She holds the drug in for some time and exhales a little smoke. Her eyes blink slow as she caresses her arms and neck. I try a different tactic. Mac wouldn't want this for you. The tension between my shoulders aches as she shuffles to me. She blinks without emotion. Mac is dead. This makes it okay. She puts the pipe to my mouth and flicks the lighter. The odd chemical smell surrounds me. I stare at her devoid eyes, unsure of what to say. No thanks, just undo the straps. I pull away and point as much as I can with my arms tied down. Her eyes have trouble focusing on the straps. She blinks wide. It takes precious minutes as mayhem exists outside the door. When she finally undoes a strap, I undo them until I'm free. I help her to her bed and cover her up. She's nodding in and out. I'll be back for you, and, don't drink the water. By the time I burst into the hallway, the commotion has moved on. Several men in black canvas lie, either dead or unconscious, on the floor. I don't bother to check as I secure my bearings. Not having a clue of where I am, I swipe the nearest rifle from the floor and run toward the noise. Rethinking, I grab a gas mask. Cole mentioned the basement, so I need to go down, at the very least to catch up with Lame. I stay low, scanning all the rooms I pass. Sweat beads when I realize zombies reside in them. I sense them, so I assume Cole was right, and most of the super zombies I can't feel were transported out. I freeze when I hear footsteps running toward me in a perpendicular hallway. To shoot or not to shoot? I finger the trigger and take aim. A blur of a man flies around the corner. He halts and screams, seeing the rifle. I blink at Cole, removing my finger from the trigger. You almost got shot. Stay low and go slow from now on. His eyes are wide, and he looks like he's in the middle of a panic attack. He gulps air. I was coming to save you. I roll my eyes. What's happening? Some of your team wasn't inside, so they didn't get the gas. After Tracy and Damon took you from me, I was at a loss at what to do next, so I disengaged the gas pump and destroyed a key component. With the camera scrambled, your team can move freely. He waves toward the men on the ground. As you can see, they've taken out the lot of us. He scrunches his face. Them. Cole has changed clothes. He no longer sports black canvas, but jeans and a gray zip-up hoodie. A backpack adorns his back. I quirk a brow at him. Smart. Mago? He nods firm and scans the hallway before choosing a direction. He's been moved. I'm not sure where. I snap my fingers. There are cameras in the rooms. Maybe they've moved him to one. Not all of them, he mentions. His words are casual, but they give me hope. I swallow and continue forward. Hurrying, I make way to the maternity room. When we get there, the computer monitor is still lit. Watch the door. You know who to shoot. I discover quickly how to switch between cameras. Fuzzy, tap, fuzzy, tap, fuzzy, tap, 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 tap. The screen finally shows rooms. I click through, recognizing team members and knowing they're safe for now. I thought you said most of the zombies were transported, I say to Cole. They were. I meet his gaze and wave to the monitor. His brow scrunches as he gets a good look. I switch from camera to camera to let him see what I mean. Confusion crosses his expression, and then shock. Wait, go back. Tapping the key, I wait for his input. That's Stanley, and Mick, and Al. He continues to name them all. How do you know these people? He swallows. They were guards. Before we came here. At another compound. And those are padded rooms, he comments in a weird tone. Yeah, this was a psychiatric facility for the criminally insane. I haven't seen any padded rooms, so they're probably on the restricted floor. He stands straight. That's not the bizarre part. Okay. Those people were vaccinated. I sigh. He can't be this dense. Finnegan doesn't have a real vaccination. They must have been injected with some kind of supervirus. His body goes stiff, and his eyes move back and forth rapidly between my own. Then what the fuck did they give me? Just another way to control. We both jump at a flicking noise. We spin to find Carrie behind us, smoking her pipe. She blows smoke from her nostrils. There is a vaccine. She glances at her belly. But it works in the womb. She's officially lost her shit. Cole and I exchange a glance at her drug-induced rambling. She waves her hands in the air. But if you're not in the womb and you get it, then you get a shot, and you become a zombie. They say you can be heat-resistant now. Live longer. My heart skips. Maybe she knows what she's talking about. Well, maybe not completely, but maybe she's heard these things. How do they know it works in the womb? Her eyes move as if thinking, real hard. Well, it doesn't work all the time. Just one time. A little one was bitten, and she survived. Her mother was vaccinated and... She keeps talking, but I don't hear the words. A big, nasty scar runs through my mind. The scar I couldn't figure out on Zena's arm. I suck in a shaky breath, and tears rush to my eyes as another memory hits me. It happened sometime when I run from Badman. Zena wasn't talking about zombies. She was talking about Finnegan. Is Zena immune? I blink and focus on Carrie. She's smoking her pipe and turns to shuffle to her bed. What? Cole whispers. I swipe my hands down my face. Nothing at all. If Zena is 7, that means other children we saved, could also be immune. The information might remain unknown because they've never been attacked or injected. What happens when women have their babies? Cole thinks about this for a minute. Their mothers take them and raise them as best they can. I slump. He's right. I've seen lots of children running around, so they can't be injecting babies to see if they're immune. Unless they are immune. But then, why would they want Zena so bad? In the grand scheme of things, does it really matter? They're messing with people's lives. Where's the restricted floor again? Bottom floor in the north wing, full of black mold. I roll my shoulders. Get these women out of here, Cole. Outside in a van. And any other regular people being held here. Regular people. Like the ones bombed down? Yeah, those regular people. What are you going to do? I check the rounds in the rifle. Finish this. The easiest way to the north wing is through the bottom floor, according to Cole, so he directs me to a stairwell and bids me good luck. On my way down, however, the rotten egg stench is thick. I slide on my gas mask and continue down into the dimness of the building's basement. I hope and pray Lame is okay, but I put him out of my mind for now. I'm trusting my gut, and all fingers point to the restricted floor. I slink from the stairwell. The overhead lights blink in and out. The interior designer never bothered with painting the concrete block walls. I strain to listen, but the silence is so thick, my ears ring. Since I'm coming from the east wing, I make a right as soon as I can. The longer I prowl, the more it feels like the hall slopes further in the ground. If this floor is restricted because of mold, hopefully the mask will help protect me from inhaling it. Eventually, I hear water drops from somewhere, and evidence of the mold unfolds, thick on the walls near the bottom and in the cracks of the concrete slabs. I pass a set of double doors with dark windows, but stop when something compels me to check it out. My curiosity, maybe? After securing the rifle, I shoulder a door and open it gradually. Slow drips reach my ears. Drip-plop. A fly buzzes around me. I wait for my eyes to somewhat adjust to the darkness as a firelight flickers in a stove or furnace. Drip-plop. I lift the mask and sniff and whiff death so strong I gag. In my shock, the gas mask clatters to the floor through the dark. Placing my shirt over my mouth and nose, I inspect the fire. Drip-plop. It's not a furnace, but an incinerator with a little pilot light at the bottom. After searching for my tiny flashlight, I flip it on. Flies zoom in and out of the beam. Little doors line the walls, and several metal tables sit in rows. Drip-plop. Dead zombies adorn the tops cut wide open. Chunks of their insides rest in metal trays and bowls. Something I don't want to peer at too closely hangs off the side, dripping blood to the filthy floor. Drip-plop. Chill bumps swarm my flesh. Something wiggles on a separate tray and I stumble backward, trying to shake the image from my mind. Drip-plop. A baby. My stomach heaves, and I move into the shadows before puking, barely removing my shirt in time. My vomit splashes my boots, and I aim the light. More bodies. My stomach heaves at the maggots writhing through dead mouths, eyes, and gaping wounds. The morgue. I'm in a morgue. Drip-plop. Spinning, I knock the tray full of who knows what to cease the maddening sound. It crashes to the floor with a clang and a splat as a metal bowl warbles to a stop. Taking a breath through my mouth, I step to the squirming tray for closer examination. My boots slip and squeak in gore on the way. The small thing wriggles without a sound. Its body naked and so pale, it seems to glow under my light beam, pronouncing the veins running through it. And so small, it's a little bigger than my hand. Reaching, I open the eyelid and jerk my hand back at the blood-flooded eyeball. I've never had an issue with killing a zombie before. I can't bring myself to stab it as my own lost baby pops into my head. Tears spring to my eyes as I take in its mother, dead on the table, her abdomen slashed open without care. What would I want if I were her? With a trembling hand, I grab the tray and open the incinerator door. Looking away, I push it in, slam the door closed, and twist the knob to fire it up. The flames engulf the tray. Tears course my cheeks as I release a throaty sob. I spin to book it the hell out of here, but a bump from one of the cold chambers stops me. I close my eyes and wipe sweat and tears off my lip with my shoulder. Maybe I imagined it. Another bump proves my theory wrong. My mind screams to run, but I'm going by gut instinct. I sneak to the wall and wait for another. One never comes. I release a shaky laugh. Jesus, I mutter, and open one of the chambers for the hell of it. It creaks, and I freeze when another bump sounds from the chamber right beside it. Reaching out, I pull the handle as voices float from the corridor. They come from deeper in the north wing. I duck low and search for a place to hide. I glance at the open cold chamber. No. I cower against the wall instead. If someone happens in, I at least have the element of surprise. You open the doors, we won't be able to save them. Damon. I move closer to the door to hear better. As long as he's hidden, I don't have a problem sacrificing the rest, Tracy replies. Yes, I hid him in a body hole, in the morgue. Ice seeps into my bones, chilling me to the core at the words. Tracy laughs as they walk by. He slaps the door, moves in an inch, but they don't come in. Oh, the irony. Their laughter echoes in my ears. My eye twitches. Anger swishes in my gut, warming me like a nice security blankie. My mind goes blank as I unshoulder and raise the rifle. I slink forward, opening the door. Damon's back comes into view. The air shifts behind me as a cold hand wraps around my mouth, yanking me inside the morgue. A scream sticks in my throat as I'm paralyzed with fear. Miss Moore, your punctuality leaves a lot to be desired. I slump in relief, ignoring his garbage breath. He releases my mouth and I turn to him. Excuse me, Beaucourt, but I've had a rough go of it. I point my thumb in the general direction of the burning flames. That's a baby, a zombie one. In the darkness, I can't see him, but I feel his appraisal and apathy. I see. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's no way you can see anything in here. At least I hope not, because I rear back my fist and slug him in the face. He grunts, lurching backward. I'm about to berate him for stopping me from killing those bastards. Something else flies from my mouth. You almost fucking killed me. I grab him by his collar while he's still bent over. How dare you show me how perfect death can be? My brittle voice cracks with fresh, unshed tears. I squeeze my fist tighter around his shirt, shoving him away. I sniff. He's quiet for a long time. I'm rapturous you find death so perfect, but I beg to differ. Death is not so perfect, as you say, when you yearn for it, and it never transpires to be. Oh, shut up. We might as well be dead. The General fucked us over by dropping a bomb right on top of us. But I decide to back off him. Damon locked him in a morgue body fridge, after all. Might as well be buried alive. Plus, from everything I've witnessed, who knows what he's seen or been through. His silhouette straightens to full height. I forgot how tall he is until now. You're mistaken. Scoffing, I stride to the cold chambers and begin opening them. Since Mago is here, Then maybe Rudy will be too. No, I'm not, I finally say when I find the last one empty. They don't bother to use them for the dead. We'll dispute it subsequently. I'm afraid we're in a bind. A loud buzz sounds throughout the hallway. What is that? I ask. Oh shit. Coming from him, that doesn't bode well. He shoulders past me into the hallway. I follow him as door after door after door open on their own. The first zombie appears in the corridor. Its head swirls. I lightly step back. No way I have enough rounds for all of them. My mouth fills with saliva as more zombies follow. Mago claps his hands. One of them hurtles inhumanly around, landing on its feet like a cat. It unleashes a scruffy hiss. I shoot Mago a what-the-hell glower. He clutches my arm and propels me the other way. Run. We race off. The famished howl chilling my blood. Fear races up my spine as their feet pound the concrete behind us. An eternity passes as we reach the fork, and I veer left. More famished track from the right, fighting themselves for the front. The growls scratchy and grating like nothing I've ever heard before. Risking a peek, all I see are their exposed mouths and greedy hands. I slam into the stairwell door and pull the handle. The door doesn't budge when I rattle it. Locked. There's nowhere to go. Mago breathes heavy. His mouth opens before he closes it. His chin raises in defeat. Fuck that. I twist, raising my rifle and pulling the trigger. I waste bullets before I hit targets. A few drop and trip more on the way, slowing them down. I eradicate 5 or 6 before the rifle clicks empty. One launches itself at me, and I stab it in the eye socket with the blunt barrel. The door bursts outward. Come on! Cole screams, waving his arm. Shoving Mago through, I dive in after him as a zombie grabs my leg. I kick at the female famished. It's chubby and, lacking the visible traits of a zombie, looks uncannily human. It rolls sideways, but somehow lunges at my face. It snaps and claws with its short arms, reminding me of a T-Rex. An arrow goes through its skull. Brain matter and blood speckle me. Cole slams the door closed as I look up the stairwell. Lame stands with his gas mask propped on top of his head. I zero in on the bow he's holding. Rudy's bow. One he's had since before the outbreak. Tears rush to my eyes full force. Where did you get that bow? Zombies beat at the door on the other side. Lame takes in Mago warily, but he nods at me. Figured you'd want it. I found it in the supply room. No sign of him? I force Rudy from my mind when he shakes his head no. Will my own zombies to tear this place to the ground. Both Cole and Lame look worse for wear, covered in blood and who knows what else. I run my hands through my hair, catching my breath. I kick the dead zombie off. My limbs shake as I wipe my face with my shirt, probably smearing the gore worse. I stand and glare at Mago. Why? I had to give Layla and Darius a chance. When those doors opened, their cells did as well. He glides up the steps as if he didn't almost lose his life in the worst way possible. We must hurry. I curse under my breath and tail him. Where to, O mighty one? He turns, cutting his eyes at me. Sarcasm doesn't become you at the moment, Miss Moore. But since you queried so graciously, it's essential to locate Daemon. I require his talisman before the undead discover a way from the bottom floor. I shrink away at the thought. Why do you want that thing? Suffered its power, have you? You can say that. I rub my arms as if I can still feel it. What is it? His arm raises as his long finger points downward. Their souls. Chapter 41. Mago halts at the first floor. His eyes space out as he focuses on the other side. I sense what he feels. Our zombies are inside, creating chaos. His mouth twitches. Talisman's not on this floor. He resumes his ascent. I hate he's searching this thing out like a hound dog. I'd rather not come face to face with it again. He's not satisfied until the top floor. Wait! A bulb blinks like a slow strobe above, making him disappear and reappear. I've never seen him so irritated, wound tight. Rightfully so, but he's not being clear-headed. My own thoughts jumble and bounce from one thing to the next. When I don't say anything, Lame speaks. You're saying if we can get the talisman, you can control them? Not deprived of time, but he can. which is why I prevented Miss Moore from expediting his demise. But only if I can direct the souls to their bodies. If I manage. Imprisoned souls are enraged souls. They prove vexing when in such a state. I cluck my tongue, gripping the gritty stair rail. Right. And then all we have to do is make him control them. Got it. I'm assured you'll concoct a method of persuasion. Here we go again, counting on me for the impossible. He cuts his eyes in a way I think might be his version of rolling them. I know our situation is dire, but I never once thought this man could lose his careful composure. You're here, are you not? He has a point, though this mission hasn't been easy. So what happens if you can't direct them to their bodies? Just another everyday question. Do I have your permission to end him then? His eyes thin to slits, and he wraps his hand around my jacket, pulling me close. My neck strains as I meet his dark gaze, since he's on a higher step. No, the Beaucourt is mine. Yeah, I don't envy Damon. I squint at Mago's hand and shrug. I guess we're winging it. Mago releases me and takes a second to compose himself. Lame hands me Old Reliable, my bursa, and thigh sheath. Trinks are out. Figured so, I mumble, snapping my blade around my thigh. Lame opens the door. I lower myself and take the front lines, trusting them to track behind me. We rush down the hallway, knowing they can't be far ahead of us. When I peek around a corner, only Tracy walks the hall, carrying a rifle. Cover me. I toss over my shoulder and sprint away. I almost reach him before he notices. As he turns, I hit the floor and slide. Throwing my arm out, I sweep his feet and squeal to a stop. Tracy tumbles sideways towards me as his rifle clatters across the floor. I grab him by the hair and crack his head against the concrete to knock him out. Mago strolls into my line of sight. Where is the Beaucourt? Good question, I say, standing. He sucks in a deep breath through his nose and glances the other way. A loud screech echoes through the halls. You have 5 minutes to surrender, Can. Reese. I skim the little speaker in the ceiling and check for cameras. Nothing. No one knows where we are exactly. I wait for another message. 5 minutes starts now. Finnegan taunts through the speaker. Come alone, or they contribute to the cause. They? Everyone must be waking from the gas. It's been hours already? Tilting my head, I question. Surrender where? The talisman is that way. Mago points. I think Finnegan is at the lab, which is where Tracy seemed to be heading. Has to be, or else he'd specify where. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Finnegan voices over the loudspeaker. Lame speaks. Go. We'll cover Mago. I waste no more time. I stay low, peeking around corners. The double doors to the north wings are closed. Something blocks the little vertical windows to keep me from seeing into the other side. You know, Kansas. I rotate to the voice behind me. Finnegan leans against the wall, alone. Sweat dots his forehead above his bloodshot eyes. The premature stages plague him. I'm not a fighter. More of a go-getter, if I say so myself. Where's Reese? Old Reliable feels clammy in my grip, but I hold it steady. He spreads his arms. You probably think I don't have much else to lose, but I figured I need him under supervision for the greater good. I think it's in your best interest if you follow me. I'm the one with the fucking gun, I remark through clenched teeth and shake said gun at him. What's your angle? He motions with his fingers to follow him. We'll chat while we walk. I stare at him with no other options but to play along. Fine. But he's already walking away. Marshall showing up here alive and well shrouds my life's work. Seems his brother already had it all deciphered. But I've figured it out on my own without him, and Xena is the key. See, she's immune. The first and only known immune to my work. We enter a dark hallway lit by a few bulbs. If you've got it all figured out, then why do you need her so bad? He continues like I didn't speak. Xena's mother did not want the vaccination. She resisted, but we vaccinated all pregnant women, as you very well know. She didn't want it so much, she injected herself with the virus after the vaccine. Since she was in the 3rd trimester, we performed a C-section before she turned. He waves us to a huge window and leans toward me. Xena lived. Before I can process his words, he gestures to the room behind the window. At first glance, the room is empty. Everything has been demolished. The light in the far end is out, casting a shadow on the last quarter of the room. Dirt or maybe mold cakes the floor and walls. Metal trays lay lopsided on the floor with food everywhere, like someone has thrown the trays against the walls. A cot sits haphazardly with the blankets in the floor. Bits and pieces of old equipment litter the area, destroyed. I gasp when I spot bare feet, and then the silhouette sitting in the dark corner away from the overhead light. His chin rests on his chest as if sleeping. Relief swamps me. My legs give, and I catch myself on the window. I don't remove my gaze from him as my eyes burn. I'm afraid to blink. He hasn't been giving Finnegan an easy time. It takes a lot to expose the rage in Rudy. I don't have her. My words produce a sob. Rudy's head raises at the sound. We watch as he struggles to stand. He eventually ambles to the window. He's shirtless with his jeans hanging low from his missing belt. He stares through at nothing. And no one in particular. But he knows we're here. He can't see you, but as you can see, he's unharmed. I disagree. From his unsteady movements, he's clearly drugged, which is why he hasn't eaten any of the food. He probably thinks it's full of drugs, since he has issues with that sort of thing. When the outbreak first hit, he was caged in a quarantine, and the U.S. military used food to drug the sick. I may not have much experience with watching people turn, but Rudy does. It's not something he speaks of often, but sometimes he'll waken during the dead of night in a cold sweat. I'm sure this is a reminder of those times. His bruised forehead showcases a split wound. Dried blood lines between his eyes and down his nose. He balls his bloody knuckles into fists. All of this was probably of his own doing. Well, we tried an approach he didn't like too well. An approach, I state. It's not a question, but Finnegan divulges anyway. He thinks you're in the same position he is. What did you give him? I ask, thinking of the man and his spoon at the skids. The man who saved me in his own way. The man who tried to save my baby from harm. The man who is most likely dead. And then I think of Carrie, clearly addicted to something they provide her freely. Something to keep him from hurting himself further. Don't want to damage the bargaining chip. Although, Damon wants to keep him. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. So, Xena lived, but for the life of me I can't fathom how, since we've recreated her situation over and over. Recreated. You mean like the zombie baby in the morgue? He sniffs and gives me a hard stare, obviously not liking the interruption. People were turning at a fast rate, living longer, stronger, and smarter. And the victims of these zombies never turned. They died. All of them. Except Xena. The gun trembles in my hand. So what? You vaccinate these people, inject them with the virus, and they turn into super zombies? His eyes widen as if I've surprised him. Yes, with the vaccine made from Xena's blood. I lower my firearm. His gaze follows the gesture, but otherwise doesn't react. What does Damon have to do with this? He makes a face. What wouldn't he have to do with it? He has the power to control them if need be. So why do you need two of them? Mr. Raymond's been working both sides, but since I'm being honest, I hope to rope him back in. He's easier to deal with than Damon. I'm sure he is, since he has a family to threaten. You still don't get it, do you? Our world might be in chaos, but eventually, it'll be a better place. The end of a population problem, pollution, illness, hunger. We could have world peace. Things must get worse before they can get better. I made a tough decision no one else would make. He steps closer and bends his head so he's more eye level with me. I mean, look at Sierra Vista. My blood runs cold. I swallow hard. Such an idealistic place. It's the future, with all those healthy people working and doing their part, living. His words might be warm and inviting, but an icy chill settles into his bloodshot gaze. He reminds me of Guido. The man was happy with his little community, but this man wants the world. Nothing he can say will change my mind. Then why are you still creating zombies? He coughs, covering his mouth. The newly undead are a byproduct, an accident while I perfect a vaccine. I snort. No, the virus is mutating on its own. I'm guessing it's something you never expected would happen, something you can't control, something you can't create a vaccine for. That's why I need Xena. And now Marshall. We can stay ahead of it. I'm so close. Don't you want a future for your own child? If he ever had me, he'd have lost me right there. I raise my gun. His eye twitches and his mouth tightens. Killing me won't make a difference. What's it matter? You're already dead. Sighing as if I'm the most dense person ever, he jams his hands deep into his pockets. But I now have a theory why it hasn't worked. Xena wasn't bitten until she was 2 years old. That's 2 years after her vaccine. And then Marshall struts in from nowhere healthy. He had to have taken the vaccine before his brother changed, which was right around a year before I injected him with the virus. Maybe the body needs time for it to adjust to certain cells. I might be dead already, but I hope I'll live to see if my theory works. So you have taken a vaccine, I state. No, you did. He leaps at me. Something jabs my arm as I squeeze the trigger. The gunshot echoes through the hallway as it hits Finnegan in the shoulder. He drops to the floor in record time. I'm frozen, staring at the empty syringe sticking from my forearm. My vision swims. I swallow and shake my head, blinking. Jerking the needle out, I push my boot into his bleeding flesh. He snarls between his teeth in pain, ending in a coughing fit. I never had a vaccine. I'm deadly calm. In fact, I've never felt so composed as I press his shoulder harder to the floor. He hisses through his teeth. Yes, at the compound in Clarksville. They gave it to you when you first arrived and checked healthy and fertile. I think back, and I'm sure they told me I'd get one if I proved loyal. Liar. Taking in a smooth breath, I say, let's get one thing straight. You won't live to see if your theory works. I aim Old Reliable between his eyes, turn my face away, and shoot. His virus-contaminated blood flecks my hand. Nothing a little soap and water wouldn't fix, but that doesn't matter now, does it? Rudy, he's punching the window, leaving bloody marks behind. One foot in front of the other. I run to the door. It's steel and deadbolted. I pat my pockets to find Reese's dissolving agent. Last resort, but I'll use it if I must, so I search Finnegan's body instead. After finding a heavy set, it takes a few keys, but I find the right one. The next thing I know, I'm face to chest. A dirty, bloodied, hairy chest, but I don't care. He squeezes me tight. My earlier calm vanishes as my chest racks as if trying to release a cry. I choke it back. Rudy tilts my head to look at him. Alarm hits me at his pinpointed pupils. He shakes his head as if foggy. I'm drugged, he slurs, like his tongue is a hindrance. I step away, not wanting to get Finnegan's blood on him or his wounds. I know. What did they give you? He shakes his head and wavers. Sit down for a minute. No, it's wearing off. He fingers my wild strands. Your hair. Your face. What happened? I rip duct tape from my hair and toss it to the side. Who knows what my face must look like? I cut it so I wouldn't be recognized. Turns out for nothing. My emotions desperately want to take over. All I want to do is hold him and never let go. My eyes prickle, so I squeeze them tight and tense my jaw. The general hit Edgewood in the skids with an airstrike. I thought you were dead. I go to swipe at my tears, but Rudy beats me to it. His hands are cold, but I close my eyes at the feel of them. He doesn't wipe them away, but collects them on his fingertips. The line of his jaw clenches before he dries the wetness on his jeans. His gaze lands on Finnegan. I shot him after he did a lot of talking without saying much. My mouth twists sideways as I contemplate my next question. He might not know the answer. Is Sander and the others here too? I don't know. He droops and sways. It's not wearing off as fast as it needs to. I have something to help him. I twist at Cole's voice. Rudy moves to hide me with his body. Help who? I glance at Finnegan's corpse. Cole studies Rudy with curiosity. Rudy, I mean, a tonic to wake him up, lessen the effect of whatever drug Finnegan gave him. Rudy glances between the two of us. Who are you? He asks when his gaze settles on Cole. Cole raises his arms and steps back. Friend, not foe. Rudy peeps at me for confirmation. When I nod, he says, I'll take it. Cole produces several bottles of liquid and pills. The hell? I ask. This dude is a walking pharmacy. Maybe he has something to help me. I swallow. My saliva feels like a rock. Is it getting harder to breathe? I glance at the injection site. I can't tell a needle poked me, let alone the virus making its way through my veins. Cole grins and holds them out. I make tonics, The equivalent of gold at the skids. The one you want has the yellow label. Rudy pulls back. What's in it? Oh, some caffeine. Cole's eyes cut sideways as if thinking. And stuff. It has helped with some overdoses on the nasty shit those people shoot up. And stuff, he says. Great. You sure? I ask Rudy. After seeing the effect drugs have on the skids, I wouldn't take it, but I'm not the one drugged right now. When he nods, I pick the yellow-labeled one. I roll my eyes at the name Green Machine and toss it to Rudy. Rudy attempts to turn it up, but Cole stops him. Sip it, or you'll turn into the Hulk. I swear, you can get a green hue to your skin. It's some Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde shit. Rudy pauses before taking a sip, and then another for good measure. Where's Mago and Lame? I ask, while we wait for Rudy to gain some traction. Mago is still searching for Damon. Lame is overseeing Tracy. He sent me to save you. Rudy laughs, slaps Cole on the shoulder, and pushes past him. I doubt they use the word save. You'll figure out quick Can doesn't need saving. She does the saving. Which is funny, coming from the man who saved me a time or two. I close my eyes, knowing he'll have to save himself now. Chapter 42. Lame has Tracy in control, tied to a chair in the lab where Finnegan first brought us. The difference is the boxes, crates, and the dead guards piled in the corner. It appears they were packing to go somewhere. How about that? The two nurses watch us from the window of the room we locked Finnegan in before. Can. Reese slumps when he spots us. I send Reese a relieved grin. Look who I found. Tracy howls in agony through the duct tape stuck to his mouth. An arrow protrudes from his thigh. Rudy stands by the wall with his bow in his hand. He stays focused on Tracy as he advances toward him with purpose. My mouth drops as Rudy rips the tape off Tracy's face. Tracy screams, gaining volume. Rudy wrenches the arrow out with a spray of blood. An arrowhead wickedly carved for maximum pain and blood loss. Rudy jerks Tracy upward and stabs him in the stomach. I flinch at the slurp sound as he swivels the arrow. Tracy's face pales as it contorts in unimaginable anguish. Blood drips from his mouth as it bobs in a choking scream. This is for the child I'll never get to hold and watch grow. Rudy's hand rotates as he obliterates Tracy's innards. For Kansas. For all the other women and children who suffered under your watch. For my squad hanging in that fucking tree. With one final twist, Rudy yanks the arrow, extracting guts and intestines with it. I slap a hand over my mouth as my stomach threatens to revolt. Tracy drops sideways, still tied to the chair in a pool of his own blood and carnage. Rudy's breath flows hard through his flared nostrils as he watches Tracy twitch, fighting his death. When Tracy finally stills and stares at nothing, Rudy closes his eyes and steps away. The show of violence stuns us in a stupor. Jesus, Cole whispers. Rudy's eyes pop open. What the fuck did you give me? Cole steps back. I warned you, man. Rudy barges to grab Cole, but I intercept and place my hand on his shoulder. He's tense, but after a second, he relaxes. When he meets my gaze, 1,000 different emotions run through his eyes. I nod, understanding. He needs to know I don't think differently of him. It's okay. I turn to everyone. Finnegan's dead. We need to help Mago and get the rest of our team. Most were passed out when I saw them on camera. That's what I was going to tell you, Reese explains. Damon has Maya and Sam. If Mago finds him, he'll be walking into a trap. Shit. Do you know where? I hit the computer keys to see if I can broach the cameras like the computer downstairs. No. A tray beside the keyboard catches my eye. 2 syringes. Both look innocent enough, but I know better. My hand trembles as I clench the tray. Reese? He barely glimpses and nods. Yeah, those were for me. His lips tighten. Do you know what they do? I nod. One's the supposed vaccine. The other is the virus. Together they create the super zombies. Mixed with Damon, they make the zombies I can't sense because he doesn't release their souls. He keeps them around his neck. I explain as all the puzzle pieces fall together. Fucking hell, Lame mutters. A high-pitched scream echoes from deeper in the north wing. I dash off at a full sprint. When I come to the double doors, I can't see through. They still won't open. With no lock to pick, I pat myself down for Reese's melting concoction. I knew it had come in handy. It spits and sputters, dissolving a square. Rudy, Lame, Cole, and Reese catch up to me. I kick the square until it falls through. Careful of the agent. It burns like hell if it gets on your skin. We file through, and I spot Mago at the end of a hall and a doorway. The hall is full of labs. He holds a hand for us to slow down. "Ah, the party has arrived," Damon announces from inside. Come in. I peek in another lab that mirrors the other one, zeroing in on Sam and Maya, on their knees with Damon behind them. Directly behind him is a room full of famished. Their gazes are steady on Damon through the window as they wait for him to command them. I can't tell how many are in there, but the room is packed. 2 guards have guns trained on Sam and Mago. Redness covers the side of Maya's face. Sam breathes heavy over his bound mouth, extremely pissed off, which lets me know we missed something. Mago is the epitome of cool, calm, and collected. "U pramuri nan rajo." Mago spits under his breath. "Your imprudence is, dare I say, comical." Damon's cool gaze slides to the Bokor standing beside me. "I should have stolen your power while I had the chance. The doctor be damned." "The doctor is damned. He's dead." My attempt to rattle him doesn't do any good, but his guards shift on their feet. "Too bad for him. I have everything I need right here." He grabs Maya's hair, jerking her head back. She releases a whimper. "Look at this mumbo, huh? So pretty." He bends to her ear. "She'll be even prettier when I'm fucking her decapitated head as I relish in my newfound mumbo power." Something slides within Maya's gaze. She bashes her head against his and grabs the talisman from his neck. He unleashes a death call and shoves her down. The talisman skids across the shiny floor. Mago's arm flashes quick. Damon staggers backward into the window in surprise at the knife right above his heart. An arrow hits a guard in the gut, and Rudy takes aim at the other guard, who drops his rifle and raises his hands in surrender. Damon blinks at the knife in confusion, as if wondering how it got there. He slides to the floor. I give Mago the side-eye for stealing my knife. The zombies beat at the window, and it cracks. Mago rushes to Maya, pulling her up and pushing her to me. I move to stand in front of her and aim Old Reliable at one guard. Rudy's focus is now on the zombies. When Reese cuts Sam's binds, Sam stands and kicks Damon under the chin. Damon grunts as Lame aims a firearm at him. "Call them off." Damon glares, and Lame grabs the hilt of the knife. Damon breathes through the pain, but the zombies cease their movements. I rush to the pouch, but freeze, not wanting to touch it. "Reese, I got it." Reese picks the pouch up and opens his mouth to say something, but looks at the talisman as though he can feel it. Pinching it between his fingers, Reese flicks it at Mago. Mago lets it bounce from his chest to the floor. Damon's nostrils flare, and his eyes blaze. "You don't know what you're doing." Mago bends and rips open the pouch, dumping the contents on the floor. After he tosses the pouch to the side, his fingers wiggle as if he's shaking the feeling off them. He stirs the bits and pieces as if taking stock. "Fortunately, Bokor, I do." When he finds what he's searching for, he says, "I need flame." Damon laughs, which makes me nervous. Mago remains unfazed. Lame and Cole make quick work of binding him and taping his mouth shut. Lame jerks his head at Cole to cover Damon while he pats his pockets and produces a lighter. Mago takes whatever he finds to the sink. When he lights it, the flame flourishes higher than I expected. He chants. Maya throws herself at Sam, keeping her eyes on Mago. Minutes tick by. The famished behind the window become agitated. They waver in sync to something I can't see or hear, like puppets on a string. Damon scowls at Mago, but a muted curiosity peeps through. He feels my scrutiny because his glare slides to me. I mime shooting him. He levels his gaze, daring me to off him. I glance at Rudy and startle when I realize he watches me. His mouth twitches with mirth. "Do you not remember the last time you taunted a Bokor can? How can I forget the Bokor who plunged me into this whole mess in the first place? If it wasn't for Mago, the general would have never set his sights on me. Or Rudy. I wouldn't be here or in my current situation. Glinda would still be alive. Hell, Guido wouldn't have killed Mac. Therefore both of them would be alive too." Rudy's right. Taunting Mago set this in motion. So who am I trying to fool? I did this to myself. I close my eyes against the what-ifs and the blaming. It won't get me anywhere. Won't rewind time. When I open my eyes, the room spins. I blink to regain some equilibrium, but my left ear rings instead. What's wrong, Can? Rudy's voice is clearer in my right ear. I shake my head and focus on his drawn brow. She hasn't slept or eaten since you were taken, Sam says from somewhere behind me. Yeah, I'm fine. I'll be fine. I meet Damon's gaze once again. His body shakes with laughter, muffled by the tape. Reese peers at the zombies. Maybe we should give the injections to him. No. Mago finally stands with his hands cupped together. When he gets closer to Damon, I see the ash in his hands. Detach his mouth binding. Rudy wastes no time jerking the tape off. What do you think you're doing? Damon scalds. His glee still tints his voice. I will tear this place to the ground. But after a second, confusion crosses his face as he glances up, trying to peer into the window of Famished. For the first time, his eyes widen in alarm. I muse you're the one who doesn't comprehend what you're undertaking. You don't have an inkling of the power you've afforded me, imprudent man. Mago blows the ash in his face. We hold our breaths as Damon coughs and spouts a cloud of ash from his mouth. He blinks it from his eyes. When nothing happens, I release my breath and glance at Mago. He stands tall, raising his chin. I scratch my temple. Okay. Damon blinks again at the space in front of him. Papa? He seizes in his bindings and shrieks in sheer terror. A sound no man should ever make bounces through the room, hitting deep in my ears. I squeeze my eyes closed and protect my hearing with my hands. When he finally stops, I peek to see his mouth still agape in a frozen, silent scream with wide eyes, seeing nothing. His body shakes and trembles, jerking as he struggles to breathe. Mago leans to his ear. Feel their rage, Bokor. You disregarded one humble decree. Respect the dead. And suddenly, I know the tortures Damon is going through. We all jump when the Famished beat at the window. The room trembles with their movements. The pressure builds behind my ears as if I'm thousands of feet in the air. An excruciating, high-pitched ring trills in my ears. I plunge my fingers in them desperately to no avail. Gunshots erupt, and the window shatters. People shout. Movement all around. My name. Someone's saying my name. And suddenly, it stops. Like it never happened. I blink and meet Maya's gaze before glancing around and halting on the pile of dead zombies. Damon is still in the same state, twitching and frozen, unable to help himself. She holds me up with a concerned gaze. You're okay? I think so. Mago leans to peer at me with a narrowed gaze. My apologies, Miss Moore. You weren't supposed to feel that. I don't know what that is, but I'm not so sure. I could be running on fumes. I could have been caught in the crosshairs of whatever is happening to Damon. Or the virus is just making its way through my system. I'm fine, I say. Damon's legs flounce, taking the attention from me. I don't wish that on anyone. One foot in front of the other. I still have work to do. With shaking hands, I click the mouse of the computers in the room. The camera screens appear. All types of zombies run up and down the wings. If I listen hard enough, I can hear them through the dead silence of this room. No one can take their eyes from Damon. Gear up. We're leaving. Damon can fend for himself. He has no one left to help him. Is that okay with you, Mago? He finally slides his eyes away from Damon. Indubitably. Trying to ignore Damon, I wash up and help Rudy dress his hands. This will hinder my bow shots, he complains. Better than getting covered in zombie gore without proper precautions. We can't forget the risks involved. Reese nods, handing Rudy a long-sleeve shirt. He's still without shoes. She's right. If you have wounds, take care of them now. Search the lab for anything useful and for anything you can carry. I skim the boxes and crates with my fingers. Maybe we'll be able to come back for them, but they're not a priority anymore. That stopped when the general dropped the first bomb. The floor squeaks with Damon's movements. Lame flinches. Let's go. A quick rundown. I spurt as we vacate the north wing, leaving all doors open. We'll hit every wing, every floor, every room. I'll use the east wing stairwell and direct most of them to this floor. You guys use the other stairwells to hold survivors until we get our famished situation under control. Cole, Lame, Sam, Maya, and Reese, you guys are on survivor patrol, starting with the nurses. Gather our team. Rudy, you're with me. You'll cover me from the top floor. And Mago? I'm at a loss for what he needs to be doing. Even though he successfully released the souls from the pouch and straight into Daemon, the zombies are uncontrollable now. Stay alive. I grip the hunting knife Rudy gave me. Breathing deep, I salute and head to the east wing. When we're alone, Rudy speaks. I'm going to marry you so hard later, darling. I burst into the stairwell and prop the door open. My eyes sting, and I can't bring myself to look at him. When I'm down a few steps, I say over my shoulder, "Live, and you can marry me as hard as you want." My voice is thick, and I squeeze my nose in frustration. I'll tell him, just not now, not here. One foot in front of the other. I jump stairs 2 and 3 at a time until I get to the bottom floor. Zombies no longer beat at the door. I take a deep breath and squeak it open. Zombies prowl back and forth, but stop at the noise. I kick the prop and dash up the steps with their strangled roars and snarls behind me. I open the first floor door and prop it. A few zombies drop close. I spot the arrows. Rudy's working his magic. Up I go to the second floor. My lungs burn as bad as my calves. Even with all my running, my endurance isn't a match for steps. I do the same for the second and third floors with no time to spare. The stairwell is full of them. Rudy trails me on the fourth and final floor. Rudy lights something in his hands and tosses it to the halls we pass. It crackles and pops, drawing zombies. Where'd you get those? I huff over famished bellows. Found them in the lab. They must have used them as distractions, too. I peek over my shoulder as the zombie launches itself at Rudy. He bends, throwing the famished off. I swing my hunting knife and slice it across the face as we run by. My shoe slips in the spilled fluid, but I gain traction and keep running. Rudy throws another firecracker into the crowding famished. When we get to the fork, Cole shouts for us to follow him. He veers into the south wing as we sprint toward the open door on the other side. I kick it up a notch. Famished howls bounce from the walls. Cole wheezes by the time we plunge through the exit. He slams the door shut behind us. A zombie arm waves inside, preventing it from latching. Cole leans against it as panic crosses his features. He bobs in resistance when the zombies shove at the door. I got it, I grit out. He issues some slack, and I stab the zombie in the eye. The famished falls before I can retrieve the knife. The door slams shut. Shit. That's the second knife I lost today. The first one is still buried in Daemon's shoulder. I put my hands on my knees to catch my breath. The other two aren't as exhausted as me. After a minute or so, I stand straight. Bottom floor. Layla and Darius are there. That's where Mago went, Cole says, hopping down the steps. We freeze and glance at the door when Daemon's cries of suffering echo from the halls. Horror crosses Rudy's features as he pushes me on. Let's go. I never want to hear the sounds of being eaten alive ever again. Kicking the door open, the bottom floor is empty. At least in this wing. Cole gasps. It worked. I roll my eyes at the surprise in his voice. Of course it did. We make our way to the north wing, killing a few stragglers on the way. At the fork, Mago cradles Darius and Layla in both arms. Both seem weak for being in their cells for who knows how long. I run to help, and Mago explains. They sealed their doors. His dark eyes meet mine. My claps prevented them from harm. Good, I say, feeling like a horrible person for being angry with him about it. We stumble to the south wing stairwell. When we enter, I notice my team helping survivors to the first floor. A squeal sounds from one of the landings. Maya's head peeks over the railing. Mom? Darius? She pushes and fights her way through a throng of people down the steps. She launches herself at them so hard they almost fall backward. The family hug warms me as Mago pulls her head to his chest with his eyes closed. I look away from the reunion, or I'll bawl like a baby. I clear my throat when I spot Reese. Where are we in terms of searching? It'll probably take the rest of the night. First floor is clear to investigate. There's a group on the third. We haven't started on the second. We've closed off the fourth. Sander? I inquire. He shakes his head. I glance at the top landing, knowing there are things we could use, information we could obtain, maybe something to help me. But I won't endanger my team. They need to live on, to move on from this. We know the risks. I know the risks, so I won't risk them anymore. I'm done. Wire up, I tell him firmly. He runs a hand over his bald head. You sure? Positive. Rudy and I spend the rest of the night searching wings and floors, double-checking, arranging a new camp and transportation. My steam runs low as my limbs get heavy. After we've cleared all the rooms and floors except for the 4th floor, I sit on a step and stare at nothing. We'll get the camp set up pretty quickly, Rudy says, plopping beside me. Zombie fluids cover his clothes and arms. He's found some boots somewhere. My mouth twitches, and I blink away tears. I open my mouth to tell him, but I say, You need to wash up. He sends me a weird look. You all right, darlin'? I will be when this building is nothing but rubble. The sky lightens with the coming sun in bright purples and pinks. The world keeps spinning. I suck in fresh air. None of us say anything until the sun peaks over the horizon. The flick of a lighter brings my attention to the man beside me. Reese lights his joint. The joint's bent and looks as if it's seen better days. He draws in as much as he can and passes it to me, wafting the skunky aroma in my face. Soon the sky fills with thick clouds of smoke from the burning institution. I might have only been in there for one night, but it seems like forever since Lane grabbed me and Sam taped my mouth. When I went in, I hadn't planned on leaving. I wish I never would have gone in that fucking place. In rapid succession, Reese's bombs detonate around the base of Maple Hills. The explosions tremble the earth beneath my feet, the earth which still moves as time passes. An arm wraps around my chest and pulls me into the warmth of his body. I refrain from putting my lips on the joint and pass it backward. I say, I'm going to sleep for days. Weeks, Reese retorts quickly. Sam snorts. Months. Months, Can. You hear me? No missions. There won't be any other missions, Sam. On any other day, I'd smile at the thought. Chapter 43. We make camp on the edge of Edgewood in the same neighborhood as the squat. The first day when Rudy is asleep, I pace the room we're staying in with the vaccine in my hand. I'm still battling the ringing in my ears, off and on. So I know it wasn't the situation with Damon that caused it. It's hard for me to focus, and I get dizzy easily. What could it hurt to take the vaccine? It can't, since I've already been injected with the virus. If it doesn't work, then I'll turn anyway. It's a long shot, but I nod to myself. After digging through Rudy's med bag for an alcohol swab, I pierce my skin with the needle in a vein. I pull the syringe until I see blood and push the plunger. I wait for a few minutes and feel no different. Sliding in beside Rudy, I stare into the darkness. I don't think I'll sleep much as I plot my demise. The team rests on and off for days as promised. When we're awake, we dig through ash and debris, searching for any signs of life among the bodies. We uncover the rest of our team and Sanders' lifeless bodies, with injuries so substantial they couldn't have suffered long, if at all. We find a few survivors of the airstrike, but the people we find make our efforts worth it. Rudy, the nurses, and Franny do what they can to help the most injured. On the third day, Rudy feels my forehead out of nowhere. You're flushed, Can. You need to rest more. I shake my head, but he's right. My condition worsens by the day. I can add disorientation to the list since I've woken a few times not knowing where I am. Not until I get everyone safe to Sierra Vista. I trail off, feeling the weight in my limbs, my eyelids. But I should nap. I try to take a breath, but I cough. My head swims. I stumble through the camp and eventually find who I'm looking for. I need to talk to you. Lame doesn't pause in whittling on a piece of wood. Shoot. In private. I glance at all the ears and eyes. He spares me a glimpse and double takes. You don't look so hot. I nod and wave the way. He leads me to his tent, which is bare apart from his twin air mattress. Not sure why he stays in a tent when a warmer house is available. I'm turning. I get straight to the point, keeping my voice low. Turning? He seems confused. Yeah. Into a zombie? I exaggerate a head nod. You know, the hungry for nom nom noms kind of zombie. He laughs, but stops when he realizes I'm serious. He searches me for injuries and scratches his ear. How? And when? I shake my head. The only thing that matters is I don't want him to know. I don't want to turn or prolong it. I feel like death already. He grabs my shoulders and pushes me to his bed. How? Finnegan injected me before I killed him. His eyes turn upward in thought. So, 3 days. He paces his tent. You have those injections still? Take the vaccine. I release a frustrated sigh. I have, and I supposedly already had one. When? Look, I don't need you to try to fix it. I need you to suffocate me in my sleep. I can tough it out for a few more days, but any more than that, people will wonder. Best time to do it is when Rudy is on. Can? I won't kill you until you answer all my questions. Got it? Now, when were you given the vaccine? I shrug. Supposedly 5 or 6 years ago when I was kidnapped and taken to one of Finnegan's compounds. But when I was there, they never told me they gave me one. He could be lying to give me hope, so I'll turn and attack everyone. He squats in front of me. Listen to me. You need to stick it out. I fell ill before I got better, and I never turned. I'm not a fucking science experiment, I snarl between my teeth. When he says nothing, I lean on my elbows. The vaccines are unpredictable. Maybe it varies by person and their genes or something. You can explain and predict all you want, but I'm turning. I feel it. So you're going to give up? Not wait it out? His taut tone escalates with each word. I glare at him for raising his voice. I said no. Can? Rudy's voice occurs from right outside the tent. My glare intensifies on Lame. As Rudy enters the tent, I keep my focus on Marshall Lambert. Indecision clouds his gaze. Rudy crosses his arms. What's going on here? I scoff at the hint of jealousy lacing Rudy's voice, but recognize the perfect out. I shrug. Turning down Lame for the billionth time. Lame's eyes widen. That's rich, considering I'd rather fuck Rudy than you. I toss my arms. Of course, you're gay. It's not a question, but he responds anyway. Yeah, very much so. He turns to Rudy. Finnegan injected her with the virus, and she wants me to kill her in her sleep to spare you. Very romantic. You've got to keep her. Rudy swallows, or tries to. His Adam's apple bobs over and over. He swipes a hand over his face. Is this true? I glance at the floor as I nod. He steps from my peripheral vision. When? Lame answers Rudy's questions as I answered them. He gets nothing wrong except for the fact I might not turn. I don't appreciate the hope he's so freely giving. When I feel a painful hunger pang, I swallow any hope left. I don't know how long I sit and stare into space before Rudy grabs my arms, hauling me up. When I don't cooperate, he lifts me over his shoulder like a sack of rice. He marches me to the house, up the steps, into our room, and drops me on the bed. His movements are harsh as he grabs a fold-out chair and slams it in front of the door. Poking his head into the hall, he yells, "If anyone dares come into this room, I will shoot you. Dead. Done." He produces a firearm from his pack and flops into the chair so hard I think it'll break. We sit in silence for a long time. I'm sorry, I whisper. Shut up. I clench my jaw and let it go. He's scared right now, as am I. My body racks with shivers as sweat drips from my pores. I'm wrapped in my sleeping bag like a burrito. My bones and joints throb in tune with my heartbeat. My head feels like it's crushing in on itself, making my eyes feel like they'll pop from the sockets. My hand is so cold, it's numb. A tube sticks out from the top of it, so I pull it out. Voices float from the hall. I try to focus on what's said, but I can't. Please, kill me, I cry. My throat feels like gravel. The bed moves as someone sits. I squint. Rudy. He checks my hand, or maybe grabs it to hold. I don't know. You promised. We promised, I hiss. He drops my hand. I lift it before letting it flounce on the bed. The tube hangs out of it again. Stop taking your IV out. It's the only thing keeping you hydrated. Right. I squint at the IV. He's wrapped duct tape around my hand. Tremors rack my body, and I hiss in pain. Just end it. You promised. No. I jump at his voice next to my ear. Your eyes still react to light. Your fever is steady and not rising. You're not complaining of stomach issues. Let it work through your system. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I reach for his arm. But I'm so hungry. Fucking famished. He pulls away and stands. Stop it. It won't make me end it. You'd do the same if it were me in your position. Sighing, I relax in the sleeping bag, feeling my eyes droop. I shake my head and squint. Stop drugging me. I'll stop when you stop begging me to kill you. Darkness tries to take me under, but I fight it. How long's it been? He sweeps my sweaty hair from my forehead. Too fucking long, darlin'. My head pounds, crushing, sweating. My eyes, too bright, rocking, whispering. Don't fucking die on me, Can. Fight it, fight it. Begging. Rudy, not dead. But I am. I'm changing. My teeth clack as I slip away. I peek through heavy lids at the fighting, yelling and screaming. My mouth is dry. It smells odd. The bedroom door bursts open. I can't focus on the intense movement, the meaty beating sounds. But I don't care. My eyes pop open. My surroundings are hazy, like a light fog covers everything. A bright light warms my skin. My insides. I breathe in the peace, and it's heavenly. Finally, it's over. Miss Moore, are you lucid? I spin and realize I'm standing or floating. Mago scans me, my face. I shake a finger at him. Don't touch me. Let me die. He nods and snaps his fingers. My stomach drops as I freefall into a dark abyss. Chapter 44. I bolt to a sitting position, and my body protests. I moan at the stiffness. My body is hot, but I'm no longer sweating. I go to swipe at my forehead, but cuffs around my wrists prevent me from moving. The walls anchor the chains. Numbness consumes my hand with the duct tape wrapped around it. The tips of my fingers are blue. Dirt and blood cake under my chipped lime-green fingernails. Filth and whatever else coats my teeth and my mouth tastes like metal and garbage. My mind is still fuzzy, but I can think. The bed appears like I fought zombies in my sleep. Rudy watches me warily from his fold-out chair with a notebook spread open in his lap. I clear my throat and whisper, "Why am I bound to the walls?" His face relaxes and his mouth drops. He finally speaks. "Can?" I lick my dry, cracked lips. "How long?" He maneuvers the notebook to the chair as he stands, the longest 9 days of my entire life. My body shakes as broken sobs burst from my chest. He's there, pulling me close and squeezing me tight. The door bursts inward as Reese crashes it open. What happened? Reese is underwater through my tears as he squats in front of us. Dear God. Can? I nod and give a shaky laugh. Pulling away from Rudy, I eventually choke out an, "I'm okay." My body shakes with my rough breathing, and I glimpse my hands, turning them over and over. I'm alive. Rudy squeezes me again, and I feel my body stiffen at the gesture. Lame has a theory, he mumbles. The longer the vaccine is in your system, the better it works. I meet his gaze as worry slithers through his eyes. Lame clears his throat to grab my attention, standing at the door and holding its knob. I wouldn't say better. You went through the illness worse than I did. But I never thought about the timing, just the virus. It would explain my failures, and Finnegan's too. I feel out of sorts, removing myself fully from Rudy's grip. I need to eat, bathe, and know what's going on, not necessarily in that order. Lame tilts his head and exchanges glances with Rudy. You feel up to it? I rub grime from the back of my neck. Yes, but would someone please explain why I have these on my wrists? Everyone remains quiet. Lame taps his chin. I'm gonna leave you to it. Reese jumps from his squat by the bed. Same here. When they leave, Rudy helps me undo the binds. You went apeshit. Everyone thought you had turned. I almost shot a few people to keep them away from you, and let's leave it at that, okay? I purse my lips. For now. And fair warning, the general is here. When I clean up, bruises cover my body. Both injection sites swirl in yellow and purple hues. The other bruises are unexplained. I can barely move without triggering a sore muscle or joint. Maybe I don't really want to know what happened while I was out. I should feel like a new person when I emerge onto the street of the small, bustling neighborhood, but I don't. Food and medical tents line the road between houses. All sources of noise and movement cease as I walk the sidewalk. For a split second, I think about busting a zombie pose, complete with groans, but that'd probably get me shot. Wouldn't it be fitting? A true Night of the Living Dead demise. I sigh and dip into the food tent. Everyone stops. I'm jerked from behind before I'm engulfed in a tight hug. The hair threatening to poke my eyes out lets me know it's Sam. I stiffen and pat his back. I'm okay. I'm feeling repetitive. He pulls away. When I see his face, my hand flies to my mouth. What happened to you? Both eyes puff out. He can barely see, and stitches protrude from where his bull ring used to be. He rubs his neck and shoots a glare across the tent. Well, I hated hearing you in pain. I took our team pack seriously, but I'm glad I was wrong. Maya leans in for a hug. We knew you'd be okay when my dad assured us you would be. Sam peers over my shoulder as I feel someone behind me. The tension tightens like a bowstring. Rudy hands me a packet of veggie something, already cooked and ready to go. I stir it. Did you have to... I try to find the right word. Remove his septum piercing? Rudy eyes Sam. Yes. He's lucky I didn't kill him. Sam sniffs, feeling his stitches with his fingertip. He's right. I mean, if you were Maya, I'd have shot him. He shrugs. Like I said, I'm glad I was wrong. I raise my hand high, hoping to grab everyone's attention. For the last time, I'm okay. Everything's oh-fucking-K. Turning, I don't look back. My survival is now widely known. I can't imagine how that will be good for me. When I get to the house, Stevenson waits on the front porch swing with his arms spread on the back. The sun is setting, making him glow orange. Even with the overgrown landscaping and sprouting vines, a glass of sweet tea would complete the picture. I snort when he appraises me. Don't seem so surprised. I'm not. For some ungodly, unknown reason, I'm not shocked you've succeeded in your mission. I'm not even shocked you survived a virus injection. No thanks to you, asshole. He scratches his nose, unfazed. He observes the team members he never knew about. Seems like you would understand the you gotta do what you gotta do motto more. Yeah, I do what I gotta do. And then some. How's Carrie? Seems like she'll have a rough go of it. Worse than me, maybe. If I can shake this detached feeling. He nods. She's on a train to Sierra Vista along with the rest of the survivors. I waited to see how you fared. I moved to sit beside him, and he scoots to make room. You don't know the half of it. But I'm alive, I guess. Taking a bite of noodles, I chew slow to make sure my stomach is okay with food. How is it? He asks. I lick my lips, tasting the flavor more. Seems to be missing brains. I'd eat yours, but you don't have any. Ha, he huffs, swinging us steady. You still got your wits about you. Well, I don't know what else to do. I stare at my food. Maybe it'll tell me what I should feel. He cuts his eyes at me and the swing stops. I could keep you busy. No thanks. I'm not disposable enough to work for you anymore. Or am I? He crosses a leg, holding his foot and turning toward me. You painted a bleak picture. I needed to nip it before it got out of control. It hasn't been without losing sleep, I assure you. But you're right. You're not disposable. Think of all the good you can do, being immune and all. My mouth tightens. Consider this my resignation, Grandpa. It takes him a minute to respond. Am I going to have to watch my back? The injection weighs heavy in my pocket. Not as long as I don't have to watch mine. He stands, and the swing sways backward with the movement. Fair enough. You should go back to Sierra Vista. They need you. I know. There was talk from the revolutionists about moving in on them. I'm not convinced the threat is demolished. He stares at me as if I surprise him. He rocks on his heels. Such a normal human gesture. You build your own team right under my nose. Recruit one of my scientists of all people. Use my resources. Do what you want to do with them. Make tough decisions. I wouldn't be surprised if you had your own secret facility somewhere. I raise my brows and look toward the street. I do what I gotta do to survive. But I'm not so sure I have survived. I close my eyes. Maybe this new world has officially broken me. Of course you do. A silence grows between us, but it's comfortable. I'm a call away, Moore. He straightens stiff, brings his right hand to the side of his forehead, and salutes. I glance around. I'm alone. He saluted me. His laughter follows him as he steps from the porch. I'm not sure why, but the action seems damn significant. Chapter 45. The quiet makes my ears ring as if a gunshot went off right beside my head. My head aches as I stare through the darkness. Sleep evades me as I can't close my eyes. I'm afraid to because of all the horrible things I've seen, things I've been through, the lives lost, the people I've lost, and the horrible things I've done stay close to the surface of my mind. Surviving the transformation doesn't sit well. Anxiety lights my nerves on fire. Nightmares plague me. And worst of all, I don't want to be touched. A strong urge to disappear controls my entire being. I blink fast when my eyes dry out. I wish I could cry. Crying usually makes me feel better, but I can't. And I don't know how to explain why I can't. Logically, I should jump for joy, celebrate what we've accomplished, but I can't bring myself to feel anything. Life has no meaning anymore. No true purpose. Only one thing in life is certain. Death. The next day, we hit the road. We'll be in Sierra Vista by this afternoon. I drive so I can focus on something other than my negative thoughts and feelings. Rudy's been a doll. Doll. I frown at the familiar nickname for him and shake my head. He's been great, giving me space, although he desperately tries to cheer me up in subtle ways. His latest was a promise of popcorn as soon as we make it back to Sierra Vista. I grip the steering wheel as he climbs in the passenger seat. He places his Hulk bobblehead on the dashboard. He must have taken it from the armored truck. The big head bobbles with the movements. The plastic has yellowed from years of fading in the sun. Following the vehicles in front of me, I don't comment. A soft strumming flows through the cab. My neck creaks as I mechanically turn my head to see his guitar in his lap. The strumming stops. Is this okay? His tone is gruff, like he hasn't spoken in a while. I nod. It's okay. You think if you say that enough, it'll come true? Licking my lips, I shrug. I don't know what to say. Anything else besides, I'm okay. You could start with how you really feel. I swallow a lump. I don't know if you can handle it. I can't even handle it. He sighs. Try me. Turning slowly again, I lock eyes with him. I'm okay. I'm watching the cacti grow from our front window when Reese, walking up our sidewalk, grabs my attention. He doesn't knock, and I don't greet him. We have a problem, he says. I blink and turn to him as he sits beside me. I send him a questioning glance. What? We've lost another team member. For the first time since I woke up from the injection, concern slides through me. I close my eyes and swallow. Who? When he doesn't answer right away, I open my eyes. He stares at me and blinks. Oh, I'm okay. I'm here. He nods. Oh, good. You caught on. You're not as far gone as I suspected. When's the last time you ate? Showered. I shrug. Doesn't feel important. His bushy eyebrows rise. When's the last time you saw Rudy? Today. Uh-huh. Look around you, Kansas. Sighing, I glance at the living room. I do a double take at the mess. Trash and dirty dishes litter every surface. A pile of clothes covers the couch from where I haven't bothered to fold and put them away. For all I remember, they could be dirty. I'm afraid to look in my kitchen. Reese nods. Yeah, it looks the same as it did yesterday when I came by. You're not taking care of yourself. And Rudy and Dexter have been at my house for a week. A week? That can't be right. I just saw him. I blink when I get a flash of his face when I screamed at him to leave me the fuck alone. When did that happen? I scratch my forehead in regret. Rudy hasn't done anything to me. He doesn't deserve that kind of treatment. Don't be ashamed. This isn't your fault. This mood, this funk you're in is worse than depression. But no one can help you until you realize you need help. You must want help. This is serious, little lady. You've been through a lot. You need to talk it out. He grabs my hand, and this time, I don't jerk it away. He's right. I need help. I can't keep pushing people away. I'm afraid if you don't take action, we'll find you dead. We have shit to do. We have big plans, and we can't do it without our main warrior. His words throw me for a loop. Kinda shit. Reese closes his eyes and grins. Do you really want to know? Answer honestly. Do I? I blow a breath. Yes, but... His head tilts expectantly. I think I should shower first. And? I swallow. He's been trying to get me to go to the Welcome Center since we've been back. I don't want to go to the Welcome Center, Reese. He goes to open his mouth, but I continue. I want your help, not theirs. I hold up a finger, and I don't want to see Rudy while I feel like this. Feel like what? Tears rush to my eyes. Tears. I swipe at them gently. Like I don't deserve to be alive. The next day, I clean my house. Even though I take until midday to get going, it's a start. Having a tidy environment will be a good step to better things. After I scrub the kitchen and the floors, I feel better already, and no exercise will be detrimental for me. I tackle the bathroom when a knock sounds on my door. Mago waits on my porch, looking heavily out of place in the desert. It's odd seeing him in my house outside of a dream. What are you doing here? I wave him in. He glides through the front door and straight to my couch. I thought I might speak with you of your current predicament. I sit in the chair opposite of him. What would that be? I'm properly afflicted with your inner torment, as well as others, but I'm the one to be held accountable. Shame at causing everyone distress eats at me. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault. I should be stronger than this. You dream of death to be serene and divine. Your obsession began with me, and it'll end with me. You're a requisite to this world now more than you've ever been. I piquantly believe if you focus on what you can revolutionize, you'll achieve boundless fortune. I do not speak of worldly possessions, but of your spiritual self. My point is, Kansas, you can attain serenity and divinity now, while you're alive, and of this earthly plane. Death is not so grand as you think. You'd be leaving a lot behind, a lot worth existing for. For the second day in a row, my eyes swim with tears. He's right. I owe it to myself, my team, and everyone who needs my help. I nod. I'm trying. He grins. That is all I request. The next few weeks are rough, but I feel better. Taking better care of myself. Reese helps me focus on positive things, the things I want to accomplish. Goals. My first goal is to get myself healthy. I haven't eaten much, but I'm getting there. And I've made a sparring date with Sam for exercise. And even though my house is in order again, it feels empty, incomplete. When I get home from my latest counseling session with Reese, a notebook is on the table. I finger the front. I haven't talked to him. I'm afraid he sees me for the hot mess I am. The mess I'll remain. I thumb the pages and catch snippets of his journaling, starting with when I was sick. This is his way of staying connected to me as if we're still miles apart. I close it without reading and stride through my front door across the street. Reese's four-wheeler is still gone, so I enter without knocking. I look at the empty living room and kitchen, and then he's there, standing in the door of the hallway. He grasps the top of the door frame with both hands and leans his face on his arm. I inhale, feeling unsure, as if a stranger waits for me to say something. But Rudy isn't a stranger. I came over. I throw my thumb toward our house. I'm sorry with how I treated you. I don't know why. There is no excuse for shutting you out. I didn't want you to see me like that. Like this? You look good, healthy. I miss you. I toss the notebook on the entry table without taking a breath. I don't want to read the notebook because I'd rather you tell me. In person. Will you come home? Anyway, I came over to see you. What are you doing? I squeeze my eyes closed and bite my lips together. He keeps quiet. After so long, I peek an eye open, and he's much closer, gripping the back of a kitchen chair, smirking at me. Sorry, I say again for emphasis. He stares, and I know he's gathering his thoughts better than me. I don't need your apology, darling, he finally says. Post-traumatic stress is serious, and truthfully, I'm packing because I was coming home whether or not you wanted me to. Tonight. I nod, wiping my hands on my thighs. Really? You're not mad? No. Worried, scared, sad. Yes. Shame and guilt fight their way to the forefront, but I let them go. What can I do to make it up to you? You made it up to me by talking to Reese, by wanting to feel better, by taking care of yourself, by walking through Reese's door, without knocking. I watched you, from the bedroom window, march over here to speak your mind and get what you want. He lets go of the chair and moves in front of me. Because you know what that tells me, Can? I can't speak, so I shake my head. It means you want to live. I wrap my arms around his waist, and he pulls me close. I breathe him in and feel the softness of his t-shirt against my cheek. I'm okay. More than okay. And I mean it this time. Chapter 46. A few months later, my team and I meet with the Council of Sierra Vista on a proposal. I'm lightheaded from all the blood I've given to the General. We need to create a vaccine. A given, so to protect Xena, my veins will drip until it's done. Rudy slyly scoots the bottle of fruit juice at me. Nostos looks up from his notes. Although he doesn't look at me. He's still pissed, but there's nothing I can do. I can't win them all. I'm not sure why you want permission. You're free to do what you want. I swallow a gulp of juice. Yes, but we want to extend this community to ours. Help each other out. Import, export. Communication. Support each other when we need it. It'll take us a while to gain some traction. What kind of import, export? Gregory asks. Well, Colorado is good for natural sources of wood, coal, oil, fish. But we start with water since it's so scarce there. Start small while we grow. Rudy chimes in. We're also working with the U.S. coalition to create a safe, clean vaccine. As soon as possible. We'll be traveling the U.S. to distribute them to anyone who wants it. He glances at me. Thanks to Kansas. I smile. Even though the General was civilized about me quitting, he didn't give up. Since I'm immune, I can easily do his bidding with the minimized risk to my life. So we struck a deal to make the vaccine a priority to administer to everyone. Marshal Lambert and I can handle a mission or two while we wait for them to take effect before he sends any of his men into dangerous waters. I'm good with this. I'm sick of people dying. No more. So far, Stevenson hasn't needed me, but he has asked for my opinion on a few things. I won't lie about it being unflattering or annoying. I mean, I don't need his approval. But the truth is, I am flattered the General values my thoughts, though it took me moving mountains for him to hold me in high regard. Yes, he's made some bad decisions. He's put me through the 7 gates of hell, so much so I think I found an 8th gate during the process. And Lame might be right about the General wanting to weaponize the virus, so it's possible it'll never go away. But it's imperative we work together to develop a vaccine. Besides, I figure it's better to have him as a friend than a foe. Nostos peers at the line of his councilmen. None of them nod. Not one reaction. I slump in defeat, not sure what I expected. He addresses Reese. We need to think it over. We'd be losing valuable people to you, so that's a con. I blink. That's what he focuses on? Why do you think that? I prop my head on my hand. He rolls his eyes and finally meets my gaze. The infamous Kansas starting her own community? You'll have people flocking there. It's not just me, I defend. It's Rudy's original idea. I just roll with it. And we can't have people flocking there. They must understand we're not in some town with neighborhoods at the ready. They'll have to build on their own or find a place nearby to claim. He gives us a tight smile. We'll let you know. Rudy stands and extends a hand. Thanks for the consideration. Nastas stares at his hand before he flicks his gaze at him. Trust me, you have my consideration. Whoa. Rudy retracts his hand. I rub my forehead as everyone stands. How's Hannah? Xavier? Nastas watches everyone file out. They're none of your concern. Rudy lingers at the door. Nastas's attitude isn't any better than Finnegan's or Guido's. Seems like he wants total control and information under the guise of this council. I stand and lean on the table, mainly to stand over him. It's a shame you have such a chip on your shoulder, but it's okay. I'm sure I'll catch up to them at the school since I volunteered my time to teach self-defense. I find I'm good with teenagers. Yeah, they're a lot to handle, but they're our future. If I won't be slaying zombies on the regular anymore, I can help shape the future in a different way. A more fulfilling way. Plus, it'll make me feel a lot better if they can seriously defend themselves in case something ever happens. This place is too comfortable for their own good, and it scares the shit out of me. When he doesn't comment, I continue. You know, the revolutionists know about Sierra Vista. He leans forward. What? I nod. Yep. I think you need to get your act together and stop thinking about yourself. When I leave, I don't look back. When I feel my health is as normal as it'll probably get, Rudy and I wait in the medical center. I stare into space, unbelieving of the turn my life has taken in the past few months. He weaves his fingers through mine. My gaze snaps to the arrows interwoven to form a circle on his finger, and then to the same design on mine. You nervous? He asks. Nope. My lips pop on the P. I might be lying a smidge. Of course I'm nervous. I'm dedicating the rest of my life to this. A little. I'm worried I'm still not in the best state of mind. Nightmares still plague me, and I still battle with anxiety and negative feelings. You're not alone. I'm here. Everyone's here. Your support system is rock solid, darling. What if I'm terrible at this? Impossible. You'll be a great... The door opens. We stand as the social worker strolls out with Zena in tow. I haven't seen her since the night we left her here. I gasp at her obvious health. A peach hue colors her rounded cheeks. Her short, sandy hair bounces and shines, and her small body no longer resembles a skeleton. I release a trembling breath with a smile. She's beautiful, I whisper to Rudy. Yes, she is, he says. Can? Hamper? Excitement in her voice pushes my nervousness right off a cliff. She runs straight to me, wrapping her little arms around my waist. I beam and hug her back. You can't imagine how happy I am to see you. They said I'm going to go home, she informs me as she gives Rudy the same hug. Squatting so I can be face to face, I nod. Only if you want to, okay? Do you know what home is? Her brow scrunches, but she shrugs. No, but will you be there? She gazes at Rudy. Will ya, Hamper? For the first time, Rudy smiles at her, full force, but then he becomes mock serious. If you want us to be, but just so you know, if you do, you're stuck with us. Okay, she says, grabbing his hand and pulling him toward the door. The social worker starts talking, but all I can hear is their little conversation on the way out. What's a home? She asks Rudy. We'll show ya. We settle into a routine while we make plans for our big move. We hope for the spring. To keep busy, Rudy works at the base as a trainer in archery while I'm at the school most days. Reese invited Robbie back into his home and is counseling children again. He still helps me, but he also helps with Zena occasionally when parenting her proves trying. She still thinks she can up and leave, disappearing when the mood strikes. It's something we're trying to break, but I can relate to it. A lot. I can't count how many times I've wanted to crawl back into my bunker. Sam and Maya are engaged and live with the whole Raymond family until they get another living arrangement for them. With all the survivors, Sierra Vista is behind on making provisions for everyone. I know a few survivors still live at the medical center. I don't envy Sam. That'd be a daunting family to cohabit with. Mago and Layla will move to Louisiana when we move to Colorado. For now, they're happy being with their children. Carrie lives with Gwen. She's not as pregnant as I thought, being in her second trimester. She has issues with preeclampsia and drug withdrawal. I know Gwen will help her, as will all of us. Lame, Fran, Cole, and the rest of my team are in Colorado holding down the fort. And me? I'm doing great. Mothering Xena isn't as tough as I thought it would be. In fact, I think she's a therapy for me of sorts. My issues haven't really been an issue. It helps me to stay busy and keep focused on our goals. I hang the banner across our kitchen. Xena is icing the cake. Kind of. A huge mound bulges like a mountain on one side, while the other side looks like she scraped it bald and took cake with it. She dumps clumpy sugar crystals on top that we colored green, hence the clumps. Dex waits patiently beside her chair for her to drop something he can lick up. That's looking delicious. I smile. What's delicious? She has an insatiable drive to learn. Her speech has improved dramatically, and she wants to know what anything and everything means. It means very yummy. She scoops cake into her mouth and nods. I laugh. You're supposed to wait for the party. She holds up a finger, which lets me know she's about the sass. I was making sure it's delicious. Good point. Gwyn storms in. I'm here. She peeks at the cake, stiffens, and seems to think better about commenting. You ready? Xena nods, with icing smudged on her face. She hops from the chair and grabs her backpack. 7? Gwyn asks, holding the straps of the bag for Xena to put it on. On the dot. You sure you don't need my help? I can make... I wave her away. No, you're helping me by taking her for a playdate. Promise. After they leave, I clean Xena's mess and start chopping vegetables for the evening. I know Gwyn would have been happy to do it, but I want to do it on my own. The door opens and I turn, thinking Xena forgot something, but it's Rudy. He glances at the banner and then the cake. What's this? I smile and lean against the counter. A celebration. Sierra Vista signed off on Colorado this morning. It was supposed to be a surprise. Doesn't shock me. They want to get rid of us. He's right. Nostos is still giving me the cold shoulder. He forbids me to see Hannah and Xavier. I see them at the school, so I fail to give a rat's ass. What are you doing here anyway? Has nothing to do with the fact I knew you'd be here alone this afternoon, he comments, sliding toward me. Not at all. I grab him by the waist of his jeans and jerk him closer. Such a shame, I whisper as I unbutton his jeans and glide my hand down his pants. That's another thing about being a parent. We have to be spontaneous and sneaky. Reese mans the grill since cooking meat isn't my thing. Want some? He asks. I place veggie skewers on my side and shrug, sadness creeping in. No, and I probably won't ever. He looks at me sharply. Why not have one of your own? You sound like Gwyn. Dr. Mumbo Jumbo, okay? It wouldn't be because I don't want it. I glance at Xena, playing by herself with homemade crayons, while Ariella and Brian run and play with each other. This is normal. She'll always be a loner, no matter how many playdates I take her on. I can't believe playdate is a word I use on the regular now. Reese and I watch as Rudy plops beside her, grabbing a crayon. Besides, as far as anyone should be concerned, Xena is mine, as if she came from me. There, I have one of my own. Happy? He chuckles. That's my little lady. And yes, I'm happy I finally have a granddaughter. We lock eyes, and his dare me to argue with him. Smiling, I flip the veggies. She would be proud of you. His expression goes stoic. I hope so. As always, thinking about Glinda brings me down a peg. I watch my gathered family. Maya sits between Sam's legs as he teases her with a strawberry. When she opens her mouth exaggeratedly, he shoves it in and laughs. Mago glimpses upon them in disdain. Gwen, John, Kyle, Bruno, and Lenny play a game of cards at the patio table. I flinch when Lenny whacks Bruno in the chest. Julie smiles at Xena, critiquing Rudy's coloring. He grins down at Xena before meeting my gaze. The smile he saves all for me splits his face. I love you, he signs and mouths. I know, I sign back. Ariella halts beside me, flipping her mermaid red hair. Will you color me a picture can? As always, Xena soaks in our interactions with keen interest. I raise my brows to the man beside me. Reese chuckles. Go on, I got this. Bumping Rudy with my shoulder, I steal his crayon and pause at his drawing. A sketch of a house, with curtains. Look, Xena, it's our home, I point. He eyes it skeptically. I don't think so. You don't like it? Julie chimes in, looking concerned. Yes, but my home is Can and Rudy. Where they go, I go. I think my heart will burst as Rudy and I exchange glances. Food's ready, Reese calls, closing the grill lid. A touch of sadness follows him into the kitchen. I can almost see Glinda beside him. I know she'd love to be here. Everyone we've lost would love to be here. Grief is a strange state of mind. I will always be in one stage or other. Maybe that's why acceptance is the last stage. I accept the fact I'll always grieve because grief is the consequence of love. And love? I smile at my family. Well, love is the reward for living with the dead. The end. Living with the Dead. Written by Annie Walls. Narrated by Elizabeth DeVault. And distributed by Beacon Audiobooks. Copyright 2019. Visit our website at beaconaudiobooks.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba.
बोलो बोलो टिप घर वाले बाबा की।
Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Kholu yo baba. Kholu yo baba. Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Ke badiya kholu yo baba. Ke badiya kholu yo baba. Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba.
डीजे गुड मधुबनी।
Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba.
बोलो बोलो टिप घर वाले बाबा की।
Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Kholu yo baba. सुल्तानगंज से यो जल भरियन लो यो जल भरियन लो कंघावा पे खबर लगे दौड़ल हम एलो यो भागल हम एलो सुल्तानगंज से यो जल भरियन लो कंघावा पे खबर लगे दौड़ल हम एलो ओही पे लागल यास करूने हमरा निराश ओही पे लागल हसियो बाबा करूने हमरा निराश अरजी कने विपत्ति कने सुन पैयो बाबा विपत्ति कने बुझ पैयो बाबा बन के हेलो हम भिखरिया के बरिया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बरिया खोलू यो बाबा
डीजे गुड मधुबनी।
Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Hello, hamahi ke duwadiya ke badiya kholu yo baba. Kholu yo baba. सावन के सोमवारी बाबा सब हम केलो ये सब हम केलो आई के चरण के ये सब दिन पूजलो ये सब दिन यो बाबा सावन के सोमवारी बाबा सब हम केलो आई के चरण के ये सब दिन पूजलो तो यो ने बुझै छी बात के कार्तिक गणेश अछि साथ में तो यो ने बुझै छी बात के यो भोला कार्तिक गणेश अछि साथ में आसन कने डोलबू यो बाबा आसन कने डोलबू यो बाबा एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा
डीजे गुड मधुबनी
एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा एलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा गायक देवेंद्र के बुझू कने बात के यो बुझू कने बात के हरदम मीनाक्षी पप्पू के जजा बात के पप्पू के जजा गायक देवेंद्र के बुझू कने बात के रोहित नवल के बुझू जजा बात के भंगक लोके लगोला चिलम वाला सब चेला हे यो भंगक लोके लगोला यो भोला चिलम वाला सब चेला डमरू तांडव कोने देखबू यो बाबा डमरू कोने बचबू यो बाबा बन के हेलो हम भिखरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा हेलो हम वही के दुआरिया के बड़िया खोलू यो बाबा आयो खोलू ना
The one-story structure seemed smaller than I thought. Old wooden pallets and barrels lined the back wall. A rusted forklift remains forgotten and overturned with tumbleweeds formed to it. Time? Reese whispers. I light my watch by a button on the side. 4 minutes. All is quiet except cricket chirps and zombie rasps through the pit. The facility lacks any kind of lighting, but my focus is the only door on this side. 2 minutes tick by as the team lines along the fence. 2 minutes. I hold out my hand. Glinda gives me the bloodied wire cutters. I snip the fence from the bottom through a scant thicket. Other members of our team do the same. Reese signals for everyone to duck, so we do. Waiting. It's a minute over from their regular schedule, but sure enough, 8 people appear through the door. They're all dressed similarly casual in thick coats and beanies, which is odd. It's winter here, yes, but we're in Texas, near the border of Mexico. The heat is mild, in between hot and cold, but not cold enough for coats. A few of them converse before climbing into 2 separate vehicles. I exhale as my blood pumps faster and slip through the fence opening. This is the first mission in a year from a good lead. For the past 5 years, we've been stuck in the middle of Sierra Vista's Council and the United States Coalition, working for both while pulling out on our own. We'll tread carefully about what we find here. I release another anxious breath. I've studied the floor plans sent to me by the General. We've been trudging through this pit of zombies for weeks to stake out the place. So I'm almost certain no one occupies the building. Maybe 1 or 2 people remain. Hence my tactical combat gear. Why bring a bow if I won't need it? Everyone remember the plan? Reese motions again, and our team slips through and spreads out before lying flat on the ground. I'm going in alone. Reese looks at the massive team we've equipped ourselves with, and then back to me. He knows I do nothing without a reason. Why do I want to go in alone? Because if anyone fucks up, it will be me. Fine. It's the only thing that changes, though. The rest of us will wait for the signal, or 10 minutes. I shoot him a look at the change of time. The original plan was 20, but I'll give it to him. Compromise and all that. 10 minutes after I open the door. Reese signals the team to hold position. Without a backward glance, I move forward. After I spray the hinges with homemade WD-40, it takes no time at all to unlock the door, giving me a stab of dissatisfaction. If no one felt the need to lock the place tight, then nothing could be here at all. But we might find something useful. Might being the key word. Silence looms in the darkness as the door swings open. After starting my stopwatch, I place an ultrasonic sound wave emitter on the floor. A flick of the small switch, and it hums to life. If any famished or loose, they'll show soon, but I don't feel any near. Since pulling out on our own, unbeknownst to Sierra Vista's counsel and General Stevenson, we've cultivated small technologies to make our lives simpler. Although, the General covertly supplies me with awesome gear and equipment, pretty much anything I ask for within reason. My breath fogs in the chill as I enter. I've suspected this, and explains why the men are bundled as they come and go. Now my hope blossoms from me, and I smile. Only one reason to keep it so cold: zombie preservation. Nothing pops from the darkness, so I breathe in deep, relax my posture, and raise my favorite firearm, the hammerless S&W revolver chambered in .38 Special, the gun Reese gave me when he lackadaisically taught me to shoot. A smile touches my lips at the memory. The gun used to be my backup, but 2 years ago, it went missing for a while and then reappeared on my bedside table, intricately engraved with the very familiar sunshine and arrow. The sentimental value isn't why I favor it, though. I know the practicality of using an automatic or semi-automatic in these situations, but the revolver's never let me down. Not once has it jammed, snagged, or misfired since it's been in my possession. Old, reliable. I handle it much faster as well, so win-win. Doesn't mean I don't carry my pistols, though. I focus my gaze, and my footsteps are silent but quick. By the end of a corridor, I spot a light in another hall. I search for any security equipment such as cameras or silent alarms, but nothing of the sort. I clear several rooms, noting the computers, standard lab setups, and storage containers. I eventually pass a steel door. I think it's a door anyway. No handle. No window. No security box to unlock it. It's not on the floor plan printout, and judging from the frame, it hasn't been installed long. It's a large room inside that I know of, so it's a vault of some sort. I wait, pressing a hand to the door. No sound or movement. My inner zombie radar, thanks to Mago, doesn't go off either. I move on, knowing I'll come back to it. After I skim through the biggest part of the building, I realize this facility isn't to produce any new chemicals. Bummer for Reese. He's always on the hunt for some chemical or other. The General supplies us with C4, but in small quantities at a time and only for demolition purposes. We still make our own to have on hand, and I trust Reese to know what he's doing, especially since the time I saw him demolish a 5-story building with 2 little packages of organic peroxides he transferred to the practice site in buckets of sand. I created a monster when I introduced him to bathtub explosives, and nothing has stopped his fascination for chemistry ever since. I slide my way through the huge boiler barrels with pipes and tubes snaking out of them. 9 minutes and 3 seconds down. Perfect timing. I suppose the cold isn't for zombie preservation. Maybe for the lab? I sigh. The static from an earpiece in my ear screeches when I turn on the backpack radio on the side of my pack. I flinch from the abrupt sound, a reason only one of us always keeps it on. Do you read? Not really. Too ADD. Reese chuckles at his own joke, but it cuts off as an affirmative. I roll my eyes. All clear except for a steel door. Over. Copy that. Reese replies. We're going in. You opening it? Over. I return to the interesting-looking door a minute later and smirk. Yep. Over. I use a dissolving agent, courtesy of Reese. It's a double bottle, and when the liquids come together, they form a foam. Making a giant square from the floor, I step away to watch it sizzle. A gunshot goes off in the mysterious room, and I crouch away. Shit! I scramble to hit my radio button, keeping an eye on the fizzing steam. 911! 911! More destructive sounds come from the other side of the door and echo down the hall. The door bursts open from the inside. It hides me, but my heart kicks up a notch as I realize someone will make an appearance soon. The air goes unnaturally quiet as the chemical foam sputters out. Some of it lands on the arm of my jacket, but I don't move as a tennis shoe squeaks on the floor inside the doorway. Pain sears my arm as the foam hits my skin. I breathe deeply, trying to ignore it. Their breathing bursts out jaggedly, and I can tell the person is a man. I relax. This guy sounds like he'll shit his pants any minute. I know someone is there, and I have a gun. I hear him pivot into the hallway, but I'm still behind the door. My team has abandoned all furtiveness. Their steps bounce on the wall, becoming clearer by the second. The guy panics, turning his gun to where I can see it past the edge of the open steel door. I stuff my revolver in its holster and grab his firearm with speed. He gasps as I jerk it from him. I'd laugh at the surprised look on his face, but I'm baffled at the uncocked pistol. I sweep his feet. Air gushes from his lungs as he hits the floor. I take a minute to make sure that he's alone, peeking inside the room. He struggles to breathe, holding up shaking hands. After checking the chamber on his pistol, which is empty as suspected, I pointed at him. If he thinks it'll shoot, the better for me, but I doubt he's that dumb, since he used it less than 2 minutes ago. Someone huffs around the corner, followed by more footsteps. I sniff, not removing the gun from the man on the floor. When I know someone is close, I finally speak to him. Don't move, or we'll shoot you. I gesture for someone to keep an eye on him as I step through the doorway. It's not a room, but a hallway full of typical zombie holding cells. I'm familiar with the setup, but we've never come across any being used. To the right, a small bed and a mini kitchen completes a whole cell. Along the other 2 cells are computers, but they're smashed in pieces. The cells on the other side are all empty except for the last one. A zombie lies on the floor with a fresh hole in the head, leaking thick fluid. The gunshot. I stare at the zombie, and a sense of foreboding chills my bones. As goosebumps prickle my skin, I jerk out my earpiece and slam it against the concrete. Damn. Reese examines the mess. 8 people come, 8 people go. Someone's always here. Spinning, I stomp and rack the slide of the guy's Glock, efficiently chambering a bullet. Bending to him, I yank him by his thick sweater, rip off his knit hat, and push the barrel to his temple. My finger on the trigger itches to pull back. I already have blood in my hands. Some of that blood keeps me up at night. So what's one more? I'm just the night shift, he stutters. His bottom lip trembles. He squeezes his eyes tight as my breath puffs against his face. I press the gun harder, my body and mind wound tight. No one makes a sound, the tension palpable. A hand falls on my shoulder, light and unsure. Sugar. I jolt my shoulder to fling her off. Did you release a distress call? His eyes widen. Pack everything you can in 2 minutes. We might not have much time, I tell the team. They burst into action. What's with the zombie? It's obviously important, or he wouldn't have bothered destroying it. I would have felt it, even if I couldn't control it. I would have known it was there. At my question, his demeanor cools. You might as well shoot me. I smirk and gesture to an original member of my team and my sparring partner. Sam? Sam's boots step into my peripheral vision. My eyes don't move from the piece of shit in front of me. Sam laughs. I guess someone gets a birthday present. Something's gotta give. I shove the asshole to the floor, stretching my neck. I'm fucking fed up. After 5 years of doing the general's bidding, I'm tired. I'm bitter, downright fucking resentful. I'm about to snap. Tie him up with a bow. I'm giving him to Bruno. Smoke from the facility billows over some building tops as the ground shakes with the consecutive blasts from our explosives, arranged to demolish the plant. My signature love note to the revolutionists. We've pulled into the rear parking lot of an old department store. Looting is a ridiculous notion nowadays. I forget what city we're in. Kingsville, maybe? The warmer temps always have scarce looting. I try to appear calm and collected when all I want to do is rant, rage, and kill things. It doesn't fool Reese in the slightest. What do you think we should keep? I snort. Nothing. No security. I doubt we'll find anything new, so might as well not waste the time. The zombie? I grit my teeth. Our biggest find in the past 5 years, I'm sure, but also sure a dead zombie is a useless zombie. The virus needs a live host. The council can have it, but we'll take some samples for comparison. He scratches his head full of salt and pepper hair, standing up all over. He's also lost a lot of weight and has a full beard. The biker vest is gone in favor of tactical clothing during missions. He went from burly tattooed biker to a burly hobo, Sometimes I miss his baldness, full of tattoos, and his beaded goatee. But I'm glad he's changed his look. His bald head and round gut would remind me of times I took for granted. Times I wasted keeping my heart from having what it wanted. He looks good. I'm sure Glinda takes full advantage of it, too. We? I don't think so. We need to go to Arizona for a while. You know that, Can. I feel my face pinch as the team cleans up from walking through the zombie pit. And Reese is right, but since we've gotten our own super-secret Batcave in the mountains of Colorado, fully functioning and fully livable, it's getting harder and harder to maintain appearances. Being in Sierra Vista depresses me. I like keeping busy. Keeping busy means productivity, and being at our clandestine treehouse community allows me to do that with no one watching over my shoulder. The place permits me to interact with our team who live there. 2 weeks, I say, wanting to get to the treetops as quickly as possible to hover over our pathology tech Fran while she processes the samples. 2 months. After I shoot him an incredulous look, he shrugs. We might get a mission. We won't. We barely got this one. 2 weeks. Take it or leave it. 1 month. I look to Glinda for help. She busies herself with her dark purple nails, her winter color. She looks like a badass dressed in all black. Her nylon thigh holsters sport dangerous blades and guns, much like my own. A blonde bun bulges from the back of a black cap. I sigh in resignation. Tell Sander to transport Mr. Night Shift and lock him underground. I'll send Bruno when we get to Arizona. Dude will not like Bruno. At all. I met the man at the community in Tennessee. Lenny and Bruno grew produce and price gouged the fuck out of it. Now they upkeep a greenhouse in Sierra Vista and take run of the grocery store. Bruno's large and scary. Although I've taken a liking to Lenny, I'm still not sure if I like him. But I trust him, and that's all that matters. And tell him I want daily updates. You tell him yourself. Sure, you guys go ahead. I'll catch a ride with Sam. Reese groans. Never mind. He stalks the other way, grumbling about how he knows I won't go to Sierra Vista if left to my own devices. Glinda and I are alone. Our silence extends for a few moments. She clears her throat, testing the waters. She fumbles before she meets my gaze. Think about Dex, sugar. I'm sure that old Groucho pussy misses you. I nod, almost feeling a smile. A tug of my lips encourages her because she keeps going. And maybe you can take him to Colo... She stumbles at the sour look on my face. Rado. She finishes in a soft manner. I stand straight from my lean on the Jeep, open the back door, and unsnap the numerous holsters on my body. I'm not taking Dex anywhere until we're there permanently. It'd be hard for Dex to adapt, again, if I'm not there all the time. The cat is a doorway to the soft spots in my heart. After removing my fitted jacket, I dump water on the burn from the chemical foam. The wound throbs, and I wonder how bad it is. I go about the process of properly cleaning myself before performing any first aid. After several minutes, I hear footsteps around the Jeep. Can? Reese interrupts the dead air, looking from Glinda to me rapidly before finally stopping on Glinda. Their silent exchange is significant. Sander isn't going anywhere without me, Chingona. Sander runs a hand through his black, shiny hair and flashes a smile. We recruited Sander from Sierra Vista after he showed beneficial during our fated trip to Montana to save Mago's daughter, Maya, from the revolutionists. General Stevenson thinks highly of him as well, because he's on the General's special squad with Rudy. Since then, he proves a pain in my ass. I stare him down. Someone from our original team needs to be there. You're the only other one besides me who doesn't have anyone waiting for them in Sierra Vista. I spare a glance at Reese. I'll happily go. Reese clucks his tongue. Major